Good morning. There we go.
Yeah, now I can hear you. I didn't check to see if the timer was down. I assumed I would hear something, but I assumed that I was just looking really interested in nothing while you were talking. So good stuff. Good start to the day. I'm glad that we set the tone of not being quite on point because I might not be quite on point today, but I'm going to try. I'm looking forward to some of the playoff action. Caught up with the bracket, caught up with some of the surprise games of the last 3 weeks. Things last forever. And there definitely were some surprises, including the fact that Rainer is currently in the lower bracket. I think that's who we're starting with today.
Although, in fairness, I'm not sure that is the most surprising, given the 250 milliseconds, the Korea thing. The fact that he's hitting round of 8 is kind of impressive. But what is also impressive, by the way, before we start talking about Rainer and all these other storylines, is the fact that we have 4 fantastic sponsors that allow us to sit and introduce ourselves muted for 30 seconds before we properly get into things. But anyways, Blizzard, Monster Energy, US Air Force, ESL Shop, all together allowing us to sit here and talk about some awesome StarCraft and get some awesome StarCraft. And Zombie Grub, if that's not enough for you, if you want to talk about where these people might be going, that these sponsors are allowing them to do things, well, that's going to be DreamHack Dallas, May 31st, June 2nd. Tickets already on sale now. DreamHack.com/tickets/Dallas/tickets, 15% off, which means that you can spend 15% on barbecue or whatever else it is that you want to do in Dallas.
Yeah, that's what you're going to spend it on. All barbecue in Dallas.
It's not like it's Austin, close enough. But you talk about where you can spend a little bit more money. Yeah, Dallas is great. Dallas is really important. We're trying to qualify to Dallas. But there was another announcement that happened recently. $1 million for players that do well enough in Dallas through the other events of the year. Esports World Cup in August. Zombie Grub, biggest tournament that we've ever seen, at least in prize pool.
Yes, I mean, literally that's something that they were teasing us with before actually fully on announcing. So pretty freaking cool. $1 million gonna give to all the players. They're gonna make them quite happy. So a lot of people's true sights are set on that and being in the best position possible to be there. And for some people, that does mean having to get good seating in Dallas as well. And actually went out in Dallas. So it's still a little bit of a road, but we are drawing ever closer.
Yeah, the journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step, or other pithy aphorisms. But you talk about the road, right, that we want to get on, talk about everything else. Well, the road today is very simple for a lot of these players, particularly Rainer Wayne, particularly Hearthstone Showtime, as we find our way forward. Because if you're Rainer, if you're Wayne, if you're Hearthstone, you Showtime, it's very, very simple. You win, you get to move on to the round of 6, you get to play tomorrow, you get to play maybe Sunday if you keep winning. You lose, this is where your tournament ends. That's it. You're done.
Yep, that's how the bracket's going to work here. Which would be, quite unfortunate for a lot of these players. Many of them, I guess, familiar being in this round, but then the likes of Showtime, for instance, it's always like, well, he feels like he should automatically be in like the top 4, if Cyril certainly isn't participating. And instead, he falls short a lot of the time. Fortunately, not every time, but he might fall short again today, as I think Hearthstone has been really kicking butt. And he's one of the players who actually hasn't made it, I think, as far as he potentially will if he beats Showtime. And then I think he actually even has a chance against whoever might lose there. Round 4, M2 lose. Hearman or Max Packs, I think is what it is. It may be tough, obviously, but Hearthstone is really doing quite well. It's the year of Hearthstone, finally, truly.
Zombie Grub, we talked about the year of Hearthstone. At this point, are we the decade of Hearthstone? Is this the century of Hearthstone? Has Hearthstone, sacrificed someone? Is he just permanently unaging?
I mean, honestly, the year of Hearthstone really popped off when his, YouTube and content creation popped off. I think he's pretty happy with how that went. But considering that that was a couple of years ago at this point, and yet he's actually continued to get even better at StarCraft 2 alongside doing all that content creation is actually even more impressive. I don't know if I'm guessing he's talked about it in some of his videos, maybe the mindset that's different or the practice regimen that's different or something like that. But really, when you think of all the times that we were like, okay, this might be the year, and he was full-time, only professional, and then he was a little short, and now he's potentially going to get pretty deep into this tournament while being that full-time content creator, staple of the StarCraft 2 scene. That is pretty cool from him. But the other guys, as far as everyone else who I see on the bracket here, I guess, Spirit coming in, not necessarily who I thought would be up against Clem. I was surprised by that 3-0. I was surprised by a lot of 3-0s. I guess more so than necessarily the person advancing. But the fact that 3-0s happened so often yesterday.
Yeah, Spirit as well. You talked about that 3-0. That happened last Sunday. Spirit didn't just 3-0 Showtime. He kind of dumpstered Showtime. Like, when you're looking at a StarCraft game and you're like, oh, okay, this is a 3-0, but this was 3 very closely contested games that just happened to go in one player's way. No. Spirit game 1 was kind of like that. It was nice and back and forth. Game 2, game 3, Spirit just hit Showtime, didn't let him get to play the game that Showtime wanted to play, and then, well, it was a very, very quick game 2, game 3. So that's good news, although, as we talk about this matchup that we're going to get, I think, third today, while Spirit traditionally has done very well against Clem, they back way before Clem was this true god, just, this demigod maybe, Spirit would do very well. Now, though, Zombie Grub, Clem's TVT is a lot tighter than it used to be.
Yeah. It's actually one of the kind of I don't know how to put this. Like, you can see how much that Clem has improved if you were to watch all of the games that he played versus Spirit in, say, the Open Cups. Like, I actually think you could watch from like 2 years ago and him maybe still struggling a little bit against the other top Terrans of the European region. And then in the last basically year, I guess, but maybe let's say 6 months, just absolutely clobbering. And a lot of the games, if he doesn't even give a game to Spirit most of the time nowadays, but rather, he also gets like really, really, really powerful 2-0s. He just, defeats them within the first minute. But I think we are getting into the game to start things off here. So enough about the potential TVT. We got to talk about some ZVZ. Nope, some PVZ. I'm glad I checked on the screen. Rainer is in fact playing Protoss.
Yeah, right. We talked about this a little bit with Rotterdam yesterday. It was like, okay, you're sitting here, you're playing from Korea, you're playing on the European servers. What would you rather do? Would you rather play ZVZ on ping? Would you rather play PVZ on ping? And Roddy seemed to think ZVZ was the answer, which, I don't know, Lingbane scares me quite a bit. Rainer, though, a lot, actually. But Rainer seems to be the opinion that, no, we're going to play some Protoss here. So, Zombie Grub, let's get into game 1.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, and I guess I'll give my opinion as well on that. But I have not found your camera yet. So, okay, top left. As the Protoss player for Basilisk, he is Rainer.
Bottom right for just about the best team name that we've ever heard. Starlight Twinkle just sparks so much joy in my mind. Anyways, the bottom right in the blue, he's the Zerg player. It's Wayne.
All right. Yeah, so I actually totally see Roddy's point, though, but I do think it is very much a decision or opinion based off the race you play, right? Like, I can absolutely see why Zerg players who play ZVZ, especially the often cutthroat ZVZ, in the latter, it's often like, very early lane rushes, not necessarily in pro games, but obviously they can happen in pro games. And yeah, the Zerg players are like, no way I'd want to play that with ping. That sounds absurd. But then the Protoss players might not necessarily be thinking maybe of that early game, really tight micro scuffle, but then rather how quick their actions have to be when they finally take a big engagement. So, I mean, I don't want to start some controversy right off the bat, but here we go. There is, I think, something to be said about the Zerg's, surround potential and the setup that they do for engagements in this matchup that makes it a little bit easier for them when they have a ping issue. Because they're about kind of like setting up and then collapsing, whereas the Protoss is about apprehension and waiting for that moment of collapse and then instantly microing everything, right? Disruptors get shooting, Blink Stalkers, Guardian Shield, Force Fields. It all happens in an instant. So, I mean, I guess when you boil it down, neither's a great option. Being in Korea and playing in Europe, not great. But I can kind of see where both perspectives go. And obviously, Rainer is a Zerg player by default. So, yeah, he might be like, yeah, no, that's ZVZ. Nope, that's too tough. Let's try PVZ.
Yeah, I think it's also something with respect to the players as well. We talk about Rainer, we talk about Wayne. A lot of European Zergs, they're going to say, I'm not going to go to Lingbane, right? You're going to defend. It's whatever. We're going to go to mid game. We're going to get 3 bases. Is Rainer just trying to be as annoying as possible with this pro? And with the Lings, that's not going to get too much. But I'm going to go and I'm going to acknowledge that the early game, building Lings here is kind of a bait because you're going to defend, and then I'm going to be behind, and I don't like that. So we're going to go into the Roach mid game, and that's just how that goes. Well, Wayne is of the Bly school of theory, of the young Yakov school of theory. He is not afraid to go Mastling Bane. He's not afraid to go Mastling Bane in PvZ, by the way. I've seen him go Mastling Bane, nothing else, and take down Colossus play. So he loves his Lings, he loves his Banes, and if I'm Raynor there, and given the choice between the two sets of things, like if I know my opponent's going to get aggressive, that is scary. Now, the other thing I want to talk about is you talk about the setting up for the fight versus taking the fight. It's actually interesting. We were talking about it yesterday, and the big complaint there was, well, yeah, if you're playing PvZ, your Oracle micro is going to struggle, and it's so important if you're going to play that style to make sure you get 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 is up. Oh, we're getting sniped. A decent amount of drones going down, right, from those oracles, from those adepts. And if you're sitting there on bad ping, making sure the oracle accelerates properly so you can keep it moving and getting those moving shots becomes a lot more difficult.
The slide that oracles use to actually get the shots while continuously moving is a lot more difficult. Yeah, absolutely, with that ping. But we can see with an adept shot on the creep tumor, that was actually really nice. I mean, it's a little less micro intensive, I suppose, but yeah, I mean, obviously Raynor is playing as well as he can with Protoss, and that's pretty freaking good, just to be clear. I don't think anyone is so out of the loop that they're like, oh my god, Protoss is automatically going to die, right? Raynor is one of the few pro gamers who can play another race at a professional level and then does it consistently, right? So it's not just one of those, oh, he brought it out and then, you know, 6-gated, and then that's why that guy won. No, he plays it really consistently. So good signs, I guess what I'm saying, you know, to start things off for Raynor's Protoss, if anyone was worried. But absolutely, there are going to be times, I think specifically if we do see like force fields or maybe blink micro or warp prism micro, where we're going to see Raynor, you know, maybe even lose something really critical, and it might just purely be because of that ping. I guess we wouldn't know for sure. We'd have to ask him, but it absolutely could be. Right now, getting a lot of scouting done because, you know, as much as you do want to get the creep tumors, as much as you do want to get those drones, what you really want to do is make sure that Wayne isn't doing something sneaky, because Wayne is really a courageous Zerg. He will try a lot of things, to your point about playing that Ling Bane. I know he also is one of the guys who might do like an early Spire in ZBT, very old school. And well, here actually getting some damage done. 7 drones, and the oracles live. That is pretty freaking nice, and all the scouting that Raynor is getting from that too.
Yeah, and it's funny, I was looking at this, I'm like, okay, Zombie Grub, how do you feel about a mass Oracle charge lot thing? Because that's actually something that we've started to see Protoss players throw back into the meta a little bit more, like 4 or 5 Oracles, use the 4 gas to make that happen, and tons of charge lots, because that is something that handles... Raynor, we talk about ping here, look at this, 4 more workers go down, nice moving shots. Did an Oracle die? No, it didn't. They got very low, and the Lings on the other side are getting nothing done here. But despite, okay, well, charge lot Oracle going up to like 6 Oracles charge is something that has been entering the meta a little bit more. We talked about the ping. Raynor is just playing very standard Protoss here. Blink, Forge, Robo, going into that kind of max packs, +1 Blink, but also getting a pretty quick Immortal setup, pretty quick Storm eventually. We're going to see a Templar Archives probably. But Wayne, I like what he's doing here, right? If you know your opponent's going to be a little slower maybe, go Ling, and make them bounce around.
Not a bad thought, actually. If that is what he's thinking overall, is to try and use those mutas to really, you know, get the multitasking going and really test Raynor, then maybe it's not a bad idea. Raynor is going for a little bit of this early pressure. He got Blink pretty freaking fast. He actually didn't, you know, oftentimes in a very macro game, might see Twilight Council and Forge placed down at the exact same time, and then both upgrades are at the exact same time as well. Obviously, the Forge this time around more delayed. So you do get a little bit of that Blink Stalker pressure. The Oracles cover the Blink Stalkers as well against any surplus of Lings you didn't account for, and hopefully this scares the Zerg a little bit, right? They have to react to it, they have to build units, they might lose a couple of creep tumors that might lead to the next thing as well, although Raynor is getting a 4th base and Wayne has scouted that. But what it isn't doing is scouting a Spire, so that is the concern right now. As Spire is done and 10 mutas are on the way, Raynor does have a shield battery at the 3rd, and that kind of covers it. This would be around the time I would say that you would see some more static defense come up, and that's exactly what's happening. But still, not enough that says, you know, I'll hold on to the first wave of mutas, no problem. These 12 mutas coming out probably will get some probe damage done.
Yeah, Zombie Grub, the only thing scarier than 12 mutas across the map is 12 unscouted mutas across the map. And while Raynor, you know, you cross your I's, you dot your T's, you make sure that you know everything that's happening. You make sure that you're well aware. I've been screwing this up all weekend. Don't give me this.
I was like, is that a purpose?
No. Roddy's been giving me a hard time for it, right? About apparently this is my call sign, and apparently I just can't say it right. Anyways, Muta's in the main base here. Phoenix are getting chronoed out, but you're right, Zombie Grub. These are unscouted. Nothing's going to show up here. This is a lot of workers are going to go down. Raynor tries to show up in the main base. The Blink Stalkers against a bunch of Mutas, not nearly as mobile.
Right, it's just Stalkers are going to be the most mobile thing until you have those Phoenix, but Mutas kind of reign supreme right there. And the first entry into the game for the Mutas is kind of a success. You know, we do expect the surprise Mutas certainly to get a decent amount of probe damage done. Hell, even if they're not surprised, you know, there's the idea that the Zerg player doesn't have to go for Mutas at all. So the Protoss player is always on their toes, and then suddenly sometimes 6 Mutas show up, they still lose probes, right? But clearly at this point, more Mutas have been added on. So the question after the initial Muta flyby, if you will, is he going into Muta, or is he going to go into a surplus of ground? I need to prepare for that. And the answer has been kind of given, just because more Mutas keep showing up in the front line. So Raynor should know that mass Muta is a problem, and then not only want to deal with that, however he wants to deal with it, but then also, you know, think about how he really wants to play out the rest of this game, because sometimes these games can go into base trades. I'll talk about that in a second, though, as the Mutas decide that they can take this on, and they are kind of right about that. Shield Buddy Overcharge is very helpful, and Raynor will go back into it, but then Miss Micros the Phoenix, and that could just be the ping. It could be he's looking somewhere else. Stalker's getting warped in and bounced down. That's a lot there, as 20 Mutas are now on the field and can continue doing that over and over and over again, while Wayne sits comfortably at home. 5 bases going to 6, 88 drones, Hive, Lurker Den on the way. I mean, Raynor, he's got to keep these units alive, retain them, and then actually threaten some type of push, or he's going to be pushing into, you know, 20 Lurkers already prepared.
Yeah, it's kind of funny you talk about, okay, is Wayne going ground? Is he going air? Is this a couple Mutas into a big ground hit? Are we going to stay on Mutas for a while? And generally, when you go +2 melee, you get +2 for the Mutas as well. You build all this Mutas. You're just trying to build into the base trade. You want to tear apart parts of the Zerg and eventually put them in a situation where they can't really fight. And for now, Mutas, I mean, the Stalkers are warping in range. They're just going to go down. But I think it's really cool here that Wayne, this has got to be a map-specific decision. He's on Golden Ore. 4 bases, yeah, he can poke at the edges, but good luck base trading Golden Ore, right? Something's got to go really weird. So it's like, yeah, I got 20 Mutas. I got +2 for melee. I can get Ling run-bys. I can get Muta run-bys. But it's Lurkers that are going to be the problem here, because I know you're playing anti-Muta a little bit. That's going to be a ton of Stalkers. Lurkers do bonus damage to armor. They shred Stalkers. Let me try to leapfrog what you're going for.
Yeah, not to mention that the Mutas came out when Raynor was already settled on 4 bases. You know, if they come out faster and there's a little more of a tug of war and the 4th base doesn't quite get up, then that really causes problems, because the 4th base isn't up, then the stack defense isn't up, and then it's you know, okay, I desperately have to move into this guy. It gets a little weirder, but all things considered, Raynor was already set up very well, and then just had to make sure they didn't get ahead of himself or misread the scenario. Again, not expecting, you know, a huge swell of roaches, and that's what it is. And he's done that. So, you know, there is that time where the Stalker number was a little low, and that was, you know, maybe a good trade, but it didn't really end up going into a lot, because Raynor had his macro, he had his minerals, he had his gas, and he is building up that army continuously. But the Lurkers really are a problem, not just because they might find the composition lacking more anti-Lurker units, but also because what does a Protoss do up against Mutas? They sit back at home. And if Lurkers get into the numbers of 10 plus and they're able to offensively charge you, that's really where it's scary. If the Lurkers are defensive, the Blink Stalkers can run everywhere, the Warp Prism goes everywhere, the Zealots go everywhere. You know, it's a runaround game. But if Raynor doesn't get some type of like map control, then those Lurkers could suddenly be right on top of a very important base.
That being said, right, we're looking at this. It's only 9 Mutas. It's not the 20 we had earlier. Maybe the cannon gets another. And when we talk about this setup, Lurkers are good. 10, 12, 15 plus. Sure, fine, they're okay. But with the recent changes to PvZ, we're seeing, oh man, catching a couple Lurkers there. We talk about whether they're good or not. Well, if they're dead, they're not very good. But with how PvZ has been evolving, with Immortals coming to the forward even more, with everything else, the changes, Mainlings not being as strong, all of a sudden we're realizing that these ground Protoss styles are really, really good. And you can go and crush through 8, 9, 10 Lurkers, especially if there's no defense there. So yes, Wayne has these 5, 6, 7 bases spanning. Surprised he hasn't tried to take the gold, actually. But if Raynor can find a fight on this maxed out ground army, 6 Immortals, 4 Archons, just a metric ton of Storms here, I don't hate his army for army. It's not, of course, if you just move into lurkers, it's going to be a rough time. But otherwise, he's been able to build this ground army that is actually kind of hard for Wayne to fight into.
No, it's a good Protoss army. If there were 20 lurkers, as Wayne was hoping to get to with all of their upgrades, then that is going to be difficult to just push through. But the timing really worked out. Raynor was moving out to get a 5th, cut back the creep spread, and Raynor wasn't paying attention to his lurkers. But now finding Raynor out of that position, getting on that right side where Raynor did not have a lot of scouting, and getting the lurkers and lings into that 4th base, there will be some economic damage done, but there's a lot of static defense to cut through first. So that did buy the time. That's basically what static defense is going to do from now on against lurkers. Just buy time, maybe provide detection. Mutas also came back in just to be really obnoxious. So far, though, I would say very good handling from Raynor. Lost some static defense, only 4 probes, handles everything else, and even still has an army on the creep, which is it always feels dangerous, but so far it's safe, right? And now he's even finding the lurkers again with the stalker ball off to the left.
Yeah, you know, while stalkers against lurkers maybe aren't the best 3-1 stalkers versus +1 lurkers with a split, yeah, you're actually going to handle that one fairly nicely. So lurkers go down, left side, Raynor doing a really nice job clearing away creep as well. Don't want to fight into that one maybe. But if he can bring his army together here, and reminder, this ground army is fantastic, absolutely, but he does have transition. We got carriers on the way, +1 air just about done, shields just about done. Now, but Rain right now, he just wants to get on top of this army, get on top of his surround, but the storms are going to be good, and Raynor just says, fine, I'll fight left. That's okay. What are you going to do here? Your lurkers are not this end-all, be-all army that you're looking for, certainly not before you get up to 2-1, get up maybe even further than that, and these mutas, they're doing damage, Zombie Grub. They're shutting down some production. It's kind of tickling at this point.
Yeah, the mutas aren't so much a big deal anymore, obviously. Just replacing that supply with more hydras and lurkers. But that was actually a really scary moment for Raynor, honestly. Because even though he was able to kind of force it to still be 2 attacks individually, so he moved over to the left and said, I'll take that one, it almost became a surround for Wayne, rather, sorry. So Wayne almost gets lurkers surrounding the entire ball of Protoss. That's never a good sign. Didn't happen, though. Raynor escaped it and now is, trying to match the lurker seed chop as well as he possibly can so that he can, kill them before they immediately burrow, basically. But then we once again have lurkers on the right side starting to actually tear Raynor's army in 2, which can be difficult to do correctly on the fly. You can see Raynor actually did move his entire army over to the 4th. Maybe thought the carriers would take care of the 5th in time. Not going to be the case. And also, I guess he lost some detection. The observer was late to the party. So this has been not the best 90 seconds for Raynor, but honestly not the worst because he had already had such a solid game. So he's still maxed out and still has bank and still can replace his bases.
Yeah, and the funny thing is as well, so Wayne got up to 22 lurkers there. Half of them are now dead, and lurkers are not the cheapest unit by far. But it's one of those things where, well, Raynor's already on carriers. He's got 2 out. He's got more on the way. He's adding a mothership in. And yes, finally, we're having Wayne react with corruptors and moving on to that next stage. But Wayne, if he had not killed a base there, you're in this situation where it's like, Wayne, you really overcommitted to lurkers. 22 lurkers means that you do not have a lot of anti-air. That is a ton of supply wrapped up in this ground-based defense that, yeah, sure, might take down the High Templar, might take down some Immortals and Stalkers, but they don't shoot up. So really good news for Wayne. He was able to knock that base down. And Raynor is kind of interesting here. He's got this defensive army at home with carriers and everything else, but he's also moving out with a ton of these Immortals. I guess he wants to trade the supply away, but Zombie Grub, we're not at the point right now where that Immortal Stalker setup is anything that you're unhappy with having still. Yeah, maybe Brood Lord's out eventually, but for right now, this number of Immortals still kind of reigns supreme.
Yeah, you don't want to give those away, especially if, like Ultras make an appearance, which I don't think they will because Lurkers are doing their job anyway, but, Lurkers are Ultras, right? Immortals help out. But it really is now a question for Raynor, right? So Raynor, I keep saying Raynor as Wayne because, Zerg. But anyway, Wayne, he gets a base and that's great, but he really didn't stop the momentum of the Protoss. I mean, Raynor is really playing this very well, the steps of PvZ. Now, Wayne is also playing a very good game. His expansion process behind his aggression is certainly what a Zerg would want to do, unfortunately losing that base now. So he had set himself up to try and do these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 punches, right? First the mutas and then all the lurker attacks. But he is falling behind on the end game goal, right? If this game was a lot of Raynor kind of waiting patiently, choosing his moments correctly, and building up to the ultimate Protoss army, I think that Raynor did that. Whereas Wayne really was hoping for a catastrophic amount of damage. The most that he did was just cause a little bit of a problem on that 5th. The fourth wasn't even actually all that bad. A couple of High Templars were lost. So this is Wayne now in a lot of trouble, not able to quite get that perfect late game army with the economy that he had and all the attacks that he had given up. The 28 Corruptors are now out, and that is a good number. One carrier gets shot down immediately. Storm's now guarding the retreat, however, and I'm not sure that Wayne can continue being as aggressive as he is with all those Corruptors now on the red. Good lord. Okay, maybe no. Maybe no.
Don't do that one. I mean, it's going to force a recall, and I guess these are...
Oh my god.
Oh god. The fact that most of those Corruptors survive, well, actually, no, 16 of them died. Never mind. I was going to say the fact that a lot of those survived the Archon shot is kind of impressive, but it does not matter. And the one thing we got to point out here that we didn't point out during the game, Raynor was at like 88 probes the entire time, 86 probes, something around there. Despite the fact that Wayne got up to like 6 bases fairly quickly, Raynor always had the worker lead. And so even as he lost a 5th base, and yeah, that's unfortunate, his economy was never really all that struggling.
No, it wasn't. From the get-go, the Mutas did not really stall him out. So, Protoss already on 4 bases with a decent amount of units, not going to get overwhelmed and build side defense. I mean, that already sets you up kind of well versus the Mutas. Usually what goes really wrong at that point is that they do guess incorrectly. Is it mass muta or is it mass ground? And then they're caught out of position when they shouldn't be. But if it went that way, then it goes that way, great. And then the rest of the game was kind of similar, which was just that he was playing a defensive Protoss who didn't want to stay so defensive as to think, give Wayne the idea that he could do whatever he wanted, but still ultimately, just weathering the blows, and then got to the late game army. I mean, he did things really slowly and methodically so that even, he goes into the fleet beacon, but doesn't immediately go into carriers. There's a little bit of trading that goes on to give him that supply. The carriers kind of pop out at a very important timing to not save the base, but then to still catch, I think, Wayne really dedicating to that ground army that doesn't shoot up. Right. So even though Wayne was able to eventually get to a very high Corruptor count, it wasn't an ideal position. Very few spellcasters to add on. You don't have any of those Spore Crawler forests. You're not the one choosing the battles because the Protoss army now feels comfortable enough being on the map. And again, kudos to Raynor with his off-race Protoss for really deciding wisely when to push his army out on the map and retreat with his army, either ground or air. So, Wayne was doing, I think, a lot of things correctly. When he played out this very long game too, which maybe is now people think of when they think of Wayne, but it was all aggression. It was trying to find a very calculated moment of just completely screwing Raynor up, basically. Lurkers in too many places, and Raynor didn't let that happen.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right? We talk a lot about ping because that's really one of the big storylines here. But what ping does is it makes it really hard for you to respond in the moment, right? Can I blink my stalkers away? Can I drop a storm? And we saw Raynor totally whiff a storm in the main base because he was just a little bit behind and mispredicted where mutas were going to go. But what it doesn't do is mess with your ability to multitask around the map. A quarter of a second between when I'm splitting my armies on 2 sides, not really a thing. That's screens per minute. That's how fast I can actually play. And Raynor showed us that even if he is, playing from Korea and down ping a little bit, micro may not be as strong as he would like. And even still, he got 14 drones from the Oracle. So even that's going really well. His ability to multitask and split his army up and respond to threats and set up threats of his own is still absolutely there. But Zombie Grub, the question I have for you as we get ready for game number 2, because Alcyone is going to be the map, is how map specific is Raynor's Protoss? We saw him go on Golden Ore. Golden Ore is a very good map for Protoss, but now we're in Alcyone. Does he do it again?
He does not. He will be going into Zerg for this map, so some ZVZ. It's there's always someone who comes out, and watches a little bit of StarCraft, or maybe a lot. I don't necessarily want to insult them, but they're like, why don't people play random? It seems so strong because everyone complains about random on the ladder, for instance. So why are professionals out playing random? And people will chime in with all the accurate, reasons as to why not. And it's just too difficult to be both races or all 3 races at that top level. But then if you do have a player who is capable of doing that, who wins with their off race, so clearly that is good enough against Wayne here, but then they can also play a really dastardly Zerg. That's that adds a whole another layer of complication for the opponent here, for Wayne, that you don't usually get. You know, at least one thing is sure when you're facing every other pro here is that they're going to stick with their one race. And instead, you have not just all of the things that a Zerg player could do, but all the build orders that a Protoss player could do. And, well, I'm going to feel for this guy, unless he can get some momentum going himself. In the bottom left, we do have the player down one. He is Wayne.
And the upper right, in the red, he's Protoss in map 1, now playing Zerg and Alcyone. For Basilisk, it's Raynor.
So some ZVZ now. So now you got to worry about everything that a Zerg can do in ZVZ, which, you know, I've never sat down and tried to write out all of the build orders that you can do in all the matchups, because that would take way too long. But I feel like when it comes to ZVZ, Protoss still has a bit of a reputation of being the one that kind of has to hide something, you know, that kind of surprise them. But I don't know if that's always necessarily true in a PvZ matchup. But, you know, you got Twilight Council, Robo, and Stargate. You got double Stargates. You got Resident Glaives. You got DTs. You got some like a War Prism Colossus Disruptor thing that we had for a while there. You know, you got a bunch of stuff to worry about. But ZVZ has really also become a tricky matchup, and perhaps even trickier considering how much it's kind of been shrouded more as ZVZ's become less common, how the maps have changed, the metas have changed as well since, you know, Roach vs. Roach 2014. And this is it's hard to determine exactly what's going to happen, but, you know, I'm saying this as if it only favors Raynor, but it doesn't, of course. Raynor also has to worry about all the things that Wayne can do now in a ZVZ, in which I think actually his aggressiveness is even scarier. So, I mean, we're waiting for the build orders to show something interesting. Currently just pretty much even Stevens, but yeah, a lot of things can happen in ZVZ. It's a very difficult matchup, and some might even call it a little coin tossy.
It's kind of funny though. You talked about, well, anything can happen. What this whole branching tree of different build orders that, you know, talk about PvZ, talk about ZVZ. I would argue that while the tree is large, the tree of viable build orders is a little bit more stunted, a little bit more leaves on a vine, not leaves on a tree, right? In terms of what you can expect to see at a pro level. You know, we saw Young Yakov go for a 14, 13, 12. That's been figured out a couple years ago. It very easily scouted. Doesn't really work generally. The one base stuff is not as viable as, say, going into two base. And it's more like, okay, well, you got a Roachborn, you got a spot, you got a, maybe you have an Evo. Do you get upgrades? What upgrades do you get? It's really hard to scout. But again, it feels like it is just a little bit narrower. But I do like Wayne going for Family Nest in this game. I think it is very important if you are the one that is going to be, that has this reputation as being the more aggressive player. But also, again, you have that advantage. 250, 200 milliseconds is really nothing to sniff at. Take advantage of that. Build a lot of links. Build some Banes. Hope to get a really good connection and force Raynor to really curtail what he can do in this game. Because, yes, as a Zerg player, you can force a game that is not Link Bane. But that also kind of requires you to stay on two bases. It requires you to wall off your natural. And if, as Wayne, you can force that. If you can force your opponent to kind of curtail what they can possibly do, that's a big advantage going forward.
So far, it is just kind of the typical safety setup for ZVZ. I mean, Wayne doesn't even seem to really be doing any type of test as far as that Ling Bane micro goes. You know, again, to take advantage of that ping, but actually going into a Roach Warren right off the bat. No fast revolution chamber, sort of that +1 here in the CVZ. Both players really equally capable of being aggressive, by the way. We do consider Wayne, I guess, more aggressive, but it's CVZ and it's these players. You know, Raynor can definitely do some all-ins and whatnot. But we're going to talk about the overall history between these two now that we have the more anticipated Zerg versus Zerg. And that is one that is pretty grim for Wayne. Wayne has won one match against Raynor out of 13. So maybe not, they don't play that often, I suppose, but it's it doesn't look very promising for Wayne. So we are talking about the underdog here for Wayne. And if you're an underdog, then you are usually going to go to the extremes, either extremely greedy or extremely aggressive. I don't know if Wayne necessarily thinks of that when he decides to do what he does. Like, oh, I'm the potential loser here. Like, this is what I gotta do. I think he just plays the way that he does. But nonetheless, it means that he still has so much to work up against. He has the indomitable ZVZ of Raynor for him anyways, and then he also has a Protoss that has already taken a map from him. So Wayne really needs to be on point here, as Raynor is the one building roaches first. Wayne was going to go for a lair. Raynor didn't go for Evolution Chamber, didn't go for lair. He is going for Ling Baneling Roach Ravager attack. Wayne is a little behind on the army production, not that far behind, but it's a game of seconds. Is he going to be ready for the defense?
He's got one spine on the way in the middle line, which honestly is not a ton. Queen's the front, really not what you want there. Banelings get solid connections on the roaches to start here. With Defender's advantage, Banelings, Raynor just not hitting nearly as well. With Defender's advantage, Queen's on the high ground. This feels like this is something that Wayne should be able to defend, but the first round is not always what matters. The second round, more roaches, more lings, more ravagers on the way. And with Queens at the front line here, Zombie Grub, only 2 Queens for Wayne right now. He cannot inject this army, this production that he has is not going to be a thing all that much longer. So he dives on top of the Ravagers. He's going to knock them down, and it does seem like he's going to hold on, but on only 1 queen, the injects, they're not going to be there for a little bit.
I suppose not, but fortunately we're past any Ling game, particularly for Wayne. Raynor was flooding Lings because they're the fastest thing to reinforce with, but Wayne just wanted those roaches. They're less larva intensive, so you do kind of get away with maybe a lack of queens for a little bit, but a good hold. I mean, Wayne, like I said, he was a little bit later to producing the army, but he really wasn't that far behind. He only got a lair, first of all. He was only up 5 drones as opposed to 20, and he didn't have money sunk into a +1 missile either. Now, of course, if you are up 20 drones with a lair and +1 missile and you defend, well, then you're really golden. So Wayne maybe isn't as flourishing after the fact, but he is still in that position where he's going to have roach speed, and he is going to still have defender's advantage if Raynor just double downs on the all-in, which is absolutely what he is doing. And this is maybe what you're talking about, not about the first attack, but the second one. Wayne did add on a couple of more drones, adding on the upgrades, realizing only recently that the all-in isn't really done. Raynor is going to go again because that's really his only option. Trying to get us around with the Lings would be great to let these corrosive biles hit. Spinecrawl left a little bit alone, and Raynor is trying to find that perfect engagement.
Yeah, that big surround of the Lings means you cannot run away. The Biles can maybe land. Unfortunately for Raynor, for a second, the Biles, he'd already spent them, but now he's going to drop even more here. These roaches are going to pop. Look at that. We talk about Raynor and ping and everything else. Yeah, he doesn't play the Ling Bane, but he's got some crazy all-ins. He's got these timings. There's no layer here, but it doesn't matter because Lings, Roaches, and Ravagers, Zombie Grub, sometimes in ZVZ, that's all you need. And Raynor makes it work.
Yeah, I mean, I think Wayne didn't realize quite so fast that was going to happen. You know, maybe he would have put the spine crawls a little bit faster. But then I think what is most important about that defense, because it's not the first time we've seen the follow-up attack work a lot because the Lings get us around, right? If he had been able to avoid being surrounded, basically, I think that's like the most important thing. It can be difficult because you need to also defend your third base, so you can't just stay in a wall, right? But that's kind of the most important thing, not getting surrounded. And then if you can consolidate your army, continue reinforcing with your army, eventually defender's advantage, which will kick in. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. Raynor striking when the iron's hot, gets a 2-0 lead. First Protoss, then Zerg, and I don't know what that makes the other guy feel like, you know? It's like, what do I do against this guy? How do I win?
I think it's just... This is going to make Twitch chat really happy because it's another data point, Zombie Grub, to argue that Protoss is very overpowered and should be nerfed. That's what it is.
According to Twitch chat after that win. Yep. It's going to be Zerg again, though, guys, on Oceanborn. So, yeah. But clearly it's working. Raynor, I mean, as far as, preferable matchups when you are playing from Korea to Europe, this does seem to be one, considering the history between the two.
Yeah, it's funny. We go into this series, and I think every time I've cast Raynor, because I've had a couple of them now, you're like, okay, well, Raynor's really good. We expect Raynor, if he's in the region, to win the entire thing or hit top 2. Maybe he falls down to Clem because Clem is playing stupid well right now. But in general, he's going to hit top 2, right? But he's in Korea, and ping's the problem. And at this high level, it's even more of a problem because so little separates number 1 from number 10 in terms of execution. And then he keeps winning. And yeah, he got knocked down by Hero Marine in the upper bracket, but TVZ is probably the hardest matchup to play with ping because you got to split Widow Mines and things like that and make it really hard. Okay, fine. But he keeps winning here. And now, Zombie Grub, we have to see whether he's going to do it one more time. He's up 2. Oceanborn is map number 3.
Indeed, we are ready to go in it. It's a ZVZ, guys. In the top left, we do have the blue Zerg, Wayne, on his last life in the series and in the tournament.
Bottom right, looking to show that, just because he's playing from Korea, that's not going to slow him down none. He's up 2. It's Raynor.
It is certainly not slowing him down. Actually, potentially going to win this series very fast if he does, in fact, win this third game. And then he can go back to sleep, I think. I don't want to do the time conversion. I used to be so good with time conversions on the East Coast. And then I moved to the mountain time, which no one remembers anyway. But now it's like, it's a 2-hour add or subtraction, whatever you're doing, and yet it confounds me so much. But the point is, Europe is never ideal for someone living in Korea, or very rarely ideal, I suppose. So.
I'm pretty sure we're just prime gamer hours for Raynor right now, actually. It's 11 a.m. on the East Coast, which means I think it's midnight in Korea.
I think you're right. Yeah,
so,
midnight or 1, so that's not too bad, actually. Yeah, I guess he can finally go to sleep, I suppose, might be the thing. I don't know if he has any tournaments after this.
I mean, you talk about that Zombie Grub. I'm pretty, my experience at least working with the Koreans, right, is, no, this is their practice hour. If you talk about playing on the Korean server, it's like, they go to bed at 3 in the morning. If you're trying to organize something, you're like, hey, it's going to be like 10, 11 a.m. Korean time. Like, no, we're not awake.
That's true. That's true. I guess I was thinking more so when we have, like, the open cups, right? Because that would be at, that'd be like 3 in the morning or something. And yeah, no, not many Koreans will bother doing that late. But yeah, midnight, no, that's pretty okay. Anywho, just making now a very elaborated long joke. The 2 hatcheries are up and running for both parties. No early pool to try and either quickly get the game over, or in Wayne's case, maybe try and gain that momentum, right? And I do wonder what's going through Wayne's head. I don't think he's going to try and go outside of his comfort zone just because he's unable to defeat Raynor consistently. But it does feel like it's one of those matchups, and this happens for a lot of other players. I was talking about it for Shin Maru, for instance, where it really does feel like no matter what happens, you can't quite defeat the guy. You can get ahead, they still come back. You can be behind, and obviously you lose. You can be neutral, and then you're still kind of the one shaking in your boots because, well, this guy usually beats you in that case. So, I mean, even if Wayne does get some type of attack to be a surprise, sometimes it feels like destiny has other plans and the other guy still holds, So that's a lot to go up against on your last life in the tournaments. I mean, it's still a very good result for Wayne should we say goodbye to him right now, but I'm hoping that he has a little bit more to show, and it seems like this time around he is going to go for that little bit of a test. It's not really an all-in here as we have a drone on the Wayne, right? But it is kind of a test when you actually build a decent amount of lings, get some banelings, and it can sometimes really snowball. Sometimes that third hatcher even dies, in which case Raynor would be very far behind.
I like what he's doing as well. Yeah, he's got banelings morphing in on the peninsula, right, on the high ground, so pressure on the third. But that's not what he's doing only. He's got another banelings that are going to try to show up through the ramp, get Raynor distracted as everything happens. And Raynor, for right now, banelings going to aggro on top of it. Raynor, last second split. He is going to survive this. It looks like 5 drones are going to go down, which is really a nice bounty, but man, for a second there's Zombie Grub. It looked like it was going to be a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually kind of a weird thing that happens where if you pull the drones too late, then you just bunch up, right? And if you had just not pulled them at all, it might have still been 5 drones. But yeah, Raynor, I think he had looked back to the front engagement after splitting only somewhat, so the last split wasn't as good because the front lines were still something to worry about, but it was actually Wayne retreating, which he once again does here. The little test has not gained him that much benefits. Yes, a couple of extra drones thanks to the kill drones with the banelings, but not a substantial amount. And we do have, once again, both players going into the roaches. I mean, I feel like this is kind of like, it can be aggressive, obviously, but then also can be defensive. Skipping the evolution chamber. That's kind of what happened for Wayne last game. He was able to kind of match Raynor's first engagement, really almost no problem. And Raynor was clearly the one being very aggressive. And I think the script might be flipped, as it is Wayne going for a lot of roach production. Raynor just seconds behind him, but with a couple extra drones. Maybe even starts up the lair, and it's almost identical to what happened in the last game, but flipped. But it looks like Raynor not going to start up that lair, is going for his own roaches, and maybe both of them are planning on some type of attack. But now it's going to be that weird, okay, if the guy with more drones realizes that's what's going on, then all he has to do is defend while trying to be as greedy as possible. I mean, it sounds easy. It's not easy, but yeah, that would be the goal here. And it seems like Reynor has very much identified that.
Yeah, and it's funny as well. We talk about what Wayne's doing. I like the idea for Ling Bane aggression, attacking into with the Zerg player with roaches. Well, you don't think Raynor's going to take this late. For right now, though, he's going to try to pull the trap. And Reynor, that's just a massive concave. There's no world where it's really works out for Wayne all that well. He feels like he has to. And the Banelings are decently connecting. Actually, wait a minute here. The Banelings are connecting really nice. He's going to win the fight on the bottom side. Drones aren't going to go down for the time being. You know, for a second there, it looked like the Banelings, the fight on the bottom side was working really well for Wayne. But with Queens here, transfuses available for Reynor, I think eventually this is something that peters out, right?
I think so, yeah. You know, Wayne tries to get in here with a Ling surround, but a couple of Banelings still causing problems there, so the Lings of his have to retreat, causing them to die as they do so, and Defender's advantage has been affecting this entire battle. So it's just not, I think that drone move, I kind of, you know, was like, oh god no, the Banelings are still around, but it was the sign of confidence. Reynor knew that he had this handled, plus if he didn't, maybe the drones also could have been pulled into the attack and that would have been very worthwhile, but he absolutely had it under control. But because it is only a certain amount of drone lead for the defender, there is a chance that Wayne, I think it's other reason, anyway, Wayne can actually try and play this out to a macro game. He can try and force Reynor to be a little more defensive, sneaking a couple of drones, and as we can see, Wayne is actually trying to play the macro game. +1 missiles on the way, Lair is finishing up, but Reynor actually has no intention, it seems like, of macroing again. He is going to take what was kind of an initial defense of building units, and then turn it into his own attack. And I guess he has a surplus of minerals, might not get that 4th base, but he's definitely making nothing but army, no upgrades, no technology.
Yeah, this is if you want to talk about anything for this 4th base, it's a bait or it's a macro hatch. Maybe Wayne's, he's like, 4th base, okay. It's hard for me to get in the main. I can't see if you got a lair or not, but I can see that 4th base, and clearly you're macroing. He's not, Wayne. Don't fall for that one. And Ling's getting the main base anyways. Lair just gets started. This is a bait. This is not real here. 24 more Lings are on the way. Reynor, we talked about the aggression. We talked about the ping as well. He's not going to be interested in playing a mid game, a late game in this matchup. The fact that he even has a lair on the way at all is a bit of a surprise, but I think it is more of a bait than anything else. That being said, if Wayne can survive, he's down 20 army supply right now. That is a problem. If he can get up to road speed, get up to +1, he's going to be in a really good position. But we saw what happened last time. One spine's not burrowed, the other spine not really in range to do much more than hit a single Ravager. And Reynor, he's just diving right on top of the drones have to get pulled. The concave is nice, certainly, but the Ravager count is so much higher for Reynor at this point, which means there are more biles, more range, things can continue to die. And that 20 army supply lead, Zombie Grub, now it's a 30 army supply lead. Now, oh, he cancels all the morphing roaches as well with the biles. This is beautiful from Reynor.
Reynor is just so decisive against Wayne, man. Like, there's always that chance that this really works out quite oddly because, you know, you try and do a dedicated attack in Raynor's shoes, but then Wayne has played just a little bit more of a macro game, just a little bit, so he keeps on like defending and getting a little bit ahead, defending, getting a little bit ahead. That can happen. It is often not as simple as Reynor is making it look, which is almost like, well, of course I'll make a bunch of units off of 3 bases and either all in you or defend and then all in you. Easy peasy, right? Not usually, but I think there is a lot of confidence from Reynor going up against Wayne with their history and the momentum gained from the first victory, reading Wayne's game plan very well as a Protoss player and then able to strike as a Zerg player. Just means that Reynor does get the 3-0. Kind of unfortunately quick and easy. You know, I wanted Wayne to be able to show something there, but he's going to have to be satisfied with his placements, which is still pretty deep into the playoffs. He beats a couple of really good players in ZVZ particularly, but stopped by Reynor.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because it's kind of interesting. You look at these players that are like, yeah, you know, I'm really good, but I just have a roadblock against one player. Because Wayne, last season, 2 seasons ago, he was in the 2-0 match against Cyril. He was up 1-0 in the ZVZ against Cyril. He really should have won game 2 before he kind of throws it away, and Cyril claws it back, wins the series 2-1. But Wayne's ZVZ is really good. I think as much of anything else, it's a stylistic mismatch. It's like, say, for example, Cyril, okay, will lose to Clem. He lost 3-1 in Atlanta. It's speed versus late game macro prowess. Reynor doesn't lose to Clem as much for the most part, but Reynor does lose to Maru, but Cyril beats Maru a lot more often. And obviously they beat each other, it's not 100, it's not 1-0 either way. But some players, their skills, even if you say, these are kind of equivalent players in skill level, or maybe one player in general is better than another, but in that certain matchup, because of how their skills and because of how their playstyles match up, the result tends to be a little bit more one-sided or maybe a little bit different than you would otherwise expect.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's no shame in it really, because a lot of players will have this kind of roadblock, but it is still unfortunate, especially because you might feel like, hey, I had a run of good ZVZs, so this might carry my momentum into the ZVZ versus Raynor, and perhaps that's another reason why the Protoss worked out, is that it kind of threw the wrench in Wayne's plans there. But it is what it is. So first match is going to be a 3-0. Hopefully we don't have all 3 zeros like a lot of yesterday was, but what's our next matchup after this?
We have a PvP. We got Showtime and Hearthstone coming
All right then. PvP. I'm looking forward to it. I think Showtime probably pretty freaking disappointed by his result versus Spirit, because it's not necessarily a matchup that he always struggles with. So he's going to be looking for some revenge isn't the right word, but making up for that by making a deep run in the lower bracket.
Yeah, well, that's going to happen in just about 6 minutes. So friends, Showtime, Hearthstone after the break.
Love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone. We have our second series of the day. It's once again in the lower brackets, both players' last chance to continue on in this tournament. ESL StarCraft 2 Masters heading to Dallas for spring. And we got ourselves Showtime versus Hearthstone. Best of 5. Protoss versus Protoss, presumably. No off racing this time, Behemoth.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. It would be fun, right? You know, all of a sudden Showtime throws out the Terran he's been working on for the last 6 months in the dark. He's got a Showtime account. He's got a, I don't know, Show Terran account that's just on the ladder that no one knows who it is. Despite it having somehow this Terran has a ramrod straight posture and, you know, glorious good looks, and he clearly, each Marine clearly runs a 5K before being trained out of the barracks, and you're like, oh, who could this Terran be?
I do like the idea of his name being Show Terran, and people are like, I have no idea.
It's like the glasses of a Superman. Like, who knows? Who could this be?
Yeah, he's got Clark Kent glasses. Anyway, in the top left, actually playing Protoss, guys. He is the red Protoss for BIG Showtime.
And the bottom right in the blue, he's playing for the Rebellion. He's your captain. It's Hearthstone.
A lot of people's captains, yeah. Very popular dude. I mean, he was always popular because he was just so easygoing and charming and very fun player to watch his career develop, and then it just kind of went to a new level when he started doing content creation. Showtime, I feel like, was also was and is very likable, but obviously hasn't gotten to the content creation side. Although he does stream a decent amount when he's not in any particularly big tournament, so there is that. But both of them were really solid and are really solid Protosses. You know, we expect macro from them to an extent, I guess. And, well, the other matchups, yes, PvP. Well, it's PvP, so, you know, anything can happen, right? But I think we do think of them as the sometimes honorable Protoss. And maybe not so honorable in PvP because it is the matchup that needs to have a lot of backstabs.
Well, you say, you know, matchup, a lot of backstabs is aggressive matchup. I don't know if that's as true anymore. Yeah, you know, you have these 3-gate robos, sure, fine. The Hearthstone skillless matchup yesterday was kind of a banger, part because of this aggression. But the changes to the Sentry Zombie Grub, they've actually, it feels like if you want to play a solid game, it feels like they've stabilized a lot. That bonus damage to shields is actually doing a ton for the matchup.
Yeah, that is always interesting to watch develop. I think that the aggression will probably always exist, just because there's also that chance that you just simply do not scout it, or the contain can happen to give you that lead with the faster Nexus or whatever it is, right? We have also seen, I don't know about the new map pool, but we were seeing a lot of, for instance, Showtime versus Max Packs being just... I mean, the games for some is over quick, but they were also really questionable. You and I cast that last season. And they were very, very macro, but especially in a best of 5, you're going to have to really mix things up. And we already have a bit of a mix-up with Showtime. Going for that Stargate first and foremost, delaying his Nexus.
You know, part of it, obviously, with the Stargate, you're delaying your Nexus. Part of it is that Hearthstone is also delaying your Nexus, so it's not going to be that big of an... In fact, both players... Because you got to stay a little bit safe, their Nexus are going to go down right around the same time. All that gas that Showtime's spending on a Stargate and probably an Oracle or two, well, as 3 sentries for Hearthstone. And that gives him a ton of map vision. But also, the weird thing about this, and yes, he's got a probe on the map, and maybe he's going to proxy something. This might just be for a rescout. The weird thing about this, between the fact that sentries now don't really die to Oracles, and with their bonus damage to shields, 3 sentries in a Stalker handle Oracles really well. The shields go down immediately. The Stalker can start to plink away at the scant little tiny bit of hole that an Oracle has, and it actually can work out pretty well for the Sentry player. Now the question though is, Hearthstone's got his natural on the way. He did chrono that warp gate that was done a little bit faster, and there is a pylon, I think, on the map on the bottom side. Yeah, getting ready for that one. Stalker's on the ways. What exactly does Hearthstone go for? And for now, what 2-gate pressure?
I was like, why is he building a second strive as a mix score? Oh my god, it's crazy. No, this is the fastest building wall, as he dedicates solely and completely to being on the opposite side of the map. He didn't want to deal with the adepts at all. Still kind of funny, though. He does cancel it. Hallucination. Very interesting idea. Force field coming down, and this is not gonna... It really looks like it's gonna work, honestly. Those stalkers, the hallucinations, have tanked quite a bit. Shield battery was taken down first, but it looks like maybe Harsum won't have the staying power. Yeah, but there's more warp-ins, but the probes are allowed to get in on the action with the army, so that was a little more awkward. Harsum's reinforcements are finally on the way after this flow warp-in. The shield battery does finally complete on the backside, and that should save Showtime's life.
Yeah, it should. It's weird as well. It's kind of funny. You look at this. Showtime dives in with the oracles. He's got 2 of them. He dives right on top of the oracles. That's a problem. In last patch, those oracles would have been dead in like 2.5 seconds less. This time they last a lot longer. That gives Harstum that much more DPS on the rest of the army. And, well, Harstum, well, he hasn't won this game. He has committed, he has removed a lot of the tech that Showtime's been going for. He goes Stargate. The goal is to get damage on your opponent, have some map control, and he's still going to try to dive on top of this with no shield battery energy available. Do we have an overcharge?
No. I think he wins. I think he just won. Showtime could not get enough units, so that's even with the shield battery overcharge. Like, okay, that did save his life for a little bit. You know, some 2 and 3 shots were still happening. And so Harsum, even with slow warp-ins off of only 2 gateways, I mean, he has done a lot here. It looks like he will not straight up win the game, but it gets very dangerous when the number of stalkers gets that unequal. Showtime will hold on. He is down 3 workers. He doesn't have a substantial lead on that blink. And he did lose the oracles, which really the potential is endless with the oracles being alive, stasis traps revelation, as well as more probe damage. Oh, now they're dead. So kind of sucky on that part. But right now, biggest concern for Showtime. He is down a couple of workers. He doesn't exactly know. He hasn't gotten to the other side of the map to see what Harsum is doing. So that might be even a big concern if he's wary of, for instance, like DTs coming out. But not going to be so. Harsum, obviously just finishing up Blink, has his own Robo. That's quite safe of him, actually, since he doesn't really use it, just for an observer. And then the third Nexus comes down for him, too. So I still say that got really dicey. More dicier than I was anticipating. Once that shield battery, the second one came in, I was like, okay, this should do the trick, right? And then Harsum realized he was still winning the gun battle. But not enough, though. Not enough to so get an easy first game victory.
No, not really, but it was fun. I was looking at that. I'm like, wait, what? He's attacking with 2 gate. Like, what is happening here? But it was light pressure, I guess, that turned into a whole lot more. Now, Blink's done on both sides, and at this point, Showtime is currently suffering from a slight deficit in tech. Yeah, he's got the Stargate, but Robo is not there. Harstum can add Warp Prisms or Observers or Immortals, or right now just Observers to see what's happening. But while we talk about this tech deficit, right? Immortals or Warp Prisms or whatever it is that Harstum wants to make out of the Robo, if he decides to make that happen, it is going to be a slightly faster +1 for Showtime in like 2 minutes. So Showtime, he's got his third base up faster. He's got a couple more probes now because Chrono on 3 base is a lot better than Chrono on 2 base. But he still has to deal with this attack coming out of Harsum. And he's up double the army supply zombie grip. Yeah, Showtime got his third base up. Yeah, in like 2.5 minutes and a minute and a half, he's going to have this +1. But this is a lot of stalkers versus not nearly as many stalkers, and overcharge is just about done.
He also misclicked and shot his own stalker, right? Like, I didn't see that. Showtime clearly under too much pressure. So many weakened stalkers, so few stalkers. And it looks like Harsum will just be able to snowball. At the end of the day, he was, from the get-go, ahead on those stalkers. He dedicated to the stalker production. He continued dedicating to the stalker production while still holding on to a fair economy, and then just kept on doing it. 4 gateways versus 3, by the way, at the end there. Harsum very much planning on trying to really pressure that third base. And this is also where those oracles dying was also a problem, because the revelation could have gone on the observer to get rid of some of the insight that Harsum would have had to confirm that he could push that third as much as he did. A stasis trap or 2 can be huge, especially when you get rid of the observer first and they can't see it. And not saying that would have saved his life, but those are kind of the ideas to use the oracles indefinitely if you go for them. So they can be really, really powerful, or they can kind of suck because they die, and then that's it, right? And so we do have, I think, even some Protosses, professional Protosses, really with different opinions, of what is the superior opener. And I think Showtime has been on the side of Oracle still being pretty freaking good. But, that it kind of showed the weakness there. They weren't as helpful on the defense of some dedicated aggression, shall we say, and then they're dead. They're not helping you for the further battles either. Kind of not a great start for Showtime.
You know, so Zumberger was funny. We spent, or at least I started talking in the early game. I'm like, yeah, you know, it feels like Protoss PvP is becoming a little more stable. You know, the sentry change, you can't burst them down. They're nice, solid defensive units. And then Hearthstone's like, yeah, you know what they also allow me to do? They also allow me to get aggressive off 2 gateways, which is, we see 3 gate happen a lot. Sometimes there's a 4 gate, crazy aggression, sure, fine. When was the last time you saw 2 gate aggression in a PvP?
I mean, it doesn't happen all that often, but it certainly does happen because there is that trick. I mean, that's the other trick that Protoss can do besides, you know, where their chrono goes, how their gases are actually saturated, and what technology they're able to hide. The other thing in this matchup is just, are you actually producing? Because there are gaps in production in this matchup if you're doing other builds. So it can happen. I think Showtime was at least somewhat wary of it because he had a shield battery on the way, and then obviously when it happened, he was making sure to get a second one. But that might have been really what was the ticket there, was that first shield battery didn't complete, and those stalkers were force-footed off. The probes were force-footed off too, and their addition to the first defense would have been really quite helpful. And now we get into game number 2. So let's talk about Ghost River. In the top left, we do have Hearthstone.
And the upper right looking to wall maybe a little bit stronger, looking to show us what he can do. He's down a game. It's Showtime.
So history-wise, we do have Showtime kind of in the lead as far as most recent history goes. But overall, I guess, also like career-wise, Showtime is the general winner and often is even very favored. But most recently, the year of 2024, it is Showtime favored, but there is a 1-4 in Hearthstone's favor. So he had at least one really good best of 7, and their last best of 5 was very, very contested. So yeah, overall, Showtime usually wins against Hearthstone, but not maybe so decisively in the last year. And then additionally, it really feels like Hearthstone has got some serious momentum.
He does. And it's funny as well, you talk about momentum. Form is not necessarily the best metric because, you know, if I'm Hearthstone and I'm playing in EPT Cups, for example, I'm playing a lot of Protoss that realistically you would never expect him to lose to. So the fact that he would 2-0 that matchup does make the number a little bit off. That being said, last month Hearthstone's PvP has been better than Showtime's. 68% versus 64%. Is it a big difference? No, but it does add credence to what you're saying. Hearthstone has a lot of momentum. Taking down Skillus like he did in that series was awesome, was a great series. And now he's shown us that not only is he willing to get aggressive in that Showtime series, or in the Skillus series, not only is he willing to play macro games, but he's willing to get aggressive off macro games and play macro off aggressive games, like what we saw in game 1.
And I do think that 4% difference has a little more credibility than a lot of other times, in which case you might be talking about players from different scenes. So you're like, oh, well, I mean, what does that mean? But, you know, these guys, they're facing similar Protoss, you know, European regions covered with them. So they get thoroughly tested. There's a lot of data, I think, for that. And yeah, it might actually be a sign that Hearthstone is improving a little bit better, or doing a little bit better. Very recently, but we do expect Showtime to be more of that consistent Protoss in the European region. You know, it's max packs obviously when he plays online, but then it's Showtime. And then Hearthstone hasn't been in the conversation as far as the heavy hitter Protosses. You know, he's like, yeah, he definitely do well, and you know, PvPs can go so many different directions, especially when there's like 12 Protoss in the playoffs or the European regionals in general. But Hearthstone, I mean, you know, we have a lot of Protosses, I guess, not just Hearthstone. We're really first maybe thinking, okay, I want to be top 3, and then obviously I want to take down the second guy, which is Showtime, and then I want to take down the first guy, which is Max Pax, which does occasionally happen. Max Pax is very good at PvP, but does occasionally lose it. We got ourselves a real macro game from Hearthstone. Good lord. He asked me, how often do you see 2-gate aggression? And I said, you know, it does happen. I don't often see a third Nexus in PvP before the natural is finished.
Yeah, and I'm sitting here like, so Hearthstone opens Robo, we see a Twilight out of Showtime, and I was about to say, you know, Zombie, tell me about this Robo thing, because we didn't used to see it as much, and now we really are. And I think the answer to the question is, well, I can get a lot of Immortals out, and that allows me to defend this third base a little bit more. But the Immortal's not out yet. Showtime does have a decent amount of army on the map, but I guess for right now, he's not really going to attack before Blink is done. And if Hearthstone can get up to like 3 or 4 Immortals by the time that Blink is done, if you're just trying to play this defensive style, you don't want to have map control. You don't want to have agency on the map. You're just like, look, I got my third Nexus very quickly. I only have to defend this. This Robo opening's great. 3, 4 Immortals. Yeah, Blink Stalkers are mobile zombie grub, but take a straight up fight against that number of Immortals, it gets really hard.
It does. There's kind of 2 things I feel are important to talk about. One maybe less important, but there is a possibility in some PvPs that the third Nexus actually would have been scouted kind of late. If Showtime is trying to be really fancy with some stalker pressure on the natural or something, like there's actually a possibility. Obviously not in this game. Hallucinations abound. Units were heading towards the third base, blah, blah, blah. But then the second thing, most important thing, is there's something to be said about getting greed as fast as possible. The faster you can get the greed, the faster you can set up to defend the greed, basically. It also means the most vulnerable you are in case the other player is being super aggressive. But if you're expecting a middle-of-the-road player, which Showtime can often be, then extreme greed can be very good. So can extreme aggression, but extreme greed in this case. And so Showtime, he doesn't have anything that really takes care of this. Usually faster Blink builds instead of the Robo that Hearthstone Showtime went for that Blink, usually get you map control. So you can say, oh, well, I can get a third base faster, or I can get a safer third base, or whatever it is. Well, not if the other guy's third base is already done. And then you're just like, well, all right, now I'm actually playing catch up, which is exactly what has happened. Showtime not been able to try to use his Blink Stalkers to do anything, really, to go against Hearthstone. Now, the game that this folds into is going to be kind of a classico, right? Which is Immortal Charge Archon as the composition for Hearthstone, definitely. And then Showtime has maybe a little more decision making, but that is a classic composition. And what we've seen in the development of PvP is that Blink Stalkers do still work out against that composition, even if it gets to the point that it wants to. Because that's kind of the conundrum, is like, okay, if it gets to mass Immortal Charge Archon, can Stalkers hold up against that? And the question has kind of been answered over the last, 3-4 years, that it's like, yes, but only if you're really active, only if you're really good, only if you're really in tune with PvP, and probably only if you also add on your own Charge Archon, which is exactly what Showtime's doing. But this is what Blink Stalkers is supposed to do: run around, get some bases, pick off some units, slow down an attack, and Showtime is finally getting on that.
And I really like what we're seeing Hearthstone do as well, right? Twilight is very delayed compared to what Showtime's going for. And it'd be tempting to say, well, I like Blink. Blink is good. It gives me mobility. Great, fine. If you go Blink out of a bunch of Immortals here, your Blink is going to be very far delayed. Your tech is just not going to be there. But Charge Lot Immortal against Stalkers in a straight up fight, I know we were talking about, okay, well, you can play around the map and you can have this map control and you have to be super active. Well, in a straight up fight, Immortal Charge Lot against a bunch of Stalkers, it was heavily in favor of the Immortal Charge Lot player. And that's what Hearthstone's going for. Yeah, there's a fourth base on the way, but he's trying to take advantage of this timing right now. +1's done. Charge is done. He's got 4 Immortals in this army. And this is where it gets a little scary for Showtime. If he's forced back home, going into this ramp for Hearthstone is going to be a little scary, so he's just going to knock the rocks down for now, make it a little bit more wide open, because again, we do have those sentries. Force fields are going to be a thing. But again, this is the timing Hearthstone's looking for, when his army is that much better. There's 1 Archon on the map, Zombie Grub, but 1 Archon, you need a couple more. Okay, I guess Showtime's got 2. Maybe you want a couple more. Yeah, he's got 2.
He was actually fast with the Templar Archives, which is really important because he knows how many minerals are going into the charge lot production for Showtime. But that said, I actually think that Showtime has done a really great job reading into this and kind of playing catch up to a degree, but then doing it only 1 step behind, if that half a step, I guess. So half a step behind, well, obviously Shield Battery Overcharge is going to be absolutely huge. Concave versus convex is going to be really big, and Showtime knows that. So he is setting up very defensively, matching the pace and matching the movement of Hearthstone's army, all while building his own equal army, basically. But he has a couple of Stalkers that can maybe go after the Warp Prism or do some better micro, pop in the Immortal Shields. So Showtime, I think, has done this really well, and Hearthstone has actually realized, as he should, this isn't going to work. And he's even down 30 army supply, so he's really got to get out of here.
That's so sick. Look at that Hearthstone. He hallucinates a Warp Prism to bait the Blink on forward from Showtime to try to get that good fight. Even still, I mean, this army from Showtime is massive. Immortals now at the front line is not where they want to be. Second Warp Prism, the real one's gonna go down, and even though it was super sick from Harstem to try to bait that out, Showtime, he jumps on top anyways. Harstem is dead in this game number 2.
Yeah.
And it was super cool. Unfortunately, it just means Harstem is still super dead.
Yeah. I think he also was hoping that Showtime really wasn't going to chase after him 100%. And that the Warp Prism could threaten a fake run by or drop to buy a little more time. But it did immediately go down. And even though the Blink Forward puts those Stalkers in a vulnerable area against the Immortals, if they have 20 charge lots right behind them, like, that doesn't matter as much. So again, I think Showtime really played that quite well. Like, Harstem tried to do something that I think was really supposed to offset the opponent. The opponent was supposed to maybe see it a little bit later and then go, hey, what the heck? Third base, what are you doing? Okay, well, I have to worry about what you could be doing from that. All right, maybe I'll try and go for a lot of Stalkers, then I'll try and really pressure you. Oh, shoot, you managed to defend that. Now I'm the one that's behind, you know? And Showtime didn't get baited into trying to be super aggressive. He made more Stalkers, obviously. He got Blink, which was not something that Harstem bothered to afford. But he didn't really dedicate to it. He did focus on, I think, the better things, which is getting his own bases up, getting his own probes up, and getting his own identical army, but obviously with defender's advantage. And he did that very well. So I think that's it's kind of like when a person goes for a gold base, I feel like, you know, where the gold base can provide either a lot of aggression or even maybe a lot of macro, depending on what type of game it is. And one of the trickiest things about it is the bait, getting the other guy to go like, oh, you can't get away with the gold base. I got to do something. Ah. And then they can't, you know. Cyril builds an impenetrable wall versus Dark, and you're like, oh, okay. And I feel like it's kind of what happens when you take an absurdly fast third base, is that you're kind of hoping to bait a middle-of-the-road player into doing something kind of silly. And Showtime just didn't play that silly.
Yeah, a lot of confidence. It's like, look, I'm gonna max out eventually, and I favored myself in the late game, is I think a fair way to approach it. What I think was also kind of cool, we didn't get a chance to see it. We did see it in the Skillest series later. And I think this is where Harstem was going in this style, this Robo First that he goes for, Mass Charge Lot Immortal. If it doesn't really work, or if the game goes a little later, he transitions into a Robo Bay, second Robo, and you're like, okay, well, this would be disruptive. No. He goes up to like 4 Colossus, and then all of a sudden the counter to his counter gets handled quite a bit. I don't know if this was going to be Disruptors or Colossus. In this last game, he certainly was getting himself set up for either one. But as this series goes on, as we probably get some eventually, some even longer games than that, it's something that it's worth paying attention to, because again, Colossus, we talk about things we generally see and don't see in the matchup, but Colossus are something that we generally don't see. But for now, Crimson Court is game 3.
All right, Crimson Courts. Top right, we do have Harstem for Shopify Rebellion.
Bottom left, in the red for Berlin International Gaming. He's tied up in the series now in the red. Is Showtime.
I think you're right too. Colossus have seemed to, they've become like a trickle. Yeah, over the last few years. In fact, I remember in Valencia actually, we seeing it was Neeb, one of Neeb's last really close, great best ofs in which he was maybe going to advance as the only foreigner, and I think he was going for Colossus. Yeah, if I remember correctly. But, you know, that stands out in my mind because it was really nice, and there was the story of the last remaining non-Korean and blah, 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 but also because Colossus. And so we see that sprinkled around PvP. I am always indecisive about how much I like Colossus in this matchup. So it would have been really interesting to see Harstem be able to flesh out that robotics bay, regardless of what it is. Because either way, it's a good idea if you are the one pressuring. Let's say that Showtime really did mess up on the beats of that last game. You know, again, he makes too many Stalkers, doesn't do any damage, is later to the third, later to the fourth, and then it's all kind of awkward. And he doesn't feel confident defending or attacking after defending. Then Harstem just has kind of a contain, and then Colossus and Disruptors going to the front line is much more powerful. We didn't see that. Showtime had played such a nice game in reaction/comparison to Harstem's that he was very confident that he had bought enough time, bought enough charge lots to run after Harstem. So we might see the robotics bay actually used in this best of 5 for maybe some Disruptor wars. But it's also felt like a little while since I've seen true mass soccer Disruptor wars, you know? I want that classic PvP back.
Yeah, Blink Stalker Disruptor is probably my favorite style of PvP. It's fun. It's certainly not fun to play. If you're a ProDOS player, you're we've heard complaints, but as a viewer, I love to watch it. It's really a lot of fun. But when we talk about that last game, is it going to be Disruptors? Is it going to be Colossus? Where do we go in this setup? The other thing that's a bit of a problem for Hearthstone, now not a massive problem, but a bit of a problem, is that game he played on Ghost River against Showtime was very similar to a game he played against Skills. I don't think it was the Ghost River map necessarily, but he had already showed a game like that yesterday. So it's one of those things where, you know, yes, you only have a certain number of builds in a matchup. There's a lot of PvPs. There's a lot of tape on both these players. And certainly what Hearthstone did in game one was not something I've seen from Hearthstone in, I don't think ever, actually, at least in the games that I've seen. But if you start to lean back into these playstyles that are maybe slightly gimmicky, right? Quick third base, robo opener, that there's a reason we don't see this happening well, apparently we're going to see it happen every single game because there's a robo opener from Hearthstone once again. But for most ProDOS players, we don't really see that happening. Well, there's generally a reason why, and if Showtime's going to be aware of this from the start and kind of sees how it happened, because he saw it happen a bunch of skills yesterday, he's going to be that much more prepared to just deal with it.
Yeah, I am curious what Hearthstone thinks is going to be different this time around, because it is the same thing. It is that very, very quick third nexus. Again, very quickly scouted. So there's not much that Showtime can do to change his build order, obviously. He still has Blink on the way. But, you know, the technology resources are very similar. Robo versus Twilight Council, Immortal being built versus the Blink. And so the third nexus, again, doesn't come down that much later if Showtime figures out that that's what he's doing. Now, if Showtime is completely blind, then he is building more army units or maybe more technology, getting like a faster robo because he's worried it might be DTs or something. Oh, that's much worse. But, you know, 30-second difference on the Nexus. I mean, that's definitely something. Just on the last game, it wasn't the end-all be-all. Hallucinations continuing to be pumped out, by the way. Do see a kind of attack from Hearthstone. A little poke, you know, make units, blah. But, you know, Showtime has made units after his own third nexus, so I think Hearthstone knows this will not do anything.
You know, force fields, immortals, he is up in army supply a little bit.
Sure.
Maybe this is cope, I don't know, but he's gonna Hearthstone has been using his hallucinations for things other than hallucinated Phoenix more than anyone else. We've seen hallucinated warp prisms, like, thank you Hearthstone for proving my point. Hallucinated warp prisms, hallucinated immortals, stalkers we saw in game one. We saw hallucinated archons in game two. He's the type of guy that if he doesn't need to get up a ramp, he's gonna hallucinate 4 probes to just have map vision everywhere. He is so, I don't know, I don't want to say creative because TLO is on Rebellion and that's maybe a little bit trite, but he is so creative in how he uses these, in how he uses hallucinations to try to find advantages. But Zombie Grub, you know, we talked about this being the same game over and over again and maybe expecting a different result. That is Glaives on the way.
It is indeed. Glaives, I would say, often thought of associated with a true all-in, but I'm not sure it's quite correct call what's going to be happening at all-in. We do have +1 on the way, and there might be some potential after the attack to actually macro out of it, especially because Adept can kill a bunch of probes, for instance, right? That's particularly what they're good at. But this is now, right now, most importantly, a question of does Showtime figure this out? So the way that you're going to deal with Adepts as far as positioning goes in SimCity and blocking is going to be different than if it was just a bunch of charge lots coming down. And so far, the move out has been missed, although now being detected as Showtime gets free reign into the natural. 1 pylon could depower 3 gateways and the +1. That'd be pretty nifty. But suddenly all the stalkers are not at home. Only sentries to defend. 1 shield battery done. More on the way, but now the natural of Showtime is in danger. And well, I don't know what the sentries think they're going to do, but I don't know it's going to be a lot.
No, not really. And Adepts warping and defensively just don't do anything. The problem is on the other side, there has to be a recall, and I guess there was now, but Hearthstone, yeah, he can't reinforce all that easily. Stalkers try to get on top of the Warp Prism, but they're going to keep it. It's going to stay alive for now. Keeps an Immortal alive as well. And remember, yes, this got a lot of damage done. It did. It doesn't matter because the army can't defend at home. And yeah, Hearthstone loses some pylons. I think he'll trade the game for it, Zombie Grub.
Yeah, I think he's all right with that. I mean, clearly Showtime just wasn't anticipating that timing of an attack. I mean, not only was it faster than last game, but it also was going to be Resident Glaive. So the funny thing is, we barely even see those Adepts. There's 4 Adepts. He never got to the point where he makes a bajillion of them and then starts threatening the shade and trying to get the defensive position, defensive army out of position. didn't even bother happening because the base trade, the pseudo base trade, really did favor him so much. Good decision making as well, to go into the natural as opposed to third base. I mean, look, it was kind of obvious in that game, but just throwing it out there. He went to the third base and he spent time tearing down shield batteries in a Nexus, and maybe it gets a little wackier, but no, good decision to go into the natural. And now Harstum leads 2-1, putting Showtime on his last life.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. You talk about that adept play, and this is actually something. You talk about Harstum doing the same thing over again, or like showing what he did against Skillus. Skillus was going those glaive adepts like every single game. It was very much more of a thing where it seems like Harstum's kind of taking a page out of Skillus's book, which is really cool. But even if that had mattered, and defensive adepts against a bunch of stalkers don't do much of anything, it was really the probe pull that forced him back home in the counterattack. But Showtime didn't get charged. He warped in a couple zealots, and I guess he maybe planned on it. But those adepts, yeah, you talk about not really seeing them. It's kind of one of those funny situations where Harstum is building up to counter a style that never existed in the game.
Well,
yeah.
yeah. I mean, if he had gotten to his own charge, it still would have been helpful. But then you do have that dynamic that I saw a couple of people really discussing as far as charges versus adepts from the previous PvPs. But then ideally, if you really figure out that that's what they're doing, there's some like 2-base all-ins that happen with the Resident Glaives. You can try and even get Archons, but also you can try and get a lot of SimCity. You can try and get a lot of cannons. But you'd have to want to, know that that is the composition, first of all, which is hard because Twilight Councils don't tell you what they're upgrading. And then also that the army was on its way. That is the number one problem in a StarCraft 2 game, is if you don't see the army on the way. That was your number one problem. You need to know when the army's on the way to get the defenses up correctly, but then in that type of game as well, to get those stalkers poking and prodding, to get that delayed, to get those immortals out their shields, blah, 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 blah. And that just did not happen. So turned really awkward, kind of one of those games I think that you just shake your head at because you really didn't give yourself the best possible chance since you didn't see the army attacking. And so you kind of maybe even push it to the side, and stay focused on what could be your last game of the tournament. But this guy is close to advancing. In the bottom left for Shopify Rebellion, he is Harstum.
And in the upper right, trying to make heads, tails, maybe heads and tails about what his opponent's doing. He's down 1, looking to send us to game 5. It's showtime.
So read the second game, I think, very well, and then was able to use what he had really well too. So didn't overmake stalkers, but then the stalkers still found a 4th Nexus to get canceled. That was still pretty good. Third game he was setting up as a, responding to the direction that the Harstum was really pushing, that third base, and then wasn't necessarily expecting that particular attack. It is, again, difficult to do so, even with a bunch of hallucinations, to know exactly how much army they've already built, if you don't see the army, where the army is going, and what is going to be the warp in. Because it's 4 adepts now. Okay, maybe they built that to harass, and then they just brought them back home. Oh, shoot, now it's 12 adepts. Very different, but didn't even get to that point. And now Showtime might just be changing things up really a lot. His probe is moving away from the pylon, but it is possible he's going to try and check some of the standard proxy positions of his opponent and then go back and build something. So that's exactly what he's doing. Yeah, he is going to be a little more aggressive. Harstum is scouting around. He really wants to see if there is something of a miss here, but so far not so good. And it is a robo, so absolutely some dedicated pressure coming up for Showtime on his last life, putting all the chips on the table here.
Now, Zombie Group, what's also super cool, by the way, and it's not really going to matter this game, I don't think. Maybe Harstum waffled about it, but we saw Showtime go. He mined out, first of all, great scout here. He's going to see exactly what's happening. But Showtime mined out the mineral wall on the north side, which means a probe can go through there, but also you can do some funny things. When you're scouting this map, if you click your probe on the right side and it paths a certain way, your opponent's mined out the wall, even without having seen it. Just that's how StarCraft pathing works. So what we see Protoss players do occasionally is they do something like that. They try to convince, say, Harstum, that I've proxied something on the right side of the map. On this island, you got to go really check it out. And maybe that was going to hide the proxy, but either Harstum didn't click there, or he didn't. Yeah, he said, that's a bait. I'm not dealing with that. Regardless, he now knows that there's a proxy robo on the map. He's got a robo of his own on the way. Sentries are done. And Showtime, despite everything, I don't know if he's going to proxy something like a Stargate, do something really weird on the bottom right side because he's been scouted. You know, we've seen weirder things, but he is just checking. He's like, look, I've proxied, but I really want to make sure, Harstem, that you're not proxying as well.
Yeah, they actually, well, obviously Harstem knows what's going on right now, but neither one of them probe scouted their mains. So that's a little bit of an oddity for PvP, but it does occasionally happen. It has worked out very well for Harstem, but not so much for Showtime, who, I mean, actually wasn't even rushing into a similar build. You know, Harstem got a Nexus and still has fallen flat on his face. Harstem, with the force field trap, has already nipped this in the bud, it feels like. I mean, Showtime has got to dedicate to this. His Nexus is way too late, so he's going to try and figure out something to do here, but that is a catastrophic loss of life. Now you're down to just 3 units in the Warp Prism. All right, let's see what we can do.
He wants to force field the natural ramp, I think, but I mean, it's Immortal versus... Technically, this Immortal for Harstem is infinitely worse than the Immortal of Showtime, so that is a bit of a problem here. Just going to get chased down, and the force field on the ramp is nice. This is a great start. If you're able to knock the Immortal down, you're able to make this happen with a really nice hot pick on Micro. That does make a big deal. So probes are starting to go down. This is annoying. Harstem did take some damage. That Immortal falling doesn't feel great. But even despite that, this army from Harstem right now is so much better. Now that his prism's out, force field doesn't matter anymore. You can elevate her around. The combat sentry drop zombie grub. Like, I know the new sentries are good. 4 sentries in a prism, are they that good?
I mean, there's something, right? There's something. But yeah, now the lack of Immortal is concerning as Showtime gets to his 2 Immortals and is even working on a 3rd. Now they're coming from downtown, so it's not the quickest form of aggression. And actually, I mean, playing a dangerous game here, but if he does get everything elevated up, then that is really bad news for Harstem. Doesn't have a shield battery in his main. Robo only powered by 1 pylon. A little bit tricky should that happen, but his Immortal does pop. He does take his high ground, and Showtime is going to try and bust through that natural. That shield battery, it's there, but it's also pretty vulnerable, and it's only one of them. Force field for both players coming down. 1 Immortal still packing a punch for Showtime, and the rest of them actually finally getting on the action too. And it's like, what does Harstem really have that's really firing, that's really damaging the units? Not too much. Is made for the Warp Prism pickup, but now the rest of the army is here, and Harstem will hold the natural.
Well, Zombie Grub, the problem as well, you talk about what does Harstem have? A lot less than he should have. He was supply blocked. He's still supply blocked at 62. He killed some of his own probes to try to make sure he could survive, and he is, I guess he's so broke right now. He's so intent on making this happen that he can't build pylons, and now the army of Showtime is so much bigger. Even with overcharge, it's 4 Immortals to 1. This looks so good for the captain, but at the end of the day, that massive supply block is gonna mean that Harstem is way dead in this game. Yeah, maybe Showtime gets forced back for half a second on the overcharge, but look at this, 38 army supplied at 24. Harstem losing all of his probes. 1 Immortal versus 4, no overcharge available. Massive supply block from Harstem altogether means that Showtime seconds away from sending us to game 5.
Well, the second Immortal pops out. We got the Warp Prism powering the shield battery, but didn't pick up the Immortal. Should be able to pick up the second one. It is still going to be Showtime victory. Harstem, had he had a couple of more units, had he actually maybe not been force-footed out, I think would have done the hold. But yeah, it is just way too much firepower with 4 Immortals. I mean, Showtime was really packing a punch. Harstem just wasn't, you know? It's like Harstem's shield batteries were really doing a great job trying to make his army look invulnerable, but then Showtime's army also kind of looked invulnerable because there just wasn't a lot of damage dealers from Harstem. Not even, you know, focus firing from Harstem would have done a lot with the units that he often had. So we will have a return to a tied series thanks to the good old 3-gate Robo. That's the oldie but goodie, and hasn't changed apparently with any of the changes to Protoss.
Well, and maybe they're making a couple more sentries, but yeah, no, man, if Harstem just doesn't, he's at 62 for 62, and you look at the post-game lobby, and it's like, well, Harstem supply block for 30 seconds, Showtime for a minute and a half. All that supply block for Harstem was the last 30 seconds of the game, when all of a sudden, maybe it was over by then. 4 Immortals versus 1, losing that first Immortal feels pretty rough. Harstem, he had a lot of empty time on that Robo. When he lost the first one, there was nothing in Robo production for quite a while. So, you know, maybe you can say even before then, it was a really rough spot, despite how nice that opening was. Totally annihilating the first gateway pressure. Regardless, supply blocking yourself, having to kill probes to get an Immortal out is not how you win the video game.
I'm so glad Harsum is typing this in chat because I felt a little crazy. I was like, those stalkers in the early game, that was terrible. That would like, I feel like in a ladder game, some Protoss would be like, well, just kidding. Like, all right, see you next game. But no, like Showtime still won. So Harsum is saying in chat, I can't believe you won that game for losing 3 units. So I'm glad he agrees. That feels kind of absurd. I mean, even though the sentry trick is always clever and it defines some value, it's usually not enough to make up for that much loss of life when Protoss are all about, retention of units, not having a lot of them. But Harsum, as you were pointing out, did have some mechanical difficulties that I think were definitely problematic at the time that they happened, as well as being on the defender side versus the attacker side. And so you're bringing up the supply block, and I would also really emphasize that time where the Robo wasn't doing anything that you're talking about. He was microing his Warp Prism, and so he had actually still had like some Chrono on the Robo too, and had the minerals and gas, I believe. I'm pretty sure I looked, and he didn't have an Immortal in production. And so that sucks that it feels like, that was like 5 seconds. And did that really kill me? That wasn't the only thing that killed him. But, you look back at that and you're like, oh man, if it was 5 seconds faster, then I have 2 Immortals in the place. And then this doesn't get killed and that doesn't snowball. But, nope, didn't happen. And Showtime was asked for 2 minutes, by the way. So we'll just be going over the last game for a while here as we wait for Oceanborn to get started.
Yeah, so now that we don't have to wait that much longer. Countdown's getting started. As we talk about this, right, we've had a 3-gate Robo worked out, although it probably shouldn't have. I think Hearthstone probably wins that at least 90% of the time if the opening is as good as it was. But we had some macro games. We had some one aggressive game from each player that won. Some macro games tied out 1 apiece, same way. Oceanborn, game 5, you win here, you move on. Top 6, you lose, you're totally out of the tournament. It's a bigger map. Do we see one of those longer games? Does someone have the cojones to go and do something crazy on one base?
I think they absolutely both could. But it's what they're feeling is going to work out. Oceanborn for the final battleground. Top left for the Rebellion. He is Harsum.
And at the bottom right in the red. Falling down, but not out of it. That 3-gate Robo worked magic for big. It's showtime.
And it often does. There's a reason that it is still a goodie, and that is that it's very powerful, and that it can still work after it's been scouted, and that it can even work when the opponent has the knowledge of how to deal with it and the setup to deal with it. Sometimes they're lacking. They admit they have a problem against that build, and so they can never win against it. That's happened before. Or they don't know, so they don't have the proper tools to defend against it, and that's fair. It's going to win. But sometimes, even when they have everything, knowledge and power, they still mess up against it because it can be so tricky. And I would say that is what happened last game. Harsum knew it was on the way. He got that scout very early on. He had the appropriate defense right off the bat. And yet somehow things still went just wrong enough as far as his macro, maybe, tiny little things that do add up. And as far as Showtime's decision making, as far as his aggressiveness, what he did with the units, even after he lost so many, yeah, it still makes it work. So it's a very obnoxious thing, right? Those are the games that everyone loses occasionally, and you're just like, it's a bullshit build. Excuse my French, but that's what you think. And it's just the way of life. The way of PvP. PvP has a lot of obnoxious things. Protoss players will definitely be able to talk about it more. But if you're going to say the build is obnoxious, or the matchup is obnoxious, you might as well also be obnoxious. You throw that in there.
Have you heard of Eric Fire, the young Frenchman who made, who was one of the best Protoss players in Europe by 3-gate Roboing literally every single game. So look, if he can do it, Showtime, he can whip it out in a game 4 and make it happen. But I'm really curious again about this game 5. It's going to be an adept opening from Showtime. It's going to be something more middle of the road for Hearthstone. Stalker Sentry, make sure you get that hallucination. And a Stargate opener for Showtime. We saw this in game 1, Zombie Grub. Didn't work out for him all that well.
Yeah, we got some bookends going through here, right? But the rest of the series did occur. And so perhaps reading into the other 3 games that happened, he is thinking that this could be a powerful opener. Now, I don't know if he's doing this. I don't really want to bother thinking through if this could have been good versus the Fast Third Nexus, right? Because Presumably Harsum isn't going to do that. We'll pay attention though. But it is something that does give you a lot of scouting in the early game and a lot of potential in the early game. Those oracles can do a lot. They didn't in the first game, and they didn't help out in the defense either, which was really the most problematic thing, but it can be a very good opener. Now, Harsum is doing the exact same thing he did in the first game as well. So he sees the Adept opener, he figures it's Stargate, I guess, because he didn't actually get the pure scout on it, but he sends that probe across and builds a proxy pylon. So this is seemingly just the reaction to seeing the Adept openers, which, by the way, now it's 4, and they will grab a sentry. Yeah, 1 sentry goes down, 2 Adepts will also fall, but okay, 3 Adepts will fall. Maybe not worth that sentry kill, but I'm thinking more and more about that problematic pylon. It seems like Showtime is as well, actually just building a stasis trap right off the bat instead of going for the scout, instead of going for the pulsar beam on the probes. Barely doesn't count the pylon though, but he sees the army incoming and knows that this is going to be the aggression. Stasis trap takes out the stalkers immediately. Excellent start here for Showtime, but will it go the way of last game as it did for Harsum, which is like, excellent start, but you still lose.
Yeah,
and he is now losing his own units.
I was gonna say, yeah, you look, okay, you get the stalkers, that means the sentries are vulnerable, but with stalkers warping in as well, I mean, yeah, sure, you knock 3 out, you still lose everything. Now, there is a shield battery done. That's a big difference from game number 1. Harsum was able to knock that first shield battery down before it really completed. It bought a lot of time.
Yeah.
But for now, okay, the other problem here, oracles were brought back in game number 1, right? They tried to fight, they just didn't do anything. This is maybe 1 tap. That stalker's dead. Second one, gonna have to run away for the time being. But Showtime sent the oracles on the other side. He represents damage on the other side of the map because, well, realistically, stalkers against a bunch of oracles, well, the oracles just die. So you force a recall here, and this attack is stymied. Showtime handles this so much better than game 1.
Yes, exactly. And a lot of it has to do with that shield battery actually finishing. So while the stasis trap didn't work out perfectly because he did lose his own units to the reinforcements, it still bought all that time. Harsum couldn't just collect his units and suddenly, bam, here I am, targeting down his shield battery. So the shield battery finishes, keeps the stalker alive for an extra few shots. That's still a huge difference. That still means that a couple more stalkers get warped in to accompany that remaining stalker. What also happened was that the probes were actually allowed down the ramp, so they could have also been used to pull in, and when it's a very low stalker versus stalker battles, probes are amazing, especially with the shield batteries up and running. So it looked a little dicey for a hot second there. It looked like maybe Showtime still didn't have enough firepower, but he does hold on without the Oracle's help and does force that recall. As you said, it will stop the attack. But 1 Oracle did die, so that kind of takes away the potential probe killing power of the Oracle opener. You, in this game, now have Revelation and Stasis Trap. Big difference from the first one, which the first game was already over at this point.
I still kind of like Harsum's position in this game, though. If you look at look at what he's killed, he's generally killed more valuable things, but also his blink is a lot faster. That may allow him, I was going to say, get his third base a little faster, but it looks for now Showtime's going to be a little bit further ahead on that. But it's going to be a Dark Shrine follow-up, and against, well, there's no Robo for Showtime. There's a single Oracle on the map. If you get a good Revelation, it's not going to get a lot done for the first DT. But if you say for Stasis Traps, the Oracle dives down to the other side, or they both. Welcome to Game 5, low end bracket PvP. Simon Grubb, who knows what's happening?
But they're both such good ideas, right? And I actually said that this might have been a possibility. I think of that first game. You know, it wasn't Harsum was just going to complete the game with a follow-up attack, but I was like, well, there also could be a problem. The Oracles were dead. Dark Shrine could have been an issue, and now they're both doing it. So Harsum only has 1 Oracle to worry about. You split up your DTs, boom, still damage done. Showtime figures that this guy doesn't have anything. There's possibility that he skipped the Robo. My Oracle actually might have scouted that he skipped the Robo for this long, so he's only working off of that Twilight Council. And so I might be able to sneak in some DTs. So they both make sense. And now it is a question of who manages to get the better defense of the DTs, because things are going to get really chaotic very soon. Assuming the Oracle is alive, Showtime has that slightly stronger chance of surviving. Come on now. But the Robo is on the way for Harsum as well. We'll see if he pumps out the Observer first and foremost.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's worth hallucinating for this. There is no detection on the map for Showtime right now. He has no idea of detection on the map right now. And he seems to know he's in kind of a rough spot. DT is warping in. He's proxying a base. Okay, DT doesn't warp in, but he's proxying a base on the upper right side. It's like, this game's getting weird. I got to make sure I have something. And there's going to be an Observer out for Harsum. Harsum, he shouldn't take any damage for these DTs. And against Showtime, he's got a Forge on the way. Zombie Grub, that's just about it. And Forge not done yet. Cannon, it's gonna take a while.
Well, Harstum, where is his DT? It's going to pass through the middle. Okay, so that is going to do some damage, yeah, for sure. But then the question is also where the observer is for Harstum, and that is tracking a DT at this point, and he does handle things really well. Okay, yeah, that is just good news for Harstum, whereas Showtime is absolutely going to take some more probe damage. The Oracle still yet to start, no detection otherwise. And actually, he'll just tap out. All right, that is game. Figures that he cannot recover from the damage. Just one DT will do by the time he gets the Oracle out. And Harstum wins with the DT play. And, well, most importantly, with the defensive DT play and then the offensive DT play. It really had to be both that worked out for him. Because if the aggressiveness worked for both players, then we're talking like weird base trades and stuff like that. But nope. It's going to be Harstum moving on. And he is going to be facing the loser of Hero Marine versus Max Pax. But he is in the top 6. Congrats to Harstum.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I think Showtime also thought he was in a worse... I did like Harstum's position in that game, kind of off of the trades. Even though the attack didn't get as much done, you know, his tech's faster, whatever. But it felt like Showtime thought he was in a much worse position in that game than he actually was. You know, he proxied to Dark Shrine, which is a valid read. It's like, okay, he's gone Blink Stalkers here. Maybe he doesn't have a Robo. But he also feels the need to proxy a base. You know, his third base gets canceled. I don't know. It felt like he was taking a lot of risks that I don't necessarily expect out of Showtime. I don't know whether that is a bad read in the game, just lack of comfort, whatever it was. Maybe he was in that bad of a position, but it felt like when he decided to do all these things, it was like maybe 55, 60, 40 Harstum, not, you know, this is a big problem. I got to do something crazy or I'm just losing the entire series.
His resource was that bad compared to Harstum, but his army supply definitely was.
Fair, yeah.
So I do think he was right in reading that the DTs had to do damage and that a base trade is likely to happen if they did. Because maybe Harstum clears it up and only after losing 30 probes and then goes for the all-in because he figures he has a bigger army supply, which I think absolutely could have happened. And then a hidden Nexus is beautiful with a hidden Dark Shrine. It's just that fact that Harstum also went for DTs really threw a wrench into that plan. Because I think otherwise Showtime was looking into the future. Otherwise he was thinking ahead, but just not if his opponent had a Dark Shrine. Because if he was thinking that at all, I think a recall would have happened immediately on that Oracle.
Mm-hmm.
And instead, he did let it chill a little while, and Harstum took advantage with hallucinated Phoenix there.
Yeah, it was kind of funny as well. I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, so the hallucination to kill the Oracle, and it looked like that Showtime knew something was wrong. Forge goes down immediately. It's like, I don't have time for a Robo. I got to make something happen. Maybe I'm going to get cannons up in time. And then he just never got cannons. And that DT shows up, and it's like, well, you know, I may eventually buy enough time to get something to kill this DT, but I'm going to take too much damage. So the game is over. Harstum moves on. And by the way, I know we're talking a lot about Showtime, how weird things may have been. Harstum making top 6. That's a very good result for him. But as you said, Zombie Grub, Max Pax, Hero Marine. Yeah, you know, neither of those are really easy matchups.
No, I don't think so. Especially with Hero Marine showing some really good form. But I do think that Harstum could win against either one of those players. I'd be much more worried about him versus Clem, especially because he just lost to him 3-0, so that's kind of obvious. But even without that most recent history, that would be the most worrisome opponent, right? Or a Rainer would be the most worrisome opponent. With Harstum's current potential bracket, I mean, I think he absolutely has a chance, because even if he does face Rainer, for instance, in the next lower bracket round, I think he has a really good chance there too, considering that they've been actually kind of closely tied without Rainer having a ping issue. So anyway, the future's wide open here for Harstum. It's a good time to be a Captain fan.
Yeah, it's important to point out as well, he wins this next series, he has an automatic seed into the winner's bracket, into the winner's stage of Dallas, right? Top 4 take advantage of that one as a result of a European regional. So you're one step away. And Harstum, in the past, he had a sequence 2 seasons ago where he beat Hero Marine and then lost to Clem. Here, I think Hero Marine, you're right. I think that's a much more reasonable matchup. But now Zombie Grub, we've sent 2 players home. Wayne, Showtime, they're both done. But we get to see who moves on to that upper bracket finals tomorrow. We get 2 series, right? Clem Spirit, Hero Marine, Max Pax. What do we have next? Which one is... Yeah, Hero Marine, Max Pax coming up next. See who moves on to the upper bracket finals. Who faces Harstum in that loser's match. For now, though, 6 minutes.
it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back to ESL Masters Europe, where hopefully the only uneven thing today is my beard, because the games have been fantastic. Certainly that last series, Hearthstone Showtime, duking it out to 5 games, but now Zombie Grub, as much as we talk about that PvP being super awesome, really crazy stuff playing against the meta, now we get to move to the upper bracket. It's going to be Hero Marine, it's going to be Max Pax to start us off, it's a PvT Max Pax. Absolutely one of these players that we look at in the absence of Cyril, who might be able to make it happen finally, maybe, a new champion in Europe.
Wait, what about Clem?
Also Clem, but like, you know, it's a little more, wide. Look, Max Pax made a finals 2 seasons ago where he got popped by Cyril, so if he makes the finals this time, he's doing it. That's what I mean.
Okay, great. All right, cool. Yeah, definitely. Right on board. Absolutely. Except I totally think Clem's gonna win. So, you know, whatever. But yeah, there's chance. There's chance. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You know, Hero Marine, talk seriously about this upcoming series. I actually am a little surprised. I mean, not only that he 3-0'd Raynor, but you know, with the ping and maybe that, you know, definitely played a part. I actually would say that I would still, you know, I wouldn't have put a 3-0, right? Anyway, that was surprising. Overall, him being this deep in the upper bracket, I'm actually a little surprised by. But then Hero Marine, you know, he's really a great example of a guy who says like, oh, I'm not going to be like as much practice. You know, I'm thinking of going to school. Like maybe I'll retire, and then just absolutely popping off. You know, because I feel like he was saying that before he made top 4 in Katowice. And I feel like he was maybe not saying it, but a lot of his results were kind of subpar until this year's Katowice as well, in which he just popped off in the groups. And so again, you kind of come into this and you're like, oh, you know, where is he? Where's he at? What's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing? And then boom, suddenly he is once again top 4 of the upper bracket. But he is facing one heck of a Protoss player as we're finally into our upper bracket, best of 5. In the top left, he is the red Protoss, Max Pax.
And at the bottom right in the blue, one of the best TVPs in Europe, at least for the first 8 minutes. For Mouse, it's Hero Marine.
One of the longest running team player combinations. Pretty cool mouse. Pretty cool.
Certainly.
So, TVP. Finally getting some TVP action after a couple of mirror matchups. Well, there's PvZ in there, but you know what I mean? And I've always liked this matchup. I still like this matchup, but we have had people say it's kind of difficult for the Protoss side. Well, Max Pax always seems to be proving that wrong, as dastardly PvT builds. His 4-gate's still pretty lethal, even though he doesn't bring it out as often, I would say. And between these two, what is their most recent history? You know, Hero Marine was a Gabe keeper, as he has also said for the longest time, but hasn't really been that so much as of late. And I'd actually say that Max Pax is more likely to be keeping Hero Marine from advancing the other way around. And looking at their history, yep, very much Max Pax sided in the last 7 months. With only 1 victory for Hero Marine in the 7 months. So, feeling pretty good for the Protoss here.
That's kind of funny. You look at Max Pax's win rate as he's just, again, trying to delay this. Anytime you can delay the orbital or delay the command center going down, that does give room for an adept to run across the map and maybe delay it a little bit longer if that's what you want to go for. In this case, actually going to run out with a Zealot pretty quickly. But when you look at Max Pax in general, he's like, okay, 76% win rate PvT in the last month. I don't know what that is if you take all the Clem games out, but that's got to be 85 plus. It's really funny. We talked about this at the start of this series about how, well, Max Pax might make a deep run. We might have a Protoss champion in Europe. We'll see. But Clem is there, and Clem has kind of owned Max Pax recently. Clem has played Max Pax a ton recently. So it's a tale of 2 stories. Max Pax against Clem, 40-60, 50-50, maybe a little bit worse, but certainly someone that not an easy matchup at all. Against every other Terran player in Europe. You're right, Zombie Grub. This is one that is extremely Max Pax favorite, but I love what Hero Marine's going for in this game. Number 1, this is a very quick 3rd command center, even before the natural's done. I guess he just saw what Hearthstone was doing against Showtime in that last series. Like, that's a good idea. Let me do that.
I mean, maybe, yeah. But probably already planned out his strategies when he knew that he was facing Max Pax. So it would be a yesterday, I guess. So not too much time, but some time. Adept and Zealot taken care of with minimal damage and delay in the command center is a really nice start. That bunker finishing was quite beautiful. The Reaper finding the Zealot a little ahead of time was also really important. SCV will finally die, but I say overall good handling. Because really, a lot of the importance here, it's easier for pro gamers, but it is still a factor, is not letting this screw you up in any way. So either by actually losing the SCV over and over again at the command center, or by like misrouting the second SCV to build it, right? And then suddenly you've lost 10 seconds unnecessarily. And so far, so good. He also has stopped MaxPax from getting anywhere close to getting a scout. It's not that an Adept ever should get into that main base, but it's always possible. Not going to happen this game. And so his 3CC build has remained undetected. Eventually, MaxPax will start checking off the lists, saying, okay, well, there's no Widowmine drop. So what else could it be? Okay, there's like no tank push in the middle of the map, so what else could it be? And I guess with his incoming 3 gates, which he has been far more preferential to in the last 6 months or however long it's been, he will eventually scout it, but then that is again the trick to getting fast greed, much like what Harson was doing. The faster you get it, hopefully the faster you can get the defenses up for it. You can also get the reward from having the triple mules and triple SCVs, and you can hold against any form of aggression. So I actually think this is like a really strong build against MaxPax a lot of the time, unless the execution on the defense of his stalkers goes awry. So assuming that doesn't happen, you're a Marine, gonna get away with the 3rd CC here.
Yeah, and if you look at this happen as well, generally a 3rd CC play, you'll see like Gun do it, right? It's gonna be 3 CC, 3 racks, stim timing, and that's kind of how it goes. You get a lot of bio out very quickly off of this. And it is interesting to see here Marine taking more of a 2-1-1 setup, having more tech, and I actually kind of like it, right? Skipping instead of the 3rd barracks, going for a factory, getting those tanks up. When you know that MaxPax is, I don't know that he's the best Blink Stalker player in the world, certainly the best Blink Stalker player in Europe. He gets so much done with this build that no one else is able to make anything happen. And for now, Supply Depot is going to be the first course, but Zombie Grub, it never stops here, ever.
No, MaxPax is very good at finding damage. This is going to be the first time that he's seen that it is 3CC, or confirmed that it is anyway, and he's going to be taking that into account as he does, things that he already planned on doing. There's not much modification you can do once you scout it at this time, but there might be more of a sense of urgency, perhaps, to doing more SCV damage with the War Prism, which is going to save these stalkers. Nicely done. And then if this doesn't win the game, which clearly won't, the 3-gate, isn't really supposed to win the game. MaxPax's next worry is when Here Marine is ready to push. So it's going to be with the Medivac, Stim, and Combat Shield. It's a ways off, right? But that is a real worry. Getting maximum damage with the harassment, great. But then also making sure your macro is really on point to prepare for that inevitable push. That is the, I think, really scary thing about this.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about this as well, when we look at what Hero Marine's doing, he's now on 3 racks, so he can build a lot of bio. Stim is done, but it's a ways away until we start to see Medivacs on the field, so every Stim hurts a lot, no combat shields as well. Hero Marine does have that power to his bio, certainly, but it's, again, this is power he's not really going to want to spend. One Adept in the mineral line, okay, he's just going for a scout. I was going to say, oh man, you could do something really cool, drag a couple friendly fire shots, and maybe kill off a couple SCVs that way. But behind this MaxPax, we talk about what he's going to do. Is he going to be able to handle this aggression coming from Hero Marine in like the 7-minute, 7:30 window? Well, he's not really going to a quick RoboBay all that quickly. It's going to be charged very quickly, which is really nice just against a bunch of Marines. You can get on top of things. And you talk, Zombie Grove, the other thing that's really nice about a bunch of Marines, certainly before Blink is done to deal with any sort of pressure from Hero Marine, just kill them before they're ready. A lot of Marines have died this game.
Yes, they have. Stalkers have been pretty consistently poking at them. And the charge lots coming in so fast, I mean, as you can see, they're not for the inevitable defense. They're actually to try and continue the attack, take the tanks out of the equation almost, and hope that the bio isn't big enough to take care of the rest. One tank is taken down, second one is helpful though, and now we have, all the upgrades done. We have the Medivacs here, and a pure gateway army isn't really supposed to beat that as long as the numbers are relatively even. And they are, so MaxPax, maybe was thinking about it because the bio is kind of injured and is maybe kind of a small number, and is not going to go for it. He's setting up that run by that we all know is going to happen, Hero Marine included. No, that's going to happen, so he sends a pack of units off to chase that down. He saw it as well, but it's also just what MaxPax does. And then the War Prism, the natural, is also not unexpected. So there's only so many places you can move your army and hope to find all of the attacks of MaxPax. As it is, I think that here Marine has done a pretty good job, but then this was really nice. MaxPax going into the third with the Stalkers also finds the returning anti-Zealot run by force. And this is just MaxPax showing off how annoying a Protoss can be in the best way possible. This is exactly what you should be doing. It's just here Marine. He's trying so hard not to let this get to him by building these missile turrets, by making sure that he's got his army in the right places. And it still is getting little bits of damage done. Not catastrophic, not snowballing, but God, is it annoying.
I'm of two minds about this, because on the one hand, I'm saying, wow, we are in the round of 4 of the upper bracket of the ESL Masters Europe, and look at what MaxPax is doing to Hero Marine. On the other side of it, Hero Marine is actually handling this fairly well. He's taking damage here or there, certainly, but he's starting to develop that army a little bit more. He's going to have his Ghost Academy done. He's going double Starport Vikings because he knows MaxPax has this Colossus on the way. And yes, what MaxPax is doing is incredibly annoying. Still, though, the Terran can build this army at about 175 supply at this point because, again, it's 3cc. You don't expect to really hit that massive timing in the same way that you would on a 2cc play. But the Terran can still hit this timing where it doesn't matter that MaxPax has done all this damage. The army is still better for the Terran at that point. So I like what MaxPax is doing. You keep your Terran player back home. You make sure you know what they're doing. You make sure you know where they are. And so you never really give them that one straight to back, big concave, EMP, Vikings on top of everything fight that just make life very hard for the Protoss player.
I really do think this is what MaxPax is best at. Never letting the Terran player get their just desserts, actually. Because I think from the Terran perspective, there is a sort of justice that is defending a 3-gate aggression, or of course a 4-gate if that were the case, and then saying, well, I win now, right? Like, I defended it with real greed, so let me go kill you. And then particularly MaxPax is really good at being like, well, maybe later, maybe later, maybe later, maybe later, and then he's actually killing you at that point. So I think that is really important, is for the Terran to keep like a calm head despite all of these little mess up of beats on the beats, right? And here Marine's pretty good at it. He is doing exactly what he should. Rampaging forward with the superior army, chasing down one of the Colossus right off the bats, and now with the EMP still in tow too, heading towards that third base. Disruptors are on the way, but only just started. Not going to be ready here for this particular push. Maybe in the future. Third Colossus does regroup, I suppose. He had a fourth one on the way, but now that fourth Nexus is going to be in a little bit of trouble too.
Yeah, MaxPax just buying time at this point. +2 done in 10 seconds, +1 armor done pretty shortly after that. DTs get warped in defensively here just to make sure he doesn't really take too much damage on that fourth base. Fifth base on the way, everything. MaxPax has this incredible timing in like a minute. He's gonna max out. His economy is gonna be really good. He's got these Zealots getting ready to maybe be a surround, get on top of things. Knockdown reinforcements as the disruptor shot doesn't really land. But there's no anti-air. These Vikings are knocking down pretty much all of the Colossus. Their Stalkers are there now, certainly. They've zoned out the majority of this army for MaxPax, so it feels like this third base should go down. Zealots coming in from every side, though. They don't even charge. They just get on top of things. MaxPax, this feels like this should be an incredible fight, and it is. Those disruptors go very nicely. So despite everything, that felt really good for Hero Marine. And MaxPax, he pulls his rabbit out of the hat. He says, look, you thought this rabbit was cut in two. Nah, it's the whole game. We're fine.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, that's what happens in magic tricks. But yeah, no, you're right. This is another really annoying thing about facing MaxPax, that you feel like you finally did get your army across the map, and then you do have them on the ropes, and you're liking what your army is doing, because you maybe have the upgrades, you have the EMPs, you have the tanks sieged up, and you're even chasing down so many of what we would say are the most important units, right? The Colossus had barely any action in any of those fights. Most of the time, they were just retreating and dying. But it was for kind of the greater good. More charge rates being produced, more angles were being set up for MaxPax, and the tanks are then, you know, kind of default taken out of the equation when those charge outs set up like that. Okay, great. But the surround on the bio army, I mean, that is the real kick in the nuts there for Hero Marine, who is forced to retreat at that point, or, you know, try and pick up, and he can't really do that either. And now MaxPax on 5 bases with the army of now mostly disruptors, but two Colossus alive, is now knocking on Hero Marine's front door. This looks like a great position for MaxPax. Up 30 workers, up 10 army supply, but a planetary is going to help Hero Marine hold here.
Yeah, and I don't hate him taking this fight. On the one hand, so this is double Starport Viking. The Colossus are not nearly as strong, and most importantly, he's taking this fight, and that's a decent shot right there from the Disruptors. He's taking this fight to allow the Zealots to get into the natural, to get into the third base where, yeah, Hero Marine's defending his fourth just fine. Zombie Grub the supplies are in such a problem right now where there is not enough Hero Marine to defend every angle. So yeah, Disruptors, Vikings, there's stuff on the 4th base. Again, the 3rd base, all the SCVs are dead from it. These Disruptors, even if they fall down, MaxPax has so much money. For the last 5 minutes, he's been up like 1,000 minerals a minute, where even if this fight doesn't go well for MaxPax, the reinforcing ability that our Protoss player has just so far outstrips the Terran that it becomes very hard for Hero Marine to have any option, really, even with Liberators on the map.
Yeah. Kudos to Hero Marine for keeping a level head, or at least presenting the image of a level head. I don't know what he's actually thinking. But this game is absolutely a game that we see from against MaxPax all the time from Terran players. Occasionally we will see 3CC that is kind of supposed to, you know, it's supposed to survive against his aggression, and then it's supposed to do pretty well afterward, and then it just fails, you know? This happens so often with all different types of builds. People try and out-strategize the opener that MaxPax is most likely to go for, which is a Blink Stalker attack, and then we'll never get the point of execution. MaxPax is so good about disrupting the execution point from the Terran, and then just doing everything else that really annoys them, like DT run-bys and disruptors and stuff like that. And so eventually you even start to see a little bit of a tilt. Even if the game is completely even, you start to see the Terran player really get frustrated. And I mean, at the very least, Hero Marine didn't look like he was getting frustrated, but he looked like he was losing, because he absolutely was, and that's not much better. So, you know, the best thing you can take from a first game is like, well, great, you weren't totally tilted. You didn't just immediately GG as soon as something went wrong for you. That's not the best start to a best of 5, but at least it is something.
Yeah, and you know, I think the other thing about this, and part of it probably is Oceanborn, which is a bigger map, maybe a little bit more macro of a map, but Hero Marine didn't play like Hero Marine in game 1. And I'm not saying, well, MaxPax played really well and Hero Marine wasn't able to play his game. I'm saying Hero Marine went 3CC as an opener. He didn't play a build that gets him that 6 to 8 minute Hero Marine push, that big Gabe push that we are so used to seeing him do. That's why, maybe not as much now, because Clem is that good. But, you know, for a while, he was the best TVP player, maybe even in the world, before like 8 to 9 minutes. Those pushes, those timings, the 1.5 base thing, whatever he decides to go for, are well thought out, well timed. It's a good system, and he's practiced it so much that it, even if you know what's coming, it's very hard to stop. So I like the idea from Hero Marine to go and play maybe against your idea about how Hero Marine plays in this matchup. Unfortunately for him, by doing that, he's just kind of playing right into MaxPax's wheelhouse.
I don't know if I necessarily agree about that, you know, the way that Hero Marine is known for playing. I know that Hero Marine, I do agree that he was the best TVPer in a while in Europe, because I also think that coincided with the Raven Interference Matrix era. So he was very good at perfecting the build order that then hit with the first Terran push with the Raven Interference Matrix. No doubt about that. But a lot of Terrans were. What actually stuck out to me for Hero Marine, compared to the other Terrans, was his really powerful 3-base attacks with 2-2. That's actually what comes to mind for me. And so I was actually kind of hopeful for that game, but he didn't really get to that point either. There was more of an attack beforehand. It didn't work out, but we can talk more about that after the intros. In the top right of Crimson Court, we do have MaxPax.
The bottom right, down 1 in the blue on a bit shorter of a map last time. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. It's Hero Marine.
But certainly, I do think highly of Hero Marine's macro game / particularly 2-2 attack. I think we saw a lot of sledgehammer Hero Marine if the interference matrix open it and work out, or it got, you know, nerfed, either one. Then he would still have this really powerful build-up on 3 bases to hit like a hammer with the 2-2, the Ghost, the Vikings, and maybe a couple of tanks if they survived. So that sticks out to me, but no matter what you're best at or what Terran timings you're trying to hit, MaxPax is just stupid good at interrupting them. Even if you've done a better job than previously at defending the harassment, for instance. So as you're prepping and playing and learning against MaxPax, you're like, okay, this is a Warp Prism, the Zealots, like, and you start taking into that account, and you still lose. Because that's exactly what happened. Hero Marine literally, he showed how much he plays versus MaxPax. He had the Warp Prism anti-missile turret, you know, in place. He had his army over to the left side, and yet MaxPax still found avenues to take advantage of that. You know, it's like, well, I know what you're onto, and then MaxPax is the guy that's saying, well, I know that you know that I know. That you know, in, you know, whatever roundabout way you want to do it. And he's just so good at disrupting whenever a Terran player thinks that they have got the time, they have got the strategy, they've got the execution. He's just slapped in the face and says, no, you don't.
Yeah, it's kind of, you talk about this. Okay, so he can disrupt the early game, but MaxPax also, and it may or may not matter in this game, we're going to have to see this again. Well, no, never mind. This is the second command center. Barracks, double gas factory, then that command center. More aggressive option coming out of here, Marine. But MaxPax, you talk about his strong aggression, his ability to disrupt the early game and the mid game for the Terran player. If MaxPax gets behind, and I'm not saying he will in this series, but we're going to have to see, but he's also incredibly good at finding the avenue to get back into a game in a way that we really don't often see, certainly in this TVP matchup, that a lot of people are saying, hey, this is really hard for Protoss. This is a really bad matchup for Protoss, and I think the changes in the recent balance match have actually equalized things quite a bit, but, you know, we're still seeing things evolve. But this is, again, we talked about, you say you think of Hero Marine as this plus, this 2-2-3 base timing. But I think of Hero Marine, I think of what we're seeing right here. Cyclones and Medevacs and Liberators, this like 1.5 base timing that hits before Blink, or on the odd world where this is a charge or something else. But this hits before the real tech of the Protoss. This Reaper should go down. Maybe is there high ground nearby? No, this, yeah, no, Reaper definitely dead. But again, this is what I think of for Hero Marine. 1.5 base shoving in before the Protoss really is set up on the tech they want to be set up on.
Well, I definitely think that Hero Marine has just become the well-rounded player. Like, he just does everything, and he will experiment with whatever is happening, and he will show off his skills that aren't just macro. Because at the end of the day, I think Hero Marine stands a macro player, but then sometimes he gets to show as good of micro and aggression as we would expect of Clem. So let's see if that is the case here, right? With his early aggression, does he do some seriously 6 Cyclone micro, and then Roddy presses the soundboard and everyone laughs, you know? Like, is it going to happen, or is Hero Marine going to be a little bit worse at that? And then MaxPax holds on no problem. So far, maybe a little bit worse at that. Oh, nice pickup on the Widowmine. Certainly not going to find a way into the natural. MaxPax does hold. He does have a total of 4 gateways this game, by the way, guys. So he's going to dedicate more to the aggression for Hero Marine this time.
It's funny. I really like these Widowmine 6 Marine drops. This Widowmine is fortunately dead. I really like that because you put it into the main base and suddenly you just can't split a probe when the Widowmine gets that's like, okay, fine. You split one probe off, the 6 Marines kill it off, and it's like, great, this is not going to work out for you all that well. It has a lot more staying power, but attacking through the front like that, when the Protoss kind of has a wall, it's hard to dive on top of, the Stalkers are there in position because that's just where they want to be at the game state. I don't know that I like that angle that Hero Marine decided to take, and now, well, because he did commit to this a little bit earlier, he's got 1 or 2 tanks on the map, excuse me. Stim is decades off, furlongs off, distances of length and time that represent a large amount. And this 4 gauge Blink Stalker, it's going to be a long time before Hero Marine can dislodge it, if he even can.
A little mistake there from MaxPax. We expect big things from him, so we get really nitpicky about his 4 gauge, but he did lose that Stalker. His Warp Prism just seconds shy of saving it. But it really does get ramped up, you know? And even when you think that he's going to back away because maybe he stopped producing Stalkers and he's producing a Robotics Bay, sometimes the Stalkers do still win the game. Liberator going to deny a ton of mining. There's some good news. Tank will go down, Bunker will go down, and the little Sim City that Hero Marine set up to stop the Blink Stalkers from running away doesn't work as well if the Warp Prism is there to help that secondary Blink kind of situation. Some Stalkers certainly sacrificed for that, though. 6 in total have gone down for a tank and 8 SCVs. However, the Liberator still also doing some damage. You also have to add in some lost mining. And another lost Stalker, actually. MaxPax. Pay attention to his army movements. I mean, I actually think that Hero Marine's doing a pretty good job here defending against this. Great save on that 3rd tank. And the 2nd one was helping out on the low ground as well. Warp Prism Micro. It's going to be impressive. It's going to be fine and dandy. But it actually isn't going to find much more. Clearly, the 4 gate is over. Hero Marine's defense works out. And we do have a weird situation now where MaxPax is only ahead by 5 workers. That does not cover 2 mules. And so there is a very good chance that Hero Marine can do something in this game. But every time we think that, MaxPax does something to throw a wrench into things.
Yeah, but look at this as well. Hero Marine, you talk about, can he do something in this game? Stim's just about done. That's nice. And it actually is very exposed. Unfortunately, MaxPax loses a bunch of Stalkers. If the Blink stays alive, which MaxPax is going to try to target this down, if he gets those upgrades, this is a 5 racks all in coming out of Hero Marine. There's no 3rd base on the way. This is a lot of commitment on a very short map. And luckily for Hero Marine, well played, I guess, for Hero Marine, You've got the tank in position, SCVs are pulled, the stim will complete, combat shields should complete, and yeah, supplies are within 20 right now. That's kind of within the bounds of maybe where we expect army supplies to be. This is gonna explode for here, Marine. He's gonna have so much bio running across the map, and as you said, MaxPax, he hasn't really got enough done to justify the 4-gate, so all in off of a failed pressure. Well, okay, well that doesn't that doesn't really help you here, Marine.
Yeah, and MaxPax is really good at finding that. I'm annoyed on behalf of the Terran. I'm really showing my bias here.
Save us from these bias casters. What is that?
Yeah, right. Yeah, absolutely. No, it's not even that I'm really truly biased for the Terran. It's actually just, it is the opposite. I am oftentimes so much in awe with how MaxPax controls this matchup when you compare it to so many other PVTs of so many other great Protosses. But they're already not playing this style as often, so that's already a big difference. But then when they do play this style, there's no way they would ever recover from a deficit, like a failed quote-unquote 4-gate. MaxPax does often, but this is a tough game for him as well, no doubt about it. Loses even more Stalkers. That's 16 Stalkers lost in this entire game. Yes, they've traded a little bit, but that is a huge chunk of change. Recall is going to be enough, but even that's a little awkward. No ability to kill the Medivacs, and the front line is more important. MaxPax's third base getting hammered at this point.
That it is, but the Immortal going down as well. There really is no... What do we have? Yeah, nothing. There's one Colossus out. There is no solution to these tanks. There's really no solution to these Marauders. You say the drop is handled? Kinda. But he's still got a lot of Zealots. 15 probes are going down as well, and this third base is dead. Remember, just to be clear, this is an all-in from Hero Marine. He's only on 2 bases. This is 5 racks production. He got the third base. It's a great start. But this is something that eventually does time out. Now Stalkers are going to try to get on top of these tanks. But 4 tanks here. Zealots on top of them as well. Colossus certainly cannot fight, but now the Zealots with their +1. All the tanks are going to go down, so here Marine gets the third base. He gets a ton of probe zombie grub, and he still maintains that supply lead. But it's not like, again, it's not like there's macroing out of this.
Yeah, Terrans can always try and lift, but you're right. That is very much a last resort. Turns into a lot of awkwardness defending a orbital when you're all-inning against the Zealot run-bys and whatnot. So, yeah, it's still right to call it an all-in. But I feel like it might have worked. It's just every time I start to feel good for the Terran, the Protoss just bring themselves back in. And that was the best handling possible from a Protoss on that third base defense, if you will. The third base obviously had gone down, but didn't recall the Warp Prism, and that's kind of sucky. I assume he just didn't have energy? No, he actually did, so he just thought that it'd be safer than it was. That is very unfortunate, but to give the kudos before I go into the criticism, the defense against those tanks was really nice. Saves the Colossus, spreads out his Stalkers, sends them away once the bio clearly isn't a threat anymore. I mean, you can't ask for much more in that situation. It's just the situation was already pretty bad. And so here Marine calmly building up his army. Now once again ahead by 40 army supply with Vikings, tear down the Colossus. What else does MaxPax have here?
Ooh, that's actually really nice. A bunch of Marines on the right side, I guess, going for a run by to try to distract MaxPax. Well, Zealots find that one. And it's only 4 Vikings on the map. Force fields are going to be okay. MaxPax just cancel the third base. I'd really like to see him just go mine out the gold and go down bottom side. So this Zealot run by, there's a tank here. It's not seized. Marauders don't fight Zealots all that well. I really like this run by out of MaxPax. Making it really hard. Now going to get on top of the tanks as well. 2 of them will go down, targeting the third one. One Colossus will fall, but as the Vikings try to... Oh, he doesn't get it. Never mind. But as the Vikings try to chase this, there's a shield battery here. Should keep that alive. The Vikings should die. It's something, but man, you gotta get those tanks.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. One more slice of a Zealot. That was going to die anyway, right? He could have just stayed around. Very unfortunate indeed, but probably not what's going to be the reason that MaxPax ends this game. He's been on the ropes since his 4-gate didn't do as much damage as he was hoping. But good decision there from here, Marine, to go for the 5 racks as well. I was even kind of thinking there'd be a couple of SCV pulled. Didn't even need it. So MaxPax will be, I would say, appropriately punished for the way things went. He did not manage to weasel his way out of losing after that, which he so often does. But I think a very powerful way of making sure he doesn't is absolutely the 5 racks. So we're going to have a tied up series 1-1.
There we go. And, Zombie Grab, we're moving on to what is probably the oddest map in the pool. I don't know if it is, but we move on to Dynasty. Certainly the least popular map in the pool right now. You got that gold base that it does feel like it's a little bit easier for Terran players to hold on to than it is to Protoss. You kind of put a tank there and you put some bio, and it's hard for medium numbers of Blink Stalkers to make that happen. Although even as I say that, Zombie Grub, I'm a big Firefly fan. We've been over this. I am irrationally a fan of Firefly, but importantly, it's bearing through. Today, he 3-0'd Clem in the WTL, and importantly, Dynasty was their first map. He was able to make something happen, gets on top, kills off a lot of SCVs, denies the gold base. So it's not impossible for Protoss players to make that happen, but it does feel like something where it is a little bit easier for a Terran player to do what they want to do on the map.
Okay, all right. See what you're tying in here.
Got to bring up Firefly whenever I can, Honor bound.
Yeah. I wish I had such an obsession. I wish I looked at someone the way you look at Firefly, but Jaedong doesn't play StarCraft 2 anymore, so.
My girlfriend is a little jealous of Firefly at this point, actually.
She should be. He never said that she was going to win a championship.
I never said Firefly was going to win Katowice. I said he was going to hit top 2. It's a different story, Zombie Grub.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, of course.
I didn't believe it anyway.
Anyway, but yeah, so maybe this is good news. Marine gets the second game, might be able to propel that with a little bit of map favor in here, but what a map. What a map. Anyway, who are we saying on first?
There we go. In the upper right.
There we go.
He won game number 1, fell down in the second, and now it's a weird map. Let's see what he can do. It's MaxPax.
And in the bottom left, we do have Team Mouse's Here Marine. So, Firefly, what did he do on Dynasty?
He did what Firefly does, right? Lots of gateway units, not a lot of robo tech. He was able to get stalkers into the natural, I think, and get a little bit of damage done there. And then once that damage happened, you force feed Clem zealots until he dies.
Gotcha.
Firefly has one story, and he has different ways of getting there. But at the end of the day, it is one book. He does not have a library, Zombie Grub. It is zealots and zealots. And would you like some more zealots, please?
That's true. Yeah, I guess I could have just guessed that. But, unfortunately, that style, it feels like really good at times, and heck, it's even been meta, very much so. The Protoss, all of them doing very similar things, but it can feel good, but it doesn't have, I would say, a lot of success overall. It's something we want to depend on, and it's not something that MaxPax necessarily does, right? He absolutely goes into Stalkers as he takes a gold base here, and he absolutely goes into Charge after that, but then we do see him still move on to Colossus or onto Disruptors. Maybe a Storm game every now and again, I don't recall, but both taking the gold bases, and so we have interesting game, but yeah, I was trying to say that we probably won't see the same type of max zealots, very low gas from MaxPax, but I don't know. It's very interesting because they both take the gold bases, but one of them takes on the other side with the rich Vespian Geyser.
Yeah, so
here we're gonna immediately scout that.
Here's the question, right, Zombie Grub, as we take a look at this. I really like this as a Protoss player, because if you're on the safe side of the mineral wall, you just get sieged up and it becomes a problem. But I was gonna ask, is this get followed up by a Stargate? Because with the bonus gas you get, you can go Phoenix. It allows you to go and kind of defend things a little bit, maybe a little bit earlier defense. And also, if, say, for the sake of example, here Marine decides to go a bunch of Hellions, you can handle that fairly nicely. Unfortunately, the Stargate was down by the time that happened, so MaxPax is going to be going Stargate off of this. It gives him counter harass on here Marine's side of the map, and allows him to go and maybe defend his side of the map a little bit more. And if you get 4 gas for the price of 3, assuming again that he does take that rich gas eventually, well, that's a lot of Phoenix.
Yeah. Nice adept harassment, so the gold can't mine anyway. But you're talking about those Hellions, and we do have them. And even with the shield battery, those are some awfully stacked up probes.
Yeah.
And what's worse is that the Cyclone follow-up is still pretty powerful. I mean, we don't see nearly, I guess, as many just game overs, I suppose, but it still does happen with the Cyclone opener versus the Stargate. It can feel very, very knife's edge of actually defending. I guess here Marine was going to try and pull one over on MaxPax. You would expect him to go to the gold base where all the probes are stacked up, right? But actually wanted to go to the main. Unfortunately, that will not work out. The Oracle timing is absolutely perfect, plus the Stalker found it as well. And that might have been better off trying to actually go after the gold base probes. It at least would have gotten one shot off, I think, before the Oracle and Stalker would have caught up to the Hellions.
Now, 4 Hellions is the magic number, right? You get a shield battery, you get burst through any, or actually 3 Hellions is the magic number to go burst through a bunch of probes, even with shield battery or anything like that. But here Marine goes 2, which is map control, certainly. Scouting, absolutely. You can deal with the depths on the map, sure, fine. But he doesn't commit to 4. He gets double Cyclone, I guess, on this idea that, well, if MaxPax is going to take this gold, it's probably going to be a Stargate follow-up. And now we go into the mid-game, right? 3 racks, 3-1-1 type of setup. No one's really done a ton of damage to the other. MaxPax, he's got a ton of gas available, adding in gateways. And I really did expect this to go something like Phoenix Colossus. But instead, this is going to be a style that was very popular 2 years ago going to Katowice until Ryung made it very sad and ruined a lot of Protoss players' day. But this is, you open Stargate, yeah, but then you go into Stalkers behind it, and Oracle gives you map control, gives you the ability to blink into the main base, gives you that vision, stasis traps, all of these nice things. Now, Zombie Grub, the only problem with that is Dynasty doesn't have a lot of good blinking positions as such. You actually can't even get to the main base, right? You have to go through we call that the natural? The gold base area.
It is naturally appealing. I mean, the way that Heater Marine took it anyway. MaxPax took the more dangerous one, but tanks definitely going to be necessary to stop this from being non-stop harassment. But then you do want to be careful. Even if it wasn't Oracle, any type of blink action is going to be later and less impactful. It's going to be careful on the side of Heater Marine not to let any freebies go just because, you know, it wasn't a 3 or 4 gate right off the bat. And he is... You're right. Besides that particular place, you know, otherwise maybe the pure Blink Stalker action wouldn't be so powerful. That's maybe why MaxPax isn't bothering to do that, you know? Making sure to get that map control, making sure to be able to use Blink Stalkers, which he's so damn good at. But eyes on the future, as he does have his 3 bases up in what you could also call the natural, I guess, of MaxPax. Working on that Robo now in Robotics Bay to come, presumably. There it is.
Yeah. And it's, man, it looks, I'm looking at MaxPax's space, I'm like, oh, okay, he's gonna go take the north side. Like, surely that's where he expands his third. And I'm like, wait a minute, no, he's already taken it. It just looks so, I love the play. It's really smart, but it also looks really weird. But I like what again, we talk about MaxPax's ability to ruin Terran players' day and to mess with their timings. He's just is he gonna go and break this natural of Heater Marine? No, he's not. Right, there's a tank there. It's really hard to get through. There's bio. He's not going to get up in the natural, not with 2 tanks. But what he can do is just poke away, get a couple SCVs, drop stasis traps outside of the obvious egress point from the main base, the natural area, when Heater Marine wants to run across. And anything he can do to slow things down, because remember, he also is benefiting from a gold base. He's benefiting it from it just a little bit faster. Anything he can do to slow this Terran player down is beautiful for him. Although that stasis trap, he gets 3 Marines into Cyclone. It does force Heater Marine to not go punish, but that's not the... Wow, he just got every single Marine that MaxPax was maybe hoping for.
Once again, here, Marine going for the 5 racks immediately. This is something that the Oracles are unable to scout, and that move out kind of looks like it was intentions for 3rd base, right? Looks like it's guarding the other natural, if you will. But I think MaxPax has already picked up on what is being put down here. I really like the Dark Shrine addition to anything that's going to be considered more dedicated aggression from a Terran player who also is no doubt going to be harassed by Zealots, which then means no mule or you don't want to slap down mules. There we go. So no scans for the DT, so on and so forth. 1 DT at a time. Also very annoying to deal with, blah, blah, blah. I like that idea, basically. I feel like MaxPax is setting up for something like this. He gets the confirmation on the size of the army. Proxy Gateway goes down. That's kind of a bummer, but the War Prism lives. That's more important. And the Stalkers are tailing this. So every couple of Marines, every couple of SCVs really matters a lot, especially if it buys time. Really think MaxPax is... been set up for this for a while even. He might have even just guessed this was going to be the case from the get-go. And these supplies really look quite good for the Protoss right now, but it is a lot of workers that are affecting them.
Yeah, SCVs have been pulled into this as well, so you got a little bit more chef. Man, these force fields are so good for MaxPax. Stalker's trying to get on the backside as well. Only 1 tank is sieged up, so they're going to just shoot these down. And Heater Marine tries to save them. Not really going to work out. And all of us, I mean, this is... MaxPax, actually, you know, all of a sudden, the supply is starting to... Army supply is getting a little bit worse. I love this move from Heater Marine, though. Intentionally mining out one of the mineral patches just to make sure he can attack from a different angle. MaxPax did see it out, and again, Zealots are going to try to get on top of this army. Tanks are getting some decent shots on the Colossus for now. One gets very low, will not go down. The Concave, though, all of a sudden for Heater Marine, looking really nice, but it's not enough. Everything's dead anyways. MaxPax goes up 2 games to 1.
he just dissected that, you know? I know there's always some potential for the Terran push there, but I really felt like from the beginning, MaxPax was prepared. His engagements were always well thought out. Sometimes he can make micro mistakes like everyone else, micro mistakes, but no, like that was almost textbook, as if he had known that that was going to be on the way and he had all the time in the world to prepare for it. So no, no problem, you know, absolutely zero problem. MaxPax making that look easy. I assure you that it is not. But this also now throws a question in for Here Marine, which is, okay, does the 2-base actually work out? Didn't last game. Not at all. Looked quite poor even. But, you know, if he does 4-gate me again, and I do get that immediate counter attack powered up by the 5 racks, then I could be good. And MaxPax could absolutely do that. MaxPax could choose the last map to once again go for a 4-gate. But you just don't know. You don't know until it happens, right? And so does Here Marine go for the 2-base attack no matter what? Does he add on a 3rd CC? Does it do a little more of that normal pacing of PVT? I don't know. But the onus is on him because he is on his last life.
Yeah, I really do think that build out of Here Marine, the way he, you know, I think he intentionally mined out one of the mineral patches so you can go from an angle that MaxPax may not expect. It's actually a really quick reinforcement path out to the natural compared to going through a map of Dynasty that is generally a very long rush distance. But you're also fighting into a Protoss player that has a gold, so their economy goes up a little bit faster, and they're able to maybe make their defense just a little bit more. Regardless of everything else, I thought the idea was cool. Unfortunately, as you said, MaxPax just made it did not look very good. We move to Amphion, though, for maybe the last game in this series. It's another fun map. Let's see what happens.
In the bottom left for Psystorm, he is the Red Protoss, MaxPax.
And in the upper left, in the blue, down, life on the line of the upper bracket, but who knows? He's got another shot. Even still, wants to send us to game number 5. For Mouse, it's Here Marine.
Such a great defense from the get-go. The build-up to the defense of the final push, but I would say most importantly, the execution of the defense of the final push. Again, really paying attention to where the tanks are firing, getting different angles set up, letting the Zealots do their thing as long as they can do their thing. Always being mindful of where the shield battery is to pull back to it. And just really quite beautiful engagements. You don't have a lot of time in StarCraft 2 engagements to really shine with a critical thought process. A lot of times it's just like, okay, go! So you got so much stuff to do. But sometimes the way that MaxPax takes these engagements, you can actually just see that it's almost like slow motion. It's like he's the Flash, and he's actually just constantly going fast. So what he sees is in slow motion. I feel like you really get to see the micro choices and the way that a better Protoss player can take engagements other than just, okay, I built up a big enough army, let's go collapse in on the guy and hope that it works. Max actually just especially good at it, it feels like. But again, he was also, I think, especially well set up against the plan from Here Marine. Really got the feeling he had a good idea that it was on the way. You know, even though we didn't technically scout how many barracks there were, that there wasn't a 3rd CC, it really seemed like he was already on to Here Marine, despite Here Marine's kind of push out to maybe obscure the strategy. So Here Marine's going to have to try and get something done that's a little more surprising, first of all. Something that actually does something. The Hellions didn't do anything. The follow-ups didn't do anything. Or try and play a greedy game and hope that a standard game works out like he tried to do in game number 1. I do think there is some hope for that game number 1 for Here Marine. So I wouldn't mind seeing something like that again. And okay, that's actually exactly what he's going to do. Nice, called it. Oh wait, no, that's a high ground CC. Darn it. Yeah. Never mind.
I did the
He's
same
doing what
thing
we did last game.
like,
yeah,
yes, great. No, it's not greedy.
Darn it. I was too excited to be right. But no, so it's not going to be a fast 3rd CC, so it's not going to be the same thing as game 1. But then is it going to be a 5 racks 2-base attack?
Well, unfortunately, you can't jump over the gateway yet. There are angles, if you put the KD8 charge just right, where you can jump over the thin gap and make it happen. I do like what we're seeing from MaxPax here in this 4th game. You talk about what is he going to do, or what's Here Marine going to do. Blink is really bad on this map. Not in terms of just you want Blink eventually, but early Blink aggression. We talked about how how Dynasty doesn't really have a good Blink spot. It's even worse here. You got to blink over the mineral wall and then make a second blink into the main base. It just really is not accessible. So I like MaxPax going. And also, it's really easy for the Terran to drop. Effectively, the left side of the map is not quite an island, but you do have to mine some things out to make it not an island. So it is pretty inaccessible. You move across, drops can be really solid. So MaxPax, I like how he's playing to the map. He's kind of done that in the last couple games where it'd be very tempting. You know, there was a time last year when MaxPax was 4-gate blinking every single map, and that's all you're going to see, and he's probably going to win with it. But that's all you're going to see. He's playing a lot more to the map here, and I really do like that kind of evolution in how he has chosen to play.
Pretty nice scouting from the Adepts right now. Phoenix coming out, to stop what could be a very obvious drop play. Didn't actually scout the medevac, didn't actually find it, so that's kind of unfortunate. The Phoenix were so close to it, but the scouting was really nice because the scout saw the significantly later command center on location, but then also that it wasn't even orbital before it got sent over. So I think he was expecting a rather fast drop. The Phoenix thought about the main base being the point of contention. That's actually the natural. They're there fast enough that it doesn't really matter. And now we have here Marine's opener once again not doing a whole lot. More Cyclones are on the way. Perhaps he surprises MaxPax with continued aggression on the front line, especially if the shield battery gets canceled. But it is actually going to complete. That is a high ground for him, and so I don't believe much more will come from this. So now MaxPax's turn to also get back on the map with the Phoenix and see if there is more to come from here. And he does see more rallying, so he knows what's up.
Yeah, this is very much a patented anti-Stargate push coming out of here, Marine. You get Cyclones, you get Vikings, you build Marines, you rally them across, and you try to make something happen. The problem is, first of all, there's a high ground ramp that's very, very hard for the Terran player to get through. And on top of that, the first hit didn't really work. The Widow Mine goes down very quickly, so you have that one for the next fight. There's a shield battery on the high ground, as you said. So even as maybe an Adept will fall, sure. Phoenix rallying also, but also going back home. But this army from here, Marie, that he's making that is designed to break down this build out of MaxPax, with this ramp right here and overcharged as it is, it feels, this almost, we're gonna have to see what happens, but it almost feels like it's stalling out before it even really gets started.
It is troublesome to get up that ramp, especially when the shield battery is up in a very offensive position, if you will, very forward position. There you go. You know, if it's kind of habitually placed next to the Nexus or something, maybe there's a little more wiggle room, but not to be the case here. Second shield battery, Immortal gets pumped out. He's not taking any chances. MaxPax is handling this as one should, which is to take it seriously, I would say. You know, it doesn't, I'm making it sound easy, like other Protoss are just silly for not taking it seriously. Of course, there's the same problem for every race as there is for Zerg, which is that you want to maximize economy before preparing for defenses. And that can be a Protoss conundrum. But MaxPax has also been really good about scouting. His Phoenix are going over to get harassment and scouting done at the, while still being able to help defend appropriately, which can also be a conundrum for the Protoss. Their Phoenix are in the right place at the right time. And it's really beautiful, like, play, dissecting and realizing what the type of game it is going to be like. Really fast Matrix might have been a surprise, taking that Immortal out of the equation, but apparently that doesn't matter. Every unit from here, Marine getting picked up by the Phoenix. This is going to be game. MaxPax just masterful in this matchup. Here Marine tried his best. He tried a bunch of different things, but MaxPax seemed to be on top of it. Well, 9 times out of 10, he did lose one game, but he will win the series.
Yeah, MaxPax or Zombie Crab, I was looking at that last fight before it happened. I'm like, I'm not trying to be a Protoss Doomer or a Terran Doomer here, but this just looks pointless. Like, Max, I love how we spent so long in game 1 talking about just how good MaxPax is, and we get to see it here. That build from here, Marine, is tailor-made to counter a Stargate play. You go a lot of Phoenix, every single thing that Hero Marine has shoots up. You get Vikings, you get Cyclones, you get Marines, you post up outside of the Protoss natural, and you make it happen. The problem is, Amphion's rest distance, natural to natural, if you don't mine out both mineral sets, is so long and is so kind of exposed that the moment MaxPax realizes what happens, he runs across the map, gets some SCVs, has the high ground, has the shield battery. And I don't know how that, maybe this is just MaxPax being as good as he is, but I don't know how that build really works on that map. It just kind of felt like it fell flat on its face.
Well, I do think the first drop can do more damage. The Phoenix can be found more out of position than they were. And then the scouting could have been worse as well. He could not have realized how fast the drop was going to be on the way. There, as I said, could have been a differently placed shield battery that wasn't quite as upfront, or alternatively, that shield battery dies when it's only those 3 Adepts and it gets targeted down, and then that's also a problem. There are definitely things that can go wrong, but when everything goes right, it really looks like it falls flat on its face, doesn't it? It looks like it's a bad build, and you should never copy that in your life, and that's just not true. It can be very difficult for Protoss to defend, even on a map that has a ramp like that. But MaxPax did everything correctly, and here Marine never really got the jump on the guy. So,
no,
MaxPax just too good.
Yeah, Max Pac's just too good. And I think maybe if I'm Hearthstone, because again, Hearthstone plays the loser of this series, I think I'm happy that it's Hero Marine falling down to the lower bracket rather than Max Pax. Neither is an easy opponent, and I think Hero Marine matches up a lot better against maybe a Hearthstone than a Max Pax. But even, I mean, actually, I think that's true of anyone who matches up well against Max Pax. Cyril, Clem, maybe. That's it.
Yes.
But, you know, in general, I think Hearthstone's pretty happy about this. If he's trying to make that run into the top 4, get that direct qualifying to the winner's stage already of DreamHack Dallas. But we do have one more player to figure out whether they get that direct seed, because Max Pax has qualified for that should he choose to take it. He has that direct seed into Dallas, into the winner's bracket. But we got one more to figure out today. It's going to be Clem. It's going to be Spirit. We get another mirror matchup. This time, it's not because we're lucky. We get a ZVZ, a PvP, and now it's a TVT. We get all of them. But that's going to happen in just about 6 minutes.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone. We have one series remaining in Europe. We've had our PVT, we've had our PvP, our DVZ, but now we get our last match in the upper bracket, Zombie Grub. It's a mirror matchup. It's Spirit. It's Clem. I think we talked at the top of the day about at one point this was maybe even Spirit favored, considering Clem's struggles in the matchup. But that is no longer the case.
I'm not even sure it was ever really Spirit favored. It was more like it was even.
Okay.
I'm actually scrolling a lot.
There was a time when I know in TSL, an old TSL like TSL 7 qualifiers, that era, where it's like, Spirit plays Clem. This is bad news for Clem. This is something where he might actually lose.
Actually, that's not even the time period. No, but I know what you're thinking of, though. There are definitely times where, well, there were times anyway, where Spirit would come out swinging and would defeat Clem, and Clem would look weakest in TVT because that was his weakest matchup for a long time. But the last time that Spirit was favored versus Clem was back when Clem started to get really good, back in 2018. Started to make more of a name for himself. That's when Spirit was still favored as the more experienced player, I guess, but hasn't been that way for a while. In the 6 years they've played, we do have Clem with a 72% win record in games. In the League Lag prediction, which was tweeted out here by ESL, 92% for Clem.
You know, Zombie Grub, that's not the worst we've seen in ESL Masters Regional. I think we saw a 95. I forget who it was, but I think we did see we've seen some of the worst. And look, okay, you know what? You talk about this 92% Clem favored. Clem was 0-3'd. Granted, different matchup, but Clem was 0-3'd by Firefly and WTL this morning. Clearly, that's the matchup Clem is practicing for. Clearly, he's not feeling all that great. Clearly, Spirit's got this.
Yeah, those are all very clear things right now. Let's actually get into the series. Starting off on Golden Aura for Game 1. In the top left, we do have Team Liquid's Clem.
And the bottom right in the blue, looking to continue what's already been a really nice run for him. For Na'Vi, it's Spirit.
Still so cool we can say that.
Right?
Na'Vi, Cloud9. Pretty cool.
I'm on Cloud9 about it.
Ha! Ha! Whatever. I would have Navi... No, it doesn't work. Anywho.
You were born to make a winning joke about it.
Sure. Yeah. Anyway, so TVT. Not looking so hot for Spirit. And this is where we go back to what we were talking about at the beginning of the day. If you guys missed it, we're kind of looking over the entire bracket, but I was trying to correctly explain that you can really look at Clem versus Spirit over the last few years, and you can use that particular matchup to see just how much Clem has improved. Because even though Clem has always, or pretty much always, been favored versus Spirit in this matchup, the way the games look and how one-sided they are get, depressingly, worse, I guess, for Spirit as the years go by, or as particularly the last year has gone by, which is that, a lot of them were just like, oh, TVT, right? Some bad engagements there, some good engagements over there. He's a little bit better in late game, you're a little bit better in early game, whatever it was. It was still kind of a contest, or kind of interesting to think of what could happen. But then there have been a string in the last year, maybe even year plus at this point, of Clem absolutely dominating any European Terran that goes up against him. And many Korean Terrans as well, but probably not the very, very top, right? Hardly dominates them a lot of the time. But when it comes to those European Open Cups, whenever he faces a Terran, it's like, forget about it. Because basically at this point, Clem is the de facto winner, as long as Cyril doesn't sign up, or Max Pax doesn't have one of his hot weeks, I guess, where he does defeat Clem. So it's just, you can see how much it goes from two people who are pretty good at TVT, one person being less confident in TVT, but again, growing in confidence and then growing in lethality. Clem has become such a lethal player, and you can really see that in the last year of TVTs, particularly against Spirit, where more and more of his games would end sub 5 minutes because his Reaper Cyclone micro would be just that freaking good. So, yeah, this has been a, I want to say it's not special to me because it's like a weird way to put it, but it was really a joy to watch Clem improve in this matchup and get so confident and so lethal in it when it was his main problem. Of course, on the opposite side, that means that Spirit just has even more troubles against this guy. Gets harder and harder every day to defeat Clem.
You know, I guess the one saving grace you talk about Clem being lethal. Sub 5-minute games all over the place. The Cyclones have been nerfed, thank goodness. They've been reverted back to kind of how they were, a little bit tankier, but certainly they don't quite as much benefit from the aggressive hot pickup micro because they don't have, there's actually a cooldown to their lock-on again, thank goodness. Which means that while Clem absolutely is incredible, I mean, it's fun just watching Clem play because you just get to see things that no one else can do, and you're like, well, this doesn't look fair, but we can enjoy it, right? Yeah, it's a lot of fun, but at the very least, the fact that was making Clem probably the best TVT player in the world in the last patch because no one could touch his Cyclone micro, at least that has been tuned down a little bit.
Yeah. That is true, but I am still looking to see what he can do with the micro here. As he does drop, Spirit is totally prepared for this, has his units in position, but grenades kind of just threw the wrench there. That's, I think, the only reason that even looked contests. Otherwise, it looked like Spirit was way too well prepared for it. So Clem not going to find a lot of damage from this. He also didn't find a lot of scouting. I know we've been talking about not build orders the entire time, but quickly to go over it. Banshees. Banshees are on the way for Spirit as Clem continues to rally all of his units across the field. Vikings coming out as well. Actually, a very aggressive opener in TVT that is not typically to be done, I guess, professionally. But, you know, the idea is that this gets started so early on with such a powerful unit, the tank, that if you don't deal with it correctly from the get-go, you just don't deal with it. But the Banshees really should throw a problem in here as far as the defense goes. They could be used defensively, sure, but then also they could kill a lot of SCVs if they circumvent this army.
The question is how much damage can Clem get done before that happens? Because with this, you talk about this build, we don't see it all that often. I think part of it is just the map. It's pretty good on Golden Ore, that spot you can kind of wedge the tanks in just north of the natural on over to the right side. So we're going to see supply depots go down. Spirit, yeah, he's got 2 Banshees out. That's really important. But he is supply blocked, 62 out of 62. I think he had to drop a top hat to make sure that something happened. So Clem is going to continue to grow into this game in a way that Spirit not really going to be able to do so. But remember, also most of his anti-airs on the other side. Do we have scans? There's none in the main base. There's no missile turret either. Clem, no scans in the natural either. This is what Spirit was looking for. But Clem says, okay, that's fine. I can't mind. Let me see if I can kill you. And for now, a tank's dead. Natural's going to get posted up a little bit on. But again, with 9 SCVs going down, Zombie Grub, how much can Clem get done here on the other side?
He's still dangerously close to winning this game. So the Banshees are making this more of a problem, but then maybe they should have been used, I guess, partially defensively. Obviously, you don't want to just throw 2 Banshees into a scan against 4 Vikings, but I don't know. I guess you would have had to gotten lucky on the timing, whether they were defensive or offensive, and whether or not a mule had been dropped. 17 SCVs just simply might not be enough. It sounds like a tremendous amount because usually it would be, but it's only a 7-worker difference. Yet Clem is mining off of all 3 bases at this point, third almost completed, and Spirit just had to lift his natural. So, like I was saying, if you deal with this immediately somehow, that would be the best possible scenario. Good for you. No problem. But if that tank gets in position, the Vikings start rallying forward, more tanks start coming, they start getting into even more abusive positions, taking care of your own ramp against you, then you, absolutely can die. And there is a defensive Banshee finally showing some merits, so a couple of tanks going down because of the scans. There we go, not being available. But that is a bit of a one-trick pony, isn't it? Now Clem will have scans, especially with a 3rd orbital potentially in play.
That being said, Clem has really been struggling with scans this entire game, and you talk about that scan, it was just about the least useful scan possible because the Banshee was at like 1 energy left. It was going to go down in half a second anyways. Of course, Clem couldn't know that, but that does, again, you just talk about minor bits of value. Clem is still massively ahead of this game. I'm not trying to make any ifs, ands, or buts about it, but knocking down a couple of those tanks, they do make life a little bit easier. If another Banshee can show up, maybe Clem not going to have a scan available for now. Spirit tries to run down the ramp. Zombie Grub, this is not going to work. Clem, he's played a masterful game. Great push. You said 3-5 minutes. He's going to do it in 8. Close enough.
Yeah. And like I was trying to say, this doesn't necessarily happen all that often, and I'd still stick to that. But obviously, if you can get the correct sequence of events, then it is very powerful. You know, if we see something kind of more dedicated like that in the early game. Sometimes it's that old 2 starport build that felt like it came and went, you know? But it is the same idea, obviously, which is just that you are going to build tanks fairly quickly. You are going to build reactored Vikings as opposed to your typical Ravens in TVT. And you are going to particularly find a place to lodge your tank. That's the real trick to this, is finding a really abusive lodging place. And that's what he did. And that starts with the medevac drop as well. The medevac drop ensures that the defensive units of the other Terran is back at home, maybe dealing with it, maybe being in the main base as opposed to the natural. And then, you know, if they do try and get some revenge, maybe it's not fast enough. Maybe suddenly there's a tank on the forefront and they can't do anything about it. So you just feel trapped. You feel utterly and totally trapped the entire game. I'm sure Spirit did.
Yeah, it's also one of those things, right, where Spirit did open a little bit differently than a lot of Terrans would do. You open up, sure, Starport Tech Lab, fine, but there's no Raven, right? There's no interference matrix, maybe. Depends on how you want to open. Going Banshees, it represents a lot of damage, and we saw it. You can maybe use it defensively, but it also is a much more exploitable tech path. There's a reason that we see Ravens 80%, I don't know, maybe 80, yeah, 80% of games in TVT, right? Maybe even more than that, because it gives you offensive potential. It does give you defensive potential. It's not quite as all or nothing to a scan or a defensive Raven as Banshees are. And I like the idea from Spirit, right? Like, you know that Eligulac gives you a 92% chance to win this series. Sure. You know that you have not been doing all that well against Clem recently, so don't play a straight-up TVT. Don't play the game that Clem is the most comfortable in playing on the vague hope that maybe today he's in a funk because he lost to Firefly a little bit earlier today. I joked about that. Clearly, this is the matchup that matters. So, yeah, do something a little bit different. Give yourself a little bit different of a win condition. I like the idea. Unfortunately for Spirit, didn't work out in game 1. But Zombergrub, we got game 2. Alcyon is here.
Yep, and now this guy is up 1. He is the Team Liquid player, Clem.
And to the bottom left, in the blue, I like the idea. Play something a little bit different. Unfortunately, game 1, it definitely didn't work out. Now he's down 1. It's Spirit.
I do agree. I like the change-up. The surprise Banshee can work, absolutely, especially in perhaps a more typical game in which 2 Banshees even pair up together and then just try and go ham before the Raven and Cyclone catches them. Because that's kind of the big reason why it's really fallen out, is that the Raven Cyclone is now a default opener and then obviously deals with Banshees very well. But the other reasons I would say is people just got better at kind of determining how they can execute something against the Banshees, like Clem did, right? So he had a problem against the Banshees defensively, but he saw an opportunity to still be aggressive, which maybe in 2012, one Banshee uncloaked appears in your SCV line, and you're like, oh God, I guess I'm over. I guess I'm dead. Because we're all so much worse back then. But no, he does it very, very well. And the Banshees are worth it, but they are, as I was saying, like a one-trick pony, and I was saying that in particular in the game, but they can also kind of be that in a series for TVT. I mean, it's a best of 5. All 5 games happen. Of course, we could see other Banshees arrive, but they're really not the most common. So I certainly think that both players are going to play away from that, although Clem has a lot of freedom, I guess, as the guy now that's up 1 and also has the history against Spirit, so he could do whatever the heck he wants. But Clem usually likes the non-Banshee micro units, I guess. He'll definitely be as aggressive as he can with whatever units you give him, but person being a Banshee player, not too often, I'd say.
It's kind of funny. You talk about, back in 2012, one Banshee in the mineral line, I guess I'm dead. I remember it being fun, like, talking about, gas versus whatever. He's got to get an eBay now because it's not gas first and there's a Banshee on the way. And like, okay, well, you just drop a scan. It's going to be okay. Obviously, balance was different. Economy scaled differently. It was a very different game. But the other thing that people will talk about back, it's like, man, Banshee micro, he's able to move and like, this is pretty good. And now we look at it, it's like, yeah, no, the Banshee's not microable enough for Clem. Sure, you can micro it fine, but it's not flashy enough. And it's funny how far we've come.
Yeah, it really isn't. It's really not. Well, we got ourselves some typical TVT openers here. No one trying to be particularly aggressive. I could absolutely see Clem try and finalize the series with a non-proxy 2-Rex. Actually, he's not super big on the proxy 2-Rex, so really dedicate and potentially quote-unquote throw away a game because your opponent's properly defended. But he does do the 2-Rex opener or the 1 proxy. Not this game. It's just going to be the typical opener for Clem. Cyclone might have been changed, but the micro ability of the Medevac Cyclone combination has not changed. It's still freaking good. And then because the last game was so successful, he might try and do the similar follow-up. It's one thing leads to another. No matter what Clem is choosing to do, that is usually what happens. His initial micro is impressive, applaud it, but it didn't do a whole lot. Well, it might not have, but then it opened up an opportunity to do something else because the guy is so worried about defending against it. So, then you can sneak a tank all the way across the map before Spirit has anything to do about it. But Spirit is going for a different opener himself. That is actually the same opener, kind of as Clem. Medevac coming out, but a lot later. He does have a tank. That's great. That's wonderful. It's going to be out of position.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw this, Zamigra, but even the star pour was a lot later for Spirit than it was for Clem in this game. I didn't quite see why, whether he got gas or got something else, but at the end of the day, it means that this medevac is pretty much on the other side of the map by the time that Spirit's first medevac is out. And if you go for a medevac, as we see Clem doing here, you want to get aggressive on it. So being forced to get pinned back home like this, losing a supply depot, not the end of the world. Spirit's not going to get supply blocked, but he does have to drop another couple ones. It does mess with his setup just a little bit. Hey, one supply depot, maybe not the end of the world. A couple more, maybe a little bit worse, or a couple SCVs. So Clem, we talked about this, the micro ability of a medevac, the ability to dodge shots, pick up, drop down, move around, exactly in his wheelhouse. Already, it's not the biggest of deals, certainly not, but he's already starting to get a little bit of something.
This is interesting from Spirit. So first of all, Clem, he's going into Ravens, not Vikings, so definitely not the same thing as last game. Spirit obviously doing the same, Ravens, not Banshees. But what's interesting about Spirit's opener is that he got a tank. So he had a Cyclone and a tank from the factory, whereas Clem had a couple of Hellions and a Cyclone. So he had his tank production started up much faster, and if he continued with it, he would have kept the one tank lead. He used the factory as an add-on user. I use a different word when I'm on my stream. But anyways, he used it for add-ons. And that's great and all, but that does mean the tank count will go ahead and even up again, or actually even be in Clem's favor. There we go. But he does get faster stim, so it's just an interesting modification, because then it's apparent that he wanted to get a faster tank to feel a lot of safety, and actually had no purpose in the defense of the initial attack. So it's just kind of funny, just kind of a unique thing. Obviously, we're going to get into Bio, Tank, Raven. Our typical TVT mid-game is absolutely on the way. No one has made amazing strides, get ahead of anyone else. We have Clem slightly ahead in the workers. Great. Kind of a little bit behind in the orbital. So few seconds of difference here. And then maybe the stim is the biggest difference. Spirit's hopping off and on has given a much faster stim, slower tank production, a much faster stim, means much faster combat shields, more Marines. And he could do a lot with that. But we're going to have to wait. We're waiting a little while, actually.
It's always interesting when you talk about Marines can do a lot. Years past, you would talk about, oh wow, this 1-1 versus 0-0, 2-2 versus 1-1, and on the one hand, it's still just about as impactful as it was if you can fight Marines versus Marines. But Terran players have gotten so good at recognizing, okay, I'm down in upgrade timing a little bit, because Spirit's gonna have like a 15-second window, not massive, but maybe it might time out really nicely with combat shields. We're gonna have to see. Regardless, Terran players are so good at realizing, okay, I don't have my upgrade yet. I'm just gonna sit behind my tank line, or I'm going to siege up with my tank line, and I'm just not gonna give you this opportunity to go take advantage of the fact that your Marines are almost infinitely better than mine. And then you add anti-armor missiles as well, and things get really interesting. But even if Spirit has this Marine tech lead with stim and combat shields and everything else, it's kind of funny. We don't really see this really matter. It can matter in TVT, but we don't really see it matter all that much. But Spirit, for now, he's moving down the map. Let's see what he gets done.
It's always worth noting these upgrade discrepancies, but yeah, you're right. There's been a real change here that if you get the third CC, if you both get the third CC, it is extremely difficult to kill each other, even with these timing. It often would not even be the upgrade timing that kills Clem, for instance, in this game. It would be the fact that he doesn't realize the attack is coming from the left side as opposed to the right side. That would usually be much more of a killer. But we absolutely should be paying attention to the upgrades, because there are still a couple of highlight games where that is the reason someone wins or breaks through a defensive tank line. And that's what Spirit certainly would have been wanting to hope for, but he finds absolutely no wiggle room. He doesn't get a surprise on his opponent. He doesn't get the medevac drop on the right side surprise of his opponent. And actually, as he decides to retreat, Clem is the one pushing out. And the upgrades will be completely even. Even though Spirit's well on his way to 2-2, that's fantastic, good for you, and the armory's late for Clem, not gonna help you. And now your army's just out of position, trying to come back. Lickety Split is kind of here on time. Raven's really helping out with the matrices on all of the tanks of Clem. Is that going to be enough? Anti-armor missile now on both players. All the tanks, all but one, were disabled for the entirety of that fight. The last one only getting one shot. And that was not the break that Clem was hoping for. It was dangerously close to being so, wasn't it? Spirit was barely on time for the defense.
One of the big benefits of what was happening with Spirit there is he had that big drop on the third base. And we were talking about how, well, Clem's not get, or Spirit's not getting a lot done with this. He gets that drop in, he gets 9 SCVs, and all of a sudden, maybe he pulls SCVs anyways, but you feel so much better about doing that because you just got a ton of workers on your opponent's third. So yeah, you know, I lose a couple, really not that big of a deal. I'm still gonna have that lead. And now we talk about upgrades. We talk about 2-2. 1-1 was very close. The Spirit couldn't hit that timing. Clem's armory was much later than it should have been. So that 10, 15 second gap, whatever it was, between Spirit and Clem hitting that 1-1, all of a sudden it's a 30-second window. All of a sudden these Marines are going to be stronger than Clem's for a much longer in this game. Now, 4 bases, really hard to attack into, a little bit easier than 3. But the question now is Spirit has this much larger of a gulf on his upgrade leads. Can he take advantage of it? Other thing to point out, by the way, never mind, we could say Ravens went down for one side, not the other, but no, they both have 2. So they do have that.
So one died.
One died.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Spirit is in a good position. There is no doubt about that. He has a much faster 4th base because it was on location. Oh, just lost a tank there. He has the much faster upgrades, but it is a now 4 base versus 4 base TVT, and again, it is extremely difficult to kill each other at this point. The upgrades are going to matter a lot until they all equalize, and this is one of the reasons we don't have 4-4, 5-5, 6-6, and 7-7, because that would make comebacks even harder to do. But comebacks are actually very exciting and very cool in StarCraft 2, so we want a little bit of that. And that's what Clem is eventually going to get to. I actually have a lot of faith in that. Spirit is very good in a macro game. He has worked a lot on improving his own, lethalness in the matchup, but I would say he doesn't often find that exact time to strike when he needs to. And that has been part of the problem, is why he keeps losing against Clem. Or he tries to, and then actually it's a humongous concave and it utterly fails. Like maybe this one.
Yeah.
Oh my god, 8 seconds before the upgrades are done too. Not that it would have mattered. This was a clobbering.
That it was. It's kind of funny. We talked about Spirit. Yeah, he's not a timing-based Terran. He has these timings that he can try to take advantage of, but he's the rock that the ocean washes upon up until the point where the ocean runs out of water. That's what that's how he tries to play. And unfortunately, well, Clem is fed by some large rivers. The ocean is never going to run out of water, and at this point, Clem right up the gullet here. Spirit just lost. He has 3 tanks to 8. He lost almost every single tank of that push. And when we talk about supplies lying, supplies maybe not being as relevant as TVT and others, generally that's because of the tank count, because tanks do such a good job of defending. But when you are 3 tanks to 8 here, the third base just dies, that everything is going to go down. Clem going in for Spirit, going in for a Masters round. Actually, wait a second here. Is he going to be able to clean this up? It's 15 dead SCVs. He loses the base. He's got one going down the bottom side. I think Clem cancels this too. At the very least, Spirit takes a great... Oh, he's not going to be able to cancel it. Spirit takes a great fight, Zombie Grub. But at this point, losing your third base like that feels like you got to go do something on the other side of the map.
Yeah, exactly. He still took that damage. 16 SCVs isn't too bad because he does still have 3 bases, with his 4th being up and his 5th completing as well, actually. But yeah, the 3rd CC is still a dramatic loss of income. So you do want to get some revenge done. But the good news is he didn't let that kill him. He got his own very good surrounds. He will again have a potential upgrade timing. It didn't matter in the last battle. Clem's 2-2 didn't even finish during it. It just didn't matter. He was already in such a great place. But it might matter for the upcoming battle, especially as Clem is also already moving over into Ravens. So he's got more resources and units that might not be on the front lines, or honestly are very difficult to use. They may just run over the Marines and die themselves. But if he takes the battle as he would like, Clem that is, and then he also has his own upgrades, well, the more Ravens that he's getting here will add into a better army, used correctly, and we assume he uses them correctly. 3-3 finishes for Spirit. Let's see if he actually uses this to attack in the 30 seconds that he has of an upgrade lead. If he doesn't, then he is simply said fallen behind on the end game TVT. He has not added on his own starports. He didn't even actually go up to 8 racks. He's only on 6, so it's not like he's decisively going into more of like a Beyond. Okay, there we go. There's the decisiveness. So he is Beyond versus Mara right now. 8 racks versus triple starport. But the triple starport happened even faster than the 8 racks did, which doesn't feel very good to say. And
No.
his upgrade lead is no longer going to be in effect in about 15 seconds.
That, and by the way, Clem's got +2 on the tanks. Only +1 for Spirit. These Marines are going to get evaporated.
Whoa,
Stim Marines
really?
versus +2 tanks. Attacking into this? Really? Absolute. No way. I don't know what he saw there that made him want to go take that fight.
So many of the tanks at Clem were unsieged. I think
Okay.
that's what he saw. But yeah, no, if it was any different path that he was going to go through, abso-freaking-lutely, because those tanks, a lot of them were on siege. If he had a big concave able to envelop them, I think that would have been great, but it wasn't. It was the worst choke you could find on this map. Very unfortunate, and now Spirit is found out of position totally and entirely this time around. He doesn't have the Ravens to come in to help disable those tanks in the same position that nearly killed him minutes ago. And once again, his third base is going to go down. It actually never got replaced. It wasn't in the middle. It does.
Yeah, and now you're talking about chokes here. Clem, we saw just a little bit ago, very intentionally mined out every single mineral on that wall, so he's not going to get caught in a choke, something like that. That choke still exists for Spirit. It's really hard for him to go, but now he's actually peeled the rocks down again of trying to find this big surround, saying, you may take my base, but I'm going to try to take the fight here. Tanks go down, certainly, but Marines are going to be able to get out for the time being. Vikings get out, Ravens get out, and the next round of reinforcements coming in from Clem. Last time this happened, Spirit bought himself a ton of time. He killed a lot of Clem's army. Clem has a 50 supply lead. Clem's got +2 for his tanks, +1 armor on the way, +3 soon. All of a sudden, we're hitting these upgrade breakpoints where Spirit, yeah, he's going 8 racks Marine. He doesn't have the economy at the moment. Yes, there are more bases on the way. They're not here right now. He doesn't have the economy to support 8 racks Marine. And even with a +3, if you're sitting on Stim Marines, +2 tanks one-shot them. They go away. So Clem at this point with the better tech, the better economy against an opponent that's trying to play the, I'm going to trade worse, but I'm going to have more stuff. That's never a good place to be for Spirit.
One last breakout attempt, but I fear this will not go particularly well. You know, if it was an otherwise even game, maybe that's okay. But nope, Clem is going to 2-0. And I do want to kind of correct myself / elaborate. You know, I said he didn't choose the 8 racks as of yet. You brought up he didn't have the minerals for 8 racks towards the end. It was also why he didn't have 8 racks to begin with. Like, he wanted to go 8 racks when he probably got that 6th racks, I'm guessing. And that's probably also when the 3rd CC died. So even though Spirit was never dead in this game, and even got a couple of really good jabs himself, it did feel like Clem was doing very important breaking up of the pacing of him. You know, Spirit never really got to do everything he wanted to do, be on the map like he wanted to be on the map, have the 8 racks and, you know, going with that momentum like you would do, so that by the time he actually does get to an 8 racks, it actually looks kind of weird, because you're like, what are you really doing with that 8 racks? It's inferior technology that is entirely dependent on having that momentum, being able to take out the map, and hopefully having those upgrade leads, and you have none of that by the time you actually have 8 racks. And it's all that disruption that Clem was throwing at him that really impacted the way the game finalized anyway. Like, Spirit never got the game he wanted, and Clem is just too good. Again, one of those matchups where you could argue there's times where Spirit is even in the better position or has a really good chance, or, you know, is doing a totally fine TVT game himself, but there's something about Clem that makes everything look like it's going to fall flat in its face, and then it does.
Yeah, the other interesting thing as well is, like, when you talk about these two players and you remove the nameplates, right? And granted, TVT is its own beast, and when we talk about how players stylistically play, there's always some variance there. But if I'm removing the nameplates, I'm saying, wow, Spirit strikes me as this guy that would go triple starport, heavy tank, right? Just this very defensive style. We talk about being the rock that Clem breaks himself upon, whereas Clem would be the Beyond guy, the 8 racks, the 10 racks, just force-feeding bio all over the map until someone gets broken apart. Now, clearly that's not what happened, and I think probably if you are a favorite in TVT, if you are more comfortable, if you're the favorite in the matchup, going into that more steady, stable mass Raven late game is a really good way to secure that you win, because we talked about it, +2 tanks evaporate Marines, anti-armor missile makes them die even faster. So even if you're in a good spot, you can suddenly lose 70 Marines in the span of 2.5 seconds and lose a 1 game. I understand that, but it is interesting to see Clem play the more defensive style, more positioning-based style as the game goes later.
I think Clem has done a lot of things to improve his TVT, but one of the things that he really tried to work on years ago at this point was trying to be a better mid and late game player, I think. Because he's always been very good in the early game, and he really loves the micro, and Even though back in the day when his worst matchup was this, he had bad micro, actually. It was still something you could tell that he was like generally good at. But then maybe he would lack the wisdom, I suppose, that Mara would have going into the mid and late game. So he even started playing like only late game to really get a lot of practice in it. So now it's not one of those things where you're like, well, Spirit forced Clem to play an uncomfortable game, so maybe he can do that again. No, Clem is totally comfortable playing that type of game, which is why he did it. And most importantly, he does everything he does now with a lot of confidence. There is no hesitation for what he chooses to do, whether it's 8 racks or 3-star port. But yeah, can't put too much praise on this guy, I guess. In the bottom right, up 2-0, he is Clem.
And the upper left, looking to see maybe, just maybe, he looked better in game 2 than game 1. Maybe he can snatch a victory in game 3. It's Spirit.
Never really got the chance to take hold of the game and carry forth with that momentum. There was one good engagement from him, I would say. There was the surround on Clem's push into his third that was a good engagement, but he'd already lost the third. So, you know, that still kind of sucks, especially when you are trying to get that steamroller going. You know, you're trying to get the train actually going, right? It's basically revving up, and then it wasn't actually allowed to go full speed to push the DeLorean to go back to the future. It just wasn't allowed. The third CC died, and then Clem took control over the map with a, frankly, superior army. I mean, you can really say, in theory, the army of Clem's is superior. It's the positioning and willingness to sacrifice many bodies of units that gives the 8 racks a chance to really win. That just never could happen. So Clem, I mean, he wins kind of in the early game. Game 1 was over pretty fast. He wins in the late game, and I don't see that really changing. I don't know if Spirit's going to have some type of better mid-game that he can show, but he is going to have to change things up or just simply play a better game. I mean, I don't want to say that Spirits can't go toe-to-toe with Clem in a typical Marine tank versus Marine tank situation. It just, at this point, Clem is so good at the matchup that it never seems to go well enough for our boy in blue.
Yeah, and you talk about Clem just building the better army. It's true. But the entire point of that style that Spirit never got to, which is kind of the funny thing, is you understand that's how Yun wants to play this, right? You understand that your army is never going to trade better. But theoretically, it gives you a ton of map control. Marines, medevacs are so much faster around the map that you can drop everywhere and snipe bases because there are only so many spots that a tank can hold and make that happen. And, you know, suddenly you find yourself up 8 bases to 5, and, well, suddenly the trades don't matter because your opponent just can't reinforce it the same way. But as you point out, Clem is so good, much like MaxPax was in that last series, so good at figuring out whatever their opponent wants to go for and disrupting it every single step of the way. You don't get to go and get to late game 8 racks, 10 racks, 12 racks, 8 base, whatever it is style without earning it. And Clem makes it so hard to get there that, I don't know, it feels really hard for now though. Second Cyclone, medevac on the way. Clem, Zombie Grub, we shouldn't be surprised, but there's drop micro on the way.
Yeah, it's just a solid opener. You know, I know not every Terran does it every single TBT, but for Clem, I think he really views it as a solid opener, one that will not ever disappoint him. That's mostly true, actually. But Spirit has also kind of changed things up once again. We got actually both of them, little change up, both reactoring out Cyclones. Glad to see that still here. So the Cyclone battles will commence. Who has the better micro? Who's anticipating further Cyclones is also a question, since it's not every TBT nowadays. This is awkward. Spirit, with a very nice timing, comes in before those extra 2 Cyclones, kills so many SCVs, and I'm not sure that Clem is going to get that return damage. He does find his opponent's Cyclone in a much more awkward position, and actually that second lock-on from Spirit on the medevac will not fully get the kill, missing the chance to perhaps kill that 1 Cyclone from Clem, but the hot pickup also coming in. Grenades could be thrown down. Reaper pickup as well. Come on now. And that will finally be the end of the aggression. But is that a Warp Prism? I swear to God, he makes it look like it has range on a pickup.
Just that good. I love watching Clem here because you look at things like, oh, this should be good for the non-Clem player, right? This should be good for the non-Terran. I guess there's a Terran here. Generally, there's no way that you defend that. It's going to be great. It's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. And then you just see Clem. He's like, yeah, no, I am not only am I going to make sure that I win a fight that no other Terran player wins, I'm going to be macroing behind it, and I'm going to be redeveloping my economy or taking a third base or adding more structures or doing whatever it is that I want to do. And you're like, surely Clem can't be looking at every angle all the time. But no, he absolutely is. And I was about to say, you know what, look, you joke, wow, Spirit got 7 SCVs. Now the game has been equalized. Now we're playing an even game into the mid game because that's what it takes to take down Clem. And then Clem just does it and does it into a bunch of Cyclones. And you're like, well, okay, I guess we don't have that storyline anymore, do we?
Well, the new storyline is if Clem's dedication to Cyclones can reward him with a bust of a natural or a contain of the third, because Spirit does have a much faster third. He is going into the superior unit, the tank, a little bit faster, but Clem has 8 Cyclones, and most importantly with those 8 Cyclones, he has 2 Ravens with the interference matrix. This takes out the budding tank count, and so then Spirit just has less factor units and not much else. You're pretty much dependent on factor units at this point in TBT. Yeah. So this is really concerning. I mean, this could actually win the game, even if these Cyclones of Spirit kill 20 SCVs. If Clem kills the tanks, what else does Spirit have? He even is lacking a Raven now because it went for auto turret harassment. This is a huge potential problem. Those tanks should not be a part of this fight. They actually get 1 shot, which I don't think was supposed to happen. And an auto turret there from Spirit as he realized those Ravens were gonna shark for that particular interference matrix. Now we just have a drop in the main. So it actually looks like this will not be an abrupt ending, but Clem is still finding damage, whereas Spirits really didn't find as much damage as I thought he would with his harassment. He's the one now losing out on the work account.
And you want to know the big line of demarcation? Well, unfortunately, Clem loses the medevac. These Cyclones are on a one-way trip. But the clear line of demarcation between Spirit and Clem in this game, Spirit lost both Cyclones in the main base there. I don't think he lost the medevac either, but he did lose his Cyclones on the harass off Marines and I guess STV pulls and things like that. So yeah, Clem, that doesn't really happen to him. Spirit does lose that counter drop potential, and even as damage was done and Clem maybe didn't end the game, he still builds himself a worker lead. He still is up 7 workers. Stim just a little bit slower. The big story, and we talked about this last game a little bit, +1. Actually going to be a 20 seconds ahead for Spirit in this game. His E-bays were done a little bit faster. Clem, despite having his 1-1, his E-bays done, waits 5 seconds before that. But Zombie Grub, it's really not the 1-1 timing for the most part. 1-1 versus 0-0, where we see this big bio differential, but it's 2-2 versus 1-1, 3-3 versus 2-2. We told this story last game, and it didn't really matter.
No, it didn't. It did not, and I don't think the difference of the 1-1 here is going to matter. There is always the important difference of combat shields versus no combat shields. But that also didn't matter, so I don't think... Well, this time, 3rd CC not going to happen. I'm going to take about half of its health is lost there. The Cyclones are still so helpful, actually. They're still so good at buying time and scouting and being out on the map. Usually, in a different type of game, more Cyclones, less tanks could provide a problem as far as Spirit's ultimate push. And the Cyclones don't feel as useful, but that's not the type of game. This game is certainly close enough, and Clem is close enough on the tank count that his Cyclones are just free map control. But they can't see everything, and so the double medevac drop of Spirit will get unloaded. That is actually very, very nice, but not if he loses 3rd CC. Is he paying attention? He's trying to micro his units in the natural and main of Clem. He does get a repair, thank goodness. That guy just...
Finally, he gets something, yeah, but even still, right? It's not perfect. Clem somehow, despite everything, still has a worker lead because the site we talked about, yeah, Spirit goes, he gets the drop. It's actually not handled all that well for Clem at the moment. He gets a bunch of workers, but Clem still has a Liberator in the main base. He's denying mining there. He's getting the occasional worker there. And I think more importantly, I think actually his STB production was a little bit hotter. So Cyclones will go down, certainly. Clem will lose 15 SCVs, but this is where it gets scary. Zombie Grub attacking through the natural, shut down on one of these tanks, 3 tanks on the ramp, but you gotta get them closer. There's still a tank right here, and tanks far away, yeah, they zone, they don't kill.
There's no combat shields for Clem. That was the really scary thing right there when he stemmed in and then had to evacuate. Combat shields will finish very soon, and it looks like Clem is not going to take catastrophic damage on his bases, but yeah, he is on the ropes at the very least. He is a 13 worker lead, so if he survives, he's going to have a great economy. One of the biggest reasons, absolutely, that Spirit is so far behind is because the third CC never got to producing. It was always so harassed. And this is a bit too much of a chase for Clem. He does want to track the army and have his tanks always in position, obviously, but he can't really chase after such as that. Now everything is even Stevens on the upgrades. It's just a matter of finding the positioning of your opponent.
Now, Clem's armory is very far behind, so technically Spirit could open up a window later on, but he's not going for it right now. Tries to get on top of this tank. I don't hate it. Really good pressure on the third base, and we talked about, well, Clem's been able to mine off that third base. He's been able to produce off that third base. This attack from Spirit with the shutdowns on the Raven, that's only one tank available, and finally Spirit fights back. A little bit awkward, kind of dicey, but Spirit takes the fight, and we actually have a series.
Yeah, nicely done. Just, I mean, handling all of the back and forth harassment is really nice, and you know, keeping a calm head during it and just making sure that your macro is working out. But then getting across the map without much disturbance, actually, after clearing out the cyclones and then finding that no combat shield shot, that actually, it was probably going to snowball no matter what, but then we also had the effect of all of those weakened Marines. The medevacs popped and immediately ran out of juice because all of the Marines were injured. So that also drastically affected how that final battle looked, but it seemed like Spirit had already gotten a bit of a chokehold, and Clem's aggression didn't work out as much. It killed a lot of SCVs, but then the classic problem of economy versus army, the army went out that time.
Yeah, and it's funny, I was looking at that game and my mind was breaking just a little bit because I'm like, okay, this is 14 dead SCVs for Clem. This should be an economic advantage for Clem. And then I kept looking down. I'm like, well, is the Liberator getting a lot? It's killed 4 SCVs. And somehow, despite Spirit killing 15 and Clem killing 4, the gap between Spirit and Clem was opened up wider in Clem's favor. Which felt very weird to see, but you're right. That's really key to point out. The third base was continuously producing in a way that really was not for Spirit. But sometimes when you commit so much to the aggression and so much to the harassment all over the place, and most importantly, you spend a lot of Raven energy to make that harass happen, to dive into the main base and really start to get all these SC, or try to get this economic damage. Well, suddenly the Ravens from Spirit have a lot more energy than yours do, and you can you mentioned that, yeah, you get across the map, you can just wedge your way in there, and all of a sudden tanks are your Raven there, your opponent has more energy than you do. It becomes a problem. And now, Zombie Grub, we're going to get on to Amphion for Game 4. And the reason I bring this map up in particular is because Clem lost a game to BattleBee and TVT on this map. Now, I'm not going to say that Clem is weak on the map necessarily, but we have seen him lose a TVT on it in this very tournament.
Yeah, okay. It is difficult to point to the map as the problem in a mirror matchup, but you know, it is possible, especially if it's a unique map, which some of these new maps are. And then it, despite it being out for like a month at this point, you can still have a little bit of that hesitation as far as, oh, that AI went that way and didn't go that path that I thought it would, or, oh yeah, I forgot that wasn't traversable, or whatever it is. You can still have a little bit of that, especially if it's not a map they often play, because so many of the series, I would say, StarCraft 2 players play are best of threes. You know, I think I can be confident in saying most of them are going to be best of threes, not best of five. So you have a lot of maps that don't even make it into your tournament practice. But yeah, I'm just going to say that BattleBee probably just popped off. He is a
pop off. It was pretty cool.
He's like a young gun, you know, like he can actually fire pretty fast and, you know, be kind of scary, but then maybe doesn't have a lot of bullets, I suppose, in his gun, right? So he's like bam, 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 bam. Okay, did I win? And if he didn't win, then he doesn't win.
So what I'm hearing here is he's got to hit the range, right? You know, you got 6 bullets, got to hit 5 of them or whatever it is to take down.
Yeah.
You only hit 4, something like that. I don't know.
Something like that. But Spirit also has that chance to pop off against Clem, which is exactly what he just did. But nonetheless, we still have the guy up 2-1 in the top left. It is Clem.
And his opponent popping off. Let's see if he can do it again. Send us to game number 5 for Navi. Atus Vincere. It's Spirit.
I wish I had paid more attention to the barracks timings, actually, in that last game, because we also did have in the second game, I believe, faster barracks production by X amount. Not too much, but enough to make the Marine discrepancy there, and I do wonder if that was also the case in the second game. But it was also, again, I pointed out in this PvP, but if you don't have anything scouting, that's terrible. The incoming push, that's absolutely terrible. If you don't have something that's hopefully also buying time with it, that's also not ideal, right? Not that there is something Clem could have bought time with, but if he had been able to see that the incoming attack was from the right down the middle into his natural, then maybe his army is more on the high ground, where Spirit kind of was able to like inch ever closer to it. And then it's one less tank that's killed by that interference matrix, one less stim for the Marines as they desperately try to cover for it so that they don't have to be healed up, and so on and so forth. But it was going to be a little tricky for Clem to hold on because he had so much less army supply. A lot of SCVs, but not enough army supply. And now we have Spirit going to go ahead and go for 1 Rax expand. No second gas, as Observer was pointing out. Whereas Clem is going for a very safe factory opener. It's only safe, but it also gives you maybe a little more options as well. And since he does love his drop, I assume that's what it's going to be for. We're going to go into a drop. We're going to abuse this air situation going on Amphion. Funny supply depot placements. I guess we all got to copy that now.
Yeah, just the Reaper, right? You don't want the Reaper to show up in your main base. Give them
yeah,
one
it's
less
just
tank.
You know, one supply depot out there in the natural, but that is where the Reaper hop-up is.
In general, just the natural on Amphion is super weird, right? But for now, we're going to see SCV lead. So Clem wins this fight. Marine's going to have to show up here. Grenade going to be able to force him back. So Clem does win the fight in terms of HP, but with the Marine popping out defender's advantage, it's a beautiful thing. So that's going to be fine. Bunker on the way of the nat. Actually, you know what? This makes sense, right? This is a Reaper expand. You're not going to have as much tech level early. You do need that bunker going down. But Amphion, again, we talked about this. This is a weird map. The natural is absolutely massive. It's a ton of dead air, effective dead airspace. Nice trap on the high ground here. Spirit not going to get the Reaper, but does force it back. There's a lot of dead airspace on the left side. It is certainly something, if you are a Terran player that loves your drops, and we talked about it, Clem absolutely does, you would expect this map to be in your wheelhouse. But again, you can do weird stuff.
Yeah. The fact that you don't have anything that can be sent to the path of air, I guess, you know, it is disturbing. You know, Zerg's good overlords, so they're not as disturbed by it, but even they can be really annoyed by such a situation because the Marines can hop off and, you know, in and out, and be protected by the mineral wall. Exactly. But I will say that the one thing this map at least tried to kind of counterbalance that with is that the main base, the minerals aren't up against the abusable dead space. So sometimes on maps, the minerals are right up against like the corner, for instance, and the corner on this map still has a ton of dead space, but right behind the minerals, not a lot of dead space. Our Observer showing us right now. So you can bother them on the left corner and keep your medevac there and nana boo boo, but you're not actually very close to hitting the SCV line. Not as much of a talking point usually for TVT as much as it maybe is for like Oracle harassment and PvZ, but still a talking point. Like there's been some attempt to try and make, you know, drops not completely abusive or air completely abusive, I suppose. Spirit in very good position regardless, so nicely done. Already taking care of the main base. Reapers in the natural will find 2 SCVs before dying.
Well, the problem right now is the Cyclones have to go deputized off to the natural, which means in the main base, Clem maybe gets a little bit more, but target fire is not there. I think he lost an SCV, lost a Marine or 2, but you're kind of fine with that because remember, Spirit went Reaper expand. Clem went for the barracks double gas factory, which is a build that is popular because it's middle of the road. Keeps you safe, allows you to be greedy macro enough, but if you have an opponent that goes one side or the other, and they do get away with it, which right now Spirit has. He's up a worker or 2. He's lost a couple, but he's still reaping the rewards of this earlier second base. Well, Spirit's going to be very happy in this game. This is the type of game that he wants to play. He's getting into the mid game. He's not taking game ending or even just game defining damage from the Cyclones and whatever else it is that Clem decides to drop through. And now, well, Cyclones on the other side of the map. Interference matrix on the way. His stim much faster than Clem's in this game. Is it going to matter? We've seen it twice now. It hasn't really impacted it. The gap here is even broader than it was in game 3, in game 4, or in game 3, in game 2.
Yeah, once again, much faster stim. Also, haha, gotcha. Wow, that didn't die. Dang. Cyclones, what happened to you? All right, well, I still got him. You know, that's still a good feeling at the very least, even if he didn't kill a medevac. But yeah, going into the nitty-gritty details of the change-ups of the build orders. Yeah, Spirit had that 1 Rex expand, and that gives you about a 2 to 3 worker lead. 2.5, 3, whatever. But it does require very little for the factory expand player, I think, to kind of catch up. You do kill 3 SCVs, that's kind of enough. He is still behind by 1, but then you get a faster third CC because there's a lot more confidence in your macro beyond your aggression, because your aggression is also doing a lot of scouting. So you get that. And then as far as the stim timing goes, well, that has been a reoccurring theme in their macro games. And, well, one time Clem had no problem dealing with the later combat shields is really what makes the big difference. But then one game he had a terrible time dealing with it. That did affect his ability to try and stall out Spirit's push. Once again, Spirit getting the jump on Clem's abuse of this land. It's going to force out the auto turret to the very least and maybe make Clem think again. Will certainly take away the two-pronged attack potential as these Cyclones try to go into the natural, but a very well-placed tank limits their harassment. This time around, Stim might be much faster for Spirit. Upgrades or not. That is finally a difference in favor for Clem here.
Yeah, and the problem as well is Spirit's E-base were well timed. He just had the E-base sitting there. I guess he didn't have the gas for it, building other things, so while he could have been well-timed, well, he could have been, actually, I think ahead of Clem a little bit, certainly much closer to even. It's not going to happen. This is a moment where Spirit's going to have to sit back and defend. But Zombie, I love the cat and mouse game we're seeing here. Is now the Cyclones are maybe going to get this supply depot getting a little bit more. But Spirit just has, he's not even going to get it. I love that we've been seeing, oh, he's going to get the medevac too. Very nice there. I was going to say, I love what we're seeing with the Cyclone drops, where it's just been Spirit's been waiting for Clem to move out and try to make something happen. But now we got pressure from Spirit. He's up he's down 10 SCVs, but up about 10 army supply. Gonna try to knock these rocks down, but with 1-1 done soon, Stim done for both sides. Ravens here set up for Clem. I understand the idea from Spirit. I really do, right? You have this earlier second base that should be able to bolster you into a more powerful mid-game timing, even if Clem's been greedy on the backside. But attacking through this area, this doesn't really feel like the play.
It's not the play currently, but the fact that he has map control means that he can play around with it. And, you know, finding units out of position is really critical to a positioning-based game that is TVT with tanks. Both of them just disabling each other's tanks, so nothing's happening on the front line, I suppose. Cyclone's going for some harassment. We'll find more SCVs. At this point in time, the SCV count has evened up. And it looks like actually 2 tanks of Clem went down. Sorry, I thought that it was a even Stevens on the disables. It was not. My bad. That's huge. He's only down to 1 tank against 5 of Spirit.
What we saw right there is that's a great anti-armor missile as well. 1-1's that we talked about the timing. It doesn't really matter here because, well, 1-1's done both sides. Anti-armor much faster. Spirit. There were a bunch of things to talk about this game, but Spirit gives us no opportunity. And we go to game 5.
We do. Yeah, it's very interesting. I wish I had more time to actually watch the replay because I was paying attention to the barracks timing this time. The barracks timing actually was 1-3-5 for Clem. He had 5 barracks at the end. Spirit went 1-2-3, but obviously faster Stim. And then he still didn't even have his 2 barracks finished, but he had about a 15 Marine lead, I think, just because maybe his Marine production started faster and more consistently, I suppose. And then it otherwise doesn't feel like that uneven of a game. You're like, yeah, okay, that's there, but you know, they both have Ravens, they both have tanks, defense advantage. No one really lost a tremendous amount or was especially greedy compared to the other guy. But then twice now, Spirit's attack looks much better. And I'm actually not quite able, maybe I am rusty, but I'm not quite able to pinpoint exactly what is going so wrong for Clem's defense in these last 2 games.
There was one really
paid
cool
attention to the last one.
There was one really cool thing that Spirit did. So we were kind of laughing about the game of chicken they were playing with the interference matrix on the tanks. It's like, okay, this should trade evenly. Once the interference matrix was done kind of for one on both sides, Spirit had enough energy on his Ravens that he didn't interference another tank again. Well, he did, but he also interference matrix the high energy Raven, which meant that all of a sudden, instead of this being even, he killed a ton of the tanks. And maybe that didn't matter as much in the final fight because it really was the Marine Stim on top that did things at the end. But that allowed him, you mentioned it at the end of the fight, he had 5 tanks to 1. Well, he killed 2 for 0 right there. That was actually because I think his Ravens were out a little bit earlier. I'm not certain on that one, but that would explain the energy differential. Maybe an auto turret was dropped somewhere as well. But if it's 5 tanks to 1 all of a sudden here, that gives you so much more confidence to stim in because, well, all of a sudden you have this big tank lead that you can rely on.
Yeah, and he got such a good tank lead just from the beginning, even before he killed the tanks. So you're absolutely right to call out that matrix on that one high energy Raven. That was definitely very, as that probably was the reason he didn't get the counter disables. That just makes it a stalemate. And then, but that's like all of his tanks killed, and he's less on Marines, and an otherwise very even game. They went for a similar enough opener, right? It was one X factory expand, but then it was the Cyclones and the drop as the emphasis. And then the similar number of Ravens. I guess, you know, what happens maybe is that if Clem is allowed to live a bit longer, he might not have as many tanks because of just the way the production went around, but he probably has this very superior Marine power and then carries that superior Marine production with momentum and then maybe wins like he did in game number 1 or game number 2, actually, game number 2. But I think what that attack that Spirit's doing is hitting Clem when he still doesn't have like that many tanks, but he also hasn't really reaped the rewards of having all 5 production facilities. So to give that guy an extra 45 seconds and a couple of more rounds of 5 racks with 4 reactors, and he probably has enough Marines alongside combat shields actually done to combat any attempt to jump on him if his tanks are taken out of the equation. But it's happening at a time where he is just lower on army. There's no benefit, but his infrastructure would reward him if he could just live. But he's not living. So, I mean, that's my current theory as to what's going on here, but you know, it really is a turnaround from the first 2 games. We were talking, you know, lavish praise of Clem and how well he does in every single department of this game. And I was like, well, you know, mid-game, I guess, is where it's not been kind of proven who's the better one, but I would guess it would be Clem. No, it's Spirit. Spirit is particularly abusive in this mid-game. The not exactly first tank push, but kind of the first big tank push is successfully killing Clem. So now we really got to discuss, does Clem have a problem? Does Clem have this one particular timing that just like he's not ready to deal with? Can Spirit exploit this in one of the most important tournament plays that he's been able to do? Like, that'd actually be really sick. It'd be very fortunate, maybe. I don't know if I want to put it down the luck, but Spirit 3-2ing Clem in the upper bracket round of 4, that'd be amazing. He has such a poor win record against the guy otherwise.
You know, part of it could be going into this series, Clem had lost his last 5 maps. Granted, TVP, but, you know, maybe he's not feeling all that great. I don't know. The other thing I think we got to talk about here is maybe Clem's just being a little bit too greedy, right? We're seeing him every time Spirit makes this fight happen, and Clem's up like 10 to 15 SCVs, even if he's taking damage. And it's like, well, you're 10 SCVs is 500 minerals. That's a decent amount of Marines that maybe is slowing something down elsewhere. Obviously, in a mid-game, and maybe I'm thinking about this too much like a ZVZ, but obviously in the mid-game, you'd like to say, hey, you know, we want to go and I want to have this economy. But if your opponent can catch you right as you're getting yourself that economy set up and you cut workers for it, that's maybe another thing we got to pay attention to. For now, though, it's Side Delta. It's map 5. We're going to let the players explain things because we are ready to go.
All right, top left, we do have Navi's Spirits.
And the bottom right in the red. He took the first 2 very quickly, but now on the back foot. Let's see if he can strike back. It's Clem.
Spirits emphasizing production, getting that army supply lead, and actually able to deliver the killing blow. Because that's so often what the problem is that we'll see. There's even Ryung used to do this 2 base all in, but it had a 3rd CC. He just had a fake 3rd CC. It was like the fake Nexus of old or something, where he didn't build any SCVs. He was at 44 SCVs, and he would all in. And it was really deceiving because you don't expect that from a Terran, and, you know, the 3rd orbital lands on location. You're like, okay, that's a 3rd, right? And he doesn't do it. But then he doesn't always win those TVTs, because even if you do cut workers and really emphasize production to kind of make like a pseudo 2 base all in, you still have to break through tank lines and Raven control and whatever else gives defender's advantage to a Terran, which is usually really difficult. So you do it once, but then you can't replicate it. And so the fact that Spirit's not even doing that drastic of a cut, he's not, you know, faking a 3rd base here, but still is able to get that pinpoint pressure. Well, it bodes very well, because if he can continue to exploit that, then that is him winning this, turning the series around 0-2 to 3-2. And that would be a pretty cool story for him. He's once again gone into the factory expand, but then so has, or sorry, the one Rex expand, but then so has Clem. Clem, though, is doing something peculiar. Second Rax coming down after his factory. So he is actually going to kind of sneak in like a 2-1-1. And the default assumption from Terran players when we face each other is that we're all going 1-1-1. And it's maybe a question of when does our third CC come down, when do, what's producing from the factory, what's producing from the starport. But the 2-1-1, that's not off of an in-base 2-Rax as well. Because the 2-Rax Reaper opener that can exist can go into a 2-1-1 as well. But if it's not even that, then there's a strong chance that Spirit doesn't realize what's going on. Especially if his aggression is deflected, assuming that he does go for a medevac drop here. But yeah, that's kind of now the question. Does Spirit realize what Clem's build is? Or does Clem get away with it, I suppose? This faster second barracks, faster aggression.
Yeah, and it's funny, when I looked at this map, okay, we're inside Delta, game number 5, I kind of had flashbacks to game 1, right, where Site Delta has such nice low ground to high ground siege positions outside of the main base, on the ramp, on the low ground, where we're seeing Clem take a slightly different aggressive option. I kind of expected more of a 1-1-1 siege tank shove up that we sometimes see, but it makes sense. Clem has been this player that when you let him, say for the first 7 minutes of the game, you let him really lean into this aggression, hit these timings, that is something where Spirit has seemed to struggle. Yeah, in the mid game, okay, sure, Spirit goes and is able to shove through, take 2 games. But I still think that I favor Spirit in these games where, or favor Clem, excuse me, in these games where Clem is able to get really aggressive, stim on the way. And if we look at build orders here, right, Spirit going back to the Banshee that lost him game 1 against a stim timing, that doesn't feel great.
Well, it's going to be really awkward. There's a chance the 2-on-1 decides that it's not going to be successful. Something is there that it says, you know what, I'll try again later. So it doesn't immediately speed in and drop all 16 Marines. And in that case, the Banshees might get a really good timing to kill 10 plus SUVs. Well, then Clem is like, oh, no, Banshees, gotta run home. Wait, no, I can't run home. That's not going to be in time enough, and I don't have a scan anyway. Okay, let's attack. Oh, shit, like another tank popped out. I can't do that either. It can get really weird. As the first game could have gotten really weird. I mean, Banshees can just make a weird game because they are the outlier meta, right? And I am very curious, because this means that Spirit won't get that any type of fast... no, he did see it, actually. I'm totally blind. All right, so yeah, so he knows it's 2-on-1. And now the question is, does he have his tanks in good position? That is basically what you have to do to ensure you do not die to the first 16 Marines. And if he has that, then he can focus on his Banshees and do a lot of damage.
Follow-up question for their zombie grub. So Spirit gets into the main base with the Reaper, doesn't really see anything, and immediately drops a scan. So Clem knows that he's been scouted. Absolutely, he knows Spirit scanned him out. And how does this change how Clem decides to play? How much does he commit? So for now, we saw him pretty quickly go into that third base. And this Banshee, there is no cloak, there is no scan energy. We talked about, 2-1-1 versus everything else. No, this is a problem right here. Look at this Clem, he's trying to fake it. He's like, okay, I do have a scan now. Finally, this Banshee gets out of here.
Oh, annoying. So annoying. But it wasn't the 2 drops evacuating from an attack. It was actually Clem just being very patient with it. He had unloaded them from, in the middle of the map, which was still too bad. That was still so far away. And then he's like, well, I can't do anything with this clearly, so I got to pull back. But then clearly these 16 Marines are not going to be back in time to help out against the Banshee. So it's a mad scramble to try and make sure the Banshees don't do as much damage as possible, which they've been mitigated, certainly. Not the worst problem there. But it does mean that his 2-1-1 was pretty ineffective as far as the opener goes. He'll still have map control. He'll still have faster stim, more Marines for a very long time. But it wasn't the type of the pace that I think he really wanted to set. Now the problem for Spirit is actually getting a third CC. That is his upcoming dilemma. And Clem, if he does want to continue succeeding in this game, will want to go ahead and delay that as much as possible. Already setting up a contain into that natural, which can be very difficult to break out of on site Delta, particularly.
Yeah, we talked about that early on, about like the single tank seizing up the natural, but yeah, a lot more. It becomes that much more difficult. There is a problem brewing for Clem. Again, he's on single eBay. Eventually, unless Clem solves it, this will mean that Spirits, his Marines, are going to be a lot better. But for right now, +1's done for Clem. So that means that, again, one of these fights, that's a lot of burst damage out of your Marines. And I like what Spirit's doing. He's got these Banshees. He can try to find something. Oh, there's not. Cyclone's not going to be there. Banshee gets out, even it's on very low HP. But he built a third Banshee. This is super cool. If I'm Clem, this rarely happens, so I'm not expecting the one-shot potential. I think I'm safe with the missile turrets and everything else. But this is going to be 5 more SCVs going down. Banshee, that Banshee does not want to do anything. But these Banshees are going to find their way out. Looks like Clem again does. Okay, he does have a scan. Banshee takes the wrong route.
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Yeah, that's kind of sucks. But I do want to emphasize here, as we might have an upcoming battle, at least another contain. Usually what would be the advantage of the non-2-on-1 player would be maybe like a faster third CC, but they can't put on location, so that's kind of not the point. But they would have those upgrades that you're talking about. They would also have Ravens. And Ravens would be amazing to have even in these mid battles. Anti-armor missile, disables on the tanks. Usually that's a real technology benefit to the non-2-base player that eventually can be used. But when you do go for the Banshees, you don't have that anymore. You have the Banshees. And if they don't do the surprise maximum amount of damage that they maybe could, then was it really worth it? And I think that is now the question that we're answering, which is that maybe it wasn't. These Banshees, they didn't kill 25 SCVs, they killed 14 over a 2-minute period, 3-minute period, whatever it's been, right? So the only thing Spirit has is the upgrade lead, which is still something. We know how important that is in Marine versus Marine, but he has been significantly late on his third CC. He doesn't have quite that technological benefit. He isn't that much higher on the tanks. He just had those Banshees, which didn't do catastrophic damage. But now he's got 2 medevac drops going into the main that might do some severe damage. Looks like he's going to play it safe and just unload.
You know, Zombie Grubby say, look, the third base was a lot faster for Clem. This is good news. Sure, fine. But Spirit actually has, if anything, the income's been equal, and Spirit's actually been mining a little bit more off some fuel spikes. So third base as well here finds a little bit more room. And yeah, 1-1's equal for right now, but Clem, not only was he single eBay versus double eBay, which eventually you solve, you get the second eBay, his factory was much later than Spirit. So you talk about upgrade windows, and maybe Spirit can find them, maybe he can't. This is 45 seconds. This is a massive window that Spirit's going to be able to find, and more importantly than anything else, that window is going to be done right around the same time Spirit maxes out fully. This army that he's building for himself, you're right, there are no Ravens. It's really hard to attack into that number of tanks. But everything is lining up for a massive sledgehammer coming out of Spirit in just about 30, 45 seconds. Like, he's getting... And these Marines are absolutely waylaid. They're just marooned off to the side. Clem is going to be able to pick up some of them, but this is a problem right now. Yeah, oh wait, Medevac's drop goes out, so maybe it's not as bad as I thought it was, but now thinking about stimming onto the high ground here, tanks maybe not in the position to defend this angle, and Spirit gets the better siege first. Now, can he go further? I don't know, because the tanks are now there. But at the very least, this is a scary position for Clem to try to break.
Yeah, all things considered, with the 2 different openers, Spirit has gotten the lead. You're right, he was actually winning the income war with all of the pull-aways of the SCVs and just consistently dying ones. Spirit has been winning on that front the entire time, and absolutely 100% on the upgrades. He is in the lead, but it is also 3cc versus 3cc, both of them getting to 4 bases, and we know that TVT takes a long time to actually kill each other. And in fact, when this game got like this, very similar to this, with the upgrade discrepancy being the worst thing for Clem still won it. So that should be on Spirit's mind, but then we also have other factors, which, for instance, hopefully Spirit doesn't just lose his third orbital. He doesn't do that, and he goes into 8 racks, and he has this momentum. Then I actually have a lot of hope for him. Clem is not going to be just purely on the defense. I think at one point he will try and push out and just find favor in the positioning, as opposed to any upgrades, and then we can see what changes there. He's got double medevac drop also to the top, and funnily enough, they both do. They both have hit squad to the top. Spirit's timing, though, no! What's the opposite of Ehan timing?
I don't even know what Eon timing is, Zombie Grub. I'm sorry.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, get out of here, you pleb. It means perfect timing, and it was screamed by Broodwar commentators when there is a timing attack. Anyway, perfect timing for Clem, opposite of perfect timing for Spirit, but then ditto, I guess, on the other side of the map, they both are attacking into bases. However, what the difference is, one tank was prepared, and... Okay, no, that actually was no difference at all. They both protect the bases. Clem did get a cancel, I think, on the 5th, though. Well, I mean, Jesus.
Really nice for Spirit here. All the tanks are going to get gunned down so very quickly. And also, you talk about the timing being good or not. That was Spirit's attempted 5th base. So tanks get traded out. Spirit, yeah, he loses his respective 5th, but his 4th base is well done. It's totally set up where it needs to be. And Spirit is now the one that's not going mass 8 racks, 10 racks, eventually mass bio. He's opting into the faster starports first. He's building that better army. And on a map like Side Delta, Spirit's played some incredible TVTs here. He knows how to constrict the map. Again, this is Clem. Clem is very good at trying to break these boa constrictor arms, but I know you said this happened on the Alcyone game, Zombie Grub, but I really like Spirit's position.
No, it's already so different from that. Clem never got on the other side of the map to do any economic damage, and he just took a battle in which he lost all of his tanks, where, it was a good battle for Spirit into a bad battle where he lost his tanks in the first game, right? So that was also affecting how things were really panning out. No, this has all just been bad news for Clem. Clem has not gotten anything that he wanted to do. He's never been in the lead in the upgrades, which once again is a problem as we're talking right now. And he just had his tanks found out in the middle of nowhere. That was a potentially game-ending move. The game's not quite over because Terrans be Terrans, but it is a potentially game-ending move. His tank count was so abysmal, and thankfully he has 2 factories up, so he's back up to 5, but he still has that upgrade problem. And Spirit is doing 100% the right thing as the follow-up, which is the 3-star port. Liberators are on the way. He could have also done Ravens. Like, any air would have been a good idea, I think. Sacrificial Ravens, get the disables, hopefully win there, or try and win out the Viking Liberator game as well. That can work. So this is just this should be the 1-2-3 punch that wins Spirit the game and the series. That Clem is clawing his way back, and well, Spirit has a pause for some reason.
Yep, he's really the entire tournament he's been struggling with a little bit of lag, so I assume that's what it is. Just wait for the ping to settle down just a little bit. But the one thing we do have to talk about, if you're a Clem fan and you're saying, give me some hope here, why does Clem have a shot to come back in this game? Because he's looking pretty dire. At the very least, he's got +2 tanks, which means that these 4 positions that it is very hard for Spirit to attack into become that much harder. You can't stim a bunch of Marines into it very easily. We saw it in that fight right before the pause. They get one shot, right? They get taken down. So again, this is not the easiest thing to deal with. Clem still in a rough spot. Spirit's got his 5th base on the way. I don't think we have that. Yeah, we don't have that coming out of Clem. So he's going to be stuck on 4 bases a little bit longer. At the very least, attacking into this core 4 for Clem is going to be very hard up until the point where Viking count is massive and Liberator count is massive. And even then, it's not... Well, Clem also has his 3-star ports up, so he can build some Vikings. You have something there.
Yes, he is doing exactly what he should be doing, which I think Maru really perfected, led the way on, which is the never dying Terran. Like, even if you have a substantial lead, as long as you have 3 bases, apparently you can come back from anything. And the trick to that is making sure not to, default lose to the Viking game at the end. So it used to be, I think, years ago in TVT, if you were falling behind, you would go for desperate base trades and doom drops and would lose to the Viking, Liberator, or Raven, whatever popped out. Now, the emphasis is really turtling, getting tanks in the proper position, and then spending the necessary amount of money on Vikings so that you have a chance when it comes to the late game. So Clem knows that as well, but that doesn't mean that he can win it because he's just lower on the economy and he's still having trouble on the grounds, especially with his 3-3 still 45 seconds from finishing.
This tank count is just massive. Yeah, they're only +1 versus +2, and actually, we talked about getting up to that mass Viking count. Clem's got the air lead right now. He wins the fight, lands the Vikings, tries to shut down the tank count before the reinforcements are going to arrive. Clem thinks he might be able to make something happen here, and he's absolutely right. Even down to upgrades, even with everything going wrong, lands the Vikings, shuts down the tanks, buys more room. The problem is, Zombie Grub, most of those Vikings went down. 6 landed Vikings died, so that air lead that Clem had, now it's 10 Vikings to 3. That was a one-shot breakout. He made it work, but the next one, and the next one, and the next one, not as nice.
Yeah. It is a really important breakout, though, not only to give him some breathing room on his 4th base, which he desperately needed, but then also to try and gain map control because he knows this is a problem. He knows that there's some type of air on the way from his opponent. He actually doesn't know if it's Ravens or Liberators quite yet, but he should get a vision somewhere on that soon. And either way, the goal would be to never let them get into a comfortable position. So Liberators literally siege units, don't let them siege in your face. You know, that's obvious. Ravens, they don't siege, but you still don't want them on your side of the map. You want them trying to run around and running over your Marines and making mistakes. So Clem really needs to be out on the map. Even to a point that even if his 3-3 wasn't done, he'd still have to posture as if he was confident. Fortunately, his 3-3 is done, so this is just correct all around. But yeah, very important that he broke out when he did, and that he took some room while he could. But the problem is he might still eventually lose the Viking War. And actually was losing it to kind of by one Viking there, but wise decision to sacrifice Marines to help out. And we got ourselves a bit of a clobbering match now. Both of them trying to send Liberators to each other, but of course, Spirit has so many, 6 Liberators to 1, both getting some SCV damage. Clem lower on the workers, but even on the army supply, and actually going to try and break out right here. He's going to go for it. Marine Concave. There are a decent amount of tanks, though, with that +2. Can't go chasing very far.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? We had a 45-second pause where, you know where their cameras were. They were probably on that fight on the north side. But it's so easy to kind of lose perfect position on exactly what the game is, perfect information. So it does get a little bit awkward. A Viking count. The fact that Spirit has +1 armor in these Vikings and Clem does not is such a big deal. It's kind of the same situation as Phoenix or Mutas or anything like that, where because, well, Vikings fire 2 shots. Armor applies twice. It is a big deal here. So even though Clem, because of the Liberator production, briefly had Vikings of the same number that Spirit did, that +1 armor is making such a big difference. And reminder, Spirit's on double armory, so he can start to hit +1 attack, +2 armor, really make these Vikings untouchable in the sky. And even as Clem goes and snipes a Liberator here or there, establishes his position, it gets worse, right? +1 air attack with the Vikings are going to get better. Make the Liberators that much stronger. You got to keep your Marines under where the Vikings are, and Clemis, he's just not doing that because the Marines are elsewhere. There's nothing stopping these Vikings from chasing everything in the sky and just making it run away.
Yeah, now it's pretty obvious that the Marines must be somewhere else looking for a base trade. You know, it was probably already something he was thinking of, worrying about, but now it's pretty obvious. These are already sim Marines with no medevac support, so they're going to sim again and just have a worse problem. This wasn't the run-by breakout that he was hoping for, because right now, Clem is just desperately trying to find some way to avoid actually tackling this fight, because he's not going to win it. So he has to just dislodge it instead, and dislodging's not working so far. Spirit gets to have a much easier game, I would say, at this point. He just like sieges up, leapfrogs every now and again, and then, you know, plays with his Marines the same way that Clem does, sending them elsewhere while they both battle on siege units.
Yeah, man, with the Liberators here as well, the tanks can't do anything to defend. Maybe you can pull some SCVs to win the Viking War just to make that mass repair happen, but I mean, this is a significant problem. It's not one that Clem really has an answer to. Liberators siege up on everything. The tanks are just going down. There's nothing to do. This +1 armor tech for Spirit has done so much in this game. And even as Clem has sat here, making it look like he might make a comeback happen after the pause, the long and short of it is Spirit's got a 3K bank. He's got 1,500 gas in the bank. He's got better upgrades for his Vikings. So even as Clem tries to claw his way back and briefly maybe build a Viking lead, this attack from Clem on the other side is going to annihilate a ton of Marines because +2, +3 on the tanks are fantastic. Zombie Grub, I fear at the end of the day, it doesn't truly matter because Clem lost the 4th base. Spirit has an incredible economy, and even if he didn't, that bank is enough to get an economy again.
Absolute kudos to Clem for actually trying to bring this back, though. Been bringing it back for quite some time. And this attack through the middle is just feisty enough to really be causing Spirit some problems. He's been just a few Marines short, a few health points short, a few tanks unsieged short of fully stopping it, which means reinforcements have been interrupted, and he's actually lost some form of control of the map as he has retreated away from the 4th base after successfully killing it. So, I mean, it's a safe retreat. Spirit will absolutely deal with this eventually and still have all 6 bases up and running. He does have that on his side, but actually, this game is kind of even in the most important places, and that is in the army supply, right? So the army is just dependent on where they position are the most important thing, and right now Clem has found positioning, and he still has 5 bases mining, guys. Like, the loss of the 4th and the fact that he's been down maybe 20 SCVs at times has affected his bank. It looked really bad, but then you look at the gas and you're like, it actually wasn't that bad. Spirit's remax was not nearly as fast as you'd have thought if you saw someone with 3,000 minerals. He remaxes basically as fast as Clem does, and now Clem has the map control. Things are starting to turn around.
You know the worst part about this, Zombie Grub, is Spirit, he's got to find a way to break this because Clem built the Viking lead. Somehow he made it happen. I guess he took some trades, Marines versus Vikings made it happen. And now, because of where Clem is sieging, the base is important. It absolutely is. But the big problem, that's the 2 of the 3 starports. Spirit never developed his production any more than that. He cannot. He's rebuilding the 2 starports, sure, but look at what he's building. He's building more barracks. He's not going to be able to go and counter this Viking, this Liberator count anymore. He's trying to go on top of the bottom right side, gets a couple tanks right there. But Clem's reinforcements are doing a great job. And a minute ago, I was like, yeah, I counted him out. But this actually fight coming in from Spirit seems like it's going to go pretty nicely. Tanks are going to get shut down, and Vikings matter in the sky, certainly, but only if they're buying room for the Liberators. They're not sieged. Look at this break from Spirit all of a sudden. It was looking good and bad and good again. And Spirit, this is the upset. Top 4 in the upper bracket. Look at that.
Yeah, amazing result from Spirit, okay? Like, I do want to say that first and foremost. Not just taking down a guy who he basically never takes down, but then also reverse sweeping. 0-2 to 3-2 in mid to late game as well. Really nicely done by Spirit. And then to really emphasize that last battle, this was still absolutely a chance for Clem to win it, right? But his army got distracted to the right, covering some of the weird scuffle that was happening in the brush, so that it wasn't covering his kind of main army to the left. And his Vikings were incapable of landing. They were over a true dead space. Even they couldn't land there, right? It was like brush and rubble and stuff. So he didn't have that protection for the tanks on the left side. He didn't have the protection of the tanks on the right side because the army was distracted. And so Spirit had a very easy looking breakout. But actually, if everything was combined together, their army supplies are very even. If everything was just headbutting, 100% versus 100%, it's a very different game. But Clem really had one of the worst possible fights because even towards the very end of it, you could see that he thought he might have a chance. He's like, I'll siege the Liberators on a very low Marine count. But his Liberators still got shot down, so that didn't work out at all. It got super awkward super fast. But Clem unable to stop the reverse sweep. Now it goes down to the lower bracket. And Spirit, I think this is his best result yet for European regionals, yeah?
Yeah, he's guaranteed top 4 at this point. He has guaranteed himself direct seeding into the winner stage of Dallas, which I don't think he's ever done. And also, by the way, you talk about Spirit, this is the best result he's had, which is very fair. I love seeing him finally making this happen. Zombie Grub, if we take a look at the lower bracket, all right? Well, we'll take a look at the upper bracket in a second, but for the lower bracket of Europe, that matchup on the bottom side of lower bracket 4B is something we're very used to, but not at this stage. Clem Rainer, bottom side.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it would have been Clem Maxpex on the top side. You're just used to seeing these big 3, I suppose, right? But no, it's going to be Clem Rainer down there in the lower bracket. And Spirits gets to tackle Maxpax, who I believe he also has a very unfavorable win record against. But now's the time for upsets, man. Spirit, he won against Showtime, which wasn't impossible, but he dominated. And that's the upset. And then he upsets Clem. Perhaps he can carry through and upset Maxpax as well.
Yeah, I'm here for it. It's funny, though. I mean, well, actually, that's fair. Maxpax has looked really dominant against Terran players and Spirit in the one TVP we saw him do in the playoffs, at least against a really someone we look at saying, hey, this guy might make top 4. He dumpsters him. So I think this matchup is maybe just a little bit closer than results than things would otherwise make us think, because, well, I mean, going down 0-2 against Clem, Spirit has I'm not going to say struggled with his mentality, but in these longer series, he gets mentally tired. I remember that TVT he played against Kieran Katowice, where he went on an interview afterwards. He's like, yeah, I was up really big and I lost because I just mentally I died. I kind of lost track of things. It got very hard mentally, and that happened. Well, reverse sweeping Clem, when Clem puts so much pressure on you through the first load, through the entire game, it never feels easy to be able to make that happen. Well, I'm not saying he's beaten Maxpax, but that is really good news for him.
Yeah, really good result for Spirit. Really got to give him a lot of applause for doing that. The reverse of it particularly is so damn difficult to do, but he found a real weakness in Clem's TVT. And I guess Clem's just going to have to chalk it up to having a bad day, which every pro gamer has. We'll see if he can get better in the future. I do favor him a lot versus Rainer with the ping and with Rainer's history here in the playoffs, losing 0-3 versus Here Marine. I think Clem can feel pretty confident, but Yeah, he does have to go through the lower bracket, which is a bit of a change up for him.
That it is, but also that means that we're done with Europe today, Zombie Grub. It's been a lot longer than yesterday. We're actually running a little bit behind, so it's going to be a very brief break. But when we're back, we get to take a look at the Americas. Disc Cham, Australianina. Hey, let me pull up the schedule. There we go. That seems useful. Disc Cham, Australianina, Future Scarlet, Kellizer, Trigger. A whole panoply of different matchups, different storylines that we're going to find our way into. But for now, friends, it's going to be a bit of a break. When we're back, America starts. Not too long from now.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, friends. We've had a bunch of Europe. We've had some really awesome series, particularly that last series, Clem and Spirit finally shaking off some demons, making it happen. But now Zombie Grub, we get to move across the water over to the Americas, where we look at some lower brackets, some upper bracket. We get to eliminate 2 players, figure out who our top 6 is going to be. But Zombie Grub, before we talk about that one just a little bit more, we do have to mention our sponsors that allow this to happen, that allow us to go and spend the last 5 hours, maybe a couple more, enjoying some top tier StarCraft, the storylines, everything else. So Blizzard, Monster Energy, the US Air Force, ESL Shop, all working together to put on some awesome games. And Zombie Grub, it becomes extra relevant now as we talk about what's happening today. We already had a couple players confirmed. There's a LAN. It's happening in a month, May 31st through June 2nd. We've already had 2 players confirmed in Spirit and in MaxPax, if MaxPax chooses to go. But if you want to go and see these players offline, that's pretty easy. Tickets are on sale now. DreamHack.com/Dallas/tickets. And if you use promo code StarCraft, it's 15% off. Zombie Grub, one more thing though, because if you do well in Dallas, that's awesome. It gets you somewhere, maybe even just a little bit better. $1 million. Massive, biggest prize pool we've ever seen.
Pretty freaking cool. I thought you were gonna have one more thing.
No, we have things we have to talk about, but big prize pools make me very excited. The other thing, I guess, that we have to talk about before we properly get into this first series is what's going to happen today. We got 2 lower bracket matches. Disc Cham coming off a very, I don't know if this is the best series of the playoffs, but certainly one of the best. Very tightly contested series against Spirit in the against Trigger in the upper bracket yesterday. Now he's got another ZVT, Estrella Nina. I think very surprising to see Estrella in the lower bracket there. So 2 of those 4 players get eliminated. And then Zombie Grub, Future Scarlet, Kellizer, Trigger, upper bracket determining who is one of those players that gets to confirm. Actually, no, they don't get to confirm their slot in Atlantic just yet because only top 2 from America, but at least get to confirm top 4. Top 6. Yeah,
and top 4 still something to boast about. But yeah, for the NA kids, it's all about those finals that they need to get to, which Estrella usually does. If not just wins it all. But Future gave him some real trouble, which I was certainly surprised by. I mean, Future's always been really sneaky in TVP, even when he wasn't playing a whole lot. In fact, sneaky is kind of like he's a very good stereotypical NA player. If we think about Masa's legacy in the scene, which is that even if they don't practice a lot, they still have a lot of really good builds, and particularly against Protoss, I think they can be really quite deceiving. So the Protoss kind of get into a false insecurity, and then boom, like a tank push, something like that. But I was still surprised to see Future 3-0 Estrella, and now Estrella needs to face a PvP to continue on, but we're not there yet. The first match we'll be casting is, in fact, yes, Disc versus Cham, where Cham was almost going to take down Trigger, not quite. And then Disc did not have a fun time versus Kellizer. Hopefully he has a funner time versus a Zerg.
We're going to have to see. But for right now, Disc, well, it's not an easy one, but we're into game 1. Crimson Court is the map. And at the bottom left here, into the blue for Apprentice Esports. He hails from Montreal. It's Disc.
And in the top right, we do have the Red Zerg, Cham. Also a Starlight Twinkle team member.
I know I say this every time, Zombie Grub, but Starlight, I don't know if there was I don't know if it quite gets up to Incredible Miracle in terms of team names, but getting pretty close, right? It's just, I get happy. It just sparks a little joy.
I feel like I can't give my honest opinion here.
You're like, no, I hate it. It's horrible.
In terms of team names that it's comparable to, I wouldn't say Incredible Miracle. I might say KT Fingerboom.
I don't remember that one.
Oh yeah, that was the best name for the KT team back in Brood War. If you don't know this one, which Bambo's always a great you're always a great person to bounce off of for if the general public knows something, I suppose.
Wow.
I know that actually sounded kind of rude once I said it, but because you weren't into Brood War, and many of the general StarCraft 2 public wasn't into Brood War, is just what I'm getting at. Wasn't trying to be rude. But yeah, people have forgotten the KT finger boom, because I think even towards the beginning of StarCraft 2, there were still people stinking about it, you know, so they would kind of pick up on that was a thing. And no, it was like 2006 or something, so it's been a while. That's what I try to compare it to. Anyway, moving on. Incredible Miracle was a great team name, and now you got me thinking, what is the best team name of all time? I need a list, I think. But Starlight Twinkle, they went for something. They went for something for sure.
The fun thing about them, by the way, is now that they have this pro team, and they took down Basilisk last week in the WTL. They started as just like this very lackluster community team in China that they would try to compete for the qualify for the WTL every season. Sometimes they'd make it, sometimes they wouldn't, but we're talking like Grandmaster players on the Chinese server. We're not talking anyone that you would really be familiar with, and you know, like they maybe qualify and then sit at the bottom and have to go through relegation again. But to see them all of a sudden decide, no, we're gonna commit here. We're gonna sign Cham, and we're gonna sign Christianer. And Wayne was on their team for a little bit. No, he still is on their team. Like, we're gonna maybe not go out like what Basilisk did and sign Scarlet and Rain, or not Scarlet, Cyril and Rainer, and really make a splash. But we're gonna sign pro players, and we're gonna make a run at this. Is pretty cool.
Yeah, always, of course, gonna be happy and excited to have any team come in and pick up a lot of these great players. And Cham has been a staple of the North American scene. Now, he's been in Latin America, I guess, very technically, but, you know, before COVID, I remember him actually being on the rise as far as one of the most promising, overall NA and Latin America players, because he was really putting in some hours and really getting quite consistent, but then he did stop. I believe he stopped practicing as much in like 2019, I want to say, so just before COVID. But he's also a player, you know, I was talking about future kind of carrying the legacy of Masa, but Cham has always been, I think, the the epitome of Latin America's me, which is just, he can be a little crazy. He can have crazy ideas or crazy build orders. He's willing to do anything and everything. He can have really bad games. I'm just going to say it. He can have actually very bad games where he floats 1,000 minerals and loses 2 queens in the first 3 minutes. And he can have spectacular games where, like, is this the same player? I don't understand. So it's difficult sometimes to judge the Latin American region when they were facing each other. There'd be so many like weird upsets, like Kelzer would lose some all the time for some reason. But now we have Cham thrown into the ring with the other North American players on a consistent basis. And it feels like the same thing, where it's like, I'm not exactly sure where to place you. Where Disc feels like the opposite to me. Disc is actually more of a European player to me, which is very stable, very honorable Protoss. He actually also plays on Europe all the time. Not so honorable this game, maybe. We have Resonating Glaives off of 3 bases.
Huh. It's been really cool, actually, as we've been looking at this matchup. We've started to see more recently, like in the last couple weeks. Recently more play with glaives, actually just across the board. We've seen a lot in PvP as well, where, you know, traditionally it's like you go 4-gate glaives, that's it. Sometimes there's a 3-gate expand build with glaives, but that is very rare, and it was pretty much only Zhao that would do it. In this case, we're seeing this 3-base here. And what is he on? He's gonna go up to 4 gates. There's not gonna be a robo this time, and this is kind of in the lineage of the stats oracle into glaives idea, but generally with stats does that, it'd be a single oracle and it'd still be kind of off of 2 bases. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether Cham figures it out. And to put a pin on what you're talking about, like, it's hard to get an idea about what Cham's doing. He goes for the Polish gambit, as Rainer would call it. No spores there, takes like a little bit more damage from the first Oracle than he should. I want to put that in there whenever you can. But the really fun thing about this is that Cham in the Americas seems to have this ability to make games weird. We saw that in the Sugar Series yesterday. He is so good at forcing his opponents to play his game, and then it just gets really awkward. For now, though, Slave's on the other side. Let's see what he can do to defend.
It's a lot of Adepts. Roaches are on the way, but then it's always the issue of the Adepts getting to every single nook and cranny. How much damage do they do? Already finding a couple of queens is not terrible, and actually finding about half of those produced roaches means the Adepts can actually take them on, whereas maybe all of them together will also be microing. Cham busy looking elsewhere, doesn't even try and get those roaches to escape, just let them buy the time so the drones don't take the brunt of the damage, I guess. Might have been the right move. Great roach block. I don't know if that was on purpose or what, but that is fantastic. The drones might just live because of that, as the Adepts are starting to grow a little bit thinner in numbers. 2 more are going to go down in a hot second.
That was incredibly good. I mean, I love Cham took advantage of it, but I think that was just incredibly good fortune. A roach popped right at the right time and from the totally the perfect egg. But at the end of the day, this is a lot of Adepts that we're committed to, and Glaive's timings are never over until they're over. They'll defend the first 15 and then like 2 find a mineral line and you're like, well, I just lost 12 probes, or 12 drones. This sucks. But for right now, Disc did commit a lot to this attack. That was a lot of adepts, and yes, this was off 3 bases, and yes, this was not as all in as a 4-gate Glaives tends to be. But for only 5 drones and trading a little bit of army, I don't really like it. And I love this reaction from Jam. Yeah, this is gonna be Swarm Host done. He goes Infestation Pit pretty much immediately after this. Swarm Host on the way. Swarm Hosts are already solid enough on Crimson Court, but to do this because you know it's Twilight and because Glaives were committed to, which means any sort of follow-up, Storm, Archons, Charge, Blink, whatever it's gonna be, anything like that is gonna be delayed. Getting yourself up to 7, 8, 9, 10 Swarm Hosts is such a play to the game. I love this lateral thinking from Jam.
I don't think anyone's going to say that Swarm Hosts are their favorite unit, but there is no doubt that it is a good decision, and I think it will be effective, especially because Disc might not realize that it is on the way. He did see the Infestation Pit, but might be thinking that it's something else, because there'd usually be a limited amount of options, 3-base Infestation Pit, so you'd generally go straight to Swarm Host, but do you ever really know when it comes to Cham? I don't know about that, so you definitely want to double check. And I think he did see the Swarm Host, but there's no Archons on the field. Very few shield batteries. Very, very few. Okay, so I'm actually not sure he does, but he might just be trying to circumvent the defensive thing, right? By going for the off. That actually does work against Swarm Host pretty well. Pop the Swarm Host Locust, run away, come back, and they've got so much wasted supply. This follow-up from Disc might just be perfect for the follow-up from Cham, which I think if Disc was playing a macro game, sitting back and building up Colossus or something would have been a good idea. But with this attack so swift, I don't know if those Swarm Hosts are worth it. They're not even back at home trying to use the Locust. They are killing a 3rd Nexus. They kill the economy, great. Are you gonna actually kill him? Probably not.
That's a really good question. You look at the supplies, like, okay, 107 to 89. Zerg's not that bad of a spot. Remember, about 30 of that army supply, 33 of that army supply is in Swarm Host that, as you say, only matter every 45 seconds. And honestly, they're not even all that great anyways in a fight. You can just, as you said, kite away. It doesn't really matter. So yeah, the 3rd base is dead. Disc is all in, but he was kind of all in with this idea anyways. And it's funny, I look at this fight and it seems pretty good. And the gap, the supply gap continues to widen. We have a Warp Prism with this army. If we do, I don't see it here. If we had one, it died. And with the Swarm, with the Locust Wave now ready, Cham traded army for army. He got like 2 workers. He canceled the 4th base, sure. But the most he did really was he denied +2 attack. Cham continues to grow into this game in a way that this, having lost the 3rd base, really can't.
Swarm Hosts are going to be super good in no-econ scenarios, which is this game, but they are still going to have that mobility problem, and Disc's stalker numbers are insane. 31 stalkers, there's 12 Swarm Hosts, great. There's 8 Ravagers and 44 Lings. That is the rest of the army. Cham really has an inferior army, even more so than what you expect when you look at Protoss vs. Zerg supplies, when those Locusts are not involved. If they are involved, very different story. The recall has to come down, as those Swarm Hosts did find a back attack that Disc wasn't expecting. Fortunately, Blink Stalker is still able to evacuate elsewhere, but that's exactly what Cham needed to really take a good fight. He got it. It's still not over. There's still a chance that Disc is able to retain his units well enough that he still finds those times to strike when the Swarm Hosts aren't ready with their Locusts.
Yeah, okay, so I'm looking at this fight. I'm like, okay, he's got momentum here, seems really good. I guess more of the supply was in the Swarm Host than I was thinking, but I'm like, man, this army from Cham just looks like there's nothing there. Where are the rest of the lanes? Like, I guess they all died. But now again, he's going to show up on the other side. Ravagers get targeted down. He did eat a bile, trying to chase back on Cham's army on the other side of the map, and that's where the Lings were. Okay, so run-bys find their way to the main, the natural, and the 3rd base. Locust waves have been dropped, and they're not doing anything. But behind this, not only has the 3rd base been taken down once, 20 dead drones. The fact that there has been no answer to this whatsoever. Wait, Disc, we talked about him being all in and being all in and being all in. He's extra all in now. He's how do you say more all in? He's gotta go.
He bet all of his money and his wedding ring. Like, his marriage is on the line at this point. If he does not win this poker game, he still has a possibility of winning it. Even though he's down in army supply again, the army quality is still in question, but it is it's still not the exact scenario we're thinking of, because yes, the swarm hosts taking up supply that aren't even involved. We have no upgrades on these stalkers. So often this army would have at least +1 with it. That is absolutely missing, but it might make up for that with just the sheer number of stalkers. So microable, so maneuverable, right? They can get out of dodge if they have to. And we do see Disc knowing that he's all in. Blinks on top of the Ravagers, does leave the rest of his army a little bit alone. Swarm was coming back just to add in a little bit of like SimCity almost. Are still packing a punch again, which is Stalkers still alive. Number of 25 Stalkers. 31 actually as more warpins happen, but never made that Warp Prism, which I actually really wanted to emphasize. He had the money, he didn't have the supply, he never once made a Warp Prism, and that could have saved a bunch of the Immortals. That could have provided the instantaneous warp-ins, and that might have made a huge difference. Right now, Cham comes back, pops the Locust. They both take just monumental damage on their economy. Both of their supplies so freaking low. One player has the free units, that is the Locust. The other player has the most microable units of the game, I would say, which are Stalkers with Blink. Who actually wins from this point on?
You look at those Stalkers in the middle of the map, you blow on them Sami Grub and they fall over. They're all so very low, which matters when you talk about this unit longevity idea. Yes, they can get shields back, and that is a big deal. Stalkers generally have as much armor as shields, so they can make that happen. But you're right, the swarm host right there, the ability to have free units, it is a big deal. Problem is, look at where Cham is sending those Locusts. Now he's gonna go into the main base after he checks the natural, but fully 75% of their lifespan is gonna go down. He might get these gateways, I'm not even sure. But that's now 45 seconds here where Disc knows, he's like, look, I probably have the better army. Cham's economy is not great, but it's better than what Disc has. It's so hard to, this is why I love Cham. You don't know what's going to happen in the game, but it's going to get very weird. And at the end of the day, Disc decides he can't win the game. I don't blame him.
Yeah. Well, what happened here is that he never got that really perfect engagement in which the Stalkers were able to individually micro, and then Cham was rallying reinforcements into an even battle, and then eventually a losing battle because Stalkers are so microable. He didn't get that critical mass, and Cham was still reinforcing. So I do think there's probably a sliver of time in which he had the possibility of playing Blink Stalkers perfectly against the remaining Roach defenses, but that is a tall ask. A very tall ask. So he didn't get to, and he knew that more time would not favor him, so he does tap out. But unfortunate, though, because, I really do think a Warp Prism would have made a huge difference. Because it could have been there from the get-go. He was supply blocked, as in he only had 3 supply, I think? What is a Warp Prism supply? I never really thought about that hard. But he definitely had the minerals. He had 1,200 minerals in the bank at one point. So, and he just never bothered getting a Warp Prism, which does seem really odd.
Yeah.
And I have to imagine it's just because he meant to and then got distracted and then forgot.
Yeah. For the sake of asking, because generally when we think about a prism, we don't think about how much supply the prism costs. We think about how much supply everything sits in the prism, where the warp in is. But a prism is 2 supply, which
thank you.
Okay,
so he could have built it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate then. I actually am thinking, did he lose his Robo? He pumped out 4 Immortals, but when did he lose his Robo maybe is the question. Because I think that would have been huge. Two Immortals added in, or just instant reinforcements on so many of those attacks, I think would have been big. Or even just distraction, Warp Prism in the main base, still it's on the 3rd, something like that. But he didn't have that option. Unfortunate. Very scrappy NA-type game that we all love. And now we go into game 2 on Golden Aura. Top left, we do have the Blue Protoss Disc.
And the bottom right doesn't matter. The status of his opponent, the stature of his opponent. The game's going to get weird. It's going to get dicey. It's going to get a lot of fun. For Starlight Twinkle, he's up 1. It's Cham.
I actually thought the Warp Prism might be 3 supply. And even then, he still could have built it, right? So I just wanted to think of all the possibilities of why he didn't. And it's either that, but I'm pretty sure he had the supply. I know he had the money. And then the question is, did he have a Robo? And that I did not check. So that's on me. But very, very important unit, I feel like, missing out, and just in general a little bit of lackluster macro. I mean, we're talking about a very scrappy game, so we got to get nitpicky, but that also might have been just that little bit extra to get the momentum going for Disc. But good on Cham. Appropriately, I guess, because he won the game, we have to say it's appropriate. Using a swarm host offensively and then defensively, and then defensively. Real shout out to that one time he got a full surround the Locust as well, because that really did throw, they paused the attack as Disc had to run away and recall. So yeah, good on Cham to do that. Not sure we're going to see Swarm hosts in the series again, though.
Yeah, although you say that, you talk about that surround that we saw from Cham that was really good. You talk about the Warp Prism. He had to recall a good majority of his army, not because he was trapped. There was a spot right there he could blink on the low ground with the Stalkers. He had to recall because he had 3 or 4 Immortals that were trapped there. If you have a Warp Prism, all of a sudden you can just pick those Immortal up, save them away, kite away, and then continue that aggression. So not only is it, wow, you know, you can warp into the fights, you can get a drop somewhere and put pressure on multiple angles, or just have blink micro for your Immortals almost. That Prism in that stage in the game would probably have allowed Disc to win the game. I'm absolutely with you. But I think the other fun thing to talk about this game, this series, it's wild to watch Cham play PvZ. Because, Zombie Crab, you know, to start this off, I don't think we would argue that Disc is on the same level as Trigger is. I think we say Trigger is 1 to 2 levels higher than Disc. I think that's fair.
Sure.
Right? I look at this game that Cham just played against Disc, and it was just as scrappy as the series he played against Trigger yesterday. Just the same. Is this going to happen? Is it not going to happen? What in the world is happening here? It's going down to the last game. Cham is one of these players that you run him up against, I don't know, Hearthstone, maybe, or example, or someone higher. You run him up against a player, a really good player, he's going to go, and he's going to go hammer and tongs, and it's probably going to go 5 games. You run him up against Disc, or, you know, I don't know, the Zerglord or something, like someone maybe in the group stage, maybe not. He's also going to go at him hammer and tongs, and is probably going to go 5 games, which is just, as a fan, that's a lot of fun, because it means that we're going to have great games, but it also means that it is very hard to figure out where exactly he stands in this pantheon of Zerg players across the world.
He is the type of player that drags you into the mud wrestle.
Exactly.
So no matter how good you are or how much you're certain you're going to play a very standard, safe game where he can't interrupt you, he always does. So he also doesn't really have, I would say, too much of a nemesis. Like, he does have a losing record, of course, against people. If he didn't, he'd be the best player in the world. But I would say that no matter what his record is, or no matter what, you know, the record of his opponent is in general in the matchup, you're always like, well, it's Cham, you know? You think a supply block at 42 or whatever it is killer to him, but actually it means that his lings are 2 seconds later, which the Protoss doesn't expect because it's 2 seconds late, and, you know, all that type of silly stuff that can happen. And, you know, sometimes it is planned by Cham 100%. He is a good, smart player, but then sometimes it is fortunate, you know? I like that roach popping, I think, was combination skill and fortune. We got ourselves game number 2, where Cham, I would say, is unlikely to do Swarm Host, and Disc is unlikely to do the Resident Glaives opener, because we can't forget that started with a bit of an abysmal opener. Spent a lot of time killing units and running around, but didn't really get a lot of drone kills. So did not give Disc the momentum that he was hoping for. And while the follow-up attack seemed promising against the Swarm hosts that are out of position, we saw the actual results, couldn't quite break through. So now a more typical game in which I believe Disc is going to go into Blink, and a very macro Blink as well. Blink and +1 starting 10 seconds.
I mean, Zombie Grub, you say that this is a very typical PvC, and from the Protoss side, absolutely. This is a pretty quick lair, right? 430 is not when you get a lair against Protoss players. More often than not, like maybe if you're really trying to be careful against DTs and you got something else in mind. But that's something you'll see at a much lower level. This time, Cham absolutely has something in mind. I don't know exactly what it's going to be. Now, though, he's losing 7 drones to 2 adepts. It's hard to do things. First of all, you're going to get scouted. Second of all, 9 drones to 2 adepts. It's really hard to get aggressive when you take that much damage.
Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't laughing at Cham losing. I was just, this has done more damage than all the last game did. 9 drones. So good. So freaking good, man. Both Oracles still alive as well. More helpful units. And yeah, you know, the scout happens, so he sees everything that's going on. And then another scout happens because the Oracles are still alive. Both are still alive, despite that one getting very, very injured. And did he catch that glimpse of the Hydralisk Den? He did. So he knows exactly what Cham is doing.
And it's funny, we talk about Cham, and I like to talk about Cham as kind of like a mini Dark, in that he's not as mechanically sound as some other Zergs, but he absolutely knows how to figure out how the game is going to go. He loves his roaches. He's really good at this low eco scrappy style, and that makes a lot of sense because on this map in particular, by the way, Cham did the exact same thing he's doing in this game. He did it to Trigger. He won the game on Golden Aura, and well, it worked out really well. Granted, Trigger did not get nearly the... Oh, what is happening?
Jesus. Oh, man. That is way too many drones to be lost to a couple of adepts. Yeah, no, Trigger definitely didn't have a game like this. But then also, I know you brought up that Trigger is usually like 1 or 2 levels above Disc, which I would generally agree with. But I do think that Trigger still has spikes and valleys or whatever. He can be an off player at times. And then at times he can be clearly top 3 NA, maybe even, you know, could win NA. So it's a little hit or miss. Where Disc, I would say, is probably one of the most consistent Protoss players. It means that he's not he's not good enough to defeat some of the top tier NA players, like Scarlet or someone. But it does mean that he is consistent. You get a good expectation from him. If he gets a macro game going, then you know that he's going to be pretty powerful. And then it is the question of if Cham's spikes is good enough against him. And it doesn't seem like this game is going the way of Cham. But Cham has, as I have said, lost so many absurd things in the first 5 minutes of a game and still won them, just for some weird reason. So that could still happen. I really have a lot of faith in Disc in this type of game.
It's kind of funny because I had this exact same conversation with Rotterdam yesterday about this map, about this setup. Granted, the damage was higher. Absolutely, Disc has gotten a lot more. But we're looking at this and, like, you know, Trigger's getting decent damage on Golden Aura with his oracles. It wasn't 24 drones or whatever it is, but it was like 7 or 8. Getting something done. He's getting himself set up. Storm's done. Charge is done. +2, blink, everything else. It's like, well, you know, this Roach Hydra timing doesn't really tend to be all that great. Trigger absolutely has everything that he needs to go defend. And then Cham just shoves through anyways and wins the game. And it's like, well, okay, Trigger SimCity was a little bit rough. It made it really hard for him to fight properly, and that's certainly worth talking about. But one thing I've learned is that despite everything going the way you might think for the Protoss player and it being a really good spot, Cham is very good at finding those avenues to make something happen. And in this game, that avenue, Zombie Grub, it's not going to be attacked through the front. It is a max out with a Nidus network. This is not how this attack generally goes.
No. I don't understand how he lost so many drones and it looks like a normal PvZ.
Well, not really, right? So generally, this attack would be hitting right around the time Storm is done. Storm has been done for like 20 seconds.
To be, yeah. That Storm is already done, and Nidus Worm is not popping up anywhere as it is not done yet, but there is still a chance that he overwhelms with sheer numbers. It is a classic PvZ scenario. Very strong Protoss army, bigger army from the Zerg. A couple of good Storms on the edge there and a bit of a chase as well, and he sees the opportunity, but that Nidus Storm's coming in the main base. There is absolutely zero vision. No, it actually sees it. Oh, there could have been zero vision on it, but it doesn't matter anyway. No reaction from Disc. That is a bit unfortunate, isn't it? I think a handful of roaches got in there. They will be doing some damage, at least some distraction, and that is what I'm most concerned about. Does Disc get too distracted?
Yeah, and it's important to point out this fourth base as well is really awkward. The Storms are just, they're kind of landing, but they're not doing nearly enough. Now, that being said, Nidus in the main base is going to go down, but there's another Nidus in the natural. Some units, I think, got back to the Nidus, but here come more Hydras. Here comes more stuff. The fourth base under heavy threat. Even as I say that, though, even as this is getting a little bit awkward, that's a lot of damage on an assimilator that doesn't really matter. Even as I say all of this and how Cham is starting to just wrap Disc around the map, +2, Immortals, Storm, Archons, everything else. So yeah, you know what, Cham, nice try. You did your best to make the best out of a bad situation. At the end of the day, your army kind of sucks. Yeah. I'm just going to beat it down wherever it is.
I'm really happy that, in fact, killing 22 drones in the first 7 minutes of a game does impact Zerg's success with their attack. I'm happy to report, guys. That actually kind of hit like a wet noodle. Yeah. Really, the only disturbing thing was if it was too distracting. If Disc suddenly just dropped all of his limes. You know, he can't hold all of them. And then just died. But he played it patiently, made sure to pay attention to his Storms that kept that fourth base going almost all by themselves. And he did it while all being on 4 bases, moving on technology-wise. He had already gotten a fleet beacon, now getting the extra Stargates as well. So Cham, you know, he did not get nearly a fast enough, powerful enough punch there. Now he's going into a pretty late game. Disc is going to have multiple carriers soon, without much of an answer to them. He's only now getting a Lurker Den, only now getting a Hive, no Spire for Corruptors, no Vipers will be available, and they can always get feedback, so don't know what Cham's thinking he can do, but he is not going to give up before he tries it.
No, I mean, we had just about the craziest game of the entire playoffs on Golden Aura yesterday, Cham versus Trigger in this setup. He has shown us that give him the chance to make the game weird, he will make the game weird, and comebacks can absolutely happen. And if you were a Zerg player and you're saying, okay, well, give me something to be happy about, Cham did go back for +1 armor, which generally you'd say, okay, this is weird. This doesn't help your attack at all. But +1 armor Hydras against carriers in particular, it actually makes a massive difference. Hydras against carriers without an armor upgrade, they just don't fight. It's horrible. It sucks. You're just going to die. With that armor upgrade, you have a little bit of a shot. And if Chan can get to 2-2 here, get enough lurkers out to maybe zone the ground army, which, by the way, is very hard. This ground Protoss army, there's a reason Protoss have been winning a lot of PvZ. It's this ground army is really powerful. But if he can get himself set up, buy a little more time for those lurker upgrades, which lurkers are on the way, but Hive isn't even done yet. If you can buy time for enough of that, there is a world where he can extend this game long enough where he's going to have double Spire, and he's going to have 1-1, 2-2, 3-3 for the Corruptors and Broodlords and Vipers and all of these really important things that allow you to face the late game Protoss. It's not easy, and Disc wants to hit the fight right now, but at least there is that avenue.
This really is a less than ideal scenario for a Zerg. They really should have all of the upgrades done for the lurkers, have been aggressive with the lurkers first before the carriers popped out, and then had some time buying for Corruptors, the double upgrades, and positioning to be found. Total opposite situation. And Disc knows that he has a very powerful army. Maybe a little too aggressive. Maybe a little bit much right there. Even though the observers did live through the Spore Colony forest, or Crawler, sorry. There's so many lurkers that did not die as fast as I think Disc was hoping they would, so they ripped that army apart.
Yeah, you know, it's funny we talk about this. Like, yeah, you know, this army that Disc is making is technically really solid, but he had far too many Stalkers. We talk about that ground Protoss army, Immortal, Archon, a couple Stalkers, sure, fine, but Immortal, Archon, Charge Lot, that's what's been giving Zerg players conniption. It's been giving them fits ever since the balance patch, and certainly with the new maps. If you're just on 20 Stalkers or whatever it was that Disc had and you're trying to fight into lurkers, well, you know, Zombie Grub lurkers, they do bonus damage to armor. They're +2 right here. The Stalkers, they're armored units. They're not all that tanky. They die very quickly. And now that Chams has this setup, he's beaten back the first fight. Disc, he's on 5 bases, absolutely. But he has the time to develop this next round of technology. He's got a Greater Spire just about done, adding in +1 attack for the Corruptors. But importantly as well, we're not going to stick on lurkers. Lurkers are not great units after, say, 15 minutes, once the tech gets there. So you add in Immortals, you add in Banelings, you get attack upgrades, and now you have Ultras that dive on top. Not Immortals, excuse me. You add Ultras that dive on top of the High Templar that make the Storms a little bit less viable. And again, I'm not singing the song of, wow, Cham's in a great spot, but he's starting to tell the story that might allow him in like 10 minutes to put himself in a good spot.
Well, it's a position that a lot of people find themselves in games they are kind of losing, but not, you know, the army's right in my face, so I'm definitely losing type of game, where it's just more of a, oh yeah, this isn't the ideal game for me, where they think if I can just fit everything in at once and they don't attack me, I might be able to survive. And that is working. And I think, you know, maybe a good example of when that works to an absurd degree is maybe like that Hero Cyril game, you know, where it's like there's no way that Cyril was supposed to come back, but he basically is like, I can fit these things in when this guy isn't attacking me and be ready by the time he does attack me, and he managed to do it perfectly, which is every Zerg's goal particularly, but hard to really hit. But maybe you could say that Disc is less likely to be aggressive or overly aggressive, certainly. I mean, if this was Hero, you would expect him to have been trying to attack multiple times, not just that one time that went disastrously for Disc. And then maybe there's more open opportunities. But this game has calmed down. Cham did have 7 upgrades or something on the production tab and finished them all. And now is even able to accrue a bank at a faster speed than the Protoss, which is more so what a Zerg would like. You still have the ultimate problem of just tackling a late game Protoss army. These battles can go wildly different directions. Protoss looks totally lost, Zerg looks totally lost, but we are getting to that point where it's maybe a little more of an even match. At least the compositions start to look more ideal for both players, and the engagements do as well. We're not quite there yet, though, as Cham defends this base. That is so many carriers with +2 already done, +3 seconds away from finishing. I'm actually not sure that Cham should have tried to defend this.
Yeah, no, it's funny. We're talking about, oh, you know, maybe Cham can tell the story of a victory later on. +2, +3 carriers, unless you have spellcasters. Maybe you can fight with 3-3 or 2-3 Hydras if you got Microbial Shroud, and that can happen. Sure, fine. Without Vipers, without a big Corruptor flock, without, say, maybe Microbial Shroud if you can dodge the Storms, you don't fight this army. Not as a Zerg player. You gotta play the pickoff game over and over again. And you say, okay, maybe the Discus hero, he goes and he attacks a little bit more. Disc had a very clear understanding about what his win timing was. It was the upgrades here. Corruptors. Yeah, Cham, I'm sorry. 7 Corruptors do not beat an equal number of carriers with the upgrades as they are. It's just not gonna happen, bud. I appreciate the attempt, but this is just not gonna, well, I mean, there are more Corruptors now.
There you go. I was gonna say he had so many more Corruptors. Why is he only attacking with 7? Like, I know because they were the closest to him, but he could have waited for all the Corruptors to come in, but either way, he is going to hold just, hold is a very loose term here, by the way. I guess he is gonna kill all but 1 carrier. There you go. And is still ultimately going to lose. But I still feel like there was a chance if he didn't actually just start the defense right there. If he was like, nope, not ready. Don't have the supply to build Corruptors. Don't have enough bank to build as many Corruptors as I want. And he pulled his drones away and pulled his lurkers away. And then I think he still has those units alongside, ideally, 22 Corruptors all popping at once. Some of them pop from the eggs that were underneath the carriers, to be fair. But, 18 Corruptors. And, there's still a game going, even though, again, it is not Cham favored. But he took a kind of weird defense, I would say. Clearly desperate to save a base that he thought he very much needed. I understand why, but I think the perhaps better chance would have been sacrificing it, buying more time, and hoping it worked out later, as it almost did, I guess, towards the end. Just had plenty to remax with and plenty of army left back at home, but still. Oh, well, that was a game that Cham was not going to win once he took 15 drones with the damage in the first 6 minutes. So
yeah, and it's funny you talk about, well, maybe just don't fight that. One of the big skills that it is very important to learn as a StarCraft player, and it's not easy, right? It's not. There's a reason that Cyril's the best in the world in this late game scenario. One of the most important skills to learn is what exactly you have to go to fight. When do you take a fight? What do you defend? What do you not defend? How do you wait for your timings? Is it worth giving up a base? Is it worth giving up even all the drones of the base? And that is a very difficult decision to make. Cham, I guess, felt this look, I am far enough behind that if I lose this base, the game's over anyways, so I got to take the fight. But I'm with you, Zombie Grub. If he just waits a little bit, waits for the Corruptors to pop out, diving in, takes the fight altogether, maybe it's fine. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that game's ever exactly fine. What I was talking about, how you try and fit everything in at the same time and hope they don't attack you. It was getting to that point. It was very close to being that point of Disc maybe waiting too long and giving an opportunity, but it wasn't there. So Disc did still attack at the right time. Kudos to that. But I do feel like an extra couple of, 30 seconds or 60 seconds, which is a lot to ask for in StarCraft. But and then you have a little bit more of a question mark, especially if Disc does get overconfident with his carriers, runs into 22 Corruptors, and then does die like that. But yeah, it doesn't happen. We had some confusion about the maps, which is why we're on the screen for so long. But we are, in fact, 100% going into Amphion. Amphion, what does that mean?
It's
what
ancient Greek.
Of course it is.
You're Googling it, so you're going to tell me. There we go.
Absolutely. Son of Zeus and Antiope, and twin brother of Zethus. I've never heard those names.
Zethus was a more famous demigoddess, I think. I forget why that.
I have no idea.
Anyway.
But the point is, he built Thebes. Good for him.
Well, Thebes was not built in a day. If we're going to utterly butcher some aphorisms about ancient cities, but, well, maybe Disc can build a lead in a day. In the bottom left, in the blue for Apprentice, it's Disc.
In the top left, we do have the Red Zerg, the Chum.
Zombie Grub, this is Amphion, right? Apparently we get to build Thebes here, which is kind of cool. I'm for it. But this is a weird map. We talk about Dynasty is by far the weirdest map in the pool, but when you talk about this setup, it's one of those maps that's really good for swarm hosts, but Cham already used his swarm host in game 1, and generally, now you never know with Cham, because if you just swap 2 letters and add a letter, Cham is chaos, and the names are clearly the same. But this would be a good swarm host map. Cham, though, he's already kind of spent that bullet, right?
I guess it'd be a good swarm host map if you mined out your minerals. Right?
Yeah, that's exactly what you do. That's what Cham did to Trigger yesterday. You go, you mine out the minerals,
yeah.
you The Protoss has to mine out their minerals if they want to contest your Swarm host at all, and you just send waves of locusts in the main base and the natural, and it becomes very hard for the Protoss player to fight against.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. I mean, he could bring it out again. In fact, they're kind of leaning towards it now, actually. But we'll see. Disc should be very wary of that, as well as any other type of maybe trickery that can happen on a unique map like this, where you do have that kind of entire left side that's blocked off, but maybe not. They could mine it without your knowledge. Hell, I think it's still a new enough map that there might be the mistake of not even realizing your own mineral wall has been mined out. That's one of the oldest tricks in the book, I suppose, but it does happen still to pro gamers. Then you have these mixed gold and blue minerals, which haven't really had a lot of cheeses as I've seen so far, but I suppose could. You just don't really want to count anything out. So for Disc, I know he started off the series by going for a bit of a different opener with Resident Glaives, even though it was kind of more, it was 3-base, not 2-base. I think it is strongest when he does get to play a normal game, like by normal, I mean Stargate into Blink. But he is once again going to go for the Twilight Council, which was just seen by Cham's Overlord, a very daring Overlord, that is going to evacuate perfectly timed and not be shot down by the Stalker.
Yeah, and without Blink, there's no way it's getting up. He's getting past the mineral wall as well. So Zombie Grub talked about Glaives, talked about it being a weird game. Game 1, you want to see Disc do something a little bit more standard. Is this Glaives again? Does Disc have... Yeah, no, there's the Robo going down. So if this is not Glaives, we're not saving enough gas for Dark Shrine. So this should be Glaives coming out of Disc once again. And it's Glaives are in the meta, kind of one of those things like we're talking about Swarm Host in the same way, where it's something where you do it once in a series and maybe it wins, maybe it doesn't. But oh, well, okay.
I was gonna say he didn't start off Resident Glaives at any point, so.
True, I was just expecting it to be coming on to. You know what they say about making assumptions, Zombie Grub?
Yeah, we're not allowed to say it on broadcast. But I was thinking that a Dark Shrine might be a really powerful idea, not because of the Dark Shrine, but because of the follow-up Archons just abusing this kind of left side situation that we have going on this map. I mean, generally, I put the Dark Templar build into the old-fashioned, not really that great, bucket, kind of alongside the 2-base 2-1-1, which is, okay, some people can do it. It can be fun to pull out every once in a while, but Zergs have gotten really good at defending against it once they figure out what it is, of course. You can still die to surprise DTs. But I actually kind of like the idea here, and it is still it's not meta, but it is kind of standard to, and it plays into a very nice game where you have scouting, you have aggression, you have harassment, you have a potential follow-up all in too, if you did want to do that. So the Zerg does have to take it seriously. But I also just like the idea of using that Warp Prism in the dead space, killing all these Overlords, getting some attacks into the main that are unseen for Cham. That could be a good idea. Cham does have Spore Crawlers though, so he's aware that it could be DTs.
Which is actually a really big thing because Cham, in a lot of these EVPs, he skips spores or he gets them later. We talked about the Polish Gambit, right, where you just don't get spores and hope the queens are enough. The fact that he saw the Twilight super quickly, so that was a really nice guess. Like, okay, this is not gonna be oracles. I know the timing roughly. I know what spores have to get up, but as the queen goes down, well, that's already a little bit of damage. Lings are gonna surround the DTs, so they're gonna kill off as much as they can. And Disc saves it. One DT got a little bit low, but already, hey, 3 drones, a queen, a bunch of Lings. That's a, Zombie Grub in 2024 in modern StarCraft, that's already more than the first DTs generally get.
When it is thought of, when it's not a complete surprise, yeah, I actually kind of agree. So many times we see the DT build realized by the Zerg. They're like, that's what you're doing. Okay, I'm on to you. And then they really don't take any damage. But it still is. I mean, I guess back when this was meta, this would be kind of that minimum that we're hoping for, which is a couple of drones, couple of queens, perhaps. I think Livery 2 will go down. Yep.
This is getting so much here. 3 queens.
Oh, was that 3 queens in total? Oh, it was. Oh shit. I was doing 2 as in combined with the earlier one. No, you're right. That was 3 queens. So yes, this is now getting better and better and going into the realms of like, hey, this is why people used to do it all the time. This looks great.
Yeah, this is actually wild how much this is getting done. And by the way, we should point this out as more damage happens. The 4th base, I assume that was a drone that wanted to go take a 4th that Cham just kind of forgot about. Disc hasn't lost a single unit, Zombie Grub. This is thus far. It's a perfect game. Now, no gas has been lost from Cham, so minerals matter less. Sure, fine. No. This is a perfect game from Disc. He's playing this marvelously. And now because he's knocked down so many queens, there's less anti-air to go deal with the Warp Prism, which means he can be more aggressive with the Archons, use them to clear out more creep with the Observer. And it's funny you look at this because it has been, I think, literal years since I've seen this work well at a pro level. But he is building such a tempo advantage for himself right now that yes, there are a bunch of roaches on the way, and +1 in speed roaches, and that's a 4th dead queen.
Yeah, this is going really, really well. A lot of the times we see this build come back, it is maybe the DTs win, and that's really nice. So you're like, gotcha moment. But then otherwise, it really is not that great. And so this is what it used to look like, I think. And Zest would have so many games where he would be playing a perfect game. He would lose absolutely 0 units, and then he would be hit by, frankly, an all-in from the Zerg, max out roaches, and he would die. So I'm still a little concerned about that, but I think Disc really is doing the best possible job, and he is even going to go for his own attack, actually. So yeah, Cham, it actually kind of looked like he wanted to max out on roaches because he built 7 overlords. He has so much supply. He just literally couldn't. He's just definitely not a max out. Same supply as the superior Protoss army. Zerg's pretty dead.
Yeah, especially, oh man, these force fields are so good. Eventually there are going to be some Ravagers, but not for the longest time. So it's really only half the army fighting here. It is rare that we see force fields this impactful in a PvC because, again, or Ravagers, they exist. But man, Disc, we talked about wanting to see him play just a more stable macro game. This was not exactly that, but he got so much done. And now, the underdog here, I think Illegal gave him 10%, 15%. He's 1 map away from moving on to the next round.
Oh, wow. That's way more of an underdog than I would have given him. I know their history is Cham favor, but it's 4 series. But I guess that's how math works. No, I would have absolutely said that Disc had a chance to win this. I mean, I think it was maybe Disc favored if he could keep the games normal, is what I would put. But that would be the tough part, wouldn't it? And, well, he has managed to. The second game was a very typical game on his side, and the third game was an old-fashioned type of typical, but it was. And then to make it look as effective as it did when it first came out as a build like 5 years ago or something. That's good news. That's good news for Disc. I mean, he could actually even try and go for it again, just because Cham really did look rocky against it. There wasn't just the direct damage that he took, which was way too much for, what we expect from pros nowadays. But there was the indirect damage that no doubt impacted Cham because he built so many overlords. He was looking like he was going to max out on roaches. He was mining out the left side of the map, and I thought he was going to try and mine out his opponent as well. And he just couldn't. He was max on 130 supply. He was broke and just completely out of whack.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's funny. You
wouldn't
talk
mind
about
it
this,
again.
Yeah, well, you talk about maybe doing it again. I think that build was also a little bit Amphion specific. There are so many ledges to play around that allow you to play with a Warp Prism. And, Zombie Grub, in the last series, you said, wow, it feels like Clem's got a Warp Prism here because you got the pickup range. Well, Disc actually has the pickup range on the Warp Prism. He doesn't have to show dazzling micro to make that happen. And, on a map like Alcyone, I don't know if that feels quite as good. But we don't have
That's true.
Yeah. Have to figure out that anymore, though, because we're ready.
Yeah. Let's see, in the top, nope, that's the bottom. Bottom left is the blue Protoss. We do have Disc.
His opponent in the upper right, and the red trying to, as Zombie Grub said, drag him down into the mud, maybe beat him with some experience. Down 1, it's Cham.
I really do like Disc's playstyle. I watch his stream a decent amount. I don't watch streams in general a lot, but he's one of my stable go-tos, and I've always liked, I guess, what I many people would call the honorable Protoss, even though now I am a dirty, filthy cheeser. The Protoss that I've always been most impressed with are the ones that are able to look as clean as possible, which is often those macro players. Now, Hero is my ultimate favorite player because he's not clean at all, and he's really wacky, and he can't, you don't know how he's going to act, and it's really cool, and it's really fun, but I still have always appreciated that type of Protoss. I was even a fan of Rain back when he was playing the most boring PvP ever into Colossus. I mean, those are not particularly good games, but here I am being a fangirl, right? So Disc is up there for me, but it's the question, the challenge is does he get to play those games all the time? And then usually maybe against other European guys, because he plays on the European ladder so often, he does for the most part. But then you bring him to NA, you bring him back to NA where he belongs, right? And it's more of a question of, do you get thrown down into the mud wrestle, and how well do you do there? I don't think he's actually particularly well geared, as other NA players are, to be in that mud wrestle. But if he gets to play the clean game, then you get to see those clean builds like the last game and the build before it. But it's still unexpected for Cham to just lose so much control against that Archon drop. That just did not look like a pretty Zerg game. And only because that was so ugly do I want Dis to do it again. Because otherwise, I think you're right. Very map dependent. But with that looking so ugly for Cham, do it again. He's not. Stargate.
Yeah, and again, I think it's one of those things where you say, well, it was ugly, but I think it's ugly in part because of the map. There's just so much space you got to cover. The way you defend this is you have a couple queens, and they just target the prism down every time. You got roaches beneath, and, well, the Archons can never fight the queens, and it works out really nicely. But with so much space to cover and so many edges to cover, if you're not on top of it, and certainly if it starts snowballing, it becomes really that much of a problem. But Zombie Grub, you talk about getting pulled into the mud. There's a reason I own a Cloud Nose, and it's because I spent a lot of time casting American StarCraft, or America's StarCraft. And it's always interesting to see what they have going for him. So Disc, he plays standard. He's that European Protoss in an American body, or I guess Canadian body. But I really want to know what Cham's going to go for. Now that he has this opportunity to play for something that is probably a more realistic game, he just loses 22 drones in game 2. It's like, okay, well, your knees were cut off, and then you tried to walk around to make an attack happen on stumps, and you're not really all that fast with it. Game 3, it's like, well, okay, you hit with something you haven't hit with in a while, and it's a bad map for it. Now we're game 4. It's a standard Oracle opening. Cham's got his opportunity to maybe play the game that he wants to play again. And, to be totally honest, I have no idea what he wants to do.
So he went Swarmhost first game, attempted Roach Hydra next game, but that was the where he got his knees cut off. And then, just had he really didn't show what he wanted to do in the last game. So yeah, I guess there is that question. I would just expect another maybe like Roach Hydra, big swell, but don't lose so many drones, and that is already a guarantee. He will not lose as many drones because we don't have the same number of adepts on the field. Disc actually went for a stalker second, as opposed to 2 adept pressure or something. So, Cham will be able to play his game. Like, this is where he's not being harassed very much at all. Yes, Oracles will try, but presumably it's a fine defense. Presumably, there are no sport crawlers. So, presumably.
Well, hey.
Cross my fingers.
We got a turn for this Zombie Grub. Although Cham's actually handling this. It's one of those things, right, where technically you should take no damage from Oracles because you just put queens on the edges. You have overlords on the edge, so you know when it's coming, and you really should take 0 damage from the first set of Oracles. Now, does that happen? Not really. Not all that often. Oracles tend to find something, but if you can get away with it, and even if you're going to get spores, maybe get them a little bit later, it is a big economic boon. And in this game, Cham is handling this really nice. Oracles can maybe dive back down to the 3rd. They're not going to do that. Drones have to get pulled away. A couple more. This is the opening. There we go. But Disc screws up the Oracle micro. He doesn't target him down. So, yeah, you pull the drones away, but nothing dies.
He also ran out of Pulsar Beam on the second Oracle. So, yeah, it's a bit unfortunate because the revelation showed that there was no Spore Crawler, and that's when he went, well, that's great. But, yeah, ran out of energy. 2 Adepts finally showing themselves, but again, not nearly as much damage. Slow Lings, I think Cham meant to get speed faster because he only got speed when those Oracles started killing his Slow Lings. Seemed like a reaction, But the Oracles are getting consistent scouting and seeing what else could it possibly be, because a lack of speed might make a Protoss a little nervous. Like, what are you doing that instead? But I think he even saw that the spawning pool was now jiggly. So he's pretty much in the know. He did lose track of Slowlings running through the middle of the map. This would be so much more intimidating if they had wings.
The funny thing about this, by the way, is Cham is one of these players that is absolutely known for skipping link speed, going for roaches, just hitting with that much more. So we saw Cham actually do this yesterday against Trigger, where he delayed speed and then got it at a weird timing and found something. It's not happening this game. I think this is just a bit of a mistake, but it is interesting to see that happen, once again. For now, though, there are enough stalkers on the map. there are enough adepts elsewhere that it's really not going to get a lot done. These Lings, Zombie Grub, they got their wings now. Every time a Protoss player dies, a Ling gets its wings. Is that how that works?
Something like that, yeah. I was thinking when you're like, we don't see it often, but we have seen it twice, and it's like, for every nickel, I only have 2 nickels, but it's weird that it happened twice. Yeah, this is a bit of a Cham thing for sure. And now the speed is done, and now a bunch of roaches are on the way. And while there are a couple of more drones added in, clearly Cham wasn't focusing on droning. Only at 57 when these drones pop against Disc 67. Cham is going to go for that big swell of army units that I kind of expected in a more normal game from him, and is going to try and kill Disc. But Disc should have anticipated this to a certain degree. He does have Stasis Trap, Static Defense, and 2 Colossus that will be out very soon and will be integral to the defense. Stasis Trap helps, little force field action as well. Shield Body Overcharge, beautiful. That is the sequence of events that a Protoss will want to have. Trying to go into the natural is very annoying. Opens up a little bit more of the chaos, I suppose, but then also kind of opens up the Stalkers to actually take on purely the Roaches, and that's a bit easier for them to do. Oh, the depowering of the second Colossus, but 1 Colossus pops perfect against the Lings attacking that natural.
Yeah, but 1 Colossus against a bunch of speed Roaches is a problem. Colossus are great, absolutely. But 1 Colossus against a ton of speed Roaches does tend to struggle. That being said, Cham, you talked about him being all in. It's only 56 drones. His army supply is doubling really what Disc has, but the total supply is not all that different. And Cham, he does have to back up a little. We got to buy a little bit more time. And the really interesting thing about this Zombie Grub, he's got, I was going to say, he's got a Baneling Nest on the way and maybe going to go for a Bane Bust after this, but he's droning behind this. I don't think he got enough damage done to justify the droning.
On the other hand, I don't think he got enough damage done to justify a second all-in, so it's kind of not great no matter what you do, because the Stalker retention was good, the Static Defense is still up, that the economy wasn't touched, and that those Colossus are about to pop. So, in further numbers. So, yeah, I can kind of see. There's no good option necessarily, but I think actually this would be the better option. Disc's defense of the attack has just been too good so far. So maybe try and play to the later stage and then get that mass Baneling roly-poly-oly, and then maybe you can catch him. Or maybe catch him moving out, and getting an opportunity on that third base. He's going to try. Cham almost gets to the natural. Hardly count that, though. Good Stalker warp in. And we do still have a little bit of chaos going, but that's all you can really give Cham credit for. Otherwise, Disc is doing the Protoss thing, getting to one of the better armies in the game, Mass Stalker Colossus.
Yeah, the funny thing about this, and I think Disc is actually going to do this like an all-in, right? He's only on 3 bases, so we don't see a 4th base on the way. But modern PvZ has moved into this Blink Stalker Colossus idea, but not as an all-in. As this setup where you get up to 4 bases, you get up to 5, you get 4 Colossus, and up until the point where, say, a bunch of late game Zerg army units are out, you can Cham got danced upon by Trigger in the last series, and now Disc is doing the same thing. Zombie Grub, comment, thoughts?
I wish they were dancing. Need a little spice in the life here, no, but they're just I don't know, they're just being weirded out actually. On a static defense, they're like, it's on my leg. No,
it's actually kind of sad, right? Colossus have the best probably have the best dance animation, right? They break dance. It's great.
I don't know. The Oracle comes with Disco Ball. That's pretty good too.
Well, that's why you break dance under the Disco Ball, and then Disc has the best opportunity to give us a nice clubbing experience, but for right now, he's going to have to defend against this big attack coming in, and Stasis Traps are okay as long as the Banelings don't get on top of the Colossus. I'm not all that worried for Disc in attacking into this situation. By the way, I'm sorry, Stasis Trap outside of the 3rd base, okay. You add in the one on the north side as well, and all of a sudden, it's fantastic. Attack number 2 didn't really work out all that well.
He still found Disc in a defensive posturing. There was a chance that Disc didn't pay attention or just kind of awkwardly had his units in bad places, but again, Disc did the, I think, immediate correct reaction a Protoss player should, letting the Archon tank or letting the Stasis Trap pop before you really worry about tanking, saving the Colossus, and putting the Stalkers in a bit of a choke so that they don't get, severely splashed. It was all very good. It could be a very different story if Disc is found traversing the map or trying to protect a 4th base with a couple more angles to come in on. And so Ling Baneling, Roach Ravager, I would say, is still the best chance that Cham has of taking down the army. But it's more of a better chance if the army is attacking you. which could have been very likely. I mean, Disc might have been trying to attack him with the 3-base Colossus soccer game type plan, and then it keeps getting interrupted because he has to defend. And that does put him in a slightly more awkward position. He can't just say, I win because I defended, because his 4th base is very late. But really, as the game is heading, it does seem like if Disc continues to play defensively and play well, Cham is going to exhaust himself. And this hive that's finishing up doesn't give me even that much more hope, just because it's not accompanied by very much. It's gonna go for ultras, but I think Disc's gonna have some time to scout that out and actually react to it.
I mean, you say it doesn't give you a lot of hope, Zombie Grub, and yeah, if Disc is able to max out and run across the map in the game in the next couple minutes, sure, fine. But this is still a 3-base Protoss against, what are we at? 6 hatch Zerg, 72 drones. His economy, yeah, it was not great. He cut a lot of workers to hit that attack, but now that he's developed his economy in such a way that now that Hive is done, now that there's an Ultra Cavern on the way, I'd love to see some Vipers maybe to go abduct the Colossus. Adrenal glands on the table when Cham gets a little bit more gas. If you give him like 3 minutes, or even less, honestly, this big production economically that he's been able to develop for himself is going to come to the fore, and it feels like Disc thinks he's missed his timing, right? He's maxed out, he's got his +2, but he's adding in a Dark Shrine, he's adding in Warp Prism speed and Immortals and everything else, and the 4th base on the way. He's not really making it look like he has any desires to attack, and again, given how late this 4th base is, by the time he has it up, his main base is going to be mined out. Natural's not going to have a lot either, and Disc is just not growing into this game the same way that Cham is.
It is a bit tough, though, because we are talking again about a classic scenario here. The Protoss army is pretty good with more upgrades on the way, and the Zerg army, oh my god, I almost got those High Templars, is not going to be able to break it like on the defense without multiple good engagements, which so far haven't happened. So it is still resource trading that is the name of the game, even though Disc's economy wasn't explosive. It wasn't quick 4 bases, 80 probes himself. I think it is still a case of, well, can Cham win by trading twice the resources? Which is what he's currently doing, actually more than twice the resources. Now, again, the best chance I think for Cham is actually to take a fight in the middle of the map, which is why Disc has been so hesitant to move out. But he's added a couple of Immortals. I think he was expecting the Ultra Edition. He's going to try and always have his back up against a wall, possibly. And he's going to also add in a transition, should this not just end the game. Great War Prism harassment as well in the main, as well as the 4th base. Killed Gold base, and again, he has this really nice positioning. If the Ultras come out, they are going to be going into a single choke. Not ideal for them. Where are the Banelings? Where is the surround? Can Disc see it coming and then avoid it just by basically moving away? So far, so good. The Banelings aren't even here. It's just the Ultras, and he's getting all these shots on them. Where are the rest of the units? The Immortals chunking through these Ultras kind of easily. Colossus still alive, burning down the Lings, and the Banelings are so freaking late. They do manage to collide with the Colossus, and just by sheer numbers, Cham will push through. Disc spent way too long over on that side of the map, and unfortunately didn't get a lot of damage with harassment, so this did turn sour on Disc.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about, right? It's like, yeah, you know, you're building this really powerful army. Cham's gonna have one on the map and a second one in the bank at this point, so this 4th base again's gonna get shut down. Banelings might just kill it. Okay, what other problem though is Disc is able to warp in stuff. His supply is horrible, but he's able to warp in some stuff. There's no Adrenal. These Lings would be so much better than they are right now. And I don't know whether, I mean, DT's in the main base. Do we have any? Yeah, no, there's no Overseer. So this Hive is dead. Gotta get as much tech out of it as you possibly can. Maybe build a Viper or so, but these DTs, we talk about the situation in the game about how Cham built himself way back. Warp Prism goes down though, so do all the DTs. That Overseer he's got, by the way, Zombie Grub, that's, well, I guess there are 3 of them. Those 3 Overseers, the only mobile detection that are going to exist for the next minute or so. Is this something that Disc can leverage? Probably not, but you know.
Probably not. Yeah, no, he just lost way too much. He also was kind of mismacroing at the same time, but he lost way too much on that front line. If there was a 40 supply difference and he saved his 4th Nexus, completely different ballgame, because Cham did expend all of his bank to get that fight that he did. But, you know, he didn't. He lost by like 60 supplies, 70 supply towards the end, and he lost the 4th base. So, I mean, Disc, I think he was in a good position, but it was going to be a very difficult position just because moving out into the Zerg army is so difficult to plan, you know, to always go super correctly. Defensively, it's a little bit different, so we might see Disc take another resource trade that's beneficial. He just doesn't have any more resources beyond this.
I mean, these are still really awkward. Oh, that's a great fungal. I was going to say, these are still really awkward fights for Cham because he's fighting with his spellcasters is not being there. Yeah.
Actually, that was really bad for Cham. Oh my God.
He's still mining over twice as much as what Disc is, but Disc now has... Zombie Girl, what is it about Cham games? Disc now has a window to go win the game.
Ultras into lose. That's what it is. No, seriously, defenders. Defending against those things and the lack of cracklings. I like that you pointed that out because Lings really were chomping away on some stalkers. And if they were cracklings, that would have been a huge chomp rather than a nibble. All right. And I think that's what Cham really needed to take down these stalkers numbers from 21 to, let's say, 10. You know, and then it doesn't feel nearly as like, wait, hold on here a second. Because now it feels like, wait, hold on here. Can Disc actually win? He has a superior army, +3 attack, Storms accompanying him, maybe an Archon just to make sure something's there to really tank the Banelings or, you know, splash because the High Templars are so vulnerable. Let's see if Cham can tackle this last army. It is the last army from Disc, guys. No army beyond this. Can it win? Fungal with the Ultras on top of the Stalkers. Always so freaking brutal. And I think that will be good enough from Cham.
Yeah, pretty good, I'd say, as Cham knocks Disc out of this game. But in the games that Cham wins, Zombie Grub, it gets weird. And this was absolutely one of them. I don't know how to talk about it necessarily because it's one of those Cham gets aggressive, it doesn't work out, but he's macroing behind it and surrounds happen. But I'm with you. I think adding in cracklings would have made a big difference. Even without them. Attacking, not just shoveling your way through 5 storms. Yeah, you know, or Ultras have 500 HP, so storms are less relevant, but even still, attacking through 5 storms and attacking into a Protoss army when your fungals are on the way and dropping the fungals once the fight's already happened, that doesn't exactly spark victory.
There's clearly still some opportunities for Disc to win, even after he kind of, you know, had already had a loss. Like when he lost that big army to the top, that was pretty much game over. And then the 4th base goes down, so then you're pretty certain it's game over. But because there were still opportunities beyond that, I think that gives you a lot of confidence that you can just kind of shore up some defenses, maybe. I don't know, maybe take that 4th base faster in that particular game because it was difficult to kind of read. Even though Disc was supposed to defend against so many attacks from Cham, and he did defend very well, and you think, well, that's got to give me the advantage. You can't just walk across the map and kill a Zerg player, as he did learn, right? So, but there's things to improve. It's a difficult game, but there are things he can improve, and I think that's a game where you say, yeah, I could have taken that.
You know, Zombie Grub, as the relevant Hobbit on this broadcast, are you telling me one does not simply walk into a 3rd base?
Definitely not when it's a Protoss 3rd base with SimCity. No. That means it's all tied up, man. It's what is going to happen? Game number 5. And they are on the last life here for both players. In the top left of Oceanborn, it is Disc.
And the bottom right, solidly in the muck and the mud now, sending us to game 5. It's Cham.
What a game. What a game. You know, Disc, I think he was planning on going for that Stalker Colossus push, which he never got to do until the game was extended far beyond his expectations. And so I wonder if he's going to try it again. You know, so far it really seems like a lot of expansion building with some proper harassment and scouting has been the best for Disc. So the Stargate opener and then the Warp Prism opener were quite good for him. Going for one big, let's say, dedicated attack, maybe not a lane, but dedicated attack, might not actually be the play against a guy who is probably going to be aggressive and who is probably going to exhaust himself. Which, yeah, I just, you also really don't want to lose a game that you were winning because you were too passive. A lot of Protoss players are going to have that problem, and they have to learn to be, you know, strike when the iron's hot and all that. So I know that Disc was probably mentally, you know, fatigued from figuring out, like, what should I do? Should I attack? Should I defend? Should I attack? Should I defend? Should I expand? Should I tech? Like, what am I doing here? but maybe just setting yourself up in a way that it is only defensive and you are waiting for Cham to exhaust himself, I don't know, might be better. But and again, that Warp Prism build worked out so well because that follow-up was so nasty too. I don't know what's going through Disc's head, and I certainly don't know what's going through Champ's head.
Yeah, I don't want to look at what's happening at Champ's head. I think I'm already mentally broken, but I think that would just send me somewhere that I don't want to be, because the man is a glorious madman. But you know, you talk about this setup of, you know, do you get aggressive, do you not? When would you strike with the irons hot? Do you defend and wait a little bit longer? You say this is something that a lot of Protoss players would run into. This is also something that Disc in this tournament has been struggling with. He played a game against Future on Ghost River where he was in a great spot. He had held on against the attacks. It's great. And then he just never is able to get himself set up to either expand a ton or move across the map, because he wants to go get aggressive, but doesn't really make sure the edges are set, so he gets attacked in little corners. And eventually it was a game where I think Future was up like 2 bases, and much like this game 4 against Cham, even if you have a really good army, if the economy is that far in favor of your opponent, most times it doesn't really matter how much better your army is, because if they have 2 to your 1, even if your army is say 1.5 times as expensive as theirs, they still got a better setup.
Phoenix opener this time around.
Trigger did use this to beat down Cham in a game.
Oh, what did he follow up with?
It was actually a double Stargate Phoenix. So we opened up Phoenix, Oracle,
sure.
double Stargate Phoenix, and then it was, I think it was Gateway stuff behind that, kind of your classic Protoss ground army of Mortals and Blink Stalkers and things. But the big thing about that one was Cham is very good with his Overlord positioning on the map to make sure that Oracles don't dive in and things. That's why he sometimes feels comfortable going in for the Polish Gambit. But that also means that there are a ton of Overlords available on the map, and if you get if you get a bunch of Phoenix, you just massively supply block Cham to the point where he can't build anything, and then that is a problem in Zombie Grub. We're already seeing that here. Cham, the moment the Phoenix popped out, you got to pull all your Overlords back home. He really hasn't done so. So at the very least, this is 3 drones to the Adepts and now 2 Overlords going down. Already nice little bit of damage from Disc in the early game.
Where is the Oracle? It just flew by the natural, so it will come back and deal with the Lings of the Third. But yeah, the Phoenix, I think what's nice about the Phoenix isn't just what you're talking about, where Cham has littered his around very consistently throughout the series, but also that I think it is kind of apparent that Cham can falter in a big way against what we would consider little harassments, the Adepts. 2 Adepts killing however many drones they did, or the Phoenix killing Overlords, which takes a while. Usually the Zerg can kind of anticipate it and then not get supply blocks, but here we have another supply block, 55 and 66. So I think it is kind of clear that Cham, you compared him to Dark, mechanically is not the soundest. And we're seeing it again with just a simple Phoenix harassment. So, you can always give the Zerg player a little bit of credit, because, sometimes that Phoenix, it doesn't come out in a string of ZVPs. You can play 50 of them and the Phoenix doesn't arrive. Nothing kills your Overlord. So give him a little bit of a benefit just for losing that first one and getting supply blocks. But the further get supply blocked, I think we're just seeing some of those mechanical problems that hit Cham a little more in these typical openers. Yet that doesn't mean that he always follow-up portion of the game. So... good start for Disc. Can he continue forward? He is going into charge this game, so that's also a big difference.
This is also why I really like these aggressive follow-ups from Disc. Go charge +1, don't go into blink. Fourth base, play a little bit more defensively. If you know your opponent is maybe a little weaker in the first 5 minutes, before they can start to really lean into you and make the game crazy enough to justify the mistakes that they're making, well, they're going to be behind. Cham has lost workers. He's supply blocked. His supply, even right now, is not where, say, even a Dark, who does make mechanical mistakes. Not to the same level Cham does, but even a Dark would be. And that means that if you're moving across the map with a bunch of charge lots or something, well, that will be a problem. And by the way, I know it's a little bit, I know those Adepts were mostly warped in early on, but I love that what Disc is showing right now is not charge lots. It's nothing like that. It's not Zealots. He's showing these 4 Adepts, and, who knows? Maybe Cham doesn't read into this, but we did see Disc go for a 3-gate glaive timing on Crimson Court. What was that, game 2? He goes for that timing. It's a little weird, certainly, but Disc is keeping his cards really close to his chest here and making it pretty hard for Cham to figure out just what exactly it is, what angle he's going to try to take in this game 5.
Yeah, he doesn't see Stalkers warped in, and he doesn't see Zealots warped in, and I don't believe he saw those Archons warping in. I might be wrong about that, though. A couple of Archons warp into the natural, might be picked up by the Warp Prism. So, that could have been a shock. We tried to go for a Ling Roach attack, which he did last game, and it didn't look that great, but it did kind of start the kerfuffle, the difficulty reading the game problem that I think was there for Disc in game number 4. If you did that versus this, as the Zealot numbers grow and the Archons merge and the shield batteries are prepared, I think that would have been more disastrous, actually. Like, last game, he was able to run away and cover. Against a Charged Out Archon player, I don't think so, because this is a Charged Out Archon player that very much is planning to attack you. So there you go. Again, I don't know if he saw the Archon, but if this is the person, he's not quite prepared. He does have Roaches, no Ravagers, however, no Banelings formed either. And maybe not as many army units as he truly needs to stop this attack.
Yeah, generally when this attack happens, it's a Bane, right? It's 2 Archons, a Warp into Zealots or 2, and that's just about it. This time, that is 4 Archons. That is a ton of stuff. Workers already starting to go down. Banelings. You know what? A single Baneling gets a really good connection against some of these Zealots. Now, 1 Archon gets popped, and, well, second one getting gassed. So 2 Archons go down. This is 7 drones. Yeah, it is. And primarily the problem's on the bottom side base. But Cham, for how late he scouted that, he handles that very, very nicely. And with lack of Baneling speed, it's hard to run across the map and counter it. But 7 drones for 2 Archons, a bunch of Zealots, everything else, that was well handled by Cham.
It was very critical to the defense of that type of composition, is not letting yourself be surrounded or partially surrounded by the Zealots or force fields, coming down if they have them. And that was something that Cham managed to avoid. You had Disc's Zealots purposely being kept behind. They didn't want to run into the Banelings, and they didn't want to chase fruitlessly after the Roaches, because then there's a running and gunning problem that you might have. So, you kind of get the feeling of being an Archon sometimes as a Protoss player with this composition, where you're like, I have T-Rex arm. I can't chase you down. This sucks. I don't like this. And so a Zerg player can try and take advantage of that. I think Champ did. Plus, he just had a lot of reinforcements on the way. And now he is ready to attack. But, our T-Rex arms, if they come to you, are totally fine. And we even have a Void Ray, actually, to help out against the Roaches, because Disc is afraid of the counter-attack. But I think his army is going to be good enough on the defensive. In fact, so much so, he takes the fight to Cham. Is this really the right way to go, though? No shield battery here. And now the opportunity to chase down the Archons. They try to escape. I'm not sure running after that was the right call. Void Ray could be getting free firing. Shield battery should save the day no matter what. And it will. And actually, meanwhile, Zealot's killing a couple of drones. That's not too shabby for Disc.
No, it really isn't. And, it's funny. Cham, he's got these 2 extra bases. And yeah, there are a couple drones there. But these aren't real bases. They're macro hatches. Their entire job for the majority of this game has been to build more units to enable this attack. And now 3 Zealots kill the bottom side base, making good on the damage that was done earlier. And as this attack at the front, it might have been a mistake for Disc. But I think the logic is there's like, okay, there's something on the north. I don't know if he saw the Banelings morphing on the north side, but like, look, I know your army is split up here. If I can take a fight against like half your army before the rest of it joins together, that's going to go really well for me. So yeah, he lost a couple Archons, sure, but he got a decent amount of Cham's army, made the fight really awkward. And then when it started to go a little bit wrong, he lost like an Archon, but he got the rest of them back to an overcharge. And you want to talk about units that are good with overcharges. This Oracle going to stay alive. Archons are 90% shields. Overcharges are beautiful to, even if you got like 1 shield, they're beautiful to top them right back up.
And in a similar vein of thought, it's very important that Disc didn't get surrounded. If those were 30 Lings that came in from behind, they die still pretty quickly to Archons, obviously, but if they were able to hold them in place and get the rest of the reinforcements on top of them and whatnot, stop them from getting back to the shield battery, I still would have been scared, but I'm a much worse and more cowardly Protoss than Disc is. Void Ray somehow managed to stay alive. That Crucible I thought was going to hit it, but this is some extra damage that is very much wanted, as well as some extra scouting. Great first Storm. It's a lot of injured units there. This time Void Ray will die. There you go. So a little less scouting, I guess, but actually there's a Phoenix, so that can just patrol over.
Cam's got to find some way to trade this army out. He's at 140 army supply, which is a not very good army supply, right? It's Roach, Ravager, Ling, Bane against this Storm comp that doesn't feel very good. on the flip side, he can't drone up because his army is too big, so he's got to take the fight right now. At the very least, get something out of it. Baneling's trying to come crashing in, and yeah, they trigger all the hardened shields, but Zombie Grub, this is not a fight that a Zerg player ever wants to take into shield batteries, Archons, heavily upgraded Stalkers, everything else. So Cham now, he's got room to go drone up behind it, but that went even worse than he could have hoped. He does not have a 5th base on the bottom side. Drones were not mining in another base. You know, Disc has played, Cham's played a great series, but he kind of looks dead right now.
He does, yeah. I'm a little surprised Disc doesn't just go for the attack, because that was one of those defenses that was so good. And it is unlikely, I think, at this point, you know, with how the game has gone and how Cham has been as a player, that there'd be that instant remax that you have to worry about. But it looks like Disc is worried about that. Disc doesn't want to let the game go, trying to be overly aggressive, and this is a real problem spot for a lot of Protosses versus Zerg, because they know that their army is powerful, and it's perfect defensively, and it's really good even offensively. It just could be surrounded, and then everything pops and everything dies, and you feel like you wasted a game that you were definitely going to win. But I think if Disc had counterattacked right then, it still would have been pretty good. Might have had to have dealt with a couple of run-bys, and that would have been something to consider, but maybe this will be the time. Maybe he'll defend this attack, especially considering that he sees that Cham is still only on 4 bases, is still purely on a lair army, and then he will go and kill the guy. If Cham doesn't tap out, depending on how badly this is going to go.
I mean, this is game 5. You don't tap out until you're forced to tap out, theoretically. But the problem is, right, talking about this game, Cham feels threatened enough by this army, and I guess feels his tech is horrible enough. Transitioning out of this is super hard. He didn't drone up behind this. He's on 58 drones. His worker count is worse than when he made the last attack because Zealots found their way in. So life continues to be hard for Cham. If he droned up behind this and Disc didn't attack and maybe starts to transition, sure, fine, maybe. But this is +1 melee against +2 attack, +2 Stalkers, Immortals, and Archons. Storms are just popping Banes. And you want to talk to a lot of Zergs, they're going to say Banelings kind of suck in this matchup anyways. With the HP nerf on Baneling speed, they just don't do a whole hell of a lot. So Cham's going to have to go for it right now, attacking into the other side. Storms are going to go down. These Banelings, look, their Banelings aren't connecting. Cham is so dead in this game. I understand the desire because you're getting attacked on the other side. Maybe you're going to catch Disc off guard. But rolling Banes without the HP that they used to have through multiple storms into Archons and shield batteries and everything else, there is no way that that thing's going to work out. And Disc, the massive underdog per Liquipedia, finds his way on into top 6.
I think Liquipedia is wrong. I'm just going to say it. I don't think he was a massive underdog. But yeah, you know, historically it was Cham winning. It's just that they play so infrequently, and most of the victories are from a while ago as well. Yeah, I'd give Disc a very solid chance. And when he got to play his game, it was pretty good. Cham, you know, showing some of the weaknesses of being interrupted in some of the earlier portions of his build. Didn't get to play the perfect games. Still forced some scrappy games, though, so it was still highly entertaining, as we expect from a Cham series. But it is Disc, good old dependable Protoss, moving on in the tournaments. And Cham will have to try again next season, whatever that looks like.
Yeah, man, it feels bad for Cham, too. This is 2 straight. He lost 3-2 in a PVZ in the upper bracket finals. Weird games, crazy games, but he did lose 3-2. And now he goes down to the lower bracket, round 1. Or sorry, not upper bracket finals, upper bracket round 1. He goes down to lower bracket, round 1. Also loses a PVZ 3-2. 5th game, things just don't go quite as well as he would like. So not only is he out of the tournament, he's out of the tournament in 2 series that kind of went the same way. And that probably feels worse than just getting bopped, right? It's like, oh, I lost to Clem. Okay, yeah. You know, that's whatever. But getting that close 2 times in a row, that's when it starts to really be painful.
That's a good point, too. That is quite painful. So close, yet so far. But good news for Disc. To look on the positive side, Disc now awaits the loser of someone. Scarlet vs. Future, I think.
There we go. We'll pull that up one in just a second. But for now, that means our first series of Americas, quite a long one, actually. But our first series of Americas is done. There are 3 more on the way. We get Estrella Nina, lower bracket PvP, and Zombie Grub. I bet you didn't think Estrella lower bracket first round was something we were going to see.
No. Nina Estrella happening in the lower bracket semifinal? I could see. That's 2 rounds beyond what they're currently facing. But right off the bat in the playoffs, yeah, disappointing results for both of them. Nina's maybe not favored versus Scarlet, but still she got 3-0. That's still kind of disappointing. And then Estrella getting kind of popped by Future. That is very surprising. So both having bad days, both not putting in as much practice. I don't know. I'm not saying that as a fact. We're going to figure out who has the better day this time around.
Yeah, we will. But for now, give us a break. We'll be back in 6.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
You know, Zombie Grub, we've already had one PvP today. It was pretty solid. Hearthstone Showtime went all to 5 games. We saw a lot of fun stuff, but now we go down to the dregs of North America, to 2 players who have played each other a ton, who have their own ways to play. And if we don't have at least one base trade in this series, I'm walking away from the broadcast.
Oh, that's a strong statement. I think you'll be safe, though. I can't believe that Frodo didn't say, what about second PvP?
Well, you know.
I mean, I don't even like Lord of the Rings, and I know that meme would fit right in there.
We got to subvert expectations, all right? If I were just to lean into it all the time, would it even be fun? Chat would still be excited about it, but I don't know.
I wish I had a thing, you know? I feel like I'm a commentator who doesn't really have a thing, you know? People are going to take that out of context. But, you know, Roddy's got, like, I don't know, like F1 to talk about or something. Wardy's got Pokemon. You've got being Frodo or whoever. Elijah Wood, there we go. And what do I got?
A deep and abiding love of history that no one cares about. I'm sorry, that was mean. That I know nothing
you know what,
about.
though?
Please
It's really
educate me
accurate.
on 2006 Brood War team names.
No, you're right. That was accurate. And I'm proud of that. I'll take it. Thank you. We're about to get into game. I think we're ready for the series. Just waiting for Nina to get ready, but it's going to be on Post Youth, which I actually don't think I've said today.
Ooh, yeah.
So
no.
I don't think we've played on it.
No, we had a couple games on it yesterday, but yeah, I think this is our first game today. Nina, Zombie Grub. Nina's playing. I'm fine. How do you feel about Post Youth and PvP? It gives you your natural for free, kinda, but it's also really scary to go do that.
No, I have no idea, actually. I have not been casting nearly enough to have a book of builds seen on here, because we are talking about such a large map pool and so many players being comfortable with the old maps more so, that even though PvP is rampant in like European weeklies and I'm actually not sure. And it's 2 North Americans too, and 2 North Americans that are very much unique in their own styles, and they also honestly sometimes just have fun. You know, I don't mean to discredit the competitive integrity, but sometimes you look at the builds that these 2 do against each other or just against other opponents, and you're like, oh, that's just fun. That's just fun. You know, maybe it's not the best idea, but there's something to it. I like it. Let's talk more about that after the intros. Post Youth for the first time today. Top right, it is Estrella.
And bottom left, looking to start her lower bracket run, maybe a little earlier than she would have expected. She's the red Protoss player. It's Nina.
I was double checking. Estrella is still teamless, technically.
He is. And this
That's
is
shocking.
So we talked at the start of the show about how, well, Esports World Cup, $1 million prize pool for the players. It's also like a $20 million prize pool. I forget what the number is for the team challenge, which means that if you go sign a player and they do well, you're gonna, and your organization across all the games does very well, you're gonna make a lot of money. I know Twisted Minds, for example, is in the black this year. They're net positive on revenue because they won the team challenge last year, in part because they signed Classic and he had a good run. So we're seeing Game & Gladiators and Na'Vi and Cloud9 and all of these teams pick up these players that may make a deep run in StarCraft, may even just qualify for StarCraft. That kind of gives them some points. And the fact that Estrella is sitting here, by the way, mean, that's just mean.
Yeah, that is mean. Gas steal from Nina onto Estrella's gas. Estrella might have had the opportunity to return the gas steal if his probe immediately went to the guys represented. So that is just a bummer. That just sucks. So, you know, the other way to put it, really. You want to avoid that in PvP. I forget what we were talking about, too. Oh, I was going to say, I would be surprised if there wasn't something being talked about behind the scenes for Estrella. Because, yes, that team tournament is such a big deal. And Estrella is... Well, he's not locked into the World Championship, right? But...
No, he is.
You know. Oh, he is. Okay.
Yeah, so the way it works, right, is you have... If you do really well in, say, Atlanta, so Clem's locked in, Cero's locked in. If you do well, or I think Cero got locked in through Katowice. Anyways, if you do well enough at Atlanta or Katowice or Dallas, I think has 4 slots available to qualify as these 2 probes are just fighting back and forth. The battle of the proletariat. That's how it's going to work here. You know, wait.
So many
What is
probes.
happening? They want to mine out the wall, I guess. This is multiple. What is happening?
That is so many probes. Oh my god, I love it, and now it's just so obvious too. I mean, but he's not actually going to even attack.
Is he?
And you know what? That gas geyser doesn't scout. The Nexus being taken at the gold. Estrella is posturing as if he's going to dedicate to an attack by sacrificing like 4 probes of the mining to mine out the wall, and it's not even what's happening. 2 adepts do get in and will kill 3 probes before escaping. But what a wacky game. Nina, what is she doing? She's trying to go for a 3rd gateway and some aggressiveness, but I don't know if it's actually going to work. There are definitely some good defensive map making to this, right? And 2 bases on the high ground with the wall, with the ramp to hold on. Can Nina break through that?
Well, that's a very important question, Zombie Grub. Can Nina break through this high ground position? Probably a really important one. What's also really important is whether she's going to know about the pylon in her main base, because this is Estrella and this is NA, and I am so happy that I own an emergency clown nose, because it is prepped for this series. I don't put it on right now because it'll sound like I'm talking through my nose, and that's not really entertaining casting action. But there's a pylon on the main base. 5 adepts are going to show up. Nina doesn't even bother walling it off because, well, there are walls on multiple sides. I love this. We talked about the new maps, and new maps in this season in particular being all sorts of weird. Estrella's playing it to a T. Damage done everywhere. He gets the pylon down. I don't know if he decides to warp in anything, but this is Estrella. Welcome, folks. Welcome to North America. Yeah, Cham Disc was something, and Disc played Cham played a little funky, but welcome to NA. This is properly what it is.
It is. Yes, it is. Nina does get some damage done, also some scouting. Probably wasn't the best feeling to see how saturated that half gold base, from earlier, that half gold base is. Plus, a couple more depths getting into the main of Nina is very, but that is the best dealing with so far. And at least her own Nexus is going to finish up, but she's still down 7 workers. So ultimately, the adepts getting into Estrella's base just told her bad news. She was stuck on this 3-gate idea that didn't ever get to do anything for so long. And it's still not really doing anything, because maybe you could say, well, you could add that into a blink attack. Already having 3 gateways. Well, she doesn't have much by the council. Like, what is the plan here now for Nina? Down almost 10 workers at this point. And, oh, well, more actually, because 2 workers are not mining at home.
Well, there's a pylon on the map, and, Zombie Grub.
Okay, so she is going to 3-gate all in.
Kind of. Yeah, it's funny. We talked about, it's kind of like what Hearthstone did, except much later, but also the game's been a lot weirder, so I don't really mind it all that much. What is interesting, have we talked about how good the new Sentry is? Because this is a shield-killing force. She has more sentries than she has other army units. I'm all for the new sentries being really good, ripping away shields, but you gotta have damage on top of it to kill things once the shields are gone. And, Zombie Grub, 6 sentries, once the shields are gone, they really only tickle.
It's just, not everything was firing. That wasn't explosive. That was 2 people sizing each other up and going for a bunch of fakes or something. And that works for Estrella, obviously, right? Nina needed to do something. Estrella kind of getting like slap fight right there is like, oh, okay, what are you doing, buddy? What's going on here? Deals with it so easily, and is of course still up by 5 workers after killing 4 more.
So Zombie Grub, we are 7 minutes in to this lower bracket first round, and Guardian, Nina Estrella here. The game's already been very weird. Strange or less strange than the series we cast last season. Estrella Trigger, with the pylon on the main base, the gateways that don't work, taking a proxy forward base, all that fun stuff. On the balance of things, where are we sitting?
I actually don't remember. So I'm going to say this one's the weirder one, just because the map really helps the weirdness. Last season's map pool wasn't that weird. No map, I would say, was really weird. But these ones, they went a little bit more wild. We had 2 Twilight Councils, by the way, from Nina. So just a casual, huge loss of resources. Yeah. Super cash, no big deal. Okay, yeah. Did she see the 2 toilet consoles and like, oh, this game's done. I'm out.
Perhaps to sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub or something. That doesn't make sense. Anyways, Shakespeare or not, Nina does fall down in the first game, but I love the new maps. I'm so happy. Even as a Zerg player, they make me very sad because they're not really all that great. But in general, as a fan of StarCraft, I love the new maps. The fact that we're seeing Dynasty is super weird and Amphion is super weird, and who knows what you do with post-youth, right? Just, we have this oddness in the pool. It leads to entertaining games. It leads to Estrella running like 4 probes across the map because he's gonna drill these walls down, so Nina just leaves the wall open in the first place because why bother if there are 2 openings? And the games get weird, they get wacky, you get a lot of fun StarCraft, and shout out to you, Alex007, the rest of the ESL people, whoever made this happen, because you have tailor-made a map pool that makes ESL Americas the most fun StarCraft we can watch. That's what happened. I truly believe that this was designed to make, I mean, like, they're like, you know, Europe's fine, Korea's fine. No. We're going to design a map pool for Americas. This is what's going to happen.
I see. Yeah. Yeah. You know, maybe that's exactly what they were thinking. This is it helps the craziness of NA. That's for sure. I kind of wonder if walling off that main actually still would have been better though, just because the worst thing about depth shades into the Protoss versus Protoss matchup is, well, they're the worst thing actually. They still kind of suck no matter what, but is when they shade very close to the mineral line. So, you know, allowing them to be as close as possible when the shade finishes because they can enter through that main. I don't know. But Nina's also someone who experiments with even just not walling in general in PvP. Like, she will put the 2 gateways behind her mineral line or something like that. So, you know, maybe hindsight 2020, maybe they also are getting used to the new maps. Because again, even though it's been a while since the map pool has been released, it just, how often do you get to play in all of these maps all the time? It's Golden Ore. Back to something very usual, very familiar. In the top left down one, she is Nina.
And her opponent playing a very odd game, number 1, but certainly an enjoyable one. Up 1, it's Estrella.
And don't get me wrong, the fact that you can mine out a separate entrance into the main and, you know, then the natural becomes the shades as well, you know, it does suck. You have to take a lot of consideration for that, but I don't know. I'm sure there's going to be attempted abuse from Estrella in particular on a map when that arrives post-youth, and we'll see someone figure out exactly how to deal with it, but that's the question, is how often are we going to see post-youth actually played? Also question, what is Estrella going to put in that proxy pylon? It's right on up there. And it is not going to be scouted.
He's proxying a fleet beacon, Zombie Grub. That's what he's
obviously.
Proxying. Obviously. Glad you understand. Yeah, but this has just got to be a second gateway, right? Putting a robo here makes no sense. It's too close.
Oh, doesn't it though?
You know what? I'm sorry. This is America's. I bow down to your superior knowledge of the the Wine Wednesday cheese. Like, I apologize, Zombie Grub. How could I doubt you?
Yeah. No, but seriously, this isn't the first time that we've seen proxied Robo this close. I mean, you do still get the Immortal closer, right? Compared to a Robo back at home, which is not close at all, and maybe is more often for a Warp Prism, actually, or the Robo proxy in the middle, which, 1, still a distance for the Immortal to crab walk its way over, and 2, is actually more likely to be scouted. You know, that is the funny thing about putting base buildings where Estrella is. It's so easy to scout, you don't scout it. The probe reveals if she was paying attention, but she might have been distracted by the Zealot appearing at the exact same time. So that's a problem, and I don't think she can do anything about that Robo now at this point anyway.
And you know, the fun thing about, I'm saying, like, the Robo, this feels too close, right? Just too obvious, it's too easy to scout, whatever. Because there is a Robo, right, because the pylon is so close, you know what you can do? You just put a shield battery right there, and suddenly this Immortal pressure is that much more powerful. Now, Nina, on the other side, there we go. Thank you, Estrella, for not making me look like an idiot. Shield battery perfectly placed. On the other side, at the very least, Nina has pylon of the natural. So she knows, she's very well aware that there's no world where Estrella is going anything, any further away from this. There's no expansion out of this one. He's committing to this. And for now, a single Immortal, single Stalker, Warp Prism. There's not a ton there. And by the way, you know, we're talking about setups here. I'm looking this, 3-gate Robo. Estrella's got one gateway.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, you know, I guess extra minerals, putting that shield battery. I guess Nina didn't see that probe, right? Because the hallucination coming through was, you know, it definitely looked like it was looking for the placement. So that's that sucks. She's going to be contained. At the very least, she will be contained, which means that Estrella could try and expand. Estrella, though, blocked out by the expansion. That's Nina scouting. There is no intention to do so, unless it's something really weird, like, you know, Estrella's taking the gold base, which I really would not. I would actually say that is the most logical thing to do at this point. Maybe that will happen. But Estrella needs to make sure that this contain is active. Doesn't just let Nina go down the ramp, because he really doesn't have that many units. It is very much a Mortal Warp Prism dependent, which is a great combination of units. Not throwing shade at that at all, but just gotta make sure you're actually paying attention, actually microing.
Zombie Grub, did I just hear you say that Estrella proxying the gold base out of this is the most rational and logical way to play the PvP out?
Absolutely. You heard me correctly, and I will stand by this. Take the gold base.
I just want to get that on the record properly because, yeah, I mean, that's where this series is. So for now, 2 gateways. Nina was able to reproduce even as she lost her first 2 gateways. She's got more here. And this is only 2 gate robo out of Estrella. It did feel like this was kind of a fake pressure, right? You get pressure certainly with the Immortal, but you're only on 1 gateway. It felt like there was some desire maybe to go and expand out of that. But I do like Estrella's adapting. He's like, okay, well, fine. You're going to pile on my natural. Who cares? I'm just going to get another gateway. I'm going to build a ton of Immortals with this money that I would have otherwise spent on, well, gateway units. Instead, I'm just going to have more of the shooty boys, and that's going to be fine. But Nina has 2 more gateways just about done. Her blink is done. This army is great. It fires, it does a ton of damage against a bunch of stalkers. But if you go in and you have those blink stalkers, you get on top of the warp prism. If you get really lucky and there are Immortals in the prism, this mobility gives you a ton of value in the game. Even if you decide, look, I'm going to blink my stalkers onto the other side of the map, and I'm going to keep my sentries at home to make sure you can't really go in. Even that might be interesting. And, oh, well, Nina warping in stalkers on the other side and bag at home here. This is kind of wild. Recall on the other side. Stalker survives. Hey, but there's no shield battery in the main base, Zombie Grub. Bit of a problem.
Yeah, and now you don't have a recall for your actual arm.
Yeah.
But probe pulls are very good in these low stalker situations, so I'm guessing that's what Estrella is hoping will save him, alongside, well, buying time for the shield battery to finish. Pylon is being targeted, and it will go down, depowering one of the 2 gateways, but Nina still has the big old problem of Immortals on her side of the map. Overcharge will save her for now, but will it save her overall as she tries to get maximum damage on Estrella's side? Overcharge is active. 2 stalkers versus 4. Eventually the 4 would win, but they do have to leave temporarily. 4 Immortals, guys. And the only reason they aren't going to go win right now is because of the...
Yeah.
God save the century.
Oh, excuse me. The other problem here, right? Estrella just doesn't have a ton of production. One of the gateways was depowered for a while, and I mean, 4 Immortals are really good. Zombie Grub, are we at a point where Nina just goes and gets charged on top of this and just 4 gate blink stock? Do you have the money for that? Because, man, just a bunch of charge lots, 8 charge lots, right? 2 warp-in rounds of charge lots against this army. All of a sudden, feels this Immortal army feels pretty impotent.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think if it was 2 base, 100%. But it is very difficult to say that's worth in a 1 base, because 2 zealots, even with charge, does nothing. You just walk away from them and shoot them down, and they're really not that impactful. 6 or 8 zealots, if she could get that many, maybe would be really helpful, but then you don't have the microbility of the stalkers that she's warping in, so it's a tough call. I am liking her decision to go for more offensive stalkers. More and more. So the overcharge has to be used, but 2 stalkers already went down, and the stalker numbers of Nina are actually going to still 2-shot them. So I think Estrella has a recall now that might have to be used on the main army. I don't think Estrella really has to play out this weird potential base trade. He has 4 Immortals that would be able to, I think, protect the natural, but then I guess Blink Stalker's going to the main, and yeah, actually Estrella is going to tap out. Yeah, okay, there's a reason I like that more and more. Wow. Very interesting end to a game, man. Proxy Robo, right in the natural, does not work. Nina's aggressive warp-ins end up being the ticket.
Yeah, one of the problems, you say, well, okay, why did he just recall? He should have 4 Immortals there against the Stalkers. That should be fine. The problem was there was an Immortal halfway done on the Robo. And if you recall back home, You lose the Robo, you lose the Immortal. That's a massive investment. And on top of that, realistically, you're on 2 gateways, Nina's on 4, and he doesn't necessarily know that, but you can kind of judge based on the number of stalkers there. And you know how many gateways a base supports eventually. So Estrella roughly knows that Nina has more gateway production than he does. He knows that she has Blink and he doesn't. He has to win the game with what he has, or at the very least, shepherd them back home in such a way, but then he can't keep building the Immortals, which means he can't keep building this army that actually fights somewhat well against what Estrella has, or against what Nina has. So it's kind of, you're a rock, a hard place. And we talked about that pylon as just denying a natural expand. I love the lateral thinking from Nina to say, actually, you know what? I can use this to win the game. It's going to take me 10 minutes, but I'm going to get there, and Blink Stalkers they're pretty good.
Yeah, third caster here, Mappo chipping in, but yeah, good point. 1 Immortal, 1 Stalker recalled would have been quite good, especially with the shield battery actually finishing. And then, yeah, the recall did not exist for the end of the game, so it was already out of energy. So that is very important to note. And there is some weird stuff that can happen with that amount of Blink Stalkers controlling the map. The Immortals are just then, once they go home, they're home. And as you were pointing out, the Robo also dies, so it really is weird. But obviously, what really should have happened was the 1 Immortal and Stalker recalled back with the shield battery, and a probe should have went to the gold base and built it. He was commonly floating 350 minerals, okay? If he just waited a little longer, had a probe out there, it would have been beautiful. Would have been great.
I want to live in a world where Estrella goes proxy 1 gate Immortal into a gold base, because it's great. I can tell people, yeah, I saw this great game. Estrella went and did this thing. Oh yeah, what'd he do? 1 gate Immortal proxy into a gold. Excuse me? Is that StarCraft you're talking about? Like, that is not a build we see all that often. In general, I think that kind of was Estrella's idea, right? Where you proxy the Immortal, you keep Nina back at home, but with only a single gateway there, you are getting yourself set up for, you make more money than you can produce off of single gateway Robo. So you're setting yourself up for an expand or something else. And I guess just the pylon there made life complicated enough that he wasn't really interested in expanding anywhere else. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I think that pylon actually did screw him up. He built those stalkers to try and kill it, and then suddenly he was like, oh, there's stalkers there. That's weird. That really did ruin the flow of things, because it could have been a contain into an expansion for Estrella for a while if that was easy peasy getting it down there. But I know the joke is the gold base is unrealistic, but I'm not just going off of nothing. I swear to you, I've seen 24 Estrella games where he proxy gates proxy Robos and goes for the gold base. I'm not just talking about nothing. I swear he does it, but obviously the natural would have been the best bet. Would have given the economic lead, and yeah, I think he would have won from then on out. But fortunately, Estrella's a very different thinker than the other Protosses. So is Nina. Many other players would have done what she did, but good thing she did. And now with a tied up series, we go into Dynasty. Bottom left, we have Estrella.
In the upper right in the red, a map that maybe has a little bit more accessible of a gold. So we're going to have to see what happens. Her name is Nina.
And we're going to get something weird. Love it. Do it. Do it.
Is it weird, or is Nina just saying, hey, you're Estrella, you've been known to go Nexus first, I just want to see if you're Nexus firsting the gold?
Oh, you really think that he does a lot of Nexus first on this map?
I don't think he does, but Estrella is one of those players where, like, if you have a pocket natural, and I don't know if this counts as quite of a pocket natural, right? Because the minerals are harassable, but Estrella has been one of those players that you give him an opportunity to take a Nexus first because there's a pocket base or something, or honestly, even if there's not because he's Estrella, he's going to be interested in trying it. So I don't know if he's going to try it this game, and you're right, there is a pylon going down. But notice that the first thing Nina checked, she didn't say, I'm going to go and proxy here and get this as quick as possible. She puts a probe down there. She's like, is there something at this setup? Has Estrella gone for this very quick pocket natural?
I guess that's fair. Estrella could do that. He is wacky. And it could have worked, I guess, if it was unscouted for long enough. But what's happening now is that Nina is providing the possibility of harassment while actually expanding. So back at home, she only had 1 gateway. So this, either had to be all of her structures on the offensive or, because there were supposed to be geysers there. Or it had to be the expansion, and it was expansion first. Stargate's going to be for harassment. I would love if somehow this turns into a proxy Void Ray situation, but I don't think it will.
Why do you summon such a horrible thing? And why do you bring...
I'm not the one dying to it. I can want it. It's fun to watch.
I mean, look, Tommy Grub, look, it's Friday. It's not Wednesday. You don't have to be that cheesy, okay? It's okay.
Oh, there's so many cheeses I can do in these new maps, man. It's going to be great. But seriously, this, you know, it could have been a thing, but Nina actually doesn't know what her opponent is doing at this point and is now much more concerned about going for the defense. The one pylon she has is going to be taken down. Another backup pylon's fine, but still a loss of a pylon. And all the structures having to be built in the first place. Pretty obnoxious. Still can't take on the air with a shield battery. There we go. Through the force field will dissipate. I think one stalker will live. Oh, second sentry. Okay.
Not quite, but now Oracle's halfway done here. And, I mean, you talk about the rich gas base. This is a wide open base.
Oh, God.
There is nothing here. You're going to have to... Wait, no, he just recalled. Yeah, he recalled the probes over to it.
Oh, my God.
Nina 2-1? Is that
Yes.
Is that what we say?
Is.
Like,
It has to. There's so many dead probes here. There's not, like, and he sees it with the pylon because the Oracle stops for some reason and is like, I guess. But oh my goodness.
Actually,
the stalkers were really quickly reinforced, and the Oracle did stop. I feel like there should have been 6 or 7 probes killed, and instead it was only 4, and actually is going to be matched. Kill more probes. Nina's distracted every time, so the Oracle isn't being as maximally effective. Maximum effectiveness. Come on.
no, the other bit of
Unfortunately,
sadness,
having
by
used the
the way,
pulsar beam.
Nina's Oracle got to the base too quickly, so it didn't build up a ton of energy. So, like, even if the stalkers had morphed in, there was not enough energy on the Oracle to kill off all the probes. It's like,
Yeah.
fine. You know, like, oh, I'm going to this feast, but I've been fasting for like the last month, and my stomach is tiny. The food looks delicious, but I'm full after like 2 bites. Like, what? Sorry, Nina. What are you gonna do?
I mean, stalkers warping in fast, great. Okay, there was a defense that was going to happen quickly, but the fact that was completely wide open and the main was wide open too, it really feels like more damage should have been done. This should have been Estrella losing like 15 probes and only killing 5. Instead, it's 9-5, and they kind of like similar times of killing each other's probes. And well, Nina does still remain ahead and still has 2 oracles, so that will always be a threat. No simple shield battery answer against 2 oracles, but that really felt like it was supposed to do more. A little unfortunate perhaps, but Nina moving on, getting to her own Twilight Council. Blink not that far behind Estrella's, and while both of them with the gold base, obviously one player does have a rich vest being Geyser. I think this game will go into a kind of relatively even point.
Fortunately for Nina, there's no really good dead airspace between the main and one of the potential naturals, the more, I guess, standard, normal natural. No, not that base Mapu, the other one, right, on the left side. There was nothing there, right? There's no dead airspace. There's no place for the oracles to hide. So with a stalker on either side, with the first one getting so low, Nina loses one of her oracles. Obviously can't make another because it's all killed. And singular oracles are great defensively, sure, fine, not great offensively. And I love Estrella. That's just all I'm gonna say about this. He's now proxying a gateway and a shield battery on this blink timing to go and try to put so many problems on the gold base. And unfortunately, like, force fields are good. When you have blink, they're not nearly as strong as they once were.
The more that Estrella tries to prove a point here, tries to win the game off of this kind of like seed, I don't even know what to call it, you know, whatever he's doing, the more that he's not thinking about the potential technology of Nina. And Nina has gone quickly into a dark shrine. So Nina is probably happy whenever she sees Estrella focusing so intently on the offensive. Now, there is a robo, and the observer is out, but will it always be in position is the question. So far, it is staying at that natural. So maybe it will, and I'm reading this totally wrong.
Mapu, north side, there we go. Big blink forward there from Nina. I just don't like this. There's a shield battery. Like, there are more stalkers here. I don't know if she thought her opponent was being caught off guard or exactly what was happening there. She kind of got concave, and the shield battery energy's done, Zombie Grub. Is this enough to equalize? She's got better defender's advantage. Apparently, this is actually kind of working out fairly nicely. She's got this. Okay.
Yeah, she does, yeah. Well, she actually had 2 more stalkers, I think, because 2 were back at home for Estrella. So, I mean, that was just enough, I guess, with the tail end of a Guardian Shield. to push through. I thought she did misread the scenario, but she also knew that she really had to choose the exact right time to get rid of this. Time was on her side. More shield batteries, more stalkers, more technology, and all that was not going to be very nice to deal with her gold base, you know, kind of partially mining with all the harassment. So she had to choose a time to break out, and she chose correctly. Still throwing some good PvP. But now her problem is she's down 13 workers. And the DTs are not guaranteed to be a success since there are 2 observers. Oh, and 1 just spotted the DT.
Ooh.
Warped in Nina's side of the map.
Yeah. Other problem?
Unfortunate timing.
Oh, nice revelation there. Doesn't get the observer. I mean, Estrella's got another one on the way, so even sniping the 1 is not that big of a deal. Also, Nina, when she killed a pylon to break out of her main base to go take her 3rd, she killed the wrong pylon. So instead of killing the pylon that doesn't do anything outside of blocking the setup, she kills the pylon that depowered a gateway. Doesn't matter a ton. We're going to have to see. She probably does repower it, but man, this DT on the other side, look, for being scouted, getting 5 probes is not bad.
No. It's better than nothing, but not enough to make up for the 3rd base being so much faster for Estrella. Feels like, I mean, the DTs were a maybe because there was an observer, because there were 2 observers as well, you know, like there's a good chance they weren't going to do a whole lot of damage, but that Oracle, I really felt like it was supposed to be a big opportunity, and the DTs were possibly a big opportunity. The observer catching sight of it and giving the heads up was a bit of a bummer. It just feels like there were some good ideas from Nina, really good ideas from Nina. But it won't be enough, even with her really good decision-making as well, breaking out of that kind of pseudo-contain. And I think that was really smart of her, but that also might not be enough. So she does take a fairly fast 4th base, almost a double expand right there, actually. And so we'll match the 4th base, but will not match the army supply if everything was out of a stasis trap. That is currently the problem, however. So many units of Estrella caught in a stasis trap. One Immortal is trying to make up for that. Just Crab walking away from those charge lots, and it is going to be very effective to the point that Estrella will still end up winning the fight.
Okay.
Even with all of those units stuck in place.
You went to the start of the fight, but Nina, one of the things she did when she blinked on top, she got the observer down. There's an observer on the map. I don't know where it is, but it's not in this. Now it's going to show up once again. But with the revelation, she killed an observer, and that means that this fight went a little bit better than it had any right to. At the end of the day, the Immortal did so very much that it didn't matter. Charge as well. But the DT at least, and Nina just canceled the base. She's like, look, I can't hold this. There's no point. I got to run across the other side of the map. I need another round of warp-ins maybe to make something happen. But at this point, Nina is, it's a fun game, but Nina is well and truly, she's not in a good spot. Probably the nice way to say it. She's not going to be mining out of the gold base anymore. And even if she was, not a lot of minerals there left. Maybe she gets a good concave. Maybe the Archon kills off a lot of these zealots, but that's kind of what she's looking for at this point. She's down half the army supply of Estrella, and that means that maybe she can take the fight in the middle, but these zealots on the other side, they're not being handled properly.
Now they're being handled, but they're dealing some damage, even maybe getting a recall. Estrella happily on 4 bases, not with that many extra probes, I suppose, but still mining more efficiently, and much more efficiently, actually, looking at the numbers. And yeah, also with the double army supply, so this seems kind of over. There's possibilities for both sides. Nina's were the one that we were highlighting, and they just to fruition. Now Estrella is going to go for the killing blow and send us into game 4, I think, very, very soon.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. But you know what, Zombie Grub? As much as we talk about, wow, Nina's in a horrible spot. She really is. The economy's not there. The tech is not there as much. Everything is just, the supply is certainly not there. This isn't a PvP. We've seen Nina come back. I certainly have seen Nina come back from far worse in these weird, big split map scenarios. So if she can, when I think of Nina, right, I think of Phoenix. I used to think of Phoenix, double Stargate Phoenix against Zerg and Colossus drops and things. But in this matchup, it's the base trade. It's this ability to go find your way in, make the game really weird in a PvP and make something happen. And 64 army supply to 98, that might be past the point where you can even make the game weird, and certainly Nina doesn't really seem to be trying for it for the time being. But there always is that opportunity. Not in this game, though, I guess. Nina, yeah, she's tapping out, not even moving the other side of the map. Estrella goes up 2-1.
Not figuring out any other way to deal with that. You know, and I do agree. I do think of Nina and base trades and scrappy situations a lot. Your ability to get out of them. But I also think that for Estrella, you know, like in some ways they are very similar. I think they're oddities don't always like match up. It's not like they both always go for the outside gold base on that map, but they both are odder players, and they both are also very scrappy players and very familiar with the NA mud wrestle. And so then at that point, it becomes a question of, well, who then is overall better in the other departments outside of the scrappiness, outside of the base tradiness, and Estrella is typically better. So it's kind of, it's, you know, it's not exactly like you're facing just a better version of yourself, but you are facing someone who's certainly not weak at the things you're strong at.
That is very fair. And, you know, before we get further, Zombie Grub, this is, you know, we're doing this for Wardy and others, but you say she's an otter. They're both otter players, but are any of them an oddish player? I believe that's a Pokemon.
No, it is a Pokemon. You were right. It is one of the worst Pokemon, though. Whoever says their favorite Pokemon is oddish is
I really like
weirdo.
blueberries, Zombie Grub, and it kind of looks like a
look
blueberry.
like blueberries. You're not wrong. And it's certainly better than what evolved into, which is an ugly, drooling mess. But
luckily, despite this we've been broadcasting for a while. None of us have turned into an ugly, drooling mess, so that works out very nicely. And the games are certainly not an ugly, drooling mess. Well, they're kind of a mess, but that's the fun part of it, right? So, Oceanborn is map number 4. Zombie Grub. Nina's down a game, but just because she's down doesn't mean she's out. Not yet.
Not yet. And she spawns to the top left. It is Nina.
Her opponent in the bottom right, into the blue, making the games weird, wacky, wild, and a ton of fun. Just like him. He's Estrella.
You know, Estrella as a person is really not that wacky.
No, he's a free spirit. He's a great guy.
He's a very, very nice guy. I like him a lot, but I would never call him. In fact, I don't even know if we have any really wacky pro players, you know, personality-wise, and you know, who went through the lol so random phase. I can't think of any actually. Generally, they're quiet. Some of them are very outgoing. You know, like Rainer's very charismatic, but wacky. No. And I'm even trying to think of like old players as well. Maybe chat will know someone and be like, yeah, that guy was always really weird.
What would you define as like a wacky person versus just someone who's a little weird, you know?
You know, very silly people, like type of person who just like puts like a bucket on their head for no reason, and you're like, what are you doing? Whatever I want. There's this guy he actually still cooks for Home Story Cup, but like 7-8 years ago, he habitually wore his pants backwards. I don't know why. He said that he wanted to. And, you know, they you know, again, they went through like maybe a lol so random phase where they just kind of say really weird things. Like, those people exist. I'm trying to think of like maybe a mainstream media character.
Does anyone in StarCraft have an does
like
anyone
a Frasier,
in StarCraft? Oh, okay.
Not a Frasier. Like a Chandler from Friends. There we go.
I have never seen Friends. I'm sorry.
Jesus, good lord, buddy.
I grew up under a rock, Zombie Grub.
Oh my God.
I do apologize. But the question is, does anyone in the pro scene have an enduring love of sporks?
Oh my God, I forgot that spork thing, man. Oh, God. I'm so glad that you know the terribleness that was the 2000s.
Oh, I'm a child of that era. I had a friend growing up an acquaintance, okay, growing up, who would walk around middle school with a lanyard around his neck because we had a uniform. And it had like 20 different USB keys on it that he would just randomly collect somehow. Like, not that he was buying them, but people just leave them around and he had them. So, those were not sporks necessarily, but I think that's even worse. That
is worse, yeah. Well, I was part of the weeb phase, so I had a lot of people glomping me, which wasn't my favorite thing. But thankfully, no one in StarCraft that either. We do have builds. We have talked nothing about this PvP, and you know, at least we didn't miss anything huge, like a proxy pylon right in someone's natural. This is actually one of the super normal ones. They both went for 2 gateways. No, sorry. Yep, completely missed it because we were talking about other things. Astray did go for 1 gateway. So his Nexus already done. Nina's only halfway done.
This is kind of cool. We've been seeing this a little more. MaxPax, of course, is the guy that he'll go 1 gate expand on the low ground every single time. But even MaxPax has started to do this more, I'm going to build it on the high ground. It's going to be good. I have this choke that I can hold on to a little bit easier. It's a little less scary. Even if the attack goes against my natural, it gives you a little bit more flexibility in where, how, why you choose to defend. And I want to see, well, makes sense, right? We got Max Pax doing it. We got Max Angel doing it. Apparently, if your name is Max, you're going to go for a 1-gate expanded. I don't make the rules, Zombie Grub. But apparently that's how it is. And for now, the Shade in from Nina is going to get a couple workers here. 4 probes, second. Backswing too long, but she does get 3.
And that puts her, no, that still puts Estrella in the lead, actually. Well, that's good, because then it would have been even worse of a lead, wouldn't it have been? But Estrella's moved on to third base really quickly as well, and Nina's not really going to get that damage that really turns the tables. Puts her back in the lead, and I don't think she's going to also be able to, like, end the game, which would be preferable when someone's taking obnoxiously fast expansions. By the way, chat suggested either Parting or I said also Dragon. Yeah, those are wacky characters in StarCraft. Anyway, like I said, Nina not going to be able to do game-ending damage. She kind of just has to kind of accept that Estrella's going to get away with this. Because even though she's placed down a proxy pylon, I don't know if that's really going to hit in time. Estrella's going to have his own blink. Estrella's going to have a shield battery or 2. Might even be able to pump out an Immortal, realizing that he's going to be under pressure since Nina has no third base herself. And then, yeah, I mean, that's going to be a pretty perfect setup. But Estrella has yet to scout. Oh, no, there's literally hallucination right there as I'm talking about. So, yeah, he knows. She is dedicating. I need to be prepared, and there is some time to prepare.
Now, one nice thing. So Estrella's blink is a lot faster. His third base is a lot faster. Nina's blink is not yet done, so it's a little scary to get on top of this force field. Doesn't do a lot because, again, Estrella can blink away. She's going to get some sentries, certainly, and then has to back up. Trades were roughly equal. But Nina's +1 is going to be a lot faster. And it's weird, right, in PvP, because we don't generally talk about upgrade timings in the same way we talk about TVT or ZVZ or really any of the other matchups, because it matters is like what you can do with it. And generally, like, even if there's an upgrade lead, well, if you get an upgrade lead, you probably have a supply deficit. And even if you have the supply equivalency, you can just kind of blink away, and shield batteries make up for upgrade leads for the most part. That being said, Nina, she's up a couple stalkers here. Her blink is just about, or her blink is done. +1's just about done. If she can force out an overcharge before this +1 attack is done and hit afterwards, that's a really good move. But with this Immortal popping out, I mean, Zombie Grub, +1's great. Immortals, they may be greater.
Yeah, I think they are. The number of units is still relatively low for Nina, so that Immortal is really important. If she was adding on 10 Zealots or had a total 25 Stalkers, well, then one Immortal's not going to save you, but yeah, that one Immortal coming in key. They had a second Forge added from Estrella, so actually going to go double Forge. Not common, I guess, but if I think of people who go for it, it is the NA guys and Estrella as well. So kind of making up a little bit for the upgrades. So always a discussion about what's better, +2 versus armor, so on and so forth. But yeah, this is a good position for Estrella. Looking like he's going to close in on this series with a 3-1 should this go according to plan. Now Nina really needs to disrupt the plan. So, you know, if these adepts could kill 20 probes, great, that's a good disruption. If she could get 2 disruptors, they are also great at disruption. But she isn't going to be able to get there very quickly. She's not going to have a lot of them. And it will still be in a situation where she is pretty far behind, that she probably still get overwhelmed, even if she tried to go for the emergency Hail Mary disruptor. And so much so that I actually don't think it's the right call. It's just that things are getting desperate, is the picture I'm trying to paint.
Yeah, like, supplies right now is fine. She's up 7 army supply and like 3 stalkers or so. I'll take a look at it. Up 7 stalkers. Hey, there we go. But Immortals make up for a big difference. The thing is, Estrella's doing what Estrella does. When he's ahead, when he's in a happy spot, certainly when he's in a situation where it matters. Again, he's in the lower bracket right now. You lose here, you're out of the tournament. He's like, look, I defended an attack. You committed to something, didn't really work out. 4th base, let's go. 5th base, let's go. Let's probe up to 70, 80 probes. Get into this mass gateway style. That's where Estrella's happy. But for right now, Nina, onto the 4th base. Upgrades are equal. +1 armor is going to be done soon. But when you talk about, okay, armor, attack upgrades in this matchup always matter a little bit more, because the burst damage, it helps out a little bit more. Their stalkers do a little bit better. So you're able to make that happen. Nina, though, she finds the 4th base, going to be a little upset about it, but really can't do anything to it. Her 4th base, at least it's only halfway done. At least she's on 3 base saturation. At least.
And fortunately, she's just 1 step behind, a full step, maybe 2 steps behind on everything that Estrella is doing. And there's nothing that changes that dynamic. They're going for very similar, if not identical, compositions, except one person's going to have better upgrades and more of it thanks to the superior economy for all this game. So, the best you can hope for is that they choose a very poor angle of attack and really over-dedicate to a shield by the overcharge, which has happened in PvP. We're talking about a 10-5 armor supply difference, 10-5, whatever. That is made up by a shield battery. It just gets worse and worse. And, the more that Estrella is unsuccessful in trying to attack into one place, the more that Estrella just tries to attack into multiple places and will have the benefit of having more units. It's really not becoming too much of a discrepancy, though. Like, it's not a huge jump forward because Nina is at least following the footsteps here.
Yeah, the problem is, right? So Estrella, his economy is a little bit fast. His base is always about one base ahead. But the big deal is because he's on double forge, Nina's on single. The longer this goes, the better the upgrades are. It's like, 2-0 versus 2-1. It is better for Estrella, but you can fight around it. As it gets worse, it gets progressively worse. And this is one of those setups where Nina, at this point, she kind of has to just add a robo bay, add a couple disruptors, second robo, and go from there. Because if you're playing gateway man style against this, which is what Estrella's doing, down 2 upgrades, it just doesn't really work. I mean, this fight, even with a guardian shield, it gives you 2 armor. Sure, that's something. But between the army supply lead, between the upgrades that are here, plus 2, it's 2-2 versus 2-0, even with a shield battery, this becomes very hard for Nina to fight. But I guess for now, because a robo bay is expensive, to really go disruptors, you need a second robo. She's not going to go into that. She's just adding more immortals, trying to max out on what she can. But the longer this game goes, the worse it gets for Nina.
I think she has to go disruptors at this point. I said I took back the disruptor thought earlier on just because it was too early and too, too desperate, I guess, where, at least she's kind of level right now. She's also maxing out, but she was just caught in a really bad position, having to chase the army, track it, eventually gets caught with the ramp force fields. That's exactly what Estrella was waiting for to basically ensure victory. This 100% means he wins. And that is what we're seeing here. Nina just does not have the army, doesn't have the upgrades, and despite a look like she's chasing, she really can't.
No, Nina, I understand what she was doing, right? Playing on the high ground, you're like, look, if I can get a vision advantage, if I can get an observer, have my own back home, okay, maybe I can do something. Maybe I can go pick off a prism. Maybe I can trigger a fight before you're ready for it. Vision advantage matters a ton in this matchup. But well, Estrella had a couple sentries in that army still. They were left over from the early game. That's a couple force fields, and at that situation, Nina just cannot defend. So 3-2 versus +2. Immortals are being made. Nina down about 30 armies. Well, she's going to catch some of the zealots when they're away from the army, and that is something. But she can't fight away from the shield batteries. Honestly, I don't even think she can fight with the shield batteries here. You talked about Protoss players sometimes overcommitting into shield batteries and how powerful that can be. Even with that, and it's the best possible fight that Nina can take. There are more warp-ins, immortals are being made, but now the overcharge is done, Zombie Grub. And if the overcharge was the only thing that's keeping you alive, once that is gone, it's not a good recipe for staying alive.
Estrella might be trading worse here, but it does not matter. And it finally is going to break Nina. She tried her best to keep up and come back in some way. Hope that Estrella made a mistake, I think is kind of what it was. But Estrella did not make enough of a big mistake, and will be winning this game and this series and advancing on in the regionals. GG's, good luck. Estrella still has a chance to become the champion.
That he does. But again, shout out to Nina. I don't think any one of us going into the series was saying, wow, I think Nina is 50-50 against Estrella. I think she's maybe 55-45 or whatever it is. Like, this was very much notionally going into it, an Estrella favored series, but Nina made it weird. It was wacky. Game 1 was a lot of fun. So, hey, the 3-1. Zombie Grub, we have been cursed by 3-0s. Maybe not today, but over the course of the playoffs thus far. So Nina taking a map in a matchup where historically has not been all that even, and I think given form is maybe something we wouldn't expect. Is already not that.
Yeah.
Hey, she didn't make playoffs last season, so making playoffs this year already is a bit of an improvement.
Yeah, actually, yeah, it's a good point. Right about that. So yeah, I mean, good things to take away here, especially because I think she has been working pretty hard and maybe not getting as much practice, as much like good mental place for every single series, but still able to bring it to a lot of the top players of NA. Estrella, though, we expect him in the finals. We expect him to get that seed into Dallas, and we expect him to potentially even win here. Just a little bit harder than usual going to the lower bracket.
But it also, that gives you the fun story, right? Estrella knocked down by a future early on. Now that means Scarlet Future coming up next is also really interesting. And then Estrella gets the lower bracket run and breeds that resilience that we all know that he has. And then it's a crazy grand finals on Sunday, and who knows what's going to happen. Or we might have another champion. It's pretty since we've had Americas be the main region, it's pretty much only been Estrella winning these. So who knows? Maybe he gets knocked out early. I don't know. For now, though, we have 2 series remaining. I've seen a lot of people saying, when is Scarlet playing? Well, Zombie Grub, good news for everyone watching. Scarlet versus Future at TVZ, the North American Classic here. That's coming up after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, friends, Romans, StarCraft fans. I've seen everyone talking. I know the series we're all excited for NA. It's the cats, right? It's the cats behind you, Zombie Grove. That's the series we're excited about. It's not Scarlet Future. No. It's whether the cat's going to stick their landing.
Yeah, and Apollo absolutely did not stick his landing. I went back and watched to see exactly what happened behind me. Yeah, he's a little bit of a doofus. Then he proceeded to try and steal my not my snack, as I hardly ate something before we went back live, but rather the wrapping. He loves plastic. So that's my cat Apollo, guys. He's a bit of a doofus, but still love him. So as much as I love North American Star, boom, segue.
There we go. I've been told that life in plastic is fantastic, but yeah, that's what we got. This though is a really interesting matchup, right? It's Scarlet, it's Future, and you generally say, well, you know, at times, we need to fix our races. We'll get there soon. At times, well, this has been a setup. It's like, you know, Future might contest, but generally would say, you know, Scarlet, she's top of the world. We're at times top of the world. She's probably going to take Future down. But Future's been playing very well in this tournament. Pretty much since he went to Korea last year, he's been taking names. He took down Estrella 3-0. And I think the big story there is not that he took down 3-0. And yes, you know, TVP, TVZ, they're different matchups. But he kind of dumpstered Estrella. So if you're able to do that against the guy that has won pretty much every season of ESL Masters Americas, that says a lot about the form that you're in.
Yeah, for Future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does, but it definitely has to be taken with some salt here because it is a different matchup, and it's a matchup which I think Future has more often caused some upsets. But he has also caused upsets versus Scarlet in this matchup. So not going to take away the entirety that is Future's ability to cause upsets, even when he's not practicing as much. But I think it's less surprising to me that he does it versus Estrella than if he does it versus Scarlet, but both are very possible.
And we're going to have to see, but for right now, on the bottom left in the red, she's playing for the Rebellion. It's Scarlet.
In the top right as the blue Terran, we have Future. Currently on Maturino.
Pretty much the I don't know, the safe place, the refuge. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Of all the Alpha X guys, they win. Alpha X dissolved last year, but almost everyone, went on over to Maturino, and they signed Nightmare for a little bit as well. But Maturino became a team. Maturino was a longtime supporter of Alpha X, of all their events. Being actually a prime supporter, being the title supporter of one of the King of Battles, I think. But making that happen, they're like, okay, we're going to keep supporting these players a little bit. And for the most part, they have. The team is not as big as it once was. Certainly, Estrella's gone. They let Nightmare go, but we still got Future here. They let him go up. Actually, they sent him off to Korea last year. So the support's been fantastic. And we're seeing it again. Future, he's playing really nicely right now.
Yeah, I keep talking about how he'll do well even if he's not practicing, to allude to the fact that he might not be, but only because when it comes to the North American StarCraft players, everyone's kind of in question. That doesn't, you know, again, push down the competitive integrity or anything, but it does mean that there's less full-time players in the scene, and even those who we would typically consider full-time have also added obligations. So many of them are doing part-time school, or like for instance Scarlet's case, she's been definitely one of the, you know, definitely full-time pro gamers in North America for a long time. She now is, you know, kind of part game designer. Although she did tell me at Katowice that like her job, her role is kind of diminished with the step that Zero Space is at. What's the word I'm looking for?
The playtest, the alpha, the beta, the...
Yeah, just the place that the game is at, right? Like her role is diminished. Anyway. So yeah, so I actually don't know what's really going on with Future. You know, there's a time where he was definitely taking it very seriously. He was definitely thinking of being, you know, pro, like a while ago at this point. There's a time where he wasn't really feeling that great in general and didn't really StarCraft, and they'd still play, but maybe not have his heart in it. And then it seems like, yeah, he's returned back to having a lot of interest in it, going to Korea, you know, practicing as well as just enjoying great country. And then has the upsets, whether he's practicing a lot or not, which is definitely known as a Masa special back in the day, but Future, really the future of NA, brings it along into 2024. So we have a very interesting opener from Future because this is TVZ. There's a certain expectation, and that expectation has not been met. So the Hellions coming out, sure, that's normal. Proxy Starport, not as normal.
Zombie Grub, I think Future might be a little bit confused, mainly because before this matchup, as we were getting ready to go, he had Protoss selected and Scarlet had Terran. He's like, getting ready for a TVP. Because this is kind of a TVP build, right? You proxy the Hellions, you make something happen. There's a Marauder on the way. I don't know what this means. There's not a medevac on the way from this. This is a proxy Pult Viking Zombie Grub. That makes a lot of sense. Not a Pult Viking. It's actually meant to do something, and this is gonna be a pretty committed move coming out of Future. But it is interesting. And by the way, that's not a. Is that stim real?
It could be, actually. The timing of it's very suspicious, because I think even Scarlet might have noticed it wasn't immediate. She was really paying attention, but... yeah, okay, it's real. The Marauder is such a weird addition, because, if that was a medevac being made from Future's Starport, I would have gone with the Hellbat Marauder all in, but then it would have been weird to proxy that, I think. And instead it's still a Viking, which... I don't know if you can really tell something from this timing, honestly, just because this Viking is so abnormal. It's not even made if it is not proxied, much less if it is proxied. Like, who's wary of the proxy Viking timing?
I am. I pay attention to that every single game, Zombie Grub. I am.
Oh, okay.
Look, as a proud child of North America, no, it's weird, right? And it's a lot of Hellions, 8 Hellions instead of 6. There's a Liberator out. I don't know that a Liberator and a Viking from a weird angle is enough to justify this proxy. Hellions just gonna dive right on it. That's gonna be a dead drone, but already Hellions are dying. Lings are decently positioned. There's gonna be a block as well. There's gonna be maybe a second block, but already a lot of the Hellions have gone down. For 8 Hellions, it's gonna be, maybe a couple more here. The drones are all trapped. Only gonna be 6. I was about to say, wow, this doesn't feel very good. I don't think Future's gotten a lot. And then, man, for half a second, Zombie Grub. That looked really scary.
Yeah, it looked like 5 more drones at least you're going to go down, right? But I'm not even certain that would have been enough. For 8 Hellions, you're in the entirety of your army. And the only thing that's really good against any Ling swell right now, because the Marine count's not very high. Yeah, I don't know. That was not worth it, I think. Wouldn't have been worth it anyway. Maybe you can argue on that. I don't care. But the Viking coming out first from the proxy starport. So scratch my head a little bit at that one, because at the very least I would be totally confused if it was Lib first then Viking, but whatever. And so proxy liberated a little harassment, trying to get some real aggression in with the early units, catch her off guard. Doesn't work out. And now it is kind of it's a little sketchy, even take this 3rd CC at the time that Future did without those Hellions. Fortunately, it is going to be fine. Scarlet doesn't have 40 Lings. She has 20, or not even 14. So the bio is totally fine there. But I'd still say a really poor opener overall. I know Future hasn't really gotten into the swing of production as of yet, but it's still a disturbing supply that I'm looking at overall here. Scarlet's already in her prime space of 77 drones, 5 bases, so much freaking creep spread because the Hellions also sacrificing themselves at that time. No amount of denial of creep spread at all. And moving on to Ling Bang, Ling Hydra. I'm just scared for Future here.
Yeah, it's funny as well, because I don't think this map's all that bad for Terran, right? If you're going to play a map that's weird, you play a weird build, generally you do something if you're like, I don't feel comfortable on the map, maybe. But there are a bunch of really nice tank positions you can find. Yeah, the 3rd base can be hard to hold on to, but generally Terrans aren't taking the 3rd base that Future took. They mine out the mineral wall a little bit. They take I guess they're both kind of trying, maybe the more linear 3rd is the way to talk about it. The one that is more right in line with the gold, and you have this nice, really high ground position you can siege tanks into. But because Future went for this weird thing, proxying the starport, building more Hellions than you would normally do, that means that he's a little bit behind the sticks in terms of where he wants to play in this game. Does he go for a tank push? Well, now that's going to be a little bit later. The upgrades are going to time out just the same time. But with everything that's happening, again, Future would like to be maybe getting ready to put on a lot of pressure now, hitting some timing, taking advantage of this high ground that exists on the gold. But again, because of everything else that has happened, that doesn't really feel like the easiest way to wedge himself into that spot.
He feels he's going to be clobbered, man.
Yeah.
You know, the Terran army is a little bit better quality-wise than the Zerg, I guess. But it is that look at the mini-map situation of this matchup. The Zerg is just way too in control of the situation. Scarlet had all the time in the world under absolutely zero pressure to set up how she was going to take this engagement. And even as the Banelings roll a little awkwardly off of creep in the tank fire, it clearly is a slam dunk victory for Scarlet. That was just perfect. And you know, Future, there are times when he surprises us in this matchup, and against Scarlet, there was one in 2020 when he just popped off. And it does, I think, some of those games were like 2 base all-ins that she wasn't expecting, and kind of the build-up of momentum. First, the Hellenes do some damage, then the double medevac drop does some damage, then the tank push does damage. Like that made sense. But I would say a lot of other games between these two, the ones that we kind of expect more, do look like this. You know, Future tries something a little sneaky or a little more aggressive than usual, it doesn't work, and then it just feels like everything collapses. Like there is no shot. Whereas if you look at a Bjorn versus Scarlet, Bjorn sometimes has really bad openers too. Overly aggressive, sneaky plans don't work out. But there's more faith, I guess, in his ability to, you know, somehow make it work anyway. Future is a very good player, but he's not a Bjorn, and he is in a very bad spot right now.
Yeah, it's also kind of interesting. Like, technically, the openings were... okay, Armor's going to go down. But the openings were not that far off standard for Future. Yeah, you proxied the starport, so you missed out on, like, maybe a round of medevacs, maybe 2, right, in terms of just floating back home. But everything else was, you know, fairly standard Terran build order. 8 Hellions versus 6, that's a little bit more. But for the most part, not that crazy if we ignore where they were placed. And even still, losing those 8 Hellions blew the game up for Future. Really not a lot there. Scarlet, you give her an inch, she's going to take a furlong. We haven't talked about Scarlet's creep spread as being this defining trait for a while, but she has 80% of the map covered at this point. Drops in the main base as well. Future, he's got 100. He's not going to get in the 4th base. It's the kind of a pipe dream. The Hydras, the Lings into the main, or in the, I guess, the natural as well, if you want to call it that. There's nowhere safe for Future on the map. He's still in the game because this is an important match, absolutely. And yeah, sometimes if you turtle the game out, you can get to ghosts and things are going to happen. I don't see his path there, though.
It's just not a really fun game. You know, I don't often speak from my own experience because I'm terrible bad at this game, but I would say all of us can kind of put ourselves in the shoes of the Terran here. Unless you are purposefully turning 4 bases, ghosts, and you're maxed out as well. And even then, that game isn't necessarily fun for a lot of people. It's just not fun. You're just like, I don't do anything. I wait for you to attack me, and then I hope I don't die. In some ways, I do expect people to tap out and to kind of get that bad game out of their system, right? But Future, not the same mentality. Still believes there is a chance that Scarlet could start to really take poor traits. I think is the only thing I can think of that could go wrong. And get overzealous in her attempt to win the game finally. And maybe there is some meta strategy over the course of a best of where Future also hopes that Scarlet gets tired, I guess. But I mean, Future's 100% dead. I really don't see Scarlet, even though she has messed up occasionally in some of big games, I really don't see her messing up this one.
Yeah, you know, breaking a 3 or 4 base Terran with, I mean, how many tanks does Future have? 10 tanks on the map is not really a thing. That's not fair, but it's really hard. So, and especially now with Broodlords being worse than they were, Broodlings don't do as much damage. You can turtle this out. Future can drag this game out another 10 minutes if he really wants to. But you're right. It's like, okay, say Future drags this game out 10 minutes. He gets up to 3-3. He's got ghosts on the map. Gets himself wherever he wants to be. If there is a 4 base Terran and Scarlet has literally every other base on the map, what does dragging the game another 10 minutes do for Future? He's mined out now. It's not like Scarlet's one of these players that, oh wow, I can't kill this player in 10 minutes. This feels bad. It might tilt me. Scarlet's just playing the game out at this point. So, you know, I don't see a mental win there necessarily available. I don't see, I mean, hey, the drop's not going to get much anytime. Nice knife's going down. But like, even if he gets that to this late game point, how does he start to find his, like, where does he go from here? Even if he gets it 10 minutes further.
Yeah. Guys, even if this was Maru, I'd still be painting a very grim picture because, you know, this isn't 4 bases. And even 4 bases would not be enough. You'd be hoping to kind of move over to a 5th, which is now contaminated with creep. So, you know, but I guess Maru or beyond, literally the top Terrans of the world, I'd be like, well, you know, ghosts are really annoying, and yeah, I can see how some of these tanks are really, you know, doing great in their positions. But I'd still overall say that it is a failure for the Terran, and would generally expect a tap out. But Future, you know, I think he has passed that point of which it was depressingly down. He does have almost a maxed army with Ghosts, so he's thinking that he can maybe get into a spot. And then I guess the benefit of doing this in a pretty much lost game is that you do get to kind of feel out how you might compare to her if you played a better game that got to the late game. So there's that.
Yeah, actually, that's a really fair question in terms of also maybe you don't feel warm enough. So this is, you'd rather warm up over 1 games than 2, just getting yourself into the flow of the series. And we have, again, we've seen these crazy games where a Terran player makes a comeback happen. 3-3, ghosts and tanks and everything else are certainly a problem. And there is that other fact, right? As Scarlet does have a Greater Spire done, where Broodlords, which would traditionally be this tool that you used to go and break a turtle, to crack that wide open, well, they're not as good as they once were. So Banelings are going to come rolling in once again. The orbital's low, now it's dead. So you talk about 3 bases, 4 bases, that was the main base. It's a 2-base Terran zombie grub. Snipes are pretty good, but yeah. So Future, at this point, he's got to move on the map. He wants to make anything happen, I would think, but no, he's just going to build a command center at the front.
No.
The game goes on.
That is not an option. There is just actually a point in time in which a Terran player has to admit that moving on the map is not an option. And that has been the case for the last, 3 minutes. But I don't think you're wrong necessarily to say that this would be something you would typically have to do to try and recover a game. It's just, no. It's not an option. It's like someone gave you an option of, like, you know, hamburgers or hot dogs. And you're like, hot dogs. You're like, just kidding. It doesn't exist. I'm like, oh, but why'd you give me an option? Future. Still giving it the best. Still gonna go for the all-in. Go get it.
There we go. Well, he's moving on the map. Creep's gonna go down. And hey, look, if we want to take a look at one thing, Scarlet's Bank actually doesn't exist. She's mining a ton of minerals a minute, but the army supply is there. And her income's great, but she doesn't really have a remax potential. If Future can just win a couple good fights, and I hate that I'm saying this because this is a lot of copium right now, but if Future can take a fight, start to knock down some of this production, slow push this. Am I crazy for saying that there's like a 5 in 100 chance that this works?
Oh, I think it's a really accurate assessment, actually. The hot dog is, you know, maybe there, actually, behind a locked door, vault, lock and key. Yeah, it's you know, it's not impossible to break that open and force the issue, but they aren't really supposed to happen. Ghosts getting some freebie snipes as there was no Overseer, and Scarlet didn't want to, or wasn't there to use the Banelings trying to explode on them. Fungals are coming out. I mean, Scarlet, you know, she did not get to tear down the army, so she is aware that there is still that chance the Terran max out 3-3 army can win. But as long as her line of reinforcements doesn't get intercepted, you know, if she's dying, letting her bases die that are kind of not unimportant, but there's other bases to go to, then she still has a lot of time to think this through. And that's why the picture is so grim, despite 3-3 maxed out Terran with a superior army supply sounds so scary.
It does, but now Future, his 3rd base is totally gone. He never got the 4th base up, so he's really mining nothing, anything whatsoever. Fungals are going to be solid, and yeah, Broodlords are not great, and the supplies are somewhat equivalent, but that's just because Scarlet hasn't remaxed yet. So I like the way she's playing this. Like, look, I'm going to lose a base. That's fine. I have literally every other base on the map. Totally fine here. You can go tire yourself out here, Future. Meanwhile, you have no money. Meanwhile, I'm just going to keep remaxing. I'm going to take advantage of this army, this money that I have. You're going to get yourself caught in corners. I'm going to drop a fungal on top of your entire army. Banelings are going to kill off the rest. And yeah, Banelings against tanks or ghosts are not the most effective thing, not the most efficient thing. But when you're mining 4,000 minerals a minute and Future's mining 400 minerals a minute, and there's a fungal to end the game. Slow roll it, right? Win the game. Scarlet, she's up a map.
Yeah, I hate to paint such a grim picture for almost the entirety of the game, because Future kind of gave us some excitement towards the end. It's just one of those, wary sighs. I've seen this before. I've seen the attempt before, and I got really excited, and then nothing happened. So. Yeah, it's just unfortunate, but that it's such a dramatic position to really have nothing going for you up until the very end of the game. Literally everything you have is at the end of the game. That is your only chance. It's just not going to be great. It'd be different if there is a little more hiccuping in Scarlet's play, so that 8th base is a little bit later, or the 9th base, or whatever much she was up to, right? Or the creep spread had at least been lost in one avenue of attack that led to the attack becoming hitting faster or having a more open area. But all I can say is that kudos to Future for apparently not getting tilted, apparently not getting depressed because the game didn't go his way, and apparently still willing to try and play out to the very end, including one of the most promising things you can do, which is kind of go for a base trade, kind of hope that 3-3 Terran does win out. But it's been a while since I've seen that really work, and that was such an extremely poor game up to that point that it just, yeah. Give me a couple of more, back and forth in the first 12 minutes of the game, and I'm a little more excited. But yeah, that was just not it. So I'm hoping that Future's next opener goes a lot better, because I think it actually can be a very, very contested series if Future does play normal. He actually has some pretty fine TVZ at times. Just wasn't that.
Yeah, and it's funny. I feel like in general this map pool is pretty good for Terran. You look at the win rates, but just kind of the feeling of it. A lot of high grounds and low grounds and good spots for tanks. I think Scarlet. I'm assuming Scarlet has higher seed there, so I'm assuming map 1 was hers. Post Youth was hers. But we get to move on to Ghost River for map 2, and if you talk to Zergs about this map in particular, they hate it. It doesn't feel very good. You have these really short rush distance into the natural. You have all these sieged up positions. Even if you kind of expand away from the Terran, it doesn't feel great. It feels a little bit weird. There are only 6 bases, only maybe 5. It's a good map for Terran. Now, does that mean that Future's going to win this game? I don't know. But you survived the long map. You survived Post Youth. And maybe you gave yourself a 5% chance to win a really lost game. Now maybe Future can make something happen. We're moving into game 2.
And in the top left, we do have Future.
Upper right, slapping aside the aggression, the proxy starport shenanigans from her opponent. In the red, she's up 1. It's Scarlet.
Future going to go for some very early aggression, but it is aggression. It's not 2 racks. It's a faster Reaper, but he's also going double gas behind this, which I think all the Vera showed us a game in which Cyril just all-ined him and it was not good, but he proxied his production and then tried to get greedy behind it, and I thought the idea was so cool, but Sarah all in because Sarah was really good and it didn't work out. But 2 gases behind this. I mean, maybe Future will actually continue just being aggressive every step of the way, so not trying to appear tougher than he is with a proxy and then going really extreme greed. Rather, just going into the factory, natural command center, starport aggression. In last game, I know that starport looked really weird, and I did think it was quite weird, but it, you could see the promise certainly of a proxy liberator that makes sense. The Viking is obnoxious, opens up opportunities for drops later, ideally. It was those Hellions that really felt like such a waste. They didn't do enough damage. They certainly weren't worth sacrificing all of them. They weren't added into the mid-game attack as 8 Hellbats, and that usually actually packs quite a punch. It just really deflated any chance, it felt like, from Future. Now, Scarlet is going to take this very seriously. She doesn't realize, I think she just looked at the factory being built at home, and maybe now realizes it's not like really a 2 racks, but obviously doesn't want that bunker to finish either way, even if it's just 1 Reaper going into it.
Yeah, nice what she does here as well. Just, you zone the Reaper back a little bit, then get on top of the SCV. This actually gets a lot more complicated with a second SCV joining in as well, but it looks like, certainly with the Queen out, this is not going to work out anymore. I like the pressure from Future. Realistically, even pulling the drones that quickly for that amount of time, forcing, what are we at? 6 Lings instead of 4 is a bit of a win for Future. Would he like to get more? Absolutely. He's only on 2 Reapers, though, so it's not that much of a commitment. This is not, say, the 2 racks and the wall thing where you get anywhere between 3 and 6 Reapers and really try to get something done. So Future, he forces some mining time lost. He forces maybe an extra set of Lings than you would normally get. And the game goes on. The thing I like about this, Zombie Grub, even as you talked about the last game and how Future committed to so much and it didn't work out at all, and I'm still very confused about what the Marauder was for. This time he commits a lot less. He doesn't get a ton done, but he gets a little bit. And this game, after the aggression is over, is a lot more playable for Future than game 1 was.
That is a 2-base Slayer.
That is a 2-base Slayer.
So right now, Scarlet's gotten a lot of information. So I think you made good points, by the way, about what it has done to Scarlet. But I'm not terribly convinced that I really like the more aggressive, less economical. Like it. That is what it is. He procced the barracks. He delayed his command center after factory. No third CC particularly quickly. Delayed economy. It hasn't done enough, that's for sure. And I guess it won't be doing any more as far as the Hellions go, because 2 bases should be relatively easy for Scarlet to protect. And then the question is, I guess, does Future realize that it's going to be maybe like a Nidus Worm? Because that seems to be the case. Roachborn is on the way. You could see the Roachborn on the front. Gives you a little bit more indication that it's not maybe a fast Spire. And then does he have his units back at home? Does this actually favor Future, though? Because I was thinking if Scarlet gets away with some really big greed, she has a 3 base, she now just drones up, and then this middle of the road thing isn't going to work out, but now Scarlet's also being very aggressive.
Well, the problem here, Zombie Grub, is we look at what's happening. Yeah, you might. Okay, so we talked about the mining time lost and forcing an extra set of lings, and those are minor bits of damage. Because the Reapers are on the map a little bit quicker, and because you have 2 of them instead of 1, taking that 3rd base can be really hard.
Yeah,
you can put the Queens over there, but again, it doesn't feel good. So in these situations, it's not uncommon to see Zerg players say, well, okay, getting my 3rd base impossible. Let's go all in off this. I'm already far enough behind. Even if it was I didn't lose any workers, the tempo on the map really feels bad. So it's going to be Roaches. It's not going to be Lair. It's just going to be a Speed Roach, or it's not going to be a Night. It's just a Speed Roach timing. And into Banshees, into tanks on the high ground. Future is well aware of what's happening. He's like, okay, there's no 3rd base. I know what's up. I got all my anti-roach tech. Scarlet may choose. I like what she's. Look at this. She's gonna mine all the minerals out, so she's already been spreading creep that way, which means the Queens can walk over. Well, I guess she's getting a Dropper Lord. Regardless, really quick reinforcement path. This is something that can still work, but Future is very aware of what's happening.
A very interesting game, actually, because I think, this is a more obnoxious map than some others to get that 3rd base when you are being consistently pressured first by Reapers and then by Hellions. Some other Terrans might have gone for the 2/4 racks to kind of abuse that, but no, Future changes it up again. But then Scarlet, what's interesting is that it feels like this is on the nose. This feels like it doesn't work because Future has had so much time to say, okay, well, you got to do something. You got to do something. And he's so well prepared. As far as the units he's got, Banshees and tanks, maybe not the number of units he's got, as 1 Banshee does fall.
The other problem...
Did he realize this is on the way? The Banshees probably should have been back here, but I guess 2 tanks are sieged up.
Yeah, but there's
I don't know, man. And then does Scarlet just expand behind this, double expand behind this?
I mean, there's a Dropper Lord as well, so you say these 2 tanks in the high ground, they are scary, yeah. But if you drop, 3 tanks on the high ground now, but if you just drop a couple Roaches on top of them or Queens on top of them or something, that seems viable. I was worried Banshees were on the other side. They're not really there defensively, but again, 3 tanks are really nice. I don't hate the idea of double expanding, but at this point, Sim's just about done. +1's on the way. We're getting Vikings to ward away anything else, but not super relevant. The thing that's relevant here is the tech and the amount of Future's army is about to explode. His army is going to be so much higher quality as Scarlet kills a creep tumor. How dare it exist on the map? But the quality of Future's army is about to be almost insurmountable for Scarlet. If she double expands, sure, fine. How do you stop Future steamrolling onto the other side of that?
Yes, that is the question. Because I would say, Terran, there is a point in time which a Terran does get contained too long that it makes it really awkward for us to play a very smooth game. But I would say this is the type of setup where I would say the Zerg feels more awkward. And so I don't know how Scarlet is going to play this so perfectly as to always drone correctly, always build Roaches correctly, because it is such a tough game. Future does have upgrades on the way. 3cc, tank count's going to be crazy high when the bio count reaches the point in which he does decide to push. But Scarlet has a history of being aggressive and maybe putting herself, or being forced into, whatever way you want to put it, into really weird scenarios. And she got the tank right there. So she's done like proxy hatches versus Terran before, you know? And even when it fails, she's tried to play it out and she's made it look kind of good. So if there's someone I can depend on, I guess, someone I can hope plays this well in this really funky game, it would be Scarlet.
I'll buy that, and I also really like that she's going straight up to infestation pit. You know, infestors are expensive. Certainly, and she's not in the great spot. But adding in a couple infestors, if you get a good fungal, right, drop a couple biles on your opponent's head, all of a sudden the game starts to look a lot more even. Dark does this a lot, actually. He plays the TVZ. Yeah. He's down with roaches. It's like, oh, this doesn't feel good. But you get two infestors. They're not going to one-shot Marines anymore, but they just immobilize the army. Files go down. All of a sudden, it's like, well, the Terran doesn't have a move out anymore. And you buy the time to get to the tech that you truly need to defend what's happening.
Dark is probably the best when it comes to making comebacks happen with Roach Infestor. Scarlet's also pretty good, but it is such a weird game, and this is a really abusive tank position. The Corrosive Bios do not take out that tank that they were trying to. Some of them are missed, I believe, and the Fungals aren't really buying time necessarily anymore. They might lock the bio down, so Corrosive Bios are effective, but not happening. Ravager's actually getting jumped upon to the right side before the Fungal comes down. This does mean the tanks were left a little alone, and the rest of the Zerg army on the left was able to take that out. And it is probably most important to dislodge the tanks. That is the worst case scenario, having the tanks just lay there and be reinforced as time goes on. And I would say that was actually a very successful break. Future looked devastating when he did it, and then suddenly it's past that point. We look back in the mirror and we're like, oh shit, Scarlet's actually in kind of a good position. Future's not out of it, of course, but not the push I think he was really hoping for.
I almost wonder whether Future did that too early, right? So generally, because we can start to think about this now, yes, Scarlet was a horrible position from everything that happened up until she makes that break, but we can kind of think about this as a 1-1 Roach timing. Yes, there's 2-2 on the way. Yes, they're Hive, and yes, there are Infestors, but it's effectively a 1-1 Roach, and generally a Terran player doesn't want to move out until they have 2-2, maybe 170, 160 supply. Future moved out on this idea that he had the game won, he just had to make it happen. And the Infestors, the Fungals, they certainly said, yeah, that's not really the case. So now this gives Scarlet an opportunity with Infestors and Roaches and Ravagers here to, at the very least, delay the Terran force base. And you talk about the double expand, there's that 5th base on the way for Scarlet.
Also, I think Future maybe forgot combat shields for a little bit. It only finished up recently, so that certainly did not help. They now are into a macro game versus Scarlet again. And while I think this is a game that's weird enough for both parties to say that it's a better game for Future than the last one, I guess my faith of him winning a late game versus Scarlet is not that high. You know, let's just be brutally honest. I think he can. I think it has happened. And I think Scarlet even has shown maybe a little bit of frustration with Terran, who does try and draw it out to the late game like that. But yeah, I believe in Scarlet's ability to take care of this now that she's kind of gotten past the worst part of it, which was that tank push. Now she's taking over the map with creep spread, she's taking over the map with her army, she's on her way to Hive technology, and she is the one applying pressure to Future, so Future has to track her movements as opposed to getting his best possible game.
The other way to look at that is Scarlet's going to try to take this fight right now. Tanks are sieged up. It's a little bit scary. Where are our Fungals? Nice Fungal there. Biles as well. Blow up half the army. Maybe even more. But the other way to look at this, Zombie Grub, is 10 minutes in, game 1, Future was dead. Totally. Absolutely. He just was making it last for another 10 minutes on a Vacope. This time, sure, Scarlet takes a couple good fights. Fights their way back into the game, but he is far from dead. He's in maybe a deficit at this point, but certainly not dead. And he gave himself a 5% chance in a game where he should have had a -% chance. So now that he's on his 4 bases, as soon as he deals with his Ling, as he's getting his tech developed, everything else, if he just wants to play that late game, that ghost tank, whatever late game setup, as those biles again are going to be really solid, I like it more for him this game. And again, he got himself there last time.
You know what's so weird is that there's a lot of reasons as to why this is better than last game. And yet I feel it's actually just as bad.
Really?
Yeah, I think like factually it's not the case, but just as far as there's a very similar non-numerical victory condition. I'm being very weird about it, but there's the same feeling. Scarlet's taken over the map. Futures actually even have Ghost this game, which I think he might have had faster last game. I don't know, maybe it's the same amount, but that's maybe a little overzealous there from Scarlet. But yeah, she's still in that same control position where it's really the Zerg knowing that they can do not exactly whatever they want, but a lot of what they want before fearing that very scary Terran push. So yeah, just Scarlet making sure this doesn't kill her, which I really don't think it will, assuming that she has Fungals. 6 soldiers are on the way, Chitin Splitting will finish up, and Future is not going to win this push. If he leaves right now, that's maybe okay, but his 4th base has never been up. This is a bigger and bigger problem every minute goes by.
He's gonna, I mean, I love what Scarlet's doing here. This is not uncommon with Zerg players now, but just putting a Ling there on Burrow, you force a scan, it's like 200 minerals, it slows things down. If the Terran player's not attention, then it really does delay things for quite a while. And we talk about this late game, right? This ability to go into whatever it is you want to do, but get to ghosts. There's no ghost. Well, there is a Ghost Academy. And actually, are there ghosts? No, none on the way just yet. So as these ultras pop out, yeah, Marauders with +2 or 3/3 Marauders can be okay against ultras. 2/2 Marauders don't really handle things all that well. Future has the tech to get to ghosts, and he kind of has the money to get to ghosts, but he needs to understand what's happening. They need to start to join the field because this army that Scarlet has made is not something that he's currently really prepared to deal with.
Well, defensively, this might still be, livable for Future, but, livable. It's not a good life. Banelings crash into the SCVs. Fungals hit on top of the Marauders once again with the Corrosive Bile. That's like the 5th Wombo combo there, by the way. And yeah, like I said, it's not like a very good life, even though he's still technically alive.
Yeah, kind of a hard knock life there. And the Blinding Clouds and Scarlet were fantastic. The tanks they were spread well enough, I guess. But they were spread well enough for Roaches and Ravagers running in and blowing that stuff up. Not for Vipers on top to go and drop Blinding Clouds on top of everything. So now, Future's doing the classic Terran thing where have a bunch of Marauders on low health, but I can kite away for as long as possible. And I will trade very well for the Banelings. They're killing everything. And I guess the Infestor right there has enough. Yeah, there we go. Scarlet is going to take the 2-0 off of a much rockier start.
Oh yeah, that was difficult to read. Like I don't think I was calling that correctly. But I do think the one thing I called correctly was that Scarlet is very familiar with those situations, not just scrappy situations as a catch-all term for all the matchups and all of the build orders. I mean, she's actually very comfortable in a situation which she was on a limited number of hatcheries with Roach, Ravager, and Fester. Because as I said, like she does play, or she used to play more like proxy hatcheries, and even still occasionally throws it out. And that's kind of the situation you'd find yourself in there too. Different scale, because this Terran wouldn't be on 3cc, but regardless, she is good in those situations. It still is supposed to be difficult to read. And I would still say that unless you're Scarlet or one of the world's best Zergs, that is a more harrowing position for the Zerg. Whereas the Terran is kind of calmly waiting things out, building their economy. They can instantly transfer the SCVs once they get their 3rd CC. The tank count's growing from the beginning to match up with a good amount of bio eventually. Like that just sounds scarier because they're doing it all while the Zerg has to pick and choose. But Scarlet's picking and choosing. She's really good at it. So she made it look like it wasn't that weird. And then she dominated from that point on.
Yeah, it's kind of weird as well. As you look at a Future play, he got himself set up as if the was I'm trying to play to 4 to 5 bases. I'm going to get to 3-3. There was an epoch of StarCraft 2 of TVZ where the first push doesn't work for the Terran. They turtle up for 10 minutes. They play the Maru style. Was the most engaging TVZ, but it won a lot of Terrans, a lot of games. And then balance changes happen and map changes happen and the meta evolved. But it looked like Future was trying to play that style, except he was also trying to be aggressive with it, and he just got stuck in the middle. If you're going to go for that mass expand style, go for it, but defend your 4th base, and just make sure you actually get there. And Future tried to do a little bit, I felt like he just tried to do a little bit too much at column A and a little bit column B, and at the end of the day, Zombie Grub, if you try to do a little bit too much of both, you fall flat on your face. Your shoes get tied together the wrong way.
Yeah. Well, it's now his last life, but in the upper bracket, it is the Blue Terran top left of Oceanborn, Future.
And bottom right, she's won an easy game. She's won a hard game. Now trying to make it a 3-0. It's Scarlet.
And I do think that is accurate, even though it didn't look that hard towards the end of the second game. And then, you really made a good point about like that 3rd being so obnoxious to take in that kind of pressure situation. So gotta give kudos to Future's plan there. It does sound like a cool plan. Maybe a forward 2-Rax would have been better to abuse that and then cause that confusion that Zergs do have against 2-Raxes, that are covering the scouting and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, kind of a cool idea. And it did force Scarlet into a very weird and uncomfortable, even though she's more practiced than most in that situation. It just didn't amount to enough. And that is what Future really needs. Future needs the thing that leads the thing that doesn't stop. Scarlet is constantly buckling under the pressure, and Future can carry forth with the momentum. As I was saying, the last time I remember him upsetting her, it was a lot of like 2 base or maybe like 8 racks as well. But, a lot of the very dedicated aggression that hopes to gain momentum and keep with it. Plus, I think there is more, like Hellion run-bys went better and Liberator harassment went better and all that good stuff. But it's not happening here. Even when he seems to get something weird going, favorable towards him perhaps, Scarlet is able to handle it. So what is the third build order strategy for Future? Well, back to a 1-Rax expand. No second gas as of yet. And so perhaps 3CC is the play. Try and play it straight up. And actually, I really don't dislike that. I know we're talking about Future as being the underdog because he is, but I would kind of like a straight up 3CC pacing build, first the push, then the drop, then the real push kind of situation. I think that could go very well for him.
Yeah, I'll buy that one. And in general, I'm surprised we're not seeing Future take advantage of what Zergs are complaining about, if that makes sense. The new maps, obviously this is Oceanborn, it's been in the pool for a while, but in general, the new maps have really good tank siege positions. This mid-game pressure is really what seems to be bowling, I'm not gonna say a lot of Zergs over necessarily, but bowling Zergs over just a little bit more. And Future's hitting with builds that in general don't do a ton. Yeah, the Reaper did a great job. Denied the third base, absolutely. Forced Scarlet into, if not an all-in position, at least a committed pressure position that maybe was not the plan for the game. But in general, these 2-base, all-in, weird timing builds out of Terrans, you throw them out like once a series because you got to keep the Zerg honest. But in general, they're just not very good. It's kind of like this same idea where a Zerg player doesn't really have a ton of viable all-ins. You can go for a Roach something, but generally the Banshee part of a Terran opener invalidates it. Kind of the same way for Terrans for the most part.
Well, Scarlet's playing 3-hatch, speed on the way, normal. Future playing, well, this I think is actually a Pult Viking. You brought that up, that archaic saying, but this is kind of more so it. And I do not, okay, there's no tech lab, so no into Cloak. It is just that Viking. Maybe a Liberator alongside that. 2 Hellions trying to get some damage done. Do fine. Maybe enough damage to be warranted. Yeah, actually, it's 5. I'd say so. That's actually pretty good. 8 Hellions couldn't barely do that much damage, 2 Hellions just did it. But what was I saying? Oh, that this is a normal, still relatively streamlined build from Future, right? So there's that little Viking there to kill the Overlords. That doesn't mean that it's the fastest double medevac drop, or yeah, it's kind of the alternative, I guess. But it is there, and it is a good setup, and I am hopeful that Future gets to really show us what he can do when he can have the aggression that he's looking for work out. And I just hope in this game he doesn't dive his Hellions unnecessarily. The last dive was great, but the first game dive, not so much.
Yeah, and realistically, if you dive your Hellions in at a certain point in the game, who cares, right? Hellions 5-6 minutes into the game, there's not a lot of point to them. Yeah, we see some players hold them on for Hellbat, and that is a thing. But in general, at a certain point, Hellions stop being useful. And by the way, Zombie Grub, you talk about Hellions being useful. We are 5 minutes in. Creep spread's halfway across the map. These Hellions, one of their goals is to kill Ling, sure, maybe dive on top, get drones. Their job is to curtail creep spread. And this creep spread on the map as it is right now is patently ridiculous. This is insane.
The problem is that even if it's not Scarlet, there is a little bit of feels bad, man, about clearing up creep spread of Hellions. Undoubtedly, it does affect the Zerg, especially if it's really active Hellions. Then I'm not going to say that Clem never stops creep spread in a certain direction, but and then you add in that it's not Clem and it is Scarlet, and you're like, do Hellions actually do anything about this creep spread? A lot of times, no, but they might still cause some interruptions or change of placements, and then I think more ideally they kind of pair up with the 1-2 punch, right? First the Hellions aren't doing a whole lot, but then boom, suddenly 16 Marines with medevacs, and then you really have to worry. But Now, the Hellions themselves, often not doing much. They don't seem to be doing much in this game.
That is fair, but like generally like a good rule of thumb when you're playing a TVZ, right, is I'd like to get creep past my 4th base by the time I take the 4th base. Like maybe 1 tumor pass just because of how maps tend to go. Scarlet is up on the high ground past the 4th base is 6 minutes in by the time her 4th base is done. There's good creep spread, and there's a standard creep spread, and yeah, maybe Clem is not, Future's not others, but Scarlet's cresting the high ground on the peninsula on Oceanborn at 7 minutes into this game. Yeah, this is, to me at least, this is more than just, well, okay, Future's not Clem and Scarlet is Scarlet. This is actually, it means that this push from Future has no hope, is what this really means.
You do want to try and get those Hellions again to, take down an attack path that you're going to then use for whatever follows up. So whether it's 16 Marines or an actual tank push, which is actually what Future was doing. Medevacs were a little late, or the attack was a little early, if you want to put it. But of course, Scarlet wasn't quite ready to defend against it. So a lot of creep spread does get cleaned up. A little more of an opening to attack into this 4th base. This is I think, much more even, kind of anything can happen TVZ situation, and that also includes Future choosing to retreat, perhaps, wisely. We have 4th CC on the way, so no 8 racks. And so we will see probably even a very late game, since that's what Future was able to show us a little bit of in the first game of the series. This would be such a better game for him to do that.
We're going to have to see, though. This is a build that Scarlet was talking about. I actually talked to her about this prior to Katowice, where she was in practice with Jan in the Shopify team house, and she said, look, as a meme, I'm going to build a lot of Hydras. And she did, and it beat Jan like 3 times in a row. This mass Hydra thing is something that she's been playing around with for a while. We saw it in Katowice, and it is kind of an all-in. Eventually, things tap out, and eventually it becomes a problem. But Scarlet's looking for this max out right now on 1-1, on like 2 Infestors, a bunch of Hydras, some Lings just to buffer with Hydra speed. And you say Future wants to go to late game? Well, he's going to have to defend against this timing, because this is what Scarlet's building her way up for. A bunch of Hydras, some Lings, a couple Infestors, and just leaning super hard into Future. I like her Future right now, though. He's got an army on the left side. He's not... If Scarlet runs across the map, she's going to have to deal with counter pressure. That does make this just a little bit harder.
Yeah. Now, Future's trying to control areas while also ensuring that if they are dislodged, they at least take something down with them. And so far, it's good, but I think you're right. So, like, if he doesn't realize that Scarlet would maybe be balling up so many Hydras on, let's say, the top side like she is now, then this isn't just that army being dislodged. This could be an attack into the 3rd base. And I don't actually think that's enough. Future's able to escape with some Marines, and there's more reinforcements that are actually going the wrong direction. There we go. Now they're jumping on top of it, but yeah, that would have been a concern. It's not going to be a huge dedicated attack. We do have Hive, Lurkden, Balinus on the way. And I think what Scarlet was maybe more so hoping for was that Future would have over-dedicated in some form. She would have clobbered the attack and then countered. I mean, if that's not going to happen, if Future is going to play more of a, tip-tap game, like, oh, I'm just going to tap you right there and tap you there, and then I'm going to leave, then yeah, maybe you got to go into that Hive. You got to go into the later game, as Future is doing. 4th CC, 2-2 finishing up. Ghost Academy, I think the fastest it's ever been in this series. Last game actually felt weirdly late considering how the game went, but some conclusions were made by Future, and this game feels very much in line with a Terran player who has said, I want to play that turtle game as effectively as possible against the Zerg. So yeah, I am optimistic for this one for Future. Scarlet is finding some tanks, maybe a little alone, just the one actually. So yeah, not going to be able to make any moves until she really has all that technology, all that infrastructure set up.
That positioning, by the way, from the tank as well, I love that. Just putting in a line of sight blocker. Yeah, a Zerg can get on top of it, but it means you're going to get like 1 or 2 more shots. And in general, you talk about, okay, Ghost Academy on the way, Future's going late game. Oceanborn is a great map to go late game there. It becomes very hard for the Zerg player to close it out just because of the high grounds and the low grounds and the tank positionings. And if Scarlet is going lurkers off this, which it makes sense, you got 2-2 range, you got all this Hydra tech already. Well, getting Ghost out this quickly is such a big deal. For right now, Scarlet tries to find her way, and Funkle hits a little, but not a ton here. And yes, the 1-1 Hydra timing with a couple Infestors can be deadly. We're past that. We're now looking at 2-2 Hydra Infestor. And at that point, the Terran army, with the upgrades and stim and everything else, and especially here as Scarlet's not really bringing her army together, it becomes very hard to fight. So yeah, you're right. I think Future's gotten away with it. He's got Ghosts on the way. The one thing I maybe would like to see a little bit faster would be those 3-3 upgrades, but yeah, given the state of the game, I don't really hate it. So now Future's got his four bases, Zombie Grub, there we go, not Scarlet. Now Future's got his 4th bases. How does he start to, is he going to be able to close the map out though? That is the more important question.
You know, in these types of situations, the question might be more accurately, can Scarlet close it out? You know what I mean? Like, because Future is entirely on the defense. Future is not going to be the one that's in this type of game that really is a much better turtle setup than the first one. He's not really going to be the one that pushes. He's going to expansion push and eventually exhaust the Zerg, you know, as the Zerg mines out most of the map. And then Future's 7th base is Scarlet's 7th as well, and it gets really awkward. So it is kind of more like onus on the Zerg to try and continue finding really good, effective trades and to stop the expansion process of the Terran. And this is kind of one of those moves, right? So good Fungal. That was a lot of damage, although nothing got killed, really. Parasitic Bomb and Command Center that was killed, not canceled. We are talking about probably a 15-minute game at least, so there's time to recuperate the minerals lost there. But, you know, it's the little pickoffs that you're hoping going very well that lead into something bigger later on.
Love that tank spread from Future. The tanks are kind of in a weird spot on that peninsula on the high ground. But what it means is it's really hard for, yeah, you can go abduct it, but even with that missile turret forward, that made it pretty hard for Scarlet to go make a break happen. I do like what we're seeing from Scarlet though, right? On top of, okay, she's transitioning, Broodlord's on the way, whatever. She's taken the 12 o'clock base. And when you talk about 7th base versus 7th base, if the Zerg can take a base from the Terran, that's when it starts to matter, because you're not going to trade cost effectively against ghosts and tanks and everything else. It's just not going to happen as that Nidus also fails to go up. So because Scarlet's taking that 12 o'clock base, theoretically she's going to be able to mine more. If she can get a full base from the Terran, that's when it starts mattering. But the thing that often happens, and I hope Scarlet doesn't do this, is you see Zerg players go, they take the base as Zombie Grub, but then they never actually put drones there. And it's like, well, you're holding space, but yeah, the Terran gets the money anyways. In fact, it's to the point where I think it's worth it to say, I'm going to take my drones from an interior base that may mine out eventually, and I'm going to send them over there because I would rather mine out from this base on the Terran side of the map. And then as the map starts to get really painful as Scarlet's, by the way, all these drones, she's doing exactly what I'm talking about. All those drones are from her like 5th base right there. Thank you, Mapu. So it makes sense. You mine out from the Terran first. Once you have to give the position up, you've taken money and you have a lot more money on your side of the map remaining.
Yeah, I think a lot of Zergs absolutely want to do that, but the game is often so much action. Not necessarily forced by the Terran, but the Zerg knows they have to be constantly trying. They have to constantly poke on the 3rd and the 4th and the 5th, and Nidus roam in the main, and Overlord's trying to sneak in. You know, it actually just is forgotten. So it is really important that, again, this game is very much controlled by Scarlet, but not in the same way that it was in the first 2 games, where it was controlled and very favorable. This is just, I would say, typical Zerg control. They have the map and the Terran's turtling, you know? And that she's able to maybe take a piece of a second to think, okay, so the drone's over there. And so that is going to be a lesser base once Future takes it. That is important, but if Future is taking really good resource trades, that might not be enough. There could be some pretty insane resource trades in this matchup. We're talking even, ×3 on the resources lost for the Zerg, and they could still win it, but then obviously that's when the Terran starts to feel good about winning it. Right now, it's actually almost an even resource trade, so not looking terribly good for Future yet.
Well, I mean, getting the couple lurkers like this for very few Marines is going to be a nice move. Future should knock down that base that Scarlet's trying to steal from him on the left side, but this is not a base she's been mining from. This is just holding space, and you can. It's a 300 mineral creep tumor if you want to think about it like that. The north side base, though, that's what matters. Future has to figure out that this is happening because Scarlet's been mining from this for about a minute now. And
a Liberator would be so easy to take care of that.
It'd be so good. And especially now as ranged Liberators are on the way. Now, how do you feel about Blue Flame, Zombie Grub? It was nerfed. It used to be +3 Blue Flame Hellbats. They'd go and they'd one-shot lane. It was great in the late game. Terran players loved it. Now they 2-shot. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, you reminded me, that happened. I felt like that was such a collateral damage. That was such a drive-by because of all the other things that were changed as well. But right, I still think that they're Actually not sure, honestly. I got to think about it a little bit more because they do have some action on the way, but my instinct would say I think they're still useful because we did see them used very well alongside the Thors, which is exactly what Future's getting. This seemed to be the way the direction of Turtle Terran was going, was basically going into mech. But actually, it feels like in the last few months, there's been less of that. You know, we saw Clem versus Cyril have a lot of just action as far as bio goes, not that very much mech army staying still and further adding to the Turtle Terran. And I figured there was a reason for that, other than just, you know, Clem can be as good as he is. That there's also other Terrans who are saying, okay, no, going into mech basically is not actually the greatest thing we can do. So, I don't know if Future is you know, behind on that, but he would obviously be more up to date than I am as he plays so often. Or if he disagrees with that, or he thinks he can't do what Clem does, which is, yeah, just attacking and controlling so many zones of the area versus Zerg. But yeah, you do have to account for that blue flame nerf. And I don't know if that's going to really make them look very good at all.
Kind of funny. So you say, well, is this other Terran players saying something about maybe mech's not the ultimate composition? I talked to a bunch of Terrans at Atlanta about that after that Clem series you talked about. And the consensus I heard, actually, and again, we're talking like the disrespects of the world, the Dolans of the world, right? So maybe not even on Future's level, but very, very good Terrans. And they were looking at me and they were saying, you know, Philip, I didn't think anyone could do that. I didn't think the style that Clem played on Alcyone, on Oceanborn, I didn't think it was possible to do that and win a game of StarCraft. So I think that
sounds right.
I think it is much more, while Clem is just a god and can do things that are immortal and impossible, than the Terran Hive Mind, Terran Cabal, Terran Hive Mind, Terran Dominion. There we go. Terran Dominion. We got to be lore accurate here. Saying, yeah, I think actually it's probably better to play Bio Ghost than it is Ghost Mech. I think it's more that just Clem is a god and he can do things that no one else can do.
Yeah, that's valuable information. I will add in that there does sometimes get to be that pretty dramatic difference of read on what is good, what is bad, what is, you know, currently good or whatever between the regions when it comes to a lot of those players, like you mentioned. Just like, it is just a thing, you know. There's been a lot of homogeny, I suppose, in StarCraft, but there are still different thinking thoughts on regions' take on very, very late game situations, and NA also might be preferable to this, but we finally have a push. So it's been a lot of waiting for something really action-packed to happen as Scarlet built up Broodlords and built up a 14,000 mineral bank. Future is building up his basically mech army, the spooky mech anyway, and now we finally have the real meat and potatoes. Ghosts on the front, not protected by Hellbats, is usually not a super ideal. I don't, hello? All the ghosts are dead, guys.
This is kind of bad for both players here. The Broodlords are just fighting and dying. The Ghosts die, that's not great. Also, all the Broodlords die, that's also pretty rough. And, you know, if you think about this, Scarlet's got a ton of minerals in the bank, Zombie Grub. The gas counts are kind of the same. 4K is a decent count, but it's not, I'm going to throw 10 Broodlords away for free type of great.
Right. Don't want to do that too often. I am actually not sure she realized how many Thors are out, because if she realized that this was going to be a Thor push, I think she would have gotten Neural Parasite immediately. It is a very strong reaction to seeing Thors. So she has that happen and then now gets Neural Parasite. It might still be in time, and that is the most important thing, but yeah, that was, as you were saying, kind of like a bad, like worse than expected for both sides. Ghost died and Broodlords died. But the game will continue on, and we have Nidus Worms now coming in as reinforcement points. This space is Futures, and it is now being mined out as well. Scarlet making sure to gobble up all of the minerals and gas as possible, seeing this game going to maybe even 30 minutes at this point. I do really believe in the addition of Neural Parasite, though. I know this game has looked kind of even, as expected for TVZ, and Future did just say those Broodlords, that looks great, right? But Neural Parasite is so amazing against Thors. EMPs could take them out of the equation. That would be fantastic. Does it always happen? No. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional here, but you know, the investors are really good here.
We know you've seen some trauma, okay? We're here for you, Zombie Grub. We got another 10 minutes of this game. Like, let's go. This is the airing of grievance. We got it. We got you.
Thanks, man. But it can go for a long time, and it can go either way. I mean, hell, there was that one game, I forget what the map was, but it was one of our U-shaped maps, top left, top right, where it was like Raynor versus Clem, maybe, but it was Raynor versus a Terran, and it was like 15 minutes, mech versus Broodlords. And I think the Broodlords won. But
Yeah,
it was a real question mark.
Was that pre-patch though? Because Broodlords I've been
Oh yeah,
gutted
yeah.
compared to what
ago.
they used to be.
That is a very good point. Very good point. But yeah, it was a while ago.
So now, so if you talk about it, and actually that's a kind of relevant point here. Scarlet got about 10 broods. Broods are not good anymore. Certainly not against Thors, but in general, they're really rough. The impact damage is still fine, sure, but once the broodlings are on the ground, they really don't do much of anything. Their only job is to eat tank-friendly fire shots. But I love that Scarlet. She's got infestors burrowed around, sharking around. But there's a reason it took Cyril to get these nerfs, Zombie Grub. This is a very hard style to play with everything else. Scarlet was getting ready for a base trade. You notice the spawning pool on the north side?
Yeah.
You're like, look, I might lose my base eventually. This sounds like a good idea. And she has actually done a really good job of taking some of these bases down. The planetary bottom side only has 3 mineral patches, not a ton, but she's still going to burst that one down. 21 dead SPVs. North side base also got taken down earlier. And if she's able to have these 2 bases of the Terran, north side, left side, well, even as the trades start to get better and better for Future, that's still a lot of money Future doesn't have access to.
Yeah. You know, nowadays it is mech versus Zerg. I mean, you kind of have... It feels like even more of an expectation to do like better resource trades. It's still only a 5,000 resource difference. To make me a little concerned for Scarlet, who also... I don't know if she actually has a strong plan to deal with this. Like, in an ideal scenario, she also has a very perfect army, which is probably still Broodlord, Corruptor, Infestor, maybe Lurker, I don't know. But, you know, perfect addition. But it's not a perfect army. It's a very mobile army. She's kind of doing, like, almost the Bio-Terran thing at this point, right? She's avoiding the main army. Or maybe versus Protoss, I guess would be better accurate. So she's avoiding the main army and trying to get the Protoss to mess up. So it just mech instead of Protoss. And that actually might be a much better idea than trying to compete head-to-head with one of the best armies, if not the best army, for Terran in the late game. I mean, this is really quite perfect, aside from upgrades. Feature's mech upgrades are actually not very good. I think +3 got canceled as well.
Yeah, it's kind of... She's just making this very, very... concerted decision to say, look, I'm just never going to fight the army. It's not worth it. Even if I win the fight, it's going to be really expensive. It's not worth it. Instead, I can just make it so you don't have any money anymore, Future. How about that one? I'm going to kill every single one of your bases. You have 3,000 minerals in the bank, but Future has 9 SCVs, mining literally 0 minerals, mining literally 0 gas, and Scarlet's getting herself set up for the base trade as well. She's got all of her tech in the main base, sure. She's got duplicates on the north side as well. She knows where this map is going. She knows how this late game can go. And, hey, I don't hate it. Future, though, talk about things. He has no money. He's not mining. Sure. He's at 167 army supply. He can go even higher. This late game Terran army, sure, he's only going to have one of them. But that one army is a very powerful one.
Yeah. And, you know, we talked about a similar sentiment in the first game, but it's not comparable. This is the real, almost perfect Terran army, the one-punch man of the TVZs. This actually could kill Scarlet, because Scarlet's not in that same comfortable position of 8 bases, all the creep spread, and calmly remaxing and sizing up her opponent. She's also on the ropes. Forced to make an absurd number of corruptors because she knows they're going to die in their trade versus Liberator, but she's got to get them out of the equation somehow. We got Broodlord. Oh no, those are all Overseers. Oh my god. You got Overseers being sniped. Now the Crash and Neural Parasite finally coming into effect, and nothing killing those Infestors puts the Thors up against Future's own army. That is a specialty of the Zerg, and that is going to be good enough for Scarlet to win this game.
Yeah, one of the things we see Clem do, and one of the things that made it so impressive in that game against Cyril, was he was constantly scanning. Before a fight happened, he had so many orbitals, which Future definitely doesn't have. He's got 2 orbitals on the map.
Whoa.
That would have been useful. Where's that
army?
army
So much army that wasn't part of the fight.
That may have helped the fight, Zombie, I don't know. But Future, again, because Clem had like 10, 11, 12 orbitals, constantly scanning not only in the fight, but around the fight, so he could know where the Infestors were and the rest of the army was on these surrounds. And what that meant was you would not see that number of Neurals work against Clem. He has the tank would target fire things immediately. It just becomes that much of a problem. Now, the crazy thing is, Scarlet's still losing her north side. That army that wasn't really able to fight, Hellions are being made because that's kind of the only money. Future doesn't really have any gas in the bank. But Scarlet's still forced to give the position up, just a testament to how strong half the army is, and also how much Future probably would have won this game if he hadn't had, I guess, a supply depot raise that shouldn't have been? Whatever happened there?
I think initially he was just keeping it at home purposefully, but then maybe should have rallied. You know, hard to say, but for sure, if the Infestors taken out of the equation, that would already been a better engagement. Plus the reinforcements, I think we do have some magic there. And Scarlet is able to gain enough minerals from all the bases around the map, little bits here and there, to make a rather successful Broodlord transition. So 14 Broodlords, accompanied by Infestors with Neural Parasite and a couple of Vipers, where Blinding Clouds and Abducts can be very useful as well. She's got more of the perfect Zerg army, you know? The runaround game was apparently exactly right. Playing that Lair Texile was exactly right. I think she put herself in a great position. She took that fight. But now, yeah, maybe time for the one-punch Zerg army as well. A little bit more. Still a lot of ghosts. That's still pretty scary. Snipes are good. But not much else besides those ghosts, honestly. Not even really counting the tanks. I'm not even sure they're going to be siege for this fight.
I think if they siege the tanks, it's just friendly fires and everything. Fungals goes down, Blinding Cloud as well. Tanks totally out of the fight. And yeah, ghosts are solid against a bunch of broods, but technically the Baneling should have canceled them, and there we go. So nice try, Future. Good attempt, but he's going to have to make his run, continue his run through the lower bracket as Future finally gets his late game. And Scarlet wins it anyways.
Yeah, she does. The expectation that Scarlet's going to be coming in here as the better player, but I do think that Future has shown chances versus Scarlet before. I never got a chance to say it because other interesting things happened, but I did want to talk about how that wasn't necessarily the Future that I was expecting. That was kind of the tone that was set from the first game and the way that went, so I wasn't terribly shocked at the third game. But when I do think of Future, especially with upsetting Zergs, I do think of a far more aggressive player. 2 racks, Reaper into 2 base, into, you know, like a Beyond, I guess, basically. And he actually played more like I mean, not even Maro necessarily, but it definitely played more on the macro side. So a little unexpected, and unfortunately did not work out versus Scarlet this time around.
Yeah, I really did expect to see Future like 8 racks and, you know, do things like that, do 2 base 5 racks, that type of stuff. Especially again, given these maps and how good you can have some really good sieged up positions. But regardless, Future, he's gonna run into, who is he gonna run into on the bottom side? Let me pull up my Wikipedia there and remember exactly where he falls down.
Disc.
Yeah, he kind of, even in a game where Disc was in a lead and Future ran his way around him on that point, I do like his chances versus Disc. Certainly far more, well, I was going to say, certainly far more than running into Estrella, but he 3-0'd Estrella pretty strongly yesterday, so, you know, it's hard to tell, right?
Either way, I think that Future goes into a lower bracket that he's kind of comfortable with.
Yeah, I'll buy that one. But for now, we have a break before our last series of the day. We've had TVZ, we've had all the other matchups, but now we get to take a look at a PVT. It's going to be Kellizer, it's going to be Trigger to determine who joins Scarlet in that upper bracket finals. See you soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone, to our final series here of Americas. We've had 7 series thus far, but finally we get to the Trigger Kelliser. Trigger, a very hotly contested series to find his way into the into this setup. But Kelliser, a little bit easier, and at this point, I kind of say anything goes.
I can officially say that my brain's getting a little fried, by the way.
It's a long day. We're like 8.5 hours in. We've hatched a lot of StarCraft, and we just spent like a lot of time trying to figure out if Future was going to be able to win a late game.
Yeah. So kind of totally missed your intro. I was blanked out, but yeah, Trigger Kelliser. Right. Yeah, evenly contested. Apparently very close according to a Legalak, and I would say that. I think Trigger sometimes can show, I guess, a little bit of like the inexperience, which at this point sounds kind of comical because he's been professional for 4 years. But compared to some of the other pros who have been professional since 2010, so that was always something to consider. But if he does play up to his potential, I think he's favored versus Kelliser. But that is my question for this. Whereas Kelliser, I have a certain base expectation. He did do very well most recently in his TVP, though, where he did defeat Disc. Trigger, a little bit more of a challenge often. We'll see if it is for Kelliser.
Yeah, it's funny as well, because I find I always underestimate Kelliser. He's one of these players that I just don't see a ton of. He's not, say, a Clem or a Max Pax or someone who I'm either in contact with because I just know him, say Trigger, or someone who's playing a lot of open cups. It's like, well, okay, I got a good feeling about how they're feeling because you get to see them or there's some other thing there. Kelliser, he plays and he plays in the WTL and does things here, but for whatever reason, it feels like we see him less between seasons. So it's always kind of hard to get a good sense about where exactly he is. And I find myself underestimating him until he beats Scarlet in a playoff stage or something. He is, I think he's a lot better than at least I personally give him credit for. Is it enough to take down Trigger? I'm with you, Legalak. It's like a 50-50. I don't think there's, if you ask me to, say, hey, who's going to win the production GOAT or prediction GOAT? Is it going to be Kelliser? Is it going to be Trigger? I'd say, maybe Trigger.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting cast because I think we kind of have the flipped experiences with either one of these players. Let's introduce them. First map is going to be Dynasty. Top right, we do have the blue Terran, Kelliser.
And on the bottom left on this weirdest, wildest, wackiest of maps, he's in the red. It's Trigger.
I actually feel very close to, I guess, Kelliser. I've hung out with him quite a bit. He's always been one of the nicest, friendliest guys, especially to the up-and-comer that I once was, He's been in Korea multiple times when I've been there, so we've hung out. We've had some soju together and all the good stuff. I also cast him a lot when he does, when I do cast the Open Cups, because he does play there. He's lived in the Netherlands for quite some time. So I feel very familiar with him, whereas I still feel very confident about knowing how Trigger plays and all that good stuff, but I'm actually not as close to the games with Trigger. I actually cast Kelliser so often because I'll basically join in to the Open Cup and be like, oh, what match is interesting? Whenever I see Kelliser, I always think that's going to be fun. He's a Terran player, obviously I got the bias, but he's also generally a fun player. He can be kind of aggressive. He can do risky things that sometimes do not pay off, but it does mean that it's fun. And so I almost always, tag him, hey, please invite me, and I'll just follow you the entire time. So I have a more confidence in Kelliser, but like I had said in the beginning, if Trigger plays up to his potential, then I do think that he is, he's like Gohan, he doesn't necessarily get to be Super Saiyan immediately right off the bat, and even if he does make it, he's not the strongest guy. But the potential is there, and he just has to let go, and then he'll be one of the best. So he'll be one of the best in North America, one of the best internationally. But he's not quite able to kind of control all that untapped potential and power and consistently give results with it.
What a Reaper wall, by the way. So we see Estrella, for example, go. Some Protoss players go, and they just wall off the minerals, and they say, look, if I want to go take the gold base eventually, I'll just mine it out. That's fine. But he puts the pylon in such a way where he can put a cyber core on the low ground and make that happen. And by the way, Kellizer, he goes, tries to get a probe. Not really going to find that one. But it's kind of funny, actually. You talk about how different our experiences are. Because, I actually didn't try to get that probe. Because, for me, like, Trigger is my Protoss hookup, right? If I'm like, hey, I got a question about something that's happening, you know? I want to know why are pro level Protoss players doing this thing? Or how do you feel about the maps? Whatever it is. I say, hey, Trigger, like, give me the lowdown here. What's happening? And generally, he thinks a lot about the game. To the point where I've reached out to other Protoss players and said, hey, I want to go and I want to talk to people leading up to Katowice. So, like, let me prep for this a little bit. And they'll say, look, I don't feel all that great about the matchup right now, but you should talk to Trigger because he actually thinks about the game in a really good way. He really understands things. So he's my hookup. Maybe I'm just spending too much time talking about how awesome Trigger is, and maybe this is going to be a 3-0. But for right now, we got a drop on the way coming out of Kellizer, Robo, Blink from Trigger, and more importantly, pylon on the north side. Trigger does not want to allow Kellizer to hold on to this gold base for all that long.
A proxy gates with the Blink opener.
With a Robo.
It's kind of neat. I mean, he's going to get so much aggression on the gold base while maybe eventually also having the option of being aggressive in the main. With the Warp Prism, it can kind of open up the opportunity post the first engagement, I suppose. Kellizer going for Banshees is a bit of a ploy, right? I mean, tanks are really what you want first and foremost against any type of blink pressure. And then, you know, whether it's Raven, you know, that kind of helps, but not necessarily. Viking sometimes against the Warp Prism. Liberator, not as often. But Banshees, if they are a surprise and you are successfully defending back at home, and that is the if, I mean, they could be really devastating because the Protoss is not only maybe not set up physically to deal with the Banshee, they're also just not paying attention. So they get blindsided pretty horribly sometimes with these Banshee builds.
Yeah, the good news, at least for Trigger, is this is not just a gateway stalker blink type of timing where there's no Robo. He does have the Robo done, but he started with a Warp Prism. We're going to have to see, ideally, you add in a couple observers after this on the edge. For now, Stalker's getting a couple workers, but not really going to be able to get much done. And the longer this goes, the closer we are to Blink, the closer the Banshee, or the Cloak, the closer the Banshee is to the other side of the map, the scarier it gets for Trigger. He's doing good damage. He's knocking SCVs down. He's not really taking a ton of damage from the tank, taking some hull damage, but nothing's dying. Problem is, again, there's no observers. Stalkers are all on the other side of the map. There's not really a good answer to this Banshee that's going to show up at his natural and his main base, whatever you want to call the goal.
Yeah, at the gold base. So SCVs are going down, yeah, but I expect to be at least a handful of probes. Shield battery in the main is kind of a bummer. Like, it's not what you want to see when it's only your first Banshee. But the natural might be a little more open. Perhaps that third will also be something that's very easy to harass with Banshees as well, just because it's really annoying to consistently have stalkers there. But the stalkers on the offensive are really getting too much damage done at this point. You know, initially it was kind of, you know, it's enough actually. It wasn't even a lot. It was enough to put Trigger into an okay position, up 8 workers. Now it's, you know, up 10 workers, a little bit better. There is still no stim on the way. There is a +1, so I don't think Kellizer is going to go totally all in with this, but he has dedicated quite a bit to the non-mid-game units, I guess you want to say. He's not bioing, all right? He's still on these high-tech units. Now, they can deal with the Stalkers, but then the Stalkers are so microable, there's kind of like, you know, they could deal with that too. It depends on the execution and just further delay of the mining for Kellizer here. Those Banshees, real letdown so far.
Yeah, I was kind of worried about it, right? But at the end of the day, Trigger handles it really nicely. I guess he saw maybe a Banshee in the middle of the map. I'm not sure, but he was well set up for it. Now, the problem is as much as we talk about everything going pretty nice for Trigger at this point, he has, it's a struggle to go dislodge this position. This is one of the reasons why we say, hey, personally, when I think about Dynasty, at least when we talk about the gold-based game, I think it's a lot better for Terran than Protoss. You can put tanks there, you can kind of handle it for the most part. But Trigger will have charge done soon, and he's going to be able to circumnavigate things and maybe make something happen. And at least he's got his third base halfway done on the other side. So yes, fourth base or gold base goes down. That's not great. Another Banshee's going to get found out here. Some damage runs away. But at least Trigger's expanding elsewhere, and he did get some value out of it. He's got charge on the way. That's the big deal. His army, the tech, the quality of his army, Zombie Grub, is just a lot better than what Kellezer has on the map. Like, let's be real here. Zealots get on top of this. Stalkers, it's a little disjointed, but this army is just so much better than what Kellezer has on the map.
I think Kellezer even misclicked right there too, which is a bummer. I think he wanted to target the Immortal and Stalkers with the tanks, then he actually shot the Adepts. He didn't even splash the rest of the units. One take on the high ground was a little clever. That did add in more damage than the main army did, but that has also been cleaned up. The Banshees finally find some success. I give them a C. But it really wasn't as cool as it was supposed to be for Kellezer, who is now a bit on the ropes. The bio is finally getting their upgrades, finally getting medevacs. That timing was very, very close to having an unprepared Terran. And then now it actually is maybe okay, because the worker supply is actually even, which is not good for Protoss, and the army supply is even, which is, you know, even. So it just means that Kellezer was actually somehow made his way into the lead here. That push with the tanks onto that gold base, just so damn difficult for Protoss to deal with.
Like, in the context of this game, though, you say army supplies are equal. This is a time when the Terran wants to be pretty heavily ahead in army supply, right? You want to be 20 up and you want to be pushing. Especially as there is no third base for Kellezer. Well, actually, I'm sorry. No, there is a third base. I lied.
Yeah, there is a third base. I think it does depend on what the composition is for the Protoss, which is that, you know, is it going into a high technology with a bunch of Colossus, Disruptors, Storm, or is it going into Mass Gateway? And right now it is Mass Gateway. So even though they both now have even upgrade, that still put a lot of preference to the bio against the current army that Trigger has. So I think it'd be different if it was like 3 Colossus and only bio on the ground. Which, speaking of, we have the Robotics Bay now on the way after the Dark Shrine. It's going to be a hard game to read for both players. You got to figure that, right? There's been so much delayed, denied mining, workers killed, judgments of armies gone poorly. You know, it can be very difficult to read. But look at this bio. The Zealots would just be, microed against the entire day, and the Stalkers do not hold up against them on the Marauders there.
No, they don't. So Trigger's just going to sit there. He's like, I can micro a little bit. This is going to be fine. And remember, he's got the gold base on the way. +1 armor is just going to be just about done. The scary thing, by the way, I think he's waiting here. Look at these DTs, right? Eventually, the minerals on the bottom side of the wall, they mine out pretty quickly. So I think when he's waiting for the minerals to mine out a little bit, then the DTs run in. They shut down the rest of the economy. We saw Hero Marine try to use that concept to go for an all-in, which was pretty cool. Didn't work out. But eventually, there's going to be damage into Kellezer's, it's natural, into his gold base. The thing I'm a little scared of, maybe I guess the DTs aren't going to wait for that because there's a prism, is that Kellezer has been pretty diligent in building, I can say pretty diligent in building Vikings, but he only has 2 of them, and a scan only does you so well, Zombie Grub, if there's something to go fight the DTs. This scan, it's going to run out. Yeah, it doesn't really do all that much, and now workers are going down, tanks are going to go down. It's going to get 2 of the DTs, but there's another one in the main base, and I think we might be out of scan. Nope, never mind. Okay.
That could have been worse. Could have been better, because it looked like he was even on to something like a charge run by, probably more so than DTs, but it looked like Kellezer was on to this. He was almost perfectly timed, but yeah, not quite. So it could have been better, could have been a lot worse in my opinion. I think what actually could have also made this a lot worse is if this was all distracting the army and Trigger's main army had taken some advantage of that. Now that's a very dangerous thing to do, to have that army out in the field, because Kellezer's army, like the microbility of it is so really, really good. But there was a point in which Kellezer like lifted 3 medevacs worth of units, and then the rest of the units were going back through his natural. And if Trigger had his main army there at that point to intercept, that would have been beautiful, right? But end results could have been much worse, could have been better. Now we do have Colossus, by the way, for Trigger, so he's got that splash to help out. And with an equal upgrade situation, equal army supply, it's going to come a lot down to how good the concave is for the Terran.
Like, talk about equal upgrades, equal supply, those are important things, Zombie Grub, but Trigger's also up about 20 workers right now. This economy that at times was maybe Terran favored, maybe equal for the Terran. Now Trigger's mining a whole lot more. I'm kind of surprised not seeing try to, there we go, medevacs are going to go down. And as he tries to set up the concave, there are 2 Vikings against this number of Colossus. And you're right, it does come down to the fight, but for right now, I mean, actually, look at this Marauder count. We have 24 Marauders, 10 Marines. This army that Kellezer has made does not die to Colossus.
No, but then with the amount of Zealots Trigger has, if it's, you know, Widowmines don't pop off, the Zealots don't die really all that quickly to Marauders. So, you know, you might have this fight that actually lasts a weirdly long time. But Kellezer, once again being forced to react to harassment, has his army now just simply out of position. So the Colossus is going to take advantage of the natural choke probably, and I don't know how Keller's going to wiggle his way out of this one, honestly. He's going to be in an inferior position to take the fight. And I don't think his Marauders will actually win if the Colossus are so primed like they are.
I mean, taking this fight through this choke right here just feels horrible at this point. The Colossus, yeah, you know, against Marauders, they're not as good as against Marines, but if they were just able to sit this choke, I mean, the Terran wants to run through, certainly, but as long as the Stalkers, oh, look at that. Nice try on the force field, doesn't quite trap enough, but as long as the Stalkers zone out the Vikings, this is just not a fight Keller's ever going to win. The choke is too small, the splash damage too strong, and I like the Trigger's taking advantage of this timing, and this is why apparently, I guess this is one of the reasons why apparently Hero Marine thinks this map is kind of unwinnable for Terran, unless you go for that 2-base push we saw. I don't know that I'd go that far, but Trigger is doing a great job of abusing the map state as it is right now.
Yes, he is. I really don't know what Keller's thinking at this point. Maybe he's hoping his Viking count will grow large enough, because the Stalkers aren't getting great shots on the Vikings either, to be fair. Viking range, one of their best benefits. But it still seems like a losing battle, because you must figure that the Protoss is doing a lot of things behind this. So getting Disruptors is certainly one of those things. The extra wave attacking through this choke with a lot of splash. Zealot run-by is getting set up. Base is being taken back at home. It does feel like a losing battle. You got to pull the trigger, but how are you going to pull the trigger versus this choke? That's absurd.
Well, you're going to try to pull Trigger through the choke, I guess. Unfortunately, it's not really going to work. Even adding a 4th Colossus at the end, just, again, because of that position. But Trigger, he's going to take the first game in our series.
Yeah, and he did it in a kind of fun game. I mean, there's some question marks going every which way. It felt like it was maybe Keller's favored at that time in which the army had completed all its upgrades. But to say that, well, you know, disregarding what it takes to win with that army would be foolish, you know. And what I mean by that is, hey, the Terran army is pretty good, but can it race across that map and find all the damage that it could without Trigger intercepting it, getting surrounds on it, buying time for those Colossus? That's a whole different question. So, you know, Keller's might have had a chance there, might have gotten into a good position at some points, but Trigger really played that entire game out really well. Just a few mistakes here and there, maybe overzealous gold base, too fast of a 4th, but otherwise I liked his control over the game.
Yeah, I think that made sense. And I like the read as well. Sometimes you'll see Protoss players, they say, look, I'm going to go 4 Colossus because I don't think you build Vikings. Sure, fine. We see a lot of Korean Protoss players do that to BN quite a bit because the man just hates his Vikings. But Trigger made the decision to go to that 4th Colossus anyways, even though this was a Kelzer that had Vikings on the field, because he was trading them enough. And also, I think it was mainly because of that position he had, right? He's like, okay, yeah, you have Vikings, fine, but there's no dead airspace for you to sit them in that my Stalkers can't really hit. And having that siege range, that siege damage means I am going to slowly kill you. There's not a lot you can do about it. So, yeah, you know, it was a weird game in the mid-game, certainly. Trigger maybe got a little too greedy or didn't track the army well enough. But if that was a map that Hero Marine says Terran players can't beat in the late game, sure. Ghost River's map too. And that is a map that if you want to get aggressive as a Terran, if you want to unlock crazy multi-prong as a Terran, this gives you many more options.
I think so. Yeah, you definitely see the conundrum of the Terran when it gets to that stage in the PvT of the last map. But then, yeah, I guess ideally Kelzer would have been a little more active on the map and able to stop that choke from being abused. That's the ideal. It doesn't always work out that way. But yeah, we have a very different map, not the same type of abuse, and certainly some different build orders as just from the get-go that cold base isn't the complication. And the top rights are now up 1. He is Trigger for Basilisk.
On the upper left, in the blue, he's down a game, but had opportunities, certainly had chances to win the game. For our 8, it's Kelzer.
And Kelzer can be really good at finding those good concaves. When I think of the beautiful concaves and the ability to find them out, you know, it's often not as simple as just my army's here and your army's there. Oh yeah, I have a beautiful concave. Usually it's some type of trap that's set up really for the Protoss. The Protoss knows the one thing they have to be fearful of is a huge surround. I think the best person for that, and I actually think of Ryung. I know I mentioned him twice, so it seems like I really like the guy. I do, he's a cool guy, but he's not necessarily a staple of the meta and a staple of the, you know, the playoffs of any region. But I do think that he is still very good at setting up those traps and those surrounds and concaves, I think Kellezer can sometimes be right behind him as far as, one, playing a style that almost always goes to that point. He really likes his Mass Marauder. And then two, finding those opportunities and dealing with it. So, you know, that game looked like it worked out kind of perfectly towards the end for Trigger, got in the position with the abusive units that he wanted to, but don't take that as, you know, this is how the series is going to go. I can almost guarantee Kellezer is going to get the jump on Trigger in one of these games.
Yeah, and you say, well, Ryung, we don't talk about him a lot. He's not always playing in tournaments. He's not always in the meta, but he's kind of like the Lambo of Korean Terrans. If you want to talk about who sets the meta, Ryung may not play at the forefront of the meta. Mechanically, unfortunately, he's not there, even if he has some awesome games. I think back to that surround on Zest, right before Zest went in the military, GSL, like, he has these comebacks, but the big thing is, if you look at how, say, Maru, actually Maru's probably the best one. If you look at how Maru's playing, that is Ryung. That is a lot of Ryung's influence there at defining how the game goes. So I'm with you. It's like, yeah, you know, maybe Ryung is not this player that we see everywhere, but his fingerprints are on how a certain breed of Terran plays. And I guess Kellezer is actually from that, I've never really thought about it like that, but yeah, I guess Kellezer is kind of from that school of thought.
You know, he definitely shared a lot of similarities with Korean Terrans, perhaps when the regions were more distinct, I guess could be argued. Most of the time, North Americans tried to basically replicate Korea, other than the Mud Wrestle games we see, which of course were fantastic. But then if they were playing a normal game, it'd be like a replication of Korea, just honestly slightly worse. And I do remember Kellezer kind of being there on the forefront, you know, and then there was that very famous cool moment where he took down TY in GSL versus the World, and he kind of showed that there's a possibility of foreigners taking down Koreans at their own game. TBT. But yeah, so I think he's very good at that portion, much like a Ryung would be, or maybe Maru if he does play that style. And Kellezer often does. And so you might be thinking, what's the other style that, you know, could be played? Well, there's these types of openers, first of all, which are actually kind of being successful. Stalkers going down, I think is fine. Kellezer could be happy with that. But then also maybe like more of a tank-based style, where you build a decent amount of tanks, or you push with tanks. You know, we saw a tank push earlier today. Maybe you focus on the initial drop first, as opposed to getting as many Marauders as possible. Because last game, he was on a tech-heavy composition until he started busting out 3 Marauders at a time. There wasn't this like nice lull of incoming bio. It was like, boom, all the Marauders in the world as fast as I can swap to them. And that's not necessarily the same composition you might see from other Terrans. Anywho. Stop focusing on the last game, focus on this one. You had the Reaper Helene opener, kind of catching Trigger a little by surprise. Had enough units, just, you know, inevitable that one Stalker would get shot down. And the follow-up here from Kellezer is a 3-1.
Yeah, Cubase 3-1-1 type, well, I'm assuming a 3-1-1, but for right now, yeah, I guess it is just a 3-1. And how much, so I think this is a build that works very well on, say, like a Ghost River, because the map, the rush distance is so short. But Trigger is going for something that's not a Stargate, right? He does have 4-gate. This is 4-gate blink into an aggressive Terran. And Zombie Grub, there's this idea, right? Whoever, if your 2 players are all inning, whoever has a couple more workers, whoever has a little bit more production, whoever is all in hits a little bit later, they're probably going to find the advantage. And in this case, well, Trigger, he's got a bunch more workers. Hellions are going to try to dive in, but they're not really going to get that many workers. Probes have to get pulled into this, but not a ton. Big deal, though, it's a scout. And that means Kellezer can play at home. And the nice thing about this timing is certainly you'd love to move on the map with 3-1, with tanks and Marauders and Marines and whatever else you have. And those Stalkers bling on top. They say, hey, free tank. Don't mind if I do. They're going to lose a Stalker for it, but you're very happy with that trade. But Kellezer does have the opportunity, if he's able to defend against here, to just drop a star for it, right? Move on to with 3-1-1 type of setup. Because this is a 4-gate out of Trigger, because the third base is a little bit slower than it might otherwise be, well, we're going to talk about options. Stim just barely completes in time.
Oh, Lord baby Jesus. And clearly the Stim did finish, because Kellezer stimmed. So, yeah, Trigger knows. So freaking close, so freaking close. But yeah, we still don't have that starport, and it does kind of feel like Kellezer was hoping to do more of a 2-base all-in, actually. But it is weird when the guy does a 4-gate, not even a 3-gate that's kind of committed, but an actual 4-gate. Then it becomes, does he find the damage early on? If yes, the 4-gate snowballs. If he doesn't, then the 3-1 might be a perfect response. Trigger did find the damage. He took down that tank, and now he has so many stalkers in the main base that he's actually even going to jump on top of 2 tanks. And that seems a little, dangerous sometimes, but he's got so many units.
He does, and man, Kelazur's in danger. If you talk about a 3-1 very quickly, this turning into a 2-1. That barracks gets very low, it forces the fight, and now 16 SCVs are dead. Trigger, army supply lead. Going into those 2 tanks, these stalkers are pretty low. So I think, you never know, Trigger might decide to do something crazy, but I think for this point, yeah, his stay in the main base is over, but he's gotten the damage done. Behind this, charge halfway done. 4th base or 3rd base just about done. And this timing that Kelazur may want to find, we still don't have a start for it. Kelazur has to either move on the map and just say, YOLO, this is what I have, or he's going to have to turtle back for a while, and neither of those options feel good at all.
No, they really don't. Stalkers themselves can do so well against this, what could have been like a real all-in push. Oh, nice type on the Warp Prism. That's definitely good for Kelazur. No longer having to worry about that. But as I was saying, Stalkers could have slowed it down. They could have forced stims that wouldn't have been healed up because there's no medevacs, right? So that's not great. Plus charge was done, is finishing, almost inevitable. Kelazur would have known that a dedicated medevacless push also would not have worked out against that. Not as well as he's hoping for. So, I mean, he does have on starport. He's kind of in a weird position, though. I think we can tell that from his resources. Like, clearly his build order has been thrown off. It's a little cockeyed here. And so now he's kind of winging it. Whereas Trigger, I mean, there's always an aspect of winging it to the post-4 gate of a game. But I think it's still a little more on the tracks than what Kelazur was planning for himself.
Yeah, you talk about maybe Kelazur being the likes of a Korean team. Ryung is probably a good story, and I love Ryung. His run in Katowice 2-3 years ago was just incredible. But if I'm talking about what you got to do if Kelazur wants to play like a Korean Terran, this has got to be TY now, right? You build a lot of tanks, you turtle up, you let the Protoss player try to fight into you over and over again under the aegis of 8, 6, 8, 10 siege tanks, and you make that happen. But that's not Kelazur's what he's going to go for, right? He's got concussive shells just about done. He's medevacs, sure, fine. But Zombie Grub moving out with +1 stimmed bio when you're down in army supply against the Protoss. Unless there's a crazy fight, which I don't think Trigger's going to give it to him. Unless there's some sort of crazy fight, this feels over before it's even started.
It does. Really, really does. Those Zealots don't have armor. And Kelazur is even going to have a 2 upgrade lead very soon. Cool. But 20 army supply, I mean, maybe in like one of the most ideal scenarios, get the unit tester out, maybe 1-1 does win against 20 army supply lead. But then I think you also take into account what type of unit interactions you're going to have. You might have those tanks just completely cut out of the equation because Zealots jump on top of them. Or, you might have the bio overstimmed and injured before the fight begins. So there's really a lot of things you have to think about. But if Kelazur maybe scares Trigger often enough that Trigger doesn't just think that he can get away with everything, which clearly he hasn't. He didn't add on upgrades. Then maybe there's something to be said about playing a bit of a macro game, where Trigger, maybe had more of the train tracks in front of him as far as that post-4 gate compared to Kelazur's kind of weirdness that he had. But he still is trying to play a very tough game of reading exactly what Kelazur's plans are. And that might include overbuilding army, and not getting the upgrades and maybe losing out in a stronger late game because he figured, Kelazur's going to attack me. It's possible. It seems like that is actually kind of where it's going. Trigger prepared for the attack, as he should have, but then Kelazur didn't do it, so Kelazur's upgrades, they feel really important now that he didn't just run headfirst into a 25 army supply lead.
This is all true, yeah. He's at 1-1 versus 0-0 +2 on the way. But Trigger did kind of, when he realized, okay, I'm on 4 bases, I'm fine, this is not doing a lot, I got Colossus here, I'm in a really solid spot, he went double for it. So he's going to catch up against the single eBay very quickly. Also, remember, he has Chrono, and upgrade research time, particularly on the higher upgrades, was buffed a little bit for Protoss in the last balance patch or two. So yeah, he's behind in upgrades right now. He will be behind in upgrades for a little bit longer. But he's doing what he has to do to recoup that last disadvantage that he kind of sits on. So Widow Mines are going to go down. Yeah, fighting low ground to high ground is really rough. But we talked about Kelazur's going to have to turtle this out for a while. He's going to have to make this game last longer. Well, he's not building a lot of tanks. Tanks do keep you somewhat safe. And now with only 1 remaining, that becomes... It's a little harder for him to deal with the random run-bys at this point. And again, you talk about getting into that late game. The other big thing Trigger's got going for him, he's on double robo. He's adding in disruptors as well. He's got this Colossus deck. Kelazar did a nice job of feinting and finding some way back into the game economically. But Trigger's the one that's actually growing.
I do think that Trigger still has a better pace for this game. So, you know, and now the DTs are really bothering Kelazar. 11 plus SCVs going down here as the DT's gotten to, I think, all the bases almost. But I want to emphasize that Kelazar is kind of back down to a position where if he takes one really good fight, and that is very possible, he could absolutely still win. Rush across the map and win the game. Can he take that best fight possible? If he's out in the map, preparing a surround, knowing where the army of Trigger is coming from, yes, he absolutely could. The new aspect of dealing with the disruptors does require some, microing away. But if you get that good enough concave, if you count the shots and read into the pounce timing, which Kelazar can do, this Terran force can win. It's got +2 attack over its opponent, and it's dodging most of the disruptor shots. I think we're on 5 disruptors. Oh, 6 actually just popped. So we're close to being able to just cycle one disruptor at a time without ever having no disruptor shots. And that's going to be really important as well to the upcoming engagement. Trigger, he bought so much time, he bought so many stims, and now he even feels confident chasing a little.
What you talking about Kelazar getting that one big fight, winning the game on it? Well, first of all, he is rebuilding SCVs, but his army supply, briefly, was getting pretty big. What he needs, though, he needs a couple ghosts. And yes, ghosts are expensive, but if you're going to want to stim down those disruptors like that, you need to be able to EMP them first. So for now, he holds the high ground. It's really hard. Credit to Kelazar. This Terran army is very hard to get aggressive in with the full army. If your army versus army, Kelazar has the high ground, life is not happy. If that disruptor shot maybe puts a little bit of light in my truth, but in general, it's really hard for Trigger to find the high ground, which is why he's not really doing it. He's posturing. He's sending DTs in the main base in the natural. He's sending zealots into the main base in the natural. And he says, fine, Kelazar, if you want to go and hold the high ground position, sure, I'm going to hit everywhere else. And you just cannot be there. So Trigger takes the 2-0.
Hitting everywhere with all the harassment. Also, I think you would be doing this anyway, but it was particularly impactful in this game. Baiting out stims. There are so few medevacs and so few units in the sky in general. Like, he was struggling to get enough Vikings to deal with the Colossus. That was also impacting the inevitable fight. So even if Kelazar let all his SCVs die and said, all right, I'll just focus on the fight totally and entirely, he would have gone into a fight with like 70% health. So again, Trigger, it feels like when he gets to this mid to late game, he does, play very calmly and kind of precisely, where he can really read these engagements. He doesn't necessarily pull the trigger at a perfect engagement like I would say MaxPax does very well, but I think he does, he's very much capable of reading the type of game that's happening and the type of goal the Terran is after, and then stopping them from getting to that goal.
Zombie Grub, is Trigger going to be the new Nice in terms of, we can't say, when we're talking about Nice, right? When we're casting Nice, we can't say the word Nice because we say Nice too much.
Oh.
Are we just gonna...
As far as using the word Trigger? Nah, it's fine.
It's fine. But I'm with you. I think if Trigger survives the early game weirdness, which is why his series versus Cham was so hard to deal with, because Cham just dragged him into the weirdness as quick as possible. Trigger is a North American player, but he's not Estrella. He's not Cham. He's not one of these players where I'm like, great, the game's going wild. This is his bailiwick. He's much more like the Disc, right? You talked about this European style of Protoss that plays very standard and makes that happen. And if he doesn't get dragged into the mud, his mid to late game is really, really solid. So I'm with you. On the flip side, though, Kelazar's tried to get aggressive in different ways, and it hasn't really worked.
No, it hasn't, and I think some of the ideas are actually totally fine. Like the first game, the Banshees could have done a lot more. I think there's plenty of games, plenty of examples where the 4 gates stalled out and then the Banshees arrive, and you're just like, okay, great. And then the second game that we just saw, if his plan was to do some type of 3-1 aggression, limited number of stalkers would not have stopped him from trying to do that and getting that type of attack going to then lead into the next thing. But I think particularly against a 4-gate, like I had said in the cast, it's like if you can hold on to all your units and the 4-gate's ineffective from the get-go, 3-1, add the starport, you still have a lot of bio units, maybe you're okay. 4-gate actually does start killing all your units, it's going to snowball a little more in the Protoss's favor. So he's just either it's not working out well enough, or he is getting nipped in the bud. Kellizer maybe going to go for some earlier aggression. I mean, he did try out on those 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions, then they got a Stalker, but maybe something... I don't know, actually. I haven't seen him do a 3 racks in a while, like a straight up 3 racks, but maybe that could be thrown out. Maybe something a little more even typical, like a Widowmine drop into pure defense, making sure to account for the Blink Stalker gateway attacks. It is all on Kellizer to figure out what to do. He is on his last life, spawning in the bottom right of Oceanborn. It is Kellizer.
And on the upper left, weathering everything, getting his own aggression going at the same time. He's for Basilisk. He's up to. It's Trigger.
Trigger is playing, I think up to his potential. He's not showing any of the over-eagerness as well that I think has marred some of his really good series in the past. Well, not yet anyways. We'll see if he starts to fumble in the final game, I guess. Let's Kellizer claw his way back. But, I think it's some overly aggressive blinks or even just straight up miss micro. For some reason, Trigger was going through at least a period. I don't know if he's over it at this point. But it felt like Trigger was more often likely to miss micro in pretty bad ways than other professionals. Just some really bad Warp Prism controls, like he was getting used to new hotkeys or a new mouse or something, and he wasn't. He might have fixed that at that point, but he has sometimes fumbled the ball towards the finish line. Could still happen, but it really looks like he's playing a smart PvT.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's funny. So Trigger went off to Europe last year. He played in ESL Masters Jönköping, and then he stayed with Rotterdam for a month. I think he stayed with Rotterdam for a month, but he stayed with the Basilisk guys for a month to practice on the EU ladder before Home Story Cup.
Mm-hmm.
And in this matchup in particular, right, you talk about how he's able to think about things. In this matchup in particular, I don't know what it was. Actually, no, I do know what it was. He was practicing with Clementon. And he went from, he's good at PvT. It's okay. He's able to make it happen to, wow. Trigger all of a sudden is killing it in this matchup. Certainly probably the best PvT in top 2 PvT in North America is probably fair because Estrella is very good, but very different in how he plays the style. But if we're talking about just standard PvT, that month in Europe did more for Trigger than say sometimes we see players go to Korea and they train for a while and did more than sort of go into Korea most recently.
Yeah, that was I did the same thing, obviously without intent to practice to be a good player, but I was also in Europe, bridging the Jönköping and Home Story Cup gap in the Netherlands, and did hang out with Roddy, and Trigger and I were both little babbies when it came to the casino, so I remember that trip fondly as when we both learned how to play real life roulette. 2 guesses as to who taught us how to do that.
Zealot. The Zealot did.
The Zealot did, yeah. Yeah, the Zealot is tired of guarding the same gateway lane, have some fun, gets in the roulette. That's the way it goes. Depth's gonna sacrifice itself. Was it worth it for all that scouting? I mean, there's some argument to it. I don't think a second of Depth would be worth it, though. Yeah, absolutely not.
Yeah, no, but being able to see exactly what Keller's was going for, getting an SCV as well, I mean, you'd like to get a couple, but getting the scouting off, I say that's actually pretty useful. And behind this, we're getting Blink Chrono, sure, but that's Trigger. He hates Stargate play in PvT. That really, if you follow Trigger's play, that really shouldn't be that much of a surprise. The question, though, is as we see this Robo on the way, is this a 2-gate Blink expand? You get a Robo anyways for observers and things like that. Does he add a 3rd gate? Does he go up to 4-gate Blink all in like we saw him do in Game 2? There are options. And, oh, look at this. Kellizer. It's a combat shield timing.
Yeah, I don't like it. I think that Trigger has already figured out that this could be happening, as he saw the 1-1 2-1. And that doesn't guarantee it's combat shield timing, just to be super clear. But there's something that could happen there. And maybe this is a response. Maybe it was his plan from the get-go. But I do really like the Dark Shrine. Yeah. I really do. At the very least, it's a delayed starport. And unlikely to build a Raven first off when it is delayed like this.
Yeah, this starport's going to be for stuff that directly help the combat shield timing. We're talking maybe a Liberator, maybe a Viking, maybe Medivacs, just to kind of amp up the effective HP of this army just a little bit. And none of those are detectors. None of those allow you to see the DTs. And also, if you're trying to hit this really strong timing as a Terran player, you're not banking your scans as often. You're trying to hit that mule timing more and more and more. And maybe Kelliser, who knows, maybe he holds a couple mules anyways because he knows this is an opportunity. But given how Trigger's played, this is also not really in Trigger's bailiwick. He's opened 3-gate, 4-gate blink, aggression on with a blink stalkers, just very heavy Twilight tech, but not a lot of tech behind it.
DT number 1 coming on in. Absolutely no Raven, that's for sure. But there are scans, and you do want to hold on to a scan. I would say usually around 5 minutes, but it actually, Kelliser has held on to scans even after that, which is very good, because that is something he needs. So DTs, I feel like they've already done a decent amount of damage for being 2-3 base DTs. 6 SCVs, one of them lives. Warp Prism still alive for that threat. Even the Stalker's now getting in on the action. Missile turrets obviously forced as well, and further distraction possibly.
Yeah, you know, Zombie Grub, step 1, save your scans. Make sure you have enough scans for when the DTs hit. Step 2, defend the DTs. Kelliser did step 1, but still losing 10 workers. I think he lost a couple Marines, damage on a Marauder. This takes a lot of the wind out of this sails. It seems like Kelliser is gonna back up out of it. The combat shield timing, not really a thing anymore. Stim's on the way. +1. Oh, he did get +1 attack very quickly. +1 armor's on the way. So at least when we talk about these Terran timings, there are avenues to macro out of them in a way that, say, a 19 drone roach or something for another race may not be as easily to get out of, because you're still kind of getting your way towards the mid game. It's just you're taking a pit stop. And Kelliser's going to have to go for that. At the very least, he hasn't lost a lot of army, so this army that he's been building up for this timing does still exist, will still allow him to theoretically build that supply lead once things happen. Trigger's got his 4th base on the way already, and 7 minutes in isn't necessarily the fastest ever. Actually, pretty fast. And given the game state, it's not like Kelliser's really going to be able to put a ton of pressure on him.
Well, 2-minute X are flying over on scene, so that's pretty good news. I was trying to think through Kelliser's decision-making these last 2 games as far as the build orders that he's chosen. But I guess that's less important. Let's focus on the game right now. Double drop does hit the 4th base, gets the cancel, and will be able to retreat. However, the Warp Prism is trying to do some equivalent damage, I suppose. Not quite. Friendly fire from the tank, I think, just blasted a couple of Marines, to be fair, but the Warp Prism goes down, and that's not an equivalent trade. Nexus was canceled, Warp Prism was killed, 4 Zealots died, for 2 SCVs and a handful of Marines.
Yeah, it's a start, certainly for Kelliser, making it so that we talk about whether you can grow into the game, right? How do you develop into the mid game, into the late game? And Trigger was doing a great job of, well, defending advantage by being aggressive in this case, but defending an attack and expanding behind it and saying, okay, well, I'm just going to continue to grow in the game. Kelliser does a great job of making sure that doesn't happen and making sure that there's no counterattack. So now Kelliser, he's sitting here on equal army supply into a Colossus. This feels really hard, but he's going to attack into it anyways. 1 hardened shield goes down, but the force fields are really nice. And the big thing about this Kelliser, he kills off a lot of the army with the force fields, and then he, instead of committing forward past the force fields, we saw this happen yesterday, he backs up. He says, I took a good fight. You got to attack into me even more. I'm going to have another round of warp-ins. I'm not going to press my luck.
Yeah. Really nicely played by Trigger, who also got a lot of damage on the Marines with the Colossus beams, and then kind of let the other work, other units do the appropriate work. Or retreat as necessary. Speaking of appropriate work, Zealots take down a tank. It's kind of what they want to do. And now the army of Kelliser is about to be sandwiched. Kelliser is going to... I mean, what else can he do, really? Try and take as good of a fight as possible. And with 1-1 upgrades for the majority of that fight versus 0, I guess there was some trade that happened there because of that. But not nearly enough. Trigger's surround is great. Now he at least has 1 upgrade to his name, and he does have 4 bases. Kelliser's on 3 bases, but of course down a lot of workers. And still needing to worry about the Dark Shrine. Now apparently Dark Templar Blink is on the way too. It feels very similar to the last few games. Kelliser has not gotten a moment of inspiration in which he is able to gun after a poorly positioned or poorly compositioned Protoss army. It just isn't happening. And then if it doesn't happen, it kind of, this is when a lot of Terrans feel like they're sort of floundering.
Dinner time. Makes sense to turn yourself into a flounder, fish dinner. That's going nowhere. Regardless, I love the Trigger, what he's doing here. That was a reach. Unfortunately, I just pulled a hammy. I can't reach it that much further anymore. But Trigger on this understanding that, yeah, he could try to attack into the Terran, but it's Oceanborn. High grounds are hard. We saw how good of a job Kellezer was doing. It seems like Trigger might try to attack anyways, but he's just got a 5th base on the way. Again, every time you take an advantage, expand again. Make it so that even if you don't win in the next 30 seconds, because he's going to try to attack on the high ground, you're going to win in 2 minutes because your economy is going to be that much better. DT's dodged the Widow Mines. This is the last time you saw that one. That's pretty fun. But 7 workers are going to go down. And by the way, Trigger also, he's got stuff in the main base, but his army's up the front. This one, though, that main army attack, not really. He's going to have to back up on that one. Although Zombie Grub, he's getting damage anywhere else.
The thing is that he doesn't have to retreat entirely. Like, there is a chance that he's not paying attention and then Kellezer's entire army gives up defending the harassment and then jumps after him. That is a concern for Protoss players. But more likely, Kellezer is dealing with all of the harassment, doesn't have 100% of his army on the front lines, and doesn't have the bandwidth to jump on top of the Protoss army given the chance. So, Trigger, Protoss in general want to really play with that and then find any success that they can, continuing to contain the Terran. The contain didn't last super long, but it's not really a problem. I think it actually will happen again very soon, and this time will be with Disruptors as well. I would say Kellezer actually really needs to try and make sure that doesn't happen, that he stays with some map control, but further DT and Zealot harassment will make that very difficult.
Well, man, shout out to Kellezer, though, for sticking the shot on the Disruptor there. I was convinced he was just about to lose 10, 15 army supply. This one, though, you gotta back up against. This one doesn't feel good. Kellezer attacking up the high ground into a small choke into a bunch of Colossus is not a great thing to do, and these 2 Zealots are shutting down Kellezer just about 2 base economy. He has to bring his entire army back home, and that means that this upgrade timing that he might be trying to lean into, not that it feels easy, he's down 40 army supply, but at least he's got that upgrade timing. He's got the ghosts. He may be trying to lean into this. Being forced home like this, that's just not really an option. Disruptor shots force him to split away. More damage is going to happen here. And even if the Disruptors don't hit, well, that actually hits pretty nicely. 1 Disruptor will fall, and a couple Colossus went down, I think. Given the context of this game, this is probably the best fight Kellezer could have ever asked for.
Yeah, I guess so, but this is actually going to be a 3-0 in Trigger's favor. And I gotta say, between this and comparing them to last year, I really feel like we're seeing a grown-up adult Trigger, like he went to college, got a degree, and now has 2 kids and a Roth IRA or something. He played that really calmly. There wasn't any of that sense of urgency that sometimes is you don't blame them for having. It's a very urgent game, but then is used kind of awkwardly or haphazardly. It was actually Kellezer making all those types of mistakes, I guess, right? Which is kind of, the feeling of urgency to do something and to do something that maybe is tricky or overly aggressive or whatever it is, and then it just never working out. Kellezer was the one that felt like he was the younger player, playing against the really seasoned player. It almost felt like watching Showtime at times with his decision making. So that's great. That's great for Trigger, because if you can combine, a very methodical, slow paced PVT with his also aggression that he can show and a little bit of that NA spice that he has, then he's becoming a more well-rounded player as he continues to develop.
Yeah, it's exciting. I have long been a fan of Triggers. I was so excited when Basilisk signed him. What was it, 2 years ago at this point? It's been a while. Because he was this cool up-and-comer, and he's got one of the most exciting stories of any of these people that are newer to the top of the scene. Because he's not a traditional StarCraft guy. He played the arcades. He had a good time. Someone said, hey, you should start laddering. And then, 18 months later, he's beating Parting in an EPT Cup. That doesn't happen in this day and age. So to see him go and continue to develop in the way that he has is, I'd love to see it. He's not Firefly, but I'm still a big fan.
Well, no one can be Firefly. No one can match up to that greatness for you. Trigger is going to face Scarlet in the upper bracket final tomorrow. Tomorrow. So that should be one of the best chances for Trigger. I do feel like he's had, maybe it was last season, maybe the season before, but he had a really good run and it felt like he might be able to win, but then he still lost the finals, right? Yeah, I think that's what happened. So the momentum is good to have. Continued improvements in all areas of the game, I think, is still happening for Trigger. But Scarlet really is probably the epitome of North American experienced players that Trigger has to now defeat. She has been here for a very long time and at the top for a long time.
Yeah, she has, but it's also wild. I'm looking at this bracket, and we talked about Estrella winning like every single ESL Masters Americas, but I'm looking at this, and Estrella not in the upper bracket finals. Just something weird. It's just, this bracket looks weird to me, but I'd love to see it. And Scarlett, by the way, I know apparently, according to Mapu, she's actually been training really hard, practicing really hard for this tournament in a way that, doesn't always. So apparently, at least since the season started, she's been grinding pretty hard. And, her run, maybe not the hardest. She plays Nina. She plays Future. Both series were pretty dominant. But, so maybe it's hard to make a judgment off that necessarily. But she seems like she's in fine Fettle form.
Yeah, no, that's actually really good to hear. Again, I know that when I talked to her at Katowice, she said she actually had a decent amount of time to practice for Katowice and I guess presumably after. So that's pretty cool. Scarlett in, practicing a lot and dedicating entirely to StarCraft 2 is always a scary prospect for her competitors.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And look, anytime that Scarlett's doing well, I'm happy. She's literally the reason I got into StarCraft in the first place. So yes, absolutely. My favorite North American up-and-comer versus the reason I got into StarCraft in the first place. I am very excited to watch Wardy and Rotterdam cover it tomorrow because that's what's happening. I'm done here today. This is the last day of coverage. Zombie Grub, though, will be back on Sunday because there are 2 grand finals that have to be talked about, and it just so happens that they have one of the best in the business to make it happen. So this has been a long day, Zombie Grub, but, if you look at the games we've had, it has been really, really solid games. Hearthstone Showtime was a great series. Clem's Spirit, reverse sweeping Clem in a TVT at this stage in his career is insane. And then, hey, we had some craziness in North America. That was pretty fun.
He did indeed. We had a nice mix of comebacks, reverse sweeps, 3-2s, 3-0s, 3-1s. We kind of have everything in today's broadcast, which meant it also was quite long. But looking forward to the finale that is upcoming for the weekend. You guys should be too. Also, the most important day of the year is happening on Sunday, which is my birthday. It's also Cinco de Mayo, but whatever. My birthday is much more important.
Oh, far more important.
Yeah, look forward to that, guys.
All right, so Championship Sunday, Zombie Grub's birthday, Cinco de Mayo. Make sure you don't talk about the game in Twitch chat on Sunday. Make sure you just say happy birthday, Zombie Grub. The entire day, all 8 hours of the broadcast. That's what happens. But for now, friends, this is going to do it. Reminder, if you want to go and say, hey, these games were awesome, and you want to go buy tickets off to Dallas, that'll be happening in less than a month now, May 31st through June 2nd. Tickets, again, they're on sale. DreamHack.com/tickets /Dallas/tickets. Get those swapped. And it's 15% off if you use promo code StarCraft. Some players have qualified. No one from North America just yet. No one from the Americas just yet. But it's going to be a great time. I'll see you there. And for now, for us, have a good night. See you tomorrow.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.